Li Luo isn't some random kid. His folks were the youngest Marquis legends in the Great Xia Kingdom. We are talking major fame, stretching far beyond the borders of their home. He is sharp as a tack and picks up skills faster than his prodigy parents ever did. Honestly, the kid is a straight-up cultivation genius. In this world, most cultivators start with just one palace inside them. You don't get a second one until you hit the Marquis stage later on in your life. Reaching the king rank gives you even more. Now Li Luo is just a 10th seal rookie, which is the stage right after you open your palace. But inside his body, he's actually packing 3 of them. But here is the kicker. Every single one of those palaces is empty. Total blanks. No traits, no power, nothing but a void. 3 blank palaces? That is a dead-end career. Way worse than being broke. To make matters worse, his parents vanished on the battlefield 3 years ago. Nobody even knows if they are still alive or dead. Their estate is a mess and the family name is trashed. Everyone knows the house is divided, making Li Luo's position as young lord pretty shaky these days. Then there is Jiang Qing'e. She is a total rock star with a 9th grade light resonance. Her talent has the entire kingdom absolutely losing their minds. She cruised into the top academy without even needing to take exams. Now she is a major player in the kingdom and the most influential person in the whole province for over 100 years. She is also Li Luo's fiancée. Talk about awkward. While she is a literal goddess, he is just the blank palace loser everyone hates and envies. That was his miserable life until the day he finally turned 17 years old. That is when he gets a mysterious treasure his parents left behind. He tries everything to crack it open, but the thing just will not move at all. But then, a single drop of his blood accidentally smudges the surface of the sphere. It explodes with blinding blue light and hovers in the air, projecting a magic screen. Suddenly, he's looking right at a hologram of his parents. His eyes tear up instantly. They look exactly like the day they left. Hey, little Li, if you are seeing this old recording, you must be 17 years old by now, right? His dad, Li Taishuan, speaks first. Then his mom chimes in, wondering if their son grew up to be a tall and very handsome young man these days. She asks if any girls are chasing him. Then she jokes that since he is a useless pretty boy, he is probably still single right now. Li Luo talks back through his tears, knowing they cannot hear him, but they keep talking like they already knew exactly what he would say to them. They ask if he is feeling down and blaming himself for having those 3 empty palaces inside his own body. Turns out, they knew about his 3 blank palaces years ago. They used a secret technique to check him before they even left home. Li Luo is absolutely stunned by all of this news. They knew all along. Was their disappearance linked to his weird body? And where the heck are they actually hiding right now? He really needs to know. Dad drops a bombshell. Being blank isn't a curse. It is actually the most powerful physique in existence. He should be celebrating instead of crying about it. Li Luo thinks he is just being nice. I mean, he literally cannot absorb any energy from the world around him. It feels completely hopeless. But Dad says there is a fix. Fill those blanks manually. It sounds way too easy, and Li Luo is not buying it for even a single second of his life today. Not at all. Traits are supposed to be natural, something you are born with. He tried to force it before and failed every single time he tried. Mom jumps in, saying the normal way is impossible. It is like they are reading his mind from 3 years in the past right now today. After finding out about his unique condition, they spent every waking moment searching for a way to make it work. Hard work paid off. They found an ancient method called the minor blank soul art. While natural traits are fixed, these ones are totally different because you can build them all yourself. Traits you build yourself can be customized. Usually, people are stuck with just one element their whole lives and can never change. But these crafted traits have dual elements. You can have a main fire trait and add lightning as a secondary boost for power. Fire and lightning together? That is pure destruction. Li Luo feels like he is saved. He gives the screen a huge thumbs up right away. But Dad adds a catch. Nothing is perfect. These artificial traits usually do not start higher than 4th grade when you first make them. Compared to his fiance's god-tier ninth grade light trait, the power gap between them is still pretty massive right now. Dad says do not sweat it. Even if they start low, you can level them up using special treasures found throughout the entire world. Li Luo thinks about those liquids alchemists make, but they have strict limits. Just as he thinks it, his dad lets out a laugh that he remembers so well from his own childhood years. He is totally caught. He asks if Li Luo is worried about those limits. Seriously, it is like they are having a live chat. They know every single thought in his head. Suddenly, Mom snaps at Dad for hogging the mic. She wants her turn to talk to her son right now. Dad backs off immediately. The hologram feels so real. Li Luo feels like he is standing right in front of them. He realizes his fiancée acts exactly like his mom. If they get married, he is definitely going to be henpecked just like his old man. It is a scary thought for him. Mom gets back to business. For normal people, those upgrade limits are real. But for his unique blank body, those rules do not apply at all. He is a truly special case in this whole world. Blank means zero, but it also means infinite. It can hold anything. That is why they call it the strongest trait in the entire world. They used his blood and soul to craft his first trait seed before they left. It is all tucked away inside that sphere along with the secret cultivation method itself. But merging this artificial trait with his body is no walk in the park. It drains a ton of life force. That is why they sealed it until his 17th birthday. His body simply could not handle that level of energy before now in his life. There is one more thing. Merging this artificial trait costs more than just blood, it costs his actual lifespan. He has exactly 5 years to reach the Marquis rank and evolve his soul, or his life ends right then and there forever. So, what is it going to be? Live a safe, rich life as a total nobody, or risk it all to fight the heavens and walk a dangerous path? Choice 1. Close this crystal ball and let everything inside self-destruct. Choice 2. Put your hand right here. It is your call. No matter what, your parents will always have your back. The projection freezes, leaving Li Luo feeling heavy-hearted after hearing that. Live as a weakling or die young. What a choice. Becoming a duke in 5 years means he would be only 22. In the history of the Great Xia, no one has ever reached that rank at such a young age. With the estate his parents left behind, he could live a rich, lazy life forever without any worries. But if he picks the resonance his parents crafted, every second becomes a life or death race against time. It is a tough call, but Li Luo makes his decision fast. He used to think catching up to Jiang Qing was impossible. Now, he finally sees a glimmer of hope. This hope came from his parents. So how could he be a coward and walk away? Li Luo stands up, fired up. Honestly, he has always been ambitious, even if everyone else thought he was just some delusional kid who did not know his place. He wants to catch up to Jiang Qing, surpass her, and even outshine his own parents. Do not worry, I will not let you down. 5 years to become a duke? Challenge accepted. Li Luo is in it to win it. He reaches out and touches the sphere. It explodes with brilliant light and then fades, transforming into the fate-changing resonance. His parents risked everything to create, along with a divine cultivation technique. Sensing their son's decision, his parents let out a long sigh. Little Luo, it looks like you have finally made your move. As your father, this choice breaks my heart a little. But man to man, I love it. I am incredibly proud of you. The road ahead is brutal, but you are my son. You do not get scared by a little danger. Dan Thailand wipes her tears and starts explaining the artificial resonance they worked so hard to build. It is a 4th-grade resonance with water as the main and light as the sub. Li Luo blinks. Water? Did he just hear that right? Li Taishuan laughs. Do you think water is weak, kid? He explains that people underestimate water because it lacks the raw destructive power of other elements. But it is persistent. In a long fight, water can wear down and defeat any opponent. Plus, water has a special perk. It heals the body much better during resonance fusion than something like fire. The synergy between water and light will produce results that are totally off the charts. There's another reason they chose this. Most masters only have water or light. Having both and not becoming a master would be a total waste. If the estate ever goes bust, at least you will have a title and a way to survive anywhere. Li Taishuan looks pretty smug about his master plan. This crystal ball only holds the first resonance and one technique, but Li Luo has 3 resonance palaces. The second and third ones are much more complex. His parents suggest he reach the master rank first, then go find his second resonance on his own. As for the third one, the info is hidden in the royal city. You just need to wait for the right moment to go get it. The projection starts to flicker, meaning the message is almost over. Before it vanishes, his parents give him one last piece of advice. They promise they will stay safe until they finally reunite with him. With those final words, the image disappears. Li Luo rubs his stinging eyes, silently thanking his parents for everything they did. Knowing they are alive is a huge relief. He vows to make them proud. As of right now, he is officially a resonance user. Loud knocking echoes through the quiet night. Li Luo's eyes snap open. Outside, Kai Wei asks nervously if the young master is doing okay. He recognizes the voice. It is Kai Wei, Qingyi's assistant. But wait, what is happening? Why do his legs feel like they have absolutely zero strength? Getting no answer, Kai Wei starts panicking like she is at a checkout counter and just realized she forgot her wallet. She is stressed out, wondering why the young master sounds so incredibly weak and frail. Qingyi sent me to let you know that the pavilion heads have already arrived. Li Luo manages a reply. Kai Wei exhales like she just barely hit a work deadline and rushes off. Meanwhile, Li Luo is stuck thinking about his current, exhausted state. That artificial resonance really drained over half of his life's essence. Even his hair has turned completely silver. He looks in the mirror and sighs. He looks just like a frail old man. Only 5 years left to live? That is heavy. But honestly, he looks way more handsome now. Plus, he can feel a new power surging through his entire body. It looks like the artificial resonance fusion was a success. His blank soul problem is finally a thing of the past. That empty palace caused him nothing but trouble, but it also has its own unique, divine properties. He pushes the door open, letting the morning sun hit him. Time for a new life. The main hall of the mansion is split into 2 sides. The center is empty, with one side completely dedicated to opposing Qingyi. A couple of neutrals are trying to stay out of it. It is total chaos. 3 pavilion heads have been bribed by Bui Hao, while 4 others are still standing firmly behind Qingyi. At the round table, Bui Hao acts all casual and asks where the young master is. Everyone has been waiting forever. He just keeps talking, rambling about how everyone here has been putting their lives on the line for the mansion. He says back when the master and mistress were here, they were always on time for these meetings. It showed they actually respected us. Qing snaps back, asking why he was not this bold when the master was actually around. Bui Hao tries to keep his cool, claiming we all just need to look forward. Since the young master is a no-show, let's just get started. We all know what is going on with him anyway. Any objections? Let's get to work. Suddenly, Li Luo cuts him off. You have gotten way more arrogant since the last time I saw you, senior brother. If my parents knew how successful you have become, they would be thrilled. Li Luo walks in looking sharp, and everyone immediately bows in respect to the young master. Bui Hao's smug attitude vanishes, and he just grits his teeth. Meanwhile, Qingyi is staring. He was fine yesterday. Why is his hair suddenly snow white? Li Luo is still out here roasting Pei Hao. Been a few years, but Pei Hao does not look like the same guy. Even the heavy vibe around him is starting to chill out a bit. Pei Hao takes a shot at Li Luo's fresh dye job, says he is grown up, but man, his face is ghost white and his hair is silver, like he is ready to kick the bucket. That is some serious trash talk. The crowd is basically thinking this guy has got a death wish, or he is just on some crazy energy. Total Red Bull vibes coming from him today. Qing's eyes are burning with pure rage. She is ready to write his name in the death note. Pei Hao just acts like a total airhead, covering his mouth. Sorry, my bad. Guess I am just talking too fast. Don't be mad, little Luo. Li Luo just stays cool and smiles back. Pei Hao's true colors are showing. so why get worked up? Besides, even if I was mad, what could I even do? Pei Hao just smirks and stays quiet. Behind that fake nice guy mask, he is totally gloating, thinking to himself, yeah, Llewellyn House is not the powerhouse it used to be back then. Without those two big mountains holding me down, I am not scared of anyone here. If it was not for Qing'e, I would have taken over this whole place a long time ago. He is itching to start. Since the young lord is here, can we finally get this meeting going? But Qing'e shuts him down first. Talk about those 3 pavilions you run. Why has not the gold arrived? Pei Hao's face drops. He says, maybe you heard? The warehouses for all 3 pavilions caught fire out of nowhere. We have not found the culprit, so no cash is coming in this year. Qing'e is not buying the act. She just asks, is that really your excuse, Pei Hao? He just shrugs it off. If you need a reason, I will find one. Why ask so many questions? Forget it. Since we are being honest, here is the deal for the young lord and sister. The pavilions are not just skipping this year. We are not paying a single cent from here on out. Ever. Elder Leizhang cannot keep his cool anymore. He stands up and shouts, Pei Hao, are you trying to tear this house down or what? Pei Hao grins like a snake. I do not want it to collapse. Honestly, I could pay the gold. But first, the young lord has to agree to one little condition. Li Luo stays calm. What is the price? His eyes flash with pure malice, like a venomous viper. He checks out Qing'e's curves without even trying to hide it. I want the young lord to cancel the engagement with my sister. Hearing that shameless demand, Li Luo's eyes turn cold with killing intent. Before he can even speak, Qing'e is already vibrating with power. She is absolutely furious, and she is not hiding it at all. She summons her sword and lunges forward with some insane, lightning-fast speed. Pei Hao is still running his mouth mid-fight. Even while she is trying to kill him, he is dissing her. Your gold affinity hit level 7? You must have been draining a lot of house resources. Pei Hao is full of himself. 9th grade light affinity, just like they say. You are in the early Earth manifestation stage, but that is not far behind my late-stage power. Not bad at all, sister. Qing'e snaps back hard. Pei Hao, if you want to keep living, swallow those words right now. Our personal business is none of your concern. You do not have the right to interfere. Pei Hao realizes he cannot talk sense to her, so he turns to Li Luo. You know what they say about a target on your back. This house is a gold mine, and she is untouchable. Li Luo narrows his eyes. So you want me to give up the house and her? You are not worried about the day my parents actually come back to deal with you? Pei Hao just smirks. Li Luo, stop dreaming. Based on the intel I have got, he pauses with a creepy grin, your master and mistress? Yeah, I don't think they are ever coming home again. Pei Hao shouts it out. You have got no future. You are not even on my level. You have nothing left. Lei Zhang ignores the hot air. He is actually impressed by Li Luo. The kid might have been born without a spirit, but his mental game is strong. Li Luo does not take the bait. He just asks the question on his mind. My parents did so much for you. Why do you hate them? Pei Hao goes quiet for a second. His face darkens. They knew I wanted to be a real disciple, not just some name on a list. I worked my tail off for this house, but they never said the word. Do you have any idea how much that hope turned into pure bitterness? It was exhausting. Li Luo just shrugs. My parents were right. You are a snake. Giving you more power would have just fed that massive ego of yours. They saw exactly who you were from the start. He sneers back. You should worry about yourself, kid. Greed has a price, and you do not have what it takes to pay it. Li Luo glares at him. Pei Hao, right back at you. Pei Hao just laughs it off with a half-open eye. Whatever. From now on, whether the 3 pavilions follow orders depends entirely on my mood. Everyone else in the room is giving him death stares. Pei Hao looks around and mocks them. What? You want to fight? Besides my little sister, none of you here can touch me. Not even close. Lei Zhang hates to admit it, but the guy is at the late Earth manifestation stage. Most of us are only mid-level. Pei Hao starts digging in his shirt for something. Everything I do is just to keep Llewellyn House standing tall. If Qing'e would just team up with me, we would reach a whole new level. But right now, the young lord is just being way too greedy. He finishes and holds up a command token. I am not stopping here. Lei Zhang's eyes go wide. Is that Elder Mo's official command token? No way. Besides the main branches, there are 3 elders. All of them are heavenly stellar masters. They only step in for outside threats and are supposed to stay neutral. But now, Pei Hao has one of their tokens in his hand. Pei Hao explains calmly. Years ago, the master said if you have support from 2 elders and 4 pavilion heads, you can compete for the top spot. So do not worry about me splitting the house. I want the whole thing. Everyone starts shouting in rage, cursing him out. But Pei Hao just turns it. Listen, Li Luo, cherish this last year. Once the estate is dissolved, you have no claim to the house of Luo. By then, you will truly have nothing left. Li Luo stayed silent, knowing that ignore mode is the ultimate disrespect. After Pei Hao left, the mood was totally trash, but Qing Yi stayed cool. She settled things with the 6 lords before everyone finally took off. Li Luo sat alone in the leader chair, lost in thought. Qing Yi stood there quietly like a loyal partner, making the whole scene look like some kind of dramatic movie moment. She spoke up first. She looked calm on the outside, but she was low-key fuming. Li Luo flashed a charming smile and asked why she was catching an attitude. Qing Yi narrowed her eyes, still keeping her composure for the cameras. Li Luo admitted that if he could, he would have ended that guy right there to honor his parents' legacy. Qing Yi perched on the armrest and gave him some real talk. Life is not always smooth sailing, and knowing when to play it cool is nothing to be ashamed of. Li Luo chuckled, realizing the mansion was in deep trouble and that the last 2 years had been a total nightmare for her. She closed her eyes and told him not to let that jerk Pei Hao words get under his skin. I will deal with him eventually. I just need time. We had a deal, and I will hand over a perfect estate to you. Right now, focus on next month exam. If you do not get into the Sage Academy, our whole agreement is completely off. But that is not going to happen, so just talk to me when you are ready. Li Luo waited for her to finish, then reached out affectionately and asked for her hand. She stayed quiet, not saying a single word, just giving a soft nod while they quietly held hands. Suddenly, a massive surge of power hit her. Thong Nga was totally stunned, doubting her own senses. She asked if he finally unlocked his resonance. Seems like the gift from his master and mistress actually did the trick. Li Luo just gave a cool nod, letting his silence do the talking. Thaninga finally relaxed. That was huge news. But then, Li Luo asked how much she actually trusted that guy's intel about his parents. She took a beat to think before answering. They are probably just tied up right now, but otherwise totally fine. I have no clue where that intel came from, but how would he even know how powerful your parents really were? Hearing that made Li Luo feel a whole lot better. She just flashed a grin and said she was heading back to the royal city tomorrow. She told him she hoped their next hangout would be at the St. Xuanqing Academy. The next day, Li Luo was right on time to see her off. He watched her leave and then turned to Uncle Lu, asking to skip school for a week to just chill at home. Uncle Lu agreed, calling him young master. Then he asked Tai Vi to help him buy some level 4 spirit liquids. Tai Vi had a million questions. Li Luo was born without any resonance, so what was he planning to do with that stuff? Still, she kept it professional and asked how much he needed. Li Luo grinned like a mischievous little cat and said to buy 50 first. Hearing that number, Tai Vi started stressing out and had to double-check what he meant. 50 at NT? FD units of level 4 spirit liquid? He just nodded like it was no big deal. Tai Vi went quiet, her mind racing. That stuff is not cheap. 1 bottle of level 4 spirit liquid costs about 1,000 gold pieces on the market. 50 units would cost 50,000 gold pieces. That is basically the entire Luo Yan House Trade Union budget. Their annual income is 300,000 gold, and things are looking grim. That stuff is for training resonances, but it leaves impurities that eventually gunk everything up. If Li Luo is buying 50 bottles, how many years is he planning to use them for? But Thonanga had already said she got the answer she was looking for. Li Luo just smiled and told Tai Vi he was counting on her before turning to head out. Watching Li Luo walk away, Tai Vi still felt a massive pit in her stomach. The Luo Yan house is literally fighting for survival right now. The young master seems a bit out of his mind, and life in the Thien Thuc district is about to get way harder. Before long, Li Luo made it back to the old family estate. He was hyped to see if he could find a decent guiding technique to start his training today. The library was packed with guiding techniques and resonance arts the family had collected. Most were moved to the main headquarters in the royal city, but this old house still kept a decent stash. As he walked in, someone spotted him immediately. It was the library manager. He gave Li Luo a respectful bow and called him young master. He mentioned it had been a while since his last visit and asked what he was looking for today. He flashed a smile and told the guy to find every energy guiding technique suitable for a level 4 resonance. The manager nodded, but honestly, he was pretty surprised by the request. The young master rarely stepped foot in the library, and when he did, it was only for resonance arts. Why the sudden interest in energy guiding techniques today? But since he was just a low-level manager, he didn't dare question the boss. He just politely invited the young master to relax for a bit while they headed into the archives together. After finishing the search, he came back to report. He pointed out a massive pile of documents that fit the level 4 energy guiding criteria, even carefully listing out all the data for him. There were 28 beginner sets and 6 resonance level techniques. Li Luo was so happy he almost cried, silently thanking his parents. It looked like he finally found the perfect guiding technique for his training. Energy guiding techniques are ranked from beginner to general, then Marquis, and finally King level. You have to match your training level to the right technique to actually make progress. You can find beginner techniques anywhere, but they only provide mid-level power. If a King level technique ever appeared, the top powers would literally go to war over it. Our house only has 2 Marquis level techniques left by his parents. The higher the level of the technique, the more it demands from your own resonance. He told the manager to look for anything he qualified for, specifically something that worked with his water and light resonance. By the time the sky turned gold, he finally took a breather. After scanning everything, he narrowed it down to 3 options. First up was the 9-stage earth-swallowing method, a low-grade general-level technique. Second was the blue mist meditation, and third was the spirit transformation, both mid-grade general level. Having too many good options can be a headache, and Li Luo was definitely struggling to pick the right one. Finally, he locked his eyes on the second option. He made up his mind he was going with the blue mist meditation. Training with this would make his resonance as vast and powerful as the ocean, perfect for his water and light combo. He could always swap it later. Under the library was a secret training room his parents built. Only his parents and Zhangqing Nga had ever trained down there. Standing at the entrance, Li Luo felt a bit hesitant since it was his first time. He reached out and touched the stone pillar by the door. Suddenly, the door started to glow. Li Luo was caught off guard and let out a gasp. The massive stone door slowly creaked open, flooding the entire room with a blinding golden light. He stepped inside, absolutely floored by what he saw. His parents dropped over 100,000 gold pieces to build this training room entirely out of pure gold. Gold isn't just for spending, it actually pulls in massive amounts of natural energy. This place is a literal gold mine. You can feel the raw energy vibrating in the air here. After saying goodbye to Tai Vi, Li Luo slipped away to this secret spot to start his real work. He realized only his parents and Thonanga had trained here before. He swore to himself that he wouldn't let all their hard work go to waste. He started cycling through his different techniques, focusing on the rhythmic sound of the crashing waves. He felt the massive power of the blue mist as if he were sitting right in the middle of the ocean. As the imaginary waves crashed against him, the surrounding energy began to flow. With every breath, the power started seeping through his pores and straight into his body. The water energy was definitely the strongest. 2 streams of power swirled inside him before settling into his resonance palace. Li Luo grinned, feeling his power finally hitting the level 3 mark. After a while, a sharp pain shot through his body. That was the signal that he had hit his limit for the day, so Li Luo had no choice but to stop training. Sitting in the secret room, he started crunching the numbers. The academy exams are next month, so he seriously needs to level up his resonance grade before then. His main goal is getting into St. Xuanxing. Suddenly, someone came by to tell him that manager Tai Vi had already delivered the supplies he asked for straight to his room. He was seriously impressed with how fast Tai Vi worked. He didn't expect the stuff until tomorrow morning at the earliest. He looked at the delivery. It was the spirit liquid. This stuff is essential for training his water and light resonances. Just like medicinal pills, these liquids are a must-have for any serious cultivator throughout their entire journey. The purer the spirit liquid, the more power you get out of your training sessions. Higher quality stuff has way fewer impurities. That matters because if you use too much of the cheap stuff, those impurities start piling up in your resonance palace. It usually blocks the resonance palace, but since Li Luo was born without a resonance anyway, he doesn't have to worry about any of those side effects. First, I will absorb all 50 bottles of this grade 4 spirit fluid to see how much it helps. The results are legit, but hitting grade 5 is going to take another 100 bottles of the good stuff. Grade 4 to 5 costs 200,000 gold, and grade 6 is 1 million. 7 is several million more. It is making me break out in a cold sweat. This entire estate only brings in a few million a year. This resonance thing is a total money pit. This is a bottomless pit. For the next few days, I ground out my arts and chugged spirit fluid to boost my grade. My power finally hit the earth seal level. My water-light nature is getting purer every day until the fluid runs out. Everyone is waiting in the hall. Kai Wei called the manager. Business is tanking in the district because we have 9 guilds and 18 mines. But 3 rival families are stealing our customers and cutting all our profits. She frowned and told the managers that some shops just were not coming back for a while. Shut them down for now. Once we are stable, we will make those 3 families pay back every single cent. Everyone agreed and left as Li Luo walked in. Chai Wei told the managers to leave immediately, and they quickly cleared the room so the two could talk alone. Kai Wei asked what was up. Li Luo looked super awkward and admitted he needed a massive favor. She got curious and asked what he wanted. He flashed a grin and told her he already burned through all 50 bottles. Now he needs 100 more. The air turned to ice and the room went silent. Kai Wei looked floored. You want 100 more grade 4 bottles? She slammed the table, scaring him half to death. She yelled with total rage, Li Luo, do you just want me to quit? Do you have any idea what you are asking? He panicked and promised she was the best manager ever. He definitely did not want her to leave. She took a deep breath and sighed, trying to stay calm. Then her eyes turned sharp as she glared at him. Is someone scamming you? Is that where the spirit fluid went? Asking for 100 bottles is a massive financial move for us. Li Luo swore he used it all himself. She was still suspicious. Why do you need that much fluid? He played it cool and said his mom left him a secret technique. She agreed because it came from the masters, but Li Luo worried if he was making her life way too hard. He remembered her anger and asked if he was being a total burden. She smiled and said it was worth the struggle to fix his cultivation future, even if she had to give up the entire business in the district to make it happen. She winked and told him to trust her. She has got this situation totally covered. Do not worry. As he left, she wondered if this secret method could actually solve his birth defect. If he fixed his lack of resonance, he might actually survive the heavy responsibilities ahead of him. Vacation was over. He trained like a beast to boost his power and finally reached the 5 seal rank. He spent every second grinding until he made real progress with his resonance. And his water-light nature. Back at school, the haters were whispering, "Is that Li Luo? He actually showed up for the final exams? I thought he quit." His hair looked different. Rumors said he was dropping out. Li Luo just shook his head at the drama. Li Luo smiled and said, "Hey," but the teacher looked pissed. "You finally decided to show up? Are you giving up because you do not have any natural resonance?" He yelled because Li Luo took a week off while everyone else was grinding in the gym. Li Luo apologized like a kid in trouble and promised he would never do it again. Sun Yue stopped being hard on him and just told him to get to class. A classmate shouted, "Dude, what happened to your hair? You look different." The teacher told everyone to give it their all since exams were close. He also praised students like Zhao Kuo and Yuan Thu, whose powers had already reached the 6th seal level. One student looked humble, but the other was acting like a superstar. Class ended and Zhao Kuo rushed over to Li Luo for help with those 3 techniques from earlier. Suddenly, Li Luo stopped and looked at his friend. "Wait, what happened to your face?" Zhao Kuo growled about some jerk bully from the first house. "He has been picking on second house students for days. I finally had enough and threw hands with him. He hits hard, but I messed him up too and definitely left him with a swollen face." The whole class started complaining about that total scumbag from the first house. Zhao Kuo warned him that the bully was likely coming for him next. "Heads up, man. He is targeting you." Li Luo felt a bit guilty. He had some history with that guy. Is that idiot really still waiting for me to buy him dinner or something? This is getting ridiculous. Zhao Kuo was cool about it, but warned that the bully would come looking for him in the afternoon resonance class. He offered to step in so Li Luo could focus on hitting 7 seals. Li Luo thought, "No way I am letting my best friend take the heat for this jerk." The afternoon class was at the resonance tree, a massive and beautiful forest area in the north of the academy. Right in the middle sat one incredibly large and leafy tree for training. Each giant leaf was a VIP training spot over 2 meters long and quite thick. The tree only opened twice a day, and every student was hyped to get inside. The leaves were ranked. Leaves were ranked gold, silver, and bronze. Gold ones were super rare, only 10% of the total. The gold leaves were split between the 2 academies, with less than 10 for each. Most were way up on that giant tree. Then, the bell rang, and students swarmed those branches like ants. Li Luo stood there staring at the sky, feeling the burn of regret. He was kicking himself for losing his spirit essence. He had given up his gold leaves and settled for silver instead. Meanwhile, Fa Ting just stood there, watching him with a totally lost look. Her eyes were full of gloom, thinking about how he had been ghosting everyone for a week. Was Li Luo really just hiding? Maybe he was trying to duck the drama at the academy by staying off the grid. Honestly, it looked like a total runner move. Suddenly, An Hoa jumped in to catch the tea. "Such a waste," she said. "He is seriously way too hot for all this drama." Then, she brought up his old crush, Nam Su. "Remember when Li Luo was in class 1? You were his biggest fan." Fa Ting snapped back, claiming it was not like that at all. Sure, she admired him, but she argued that now was definitely not the time for a crush. She muttered under her breath about how shallow everyone was. Over where Li Luo was standing, some jerk literally stepped right on his leaf. The guy looked down and started talking trash, calling out Li Luo's name with a nasty smirk. This guy was a rich brat from a big family in Nam Fong City. He stood there, looking at Li Luo with nothing but pure contempt. "I thought they stopped letting losers in here," he sneered. "You made me wait at the tower all day. How are you going to pay for that?" Li Luo was not having it and fired back hard. "Do not blame your own stupidity on me, okay? You are the idiot here. Who is dumb enough to think I would actually show up to meet you?" The guy's face turned red with rage. He screamed at Li Luo to apologize right now, but Li Luo did not blink. He just dropped one cold word that shut everything down. "Get lost." The guy lost it, grinding his teeth in pure anger. He growled out a challenge, saying Li Luo had a big mouth and asking if he had the guts to play. Li Luo did not even blink. He just said he was not interested and moved on. The guy laughed like a maniac, mocking him. "Is everyone in class 2 a total coward? Are you all just running away?" The whole area went dead silent after that insult. But the guy would not stop poking the bear. He kept talking trash until True Coat finally snapped. He yelled right in the guy's face, telling him to shut his mouth for good. He was ready to throw down and demanded a one-on-one fight. The bully recognized him immediately and started mocking him. "Oh, it is you again. I guess the beating I gave you last time was not enough." Li Luo stepped over and joked around to calm him down. "Why are you even letting this piece of trash get to you?" Then his eyes went cold, like a boss making a hit list. "Remember these faces," he said. "I will show them what life is really like later." Before the bully could even speak, Li Luo hit him with questions that left him totally stunned. "Big bro, Is this really necessary? We are just kids messing around at school. Are you really going to run home and tell your family to hit us? The bully narrowed his eyes. Li Luo, do you have no shame? I cannot believe you are actually using a dirty trick like that. Li Luo just flashed a challenging grin. If you are not happy about it, then go get your family's top fighters to come deal with me. The bully started sweating bullets. He knew his family experts would not just show up for this, and even if they did, they probably could not touch Li Luo. His head was spinning like a washing machine on the highest spin cycle. He was completely trapped. That is when the big boss stepped in. Principal Wei sat narrowed his eyes, saying this kid from the Luo family was actually pretty interesting. Right next to him, Lin Feng jumped in like a pro sports commentator. He was the head teacher of Class 1. Imagine needing family power to settle a schoolyard fight. How did two legendary parents end up with a son who acts like such a total rogue? It just does not make any sense. Sun Nok fired back immediately. You are being a bit harsh, Lin Feng. That bully knew Li Luo did not have his spirit essence, yet he still started trouble. Is that not way more pathetic? He was just looking for an easy target. He stood his ground, arguing that a little competition helps the students grow. Then, Lin Feng saw an opening. He made a bold move and brought up the big upcoming academy competition. Class 1 is running low on gold leaves, he said. I want you to give us 5 more. What do you think, Principal? The principal looked shocked. Lin Feng, are you seriously trying to swipe 5 gold leaves from Class 2 right now? I am not down with that. But Lin Feng doubled down, explaining his logic. He claimed Class 1 students were way more talented than anyone else. He argued that giving them the resources would lead to much better results for the academy. Why do you not just try getting a few more of your students into the Saint Star Academy instead? Go teach at Saint Star yourself. Sun Yak was fuming, yelling at him to stop being so arrogant. Finally, Principal Wei stepped in to act as the referee. Quit it. If you both want those gold leaves, let the students fight for them. 3 students each, all at the 6th seal rank. If Class 1 wins, they get 5 gold leaves, but if they lose, they have to hand over 10. How does that sound? After thinking it over, Lin Feng reluctantly agreed. Fine, he said. I guess we can play down to the level of those Class 2 students for once. Sun Yak was worried about his team. Principal, we only have 2 students at the 6th seal rank right now, but the principal just waved it off. Do not sweat it. Even if you lose, I will make it up to you next year. You still have 1 month before the big competition. Sun Nak just accepted his fate. Of course, the principal favors Class 1. Who would ever worry about us? The meeting was over. Go get your teams ready, the principal ordered. They both bowed and agreed before heading out. Meanwhile, over on the Silverleaf side of the academy, things were heating up. Sun Yak called all the Class 2 students together. He stood there and told them exactly what was going down. Once they heard the news, everyone was furious. This is so unfair. Class 1 already has 40 gold leaves. Why are they trying to take even more from us? It felt like a total scam. Are they ever satisfied? We have 0 chance of winning this. Another guy looked terrified, pointing out that Class 2 only has 2 people at the 6th seal rank. We are basically toast. A girl student started pacing around nervously. Sun Yak knew the truth. The power gap between the 2 classes was huge, even with the rank limits in place. They were definitely the underdogs. After thinking it over, he finally made his choice. True Coat and the other top student would lead the charge. True Coat stepped up, looking totally pumped. Do not worry, teacher. I will not let Class 2 look bad. I am going to show those guys we are not pushovers. Everyone was ready to go, but then a girl asked the big question. Teacher, who is our 3rd fighter? Next, the other students looked away, trying to avoid being picked. Sun Yak watched them before his eyes landed on Li Luo. He spoke up with a very specific look in his eyes. Li Luo, you are up. Do not feel pressured. It is okay if you lose. You will go first and just try to drain their energy. If you do that, the guys coming after you will have a much better shot at winning. Li Luo's body started shaking. He was thinking about his secret plan. He wanted to stay low-key, but it looked like that just was not happening anymore. His eyes lit up with fire. He wanted to blow everyone's minds. "Old man, you have no idea who you just put in the game. Today, I am going to shine so bright it will make the sun look like a dim light bulb. Just you wait and see." Sunyak saw him spacing out and slapped his back to wake him up. "Why are you just standing there? You are not actually scared, are you?" News about the duel between Class 1 and Class 2 spread like wildfire, and the whole school was buzzing. Everyone was talking about the fight for those gold leaves. Within minutes, the giant spirit tree was packed with people trying to get a good view. Students from every corner of the academy rushed over to see the chaos. Even though almost no one actually believed Class 2 had a chance of beating the top dogs from Class 1, it was a total underdog story. On the right, the first academy stands like gods. Their top-tier power is at the 6th seal level, absolute beasts. The second academy is a total mess. Everyone is sweating bullets just trying to breathe. It is the opposite of the chill first academy. You can feel the anger and doubt in the air. Honestly, even they do not think they have a shot at winning this. Up on the golden leaf, Fa Jing stares down at the crowd and lets out a massive, bored sigh. This is so lame. What is even the point of this match? Just then, Qing Yi walks over to cheer her up, saying they might as well kill some time while they are here. Fa Jing starts following her around like a lost puppy. "Sister Qing Yi, you usually hate these noisy crowds." Qing Yi just gives a soft smile and says she just wanted to see what the hype was about. They both look down at the silver leaf. She wonders who the second academy will even send out. Fa Jing guesses it has to be Zhao Kuo and that guy Yuan Chu since they are 6th seals. But then she asks the big question, who is the third? Before she can finish, a guy walks up from behind. He sounds way too sure of himself. That arrogant jerk is Song Yunfeng. He claims the guy might not have a phase, but he is a natural genius at phase arts. Apparently, he can barely hold his own against a 5th seal in a fight. Fa Jing just laughs behind her hand. "Yunfeng, I did not know you were into this kind of drama. It is pretty obvious why you are really here." Everyone around them starts cracking up. The laughter dies down and it gets awkward. Yunfeng stares at Qing Yi, but she just acts like she has no clue. Then she throws some shade. If the second academy actually sends out Li Luo, they are just asking for a beatdown. Our side is bringing 3 6th seal fighters to the party, and those 3 are the best of the best. He scoffs, asking if anyone really thinks the second academy wants to win. They are just going through the motions. Fa Jing just nods along awkwardly, but then Qing Yi slowly brushes her hair back and says she is not so sure. Yunfeng gives her a look and says things have changed. She stays quiet. He looks down at the field with pure hate in his eyes. He grinds his teeth and mutters Li Luo's name. That loser should be face down in the dirt. Why is he still hanging around like some ghost? Right then, the camera zooms in on a few groups of people standing around under a big tree. On the left, Zhao Kuo looks straight ahead. He tells his buddy to be careful and just surrender if things get too sketchy. "It would be a tragedy to ruin that pretty face of yours." Li Luo just smirks and tells him he has got a great eye. On the right, Lu Yang asks what the plan is. Is he going to try and bluff his way through again? As the match starts, Li Luo grabs a baseball bat. He holds the bat up and makes a bold claim. Bei Kun rolls his eyes and tells Lu Yang to handle him. Lu Yang looks totally bored and says it is almost cruel to beat him this badly. Bei Kun has it all figured out. Finish Li Luo quickly and move on to the next guy. If you can, take out all 3. Lu Yang nods and says that sounds fair. He pulls out a golden staff that looks like something out of a legend. Only 2 people are left in the arena as the wind blows. The crowd starts whispering that the second academy must have given up if they are actually letting Li Luo fight first. The announcer shouts for both sides to get ready. Then the signal rings out again. Both sides, get ready to rumble. The light turns green and they both get the signal to start. In a split second, Li Luo charges like a rocket. Lu Yang moves just as fast, looking like a ninja. Lu Yang smirks while he runs, mocking the guy for being so slow. But as he watches the figure coming at him, he suddenly goes pale and cannot even speak. While he is still dazed, Li Luo is already in his face, spinning that bat like a pro. Before Liu Yang can even blink, the bat slams right into his gut. He gets hit so hard he actually starts spitting. He flies backward 30 feet into a massive tree trunk. Li Luo lands perfectly, looking like a total superstar after his big debut. Qingyi watches from the sidelines, looking totally impressed by that move. Yunfeng is completely frozen in shock. The whole place goes silent. Then someone in the crowd asks if they just saw something fly across the arena. They are all totally confused. Another student screams that Liu Yang just got sent flying, but a third guy argues back that there is no way Li Luo did that. While everyone is arguing, Li Luo just rests the bat on his shoulder. He looks at the guy and drops a cold line. "What was that you were saying about my speed?" He stands there like a boss, and the crowd cannot believe their own eyes. Liu Yang is a 6th seal level fighter. How did he get crushed by one hit? No way. Fa Jing is confused too. She asks what Liu Yang is even doing since he looks so pathetic out there. Yunfeng says he was just being careless and did not even use his power. He will not get lucky twice. Qingyi has been watching closely. She quietly says that even if there is a next time, he will still win. In fact, she thinks he will take the next 2 matches too. Yunfeng is fuming. The crowd starts buzzing. No way she is that into him, right? Is there something going on between them? Yunfeng finally snaps and yells at them to shut up or step up and face him. His outburst shuts everyone up instantly. He turns to Qingyi and insists there is no way that guy is going to win. She does not say a word, she just keeps watching. On the other side, Zhao Kuo is cheering his head off. Liu Yang struggles to stand up, claiming he was just caught off guard. Bei Kun is getting annoyed. He tells Lu Tai to get out there and be careful. He does not want to see another embarrassing loss. Someone notes that Li Luo's technique is actually pretty high level. If his power reached the 5th seal, he could probably take on most 6th seal fighters. Yunfeng just shrugs it off, saying the kid has always had a weird amount of luck on his side. The announcer yells that the 2nd round is starting. Lu Tai powers up, and his sword starts glowing with a scary orange light. He is using a 5th grade fire phase. The commentator follows every move. He is using his power right from the start to end it fast. He swings his sword, sending streaks of light straight at Li Luo. Lu Tai screams his name. He yells that no matter what tricks Li Luo has, his 5th seal power will crush him for sure. Li Luo just stands there, his eyes wide with surprise as he takes it in. The attack is like lightning. Li Luo barely has time to react, just dodging out of the way at the last second. Lu Tai laughs, saying that without power, he cannot block any of these moves. He goes for another strike, this time using a much stronger technique. Li Luo grips his staff. Suddenly, it is wrapped in a glowing water dragon. A thick mist starts to spread everywhere, making the entire stage look like it is buried in the clouds. Lu Tai cannot see a thing. He wonders where all this steam came from since his vision is totally blocked. Suddenly, Li Luo's staff appears right in front of him, covered in crashing waves. It happens so fast that Lu Tai can only stare in shock as the attack closes in on him. He finally snaps out of it and tries to raise his sword. The staff slams into the blade with a deafening metallic screech. Lu Tai tries to hold his ground, but he cannot take the hit and gets blown backward. The guards outside realize something is up. On stage, Lu Tai sits there, totally shell-shocked. What the heck just happened? Was my power seriously just crushed like that? Li Luo walks over, points his staff right at Lu Tai's face, and says coolly, "Get lost. You lost." The match results are crystal clear. This time, Lu Tai didn't stand a chance. Even so, he still lost to Li Luo. Lu Tai didn't hold back his 6th seal power at all. Wei Sha says happily, "Everyone knew Li Luo was born powerless. So this is crazy. Li Luo isn't powerless anymore, he has got water power." Than Wei smiles to herself, thinking, "I knew it all along." Yunfeng sneaks a look at her face. Her eyes are sparkling with joy she can't even hide. Southwind Academy just got a lot more interesting. Li Luo, you are making him jealous. The fight ended a while ago, but the crowd is still massive. Honestly, it looks like even more people are showing up now. Long Feng stands there scratching his head, wondering what is going on. How did Li Luo suddenly manifest water power? Is he using some forbidden cheat code? Sun Yak, standing right there, snaps back at the insult. Hey, watch your mouth. Just because he was born powerless doesn't mean he stays that way forever. Wei Sha laughs and shouts. Gained powers are rare, but not impossible. Rumor has it there are legendary treasures that can make the impossible happen in the blink of an eye. With that kind of magic, Li Luo parents probably left him some crazy rare treasure. That is definitely how he scored that water power. After this match, we will just ask Li Luo ourselves. We are just mentors here. The academy does not have the right to interrogate him. Another guy steps onto the stage, glares at him, and yells, Li Luo, stop hiding. It is Bei Hun. He sneers with total disgust. You think you are going to use these 3 matches to prove yourself? Not on my watch. I am going to shut you down right now. Li Luo does not even flinch at the trash talk. He just calmly asks, why are you acting so stupid? Is this a performance? Bei Hun was already annoyed, but now he is fuming. He yells, big talk for a dead man. Let us see how long that mouth stays open. He summons his spear and blinding light explodes everywhere. The crowd is on the edge of their seats, whispering like crazy. Bei Hun is a top-tier 6 seal user. This time, it looks like Li Luo is finally in over his head. Bei Hun charges forward like a rocket, smooth as the wind. He swings his spear hard at Li Luo and sneers, just a 5 seal power? And here I thought you actually became someone important. What a joke. Both of them launch into the air, flying straight at each other for a massive mid-air collision. Everyone is losing their minds. How is Li Luo blocking Bei Hun explosive power? He is only a 5 seal level, but Li Luo's strength just keeps growing. Is that a high-level skill? Even in the higher classes, only a few students can pull that off. Li Luo is doing it like a pro. He really is the smartest kid in Southwind Academy. If Bei Hun does not move, he is toast. Bei Hun is starting to sweat. He thinks, what the heck is happening? Li Luo power is overwhelming. Bei Hun unleashes a high-level technique, diving from the sky with his spear pointed right at Li Luo. He screams, Li Luo, you are dead meat. Suddenly, Li Luo's staff lets out a blinding flash. Bei Hun flinches, shouting, where did that light come from? But he does not stop. He swings his spear with everything he has got at Li Luo's head. He is getting more panicked by the second, thinking, what is going on? This spear strike should have hit home. It was right there. But suddenly, his heart starts pounding like a frantic warning bell, freezing him right in his tracks. He cannot do anything. Only one thought remains in his mind. I am totally screwed. While he is completely distracted, Li Luo swings his staff and lands a massive hit right on his face. That hit sends him slamming into the ground with a loud thud. Only Li Luo is left standing on the stage. Thick smoke rises from where Bei Hun crashed, and the guy is nowhere to be seen. The crowd cannot believe their eyes. Everyone is standing there with their mouths wide open in total shock. Once the dust settles, someone finally screams, did you see that? The legend is finally back. Li Luo just wrecked 3 top students all by himself. No one is looking down on him anymore. Is this former superstar actually making a massive comeback? It sure looks like it is happening right now. Fa Jing cannot believe it. Was not he born without any power? How does he have a nature type now? Than Wei just looks at him, totally calm as she answers. You can actually hear the pride in her voice. Gained powers are incredibly rare, but not impossible. Certain legendary treasures can actually force a nature type to manifest. Li Luo parents were absolute elites, after all. Fa Jing is still totally shook, asking, is he really making a miracle comeback? Yun Feng is standing right there and scoffs. You think it is that easy? Li Luo probably just has a basic water power, maybe level 5 or 6. His seal level is only at the 5th stage. Do you really think a mid-tier power like that is actually rare? Fa Jing nods, thinking it makes sense. True, the academy exams are less than a month away. There is no way Li Luo can catch up in time. It is just not going to happen. Li Luo leaves the stage and walks toward the man he calls director. The man asks, so, did you fix your power problem? Li Luo does not hesitate and answers quickly, yeah, it is a level 5 water power, The guy asking was Lin Feng. He acts like a wise mentor, giving advice. Li Luo, a level 5 water power is just average. Work harder if you want to actually succeed. He hits back with a polite smile. No need to worry about me, Master Lin. Power levels are obviously important, but it is not the only thing that matters in this world. Lin Feng just laughs and mocks him. A level 5 becoming a king? You really believe that? Wei Shi signals Lin Feng to shut it. He says cheerfully, "It is great that you have got some confidence, kid, but the exams are in less than a month. If you want to catch up, you better work 10 times harder." Li Luo bows politely and says, "Understood." Wei Sha's face immediately goes stone cold. He shouts out to everyone, "Listen up. 2 weeks from now, the Academy is opening mock exams. The basic requirement for Saint Xuan is a power level of at least 7 seals." Everyone starts buzzing with excitement and nerves. Only the top students in the first class have 7 seals. They say it is the basic requirement, but it is going to be a total bloodbath. Li Luo stays quiet, doing the math in his head. To be safe, he probably needs to level up his water power even more. He watches the leaves dance in the afternoon breeze. Li Luo is by himself when someone calls out to him from behind. He turns around, scratching his head nervously. He is totally tongue-tied and just stammers out, "Oh, hey, hello." Thon Wai looks at him and calmly asks, "Done hiding now?" He looks a bit stressed but answers, "Yeah, no more hiding." She keeps her gaze steady and serious. "Li Luo, listen. You were once the top student at South Wind Academy. If you actually want to reclaim that throne, you are going to have to beat me. I stayed quiet before because I did not want to mess with your head, but if you are a man, take back what is yours." He mumbles a quiet response. Thon Yi turns around to walk away, but throws one last comment over her shoulder. "I will be waiting. Also, just so you know, the way you have been acting these past few years, my opinion of you has dropped quite a bit." Who knows what she said at the very end? Li Luo just stands there, watching her walk away into the distance, feeling totally lost. He sighs and thinks, "Man, I really messed up with her." The prettier the girl, the more of a grudge she holds. Up in the building behind them, a mysterious figure watches them in silence. Looks like Li Luo noticed. The guy sees him looking and mouths every word clearly. "Li Luo, do not cause trouble. Stay away from Chang'er." Li Luo cannot hear a thing, though. He just mumbles to himself, wondering what that idiot is even doing. If you have something to say, just say it. Whispering like that makes you look like a rat stealing food. Who even knows what you are rambling about? Over at Nanfeng Academy, the students are all gossiping. They cannot believe Li Luo actually pulled off a comeback. An acquired resonance? Nobody has ever heard of that before. It is decent, but it is only a 5th grade water resonance. With the big exams just 1 month away, does he really think he can go beast mode and catch the top students? Despite being the center of the gossip, Li Luo just spaces out. He realizes that without using the light power from his water light resonance today, his fight against Bei Kun would have taken way longer. But hitting 6th grade with a 5th grade water light resonance is not easy. I better head back and talk this over with Kai Wei first. Heading back to the building where Kai Wei stays. Inside the quiet room, Kai Wei slowly places her speakers on the table. A second later, melodic music fills the air. It feels like flowers are blooming around her. Honestly, the only thing missing is a caption saying this scene was staged by a director. Right then, Li Luo bursts through the door, happily calling out for Sister Kai Wei. His sharp eyes lock onto his target, making his face turn red and his heart skip a beat. Kai Wei is caught off guard and glares in embarrassment. She snaps at him for not knocking, but Li Luo just gives her a cheeky, satisfied grin. After he finishes laughing, he promises to be more careful next time. Kai Wei loses her patience and asks what the young palace lord wants now. Li Luo puts on a cute face and says he has a special treasure to show her. Suddenly, Kai Wei is standing by the window holding a crossbow. She coolly reminds him that she has the strength of a resonant master. Seeing that weapon pointed right at him, Li Luo nervously asks what on earth she thinks she is doing. Kai Wei gives him a freezing cold stare and asks what this treasure is. Li Luo looks a little bit disappointed. He creates a stream of flowing water and says this is all he wanted to show her. After seeing his little performance, Kai Wei looks down and says she understands. She will do her best to satisfy his request. Li Luo is confused, so she slowly explains her reasoning. She asks if he wonders why she did not refuse him. After all, he is the young lord of House Luolin. The entire estate belongs to him and Jiang Qingyi, and now he finally has a resonance. His influence on House Luolin is worth way more than some spirit liquids. Finally, understanding her point, Li Luo starts waving his hands around in pure excitement. Sister Kai Wei, you really know how to read a person. Can you get me a few dozen bottles of 5th grade spirit liquid first? She agrees immediately, but warns him that since he needs such a large amount, their funds are low. She plans to sell some of the house assets and trade guilds in Tianshu Prefecture. He says with total confidence that he is leaving everything to her. No matter what happens, he has her back. Kai Wei thanks the young lord for his trust. While they are at it, Li Luo asks if she can take him to the facility where the house refines their spirit liquids. Since I have a water resonance, I need to learn about being a refiner. Kai Wei happily agrees to take him tomorrow. Back at Nanfeng Academy, Mentor Shenyu makes an announcement. The first house handed over some gold leaves to the second house today, so everyone gets extra resources for their cultivation starting now. Li Luo won these gold leaves all by himself yesterday, so everyone needs to give him a big thanks. Everyone starts cheering with excitement. It is awesome. Seeing everyone so happy, Li Luo cannot help but smile. After class, Mentor Shan Yue pulls him aside for a chat and asks if he is requesting another leave of absence. He simply says yes. The mentor does not push it and just tells him that the exams are coming up. Since he was behind for a while, he needs to catch up fast. If he fails the exam, there is no hope of getting into Astral Sage College. Li Luo obediently listens to his teacher. That afternoon, he eagerly heads over to score a free meal, happily calling out for Sister Kai Wei. Kai Wei is gracefully sipping her tea. She mentions that the Sun Creek workshop brings in huge profits for House Luolin every year. Because of that, Pei Hao is now desperately fighting to seize control of it by any means necessary. Li Luo nods along while stuffing his face. Kai Wei continues explaining her strategy, noting that Pei Hao bribed a vice president to sabotage the workshop and tank its profits for the entire year. Hearing this, Li Luo jumps up in a rage, cursing Pei Hao in his head. That total bastard. He is such a piece of trash. Unbelievable. Now I have completely lost my appetite. The convoy rolls into the north side of the city. Kai Wei professionally explains that this is where the Sun Creek Workshop branch sells its spirit liquids here in Tianshu Prefecture. Two people approach them from a distance to say hello. Kai Wei turns to Li Luo and whispers that those two over there are actually the managers of this branch. On the left is Yan Lingqing. She is a genius refiner from the Astral Sage College and also Jiang Qingyi's best friend. She is currently a 4th grade refiner sent here as backup. On the right is Zhuang Yi, who says it is an absolute honor to have the young lord and the manager visit the workshop today. Kai Wei does not give him the time of day. She snaps that he is overdoing it, since the workshop is the young lord's property. Why should visiting his own place be an honor? He just turns around and leaves, claiming he does not want to ruin their mood. Seeing that old fox's attitude, Li Luo realizes that Zhuang Yi has completely sided with Pei Hao. Lingqing curiously asks Sister Kai Wei what brings them to the workshop today. As Kai Wei walks over, Li Luo stares at the two girls in front of him. Actually, he is staring at their curves and thinking to himself that comparison really is the thief of joy. Lingqing catches him and gives him a death stare, asking what he is comparing. Li Luo smoothly talks his way out of it, saying it is rare to see two such stunning beauties together. Since each has her own unique style, he just could not help but stare. Lingqing lets it slide and scoffs that he has a silver tongue. She tells Kai Wei that they should get moving. She leads the way and explains the current situation to both of them as they walk. This branch currently has 2 4th grade refiners, 9 3rd grade refiners, 16 2nd grade refiners, and 33 1st grade refiners on the payroll. Li Luo processes the info and realizes Kai Wei already knows all this. She must be saying it just for him. Qing Yi's best friend might act cold on the outside, but she clearly has a good heart. The three of them head into another room. Ling Qing mentions that this is her workspace and asks if Kai Wei really just came here to look around. Kai Wei explains that the young lord wants to learn about being a refiner. Standing in the back, Li Luo cannot help but comment on how cool the room is. Ling Qing hesitates, remembering that the young lord is supposed to be powerless. Kai Wei knows what she is thinking and tells Li Luo it is time for his performance. She wants him to shock a senior student like her. Li Luo immediately shows off his skills. Ling Qing gasps in total shock, asking if that is really a water resonance. Li Luo explains that it is a 5th grade water resonance. Ling Qing is confused and asks why he is not focusing all his energy on the academy entrance exams. If he gets into Astral Sage College, he will have world-class teachers. Li Luo acts like he does not have a care in the world. He says he knows his priorities and just wants to learn a little bit. Kai Wei gently suggests that since the young lord finally wants to improve himself, a senior student like her should teach him. Ling Qing gives in and agrees. She asks Li Luo if he already knows the basics of being a refiner. Then, she points to a massive pile of books and tells him to read them all. Seeing Li Luo actually sit down and start reading, she thinks to herself that this kid is actually a pretty good listener. She rushed to her desk, reminding the guys to just hang out while she handled some unfinished business. Tai told her to go ahead and work while he rested his eyes for a minute. Meanwhile, in another room, Zhuang Yi kicked his feet up and asked his lackey what the young master and the head butler were busy with. The lackey reported they were just wandering. The old man smirked and ordered him to track their every move, since this was his big chance to finally take over the branch. Then we will run this whole place and kick Ling Qing to the curb. Now get out. The lackey bowed and left, leaving Zhuang Yi to laugh like a total psycho. His eyes flashed with pure evil as he muttered to himself, "Tha na, you think some student can stop me? This place is already in the palm of my hand." As the sun set, Li Luo rubbed his eyes. Ling Qing walked over and nodded. "Not bad. You actually have some patience. Come with me." She led him into the lab to teach him the basics of crafting spirit liquids by mixing ingredients perfectly. Every single material has its own unique traits and impurities, and the final result of the entire process is what we call the spirit water. While speaking, she pulled out a flower and introduced it as the heartleaf water flower. To craft this, you have to use your own water and light resonance to fuse the materials together. Merging all these different ingredients requires a specific type of inner force. This power is usually referred to as either primal water or primal light. This is the resonance core, which condenses your power into primal water. Drop by drop, it falls until it finally fills a whole bottle of spirit water. Ling Qing held it up and said this was a grade 1 spirit water. The process is honest. The quality of your primal water directly boosts the refining power. It depends on the crafter's resonance grade. For instance, if Thaning Na made this, it would be stronger. Even with the same resonance, the results vary based on individual willpower. Li Luo stared at the bottle and wondered what would happen if different primal waters were mixed. He thought, I was born without a resonance, even if I gained one later. My empty resonance is still there. Could my primal water be used by other masters since it seems to be able to harmonize with everything? Seeing his focus, Ling Qing told him that if he wanted to be a master, she would teach him the basics. Once he made a grade 1 liquid, he would officially be one. From then on, Li Luo got super disciplined, training at Southwind Academy. He used the Golden House at home and practiced his resonance arts every single day. He spent his free time learning from Ling Qing to become a legit master. Time flew by and he felt himself getting stronger every day until the academy exam arrived. Li Luo finally reached the 6th tier of power, exactly as he had planned. Today, the Southwind Academy was way more crowded and energetic than usual because the midterm exams were finally about to kick off. The main goal was to filter through the crowd and pick the top 20 students who would eventually represent the entire academy in the final competition. Zhao Kuo looked at the crowd and said, "Man, it is packed." Li Luo nodded in agreement. This is the last chance for students to show off. Let us see how lucky you are, but based on your resonance, you might not last 2 rounds. Zhao Kuo just scoffed. I hope you face Lu Qing'er in the first round. He snapped. Li Luo shot back with his own curse, and they kept bickering until they reached the testing area. The principal announced that the exams were officially starting. He told them to give it their all since these rankings would determine their entire future careers. The exam lasts 3 days. You can find the first day brackets posted on the walls all around the main square. Without further ado, I declare the exams officially open. As soon as he finished, the crowd went wild as the match brackets appeared on the wall. Zhao Kuo checked the list excitedly and told Li Luo that their opponents today looked like total pushovers who would not even stand a chance. Li Luo nodded, noting that even though his opponents were from the first house, they did not seem as tough as Bei Kun. Zhao Kuo said his goodbyes and headed off to his match, telling Li Luo to good luck. Li Luo waved him off and finished his own fight way faster than expected. The first round was over in just a couple of minutes. He was happy with the quick win, thinking he could head to see Ling Qing early. But then he froze, eyes wide, as a girl caught his attention. It was Lu Qing'er, looking absolutely stunning as usual. Li Luo walked up and asked her how her matches were going, assuming they were a breeze for her. She politely replied, noting that he had gotten even stronger. Then she asked him how far he actually planned to go in this exam. Li Luo looked down and said he just wanted to hit the top 20 so he could make the list for the final exam. Lu Qing'er looked him straight in the eye and told him that with his real strength, he should easily be aiming for the top 10. She felt like he should stop hiding his power and silence his haters once and for all. Li Luo knew she meant well, but he was not ready to show his hand. Despite his thoughts, he just told her he would try his best. He did not hang around to chat and quickly said goodbye since he had work to do. She watched him leave, feeling a bit lost. Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the air saying that Song Yunfeng from the first house had won his match. Song Yunfeng looked pissed, his mind full of hatred for Li Luo. He thought about how he had warned him. Meanwhile, Li Luo was back at the lab, enjoying his work. He was getting more and more into this crafting thing. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the door with a super creepy smile. Zhuang Yi noticed how hard the young master was working and spoke up. Li Luo mentioned he was busy learning the craft from Ling Qing. The old man laughed, saying that while she was a graduate, she still lacked real experience. He then offered to give the boy some professional advice himself. Li Luo flat out refused, saying he liked Ling Qing's style. He told the guy he would reach out if he ever actually needed anything later on. The old man acted disappointed and started to leave. Then Li Luo remembered something. He told the vice president that supplies were low and asked him to restock them immediately. Zhuang Yi got awkward and tried to dodge it, saying it was not his fault and that there were major issues with the supply chain. He said shortages were normal, but he would keep an eye on it. Li Luo just watched him silently before turning away. Then Zhuang Yi's lackey finally spoke up. The lackey was surprised by the young master, thinking he must be using some insane treasures left behind by his parents. The old man grumbled that it was a total waste of resources. He said the kid was only 5th grade and told the lackey to send word to Pei Hao immediately. He also ordered him to push the licensing for the Grade 1 lab, saying Ling Qing was getting on his nerves. The subordinate nodded. Yes, inside the Grade 1 lab, voices kept shouting about the refining power hitting level 4. Li Luo arrived and immediately got scolded by Ling Qing. She told him he had made 4 specific mistakes, mostly because his heat control on the silver leaf fruit was totally off. The moon essence is way too sticky, and that smoke water is too thin. Your water power just isn't hitting that saturation point, kid. She slammed her glasses down and barked, "Do it all over again." The lackey moped away while Ling Qing watched him leave, feeling a major storm brewing inside. She was stuck following Jiang Qing's orders anyway. He already runs the 2nd-tier lab, but now Zhuang Yi is getting greedy and coming for the 1st-tier spot. His excuse? He has got some star student who is pumping out spirit fluids at 50 or 60% purity. It is a total power play to take over the whole operation. Zhuang Yi is using this to spread rumors that I suck at teaching. Now, even the masters at Sun Creek are starting to doubt me. If this keeps up, that snake is going to snatch the first-tier lab right from under us. That kills our production and leaves House Luo Nam in total ruins. Yanhua spotted Li Luo arriving and looked totally stressed out. He asked why the vice president looked like she wanted to murder someone. Yanhua sighed, admitting they had been getting screamed at all morning. Then she quickly caught him up on all the drama going down in the labs. Li Luo finally got it. This fight for the first-tier lab was a huge deal. If Zhuang Yi actually pulled this off, they were toast. It would absolutely crush Ling Qing's reputation and strip her of all power at Sun Creek moving forward. We are desperate for cash right now, so any disaster here would be a total nightmare for me and my future. But hey, no use crying over spilled milk. Time to stop overthinking and actually start studying for the day. 2 hours of study flew by in a blur, and Li Luo's refining skills were getting smoother by the second. Suddenly, the door slammed open, scaring the life out of everyone. Ling Qing spun around, shocked. The room started buzzing. It was Zhuang Yi. What the hell was he doing here now? Ling Qing stepped up to face him. Vice President Zhuang Yi, do you even know what rules are? He just gave a slimy smirk. Look, production of our spirit fluids has tanked recently. It is dragging down the entire reputation of Sun Creek, and honestly, it is making us all look bad. She shot back with ice in her voice. You know exactly why production is down. If you hadn't choked off our supply of raw materials, we wouldn't be in this mess. But the old snake just shrugged off the blame. Materials are scarce everywhere. I can't just pull them out of thin air. Look, we are professionals here, and results are the only thing that matters. You're supposedly training a first-tier resonance master, but where is the proof of your success? Your best student can barely hit 50% purity on a basic spirit fluid. Hearing that, the other masters in the room felt totally insulted. He kept on bragging about his own student, Shi Yun, who hits 56% purity without breaking a sweat. I think it is time you hand over the first-tier lab to me. Don't you all agree that my proposal is perfectly reasonable? Shi Yun gave a cocky laugh. Vice President, maybe you should just let me take over the first-tier lab instead. That way you can focus on the second-tier lab, which is supposed to be our main moneymaker anyway. Ling Qing's face went dark with rage, but suddenly a bright light flashed, cutting right through the argument. A cheerful voice rang out from the back of the room. It is finished. Li Luo held up a glass vial and said, 60% purity. Everyone was floored. The young lord actually made that? Ling Qing pushed her way to the front, shouting for everyone to move so she could check the vial herself. Zhuang Yi's side started looking real nervous, especially when the test scale lit up halfway across the room. Ling Qing was stunned. This fluid is incredibly pure. It really is 60%. She turned around with a smug grin. Hey, Vice President Zhuang Yi, looks like I won't be handing over this lab after all. Didn't see that coming, did you? The old man glared at her, trying to find a flaw. You're pulling some kind of trick here, aren't you? Ling Qing just raised an eyebrow. You calling me a liar? Zhuang Yi backed down, mumbling excuses before scurrying away. As soon as they left, the whole room felt like it could breathe again. Ling Qing couldn't stop praising him. I can't believe you hit that purity on your first try. You've got a real gift for this resonance stuff, kid. Li Luo just scratched his head, acting all humble. Guess I just got lucky today. She was glowing. Seriously, you saved us, but don't expect a thank you note. After all, this place is basically your personal ATM anyway. But since I am in such a great mood, I am taking you out to grab some dinner later tonight. Outside, the city lights seemed to celebrate their big win. Li Luo and Ling Qing clinked glasses and knocked them back. She was clearly hyped up, telling him he did an amazing job and that she was finally feeling alive again. Li Luo gave a shy laugh. Like you said, I am just making money for myself, right? She blushed and pouted. That jerk Zhuang Yi has been getting on my nerves for forever. I've wanted to wipe that smirk off his face for a long time now. But forget him. You still have a long way to go to catch up to Qing'e. Li Luo didn't mind the comment. Obviously, he said, but I am going to work my tail off. Ling Qing pointed at him, looking curious. So tell me, what do you really think about Jiang Qing'e? Li Luo played it cool. Everyone knows she's brilliant. If I said I wasn't thinking about her, you'd just call me a liar for being too humble. Ling Qing smirked. Look at you being honest. Right now you're still at Southwind, but wait until you get into the Astral Sage Academy. Then you will see how scary your competition really is. He just grinned with pride. Whatever, I'm still the one she's engaged to. If those guys try anything, Qing'e will definitely have my back and protect me. She burst out laughing. You are a crafty one, aren't you? They kept drinking way into the night until Ling Qing finally passed out. Li Luo nervously tried to wake her up. Hey, wake up. You looked so confident. I actually thought you could handle your liquor. A few cups in and you are totally out. The waiter wished them a safe trip as they left. Ling Qing was dead to the world. Not even realizing Li Luo was carrying her, he got her into a carriage and told the driver to take her home. Then he started walking back, telling himself he needed to work even harder from now on. Little did he know, Ling Qing was wide awake inside. She whispered that his little fiancé might be weak, but he definitely had her seal of approval. The next day at House Luo, things were back to normal. Li Luo woke up with a massive hangover. My head is killing me. Kai Wei just shook her head. Drinking with Ling Qing? Seriously? You're basically just a kid. Li Luo groaned. She teased him before getting down to business. A big sister is still a big sister. Okay. I have been busy selling off some useless property and minor businesses for House Luo in the Tianshu district lately. Li Luo praised her, saying she was the best, totally unlike Ling Qing who cannot handle her drinks at all. Kai Wei looked absolutely shocked. Can't handle her drinks? Li Luo then told her all about how he had to carry her home last night. She laughed and winked. You are such a dummy. Ling Qing can drink 10 times as much as you without even getting a red face. You better hope you didn't try anything while she was faking it. Otherwise, she will never say a single good word about you to Jiang Qing'e. Li Luo went pale. Women are terrifyingly deep thinkers. When he got to the academy later, the vibe was totally different. Everyone looked drained and exhausted. It was pretty obvious that most of the students had a rough time during yesterday's tournament and were still feeling the pain today. Zhao Kuo ran up to him immediately. Hey man, you're here. You've got 2 matches today, but do not sleep on the first one. You remember Yu Lang from the first house, right? Li Luo thought for a second. Yu Lang? Yeah, he is a big name in the first house, always ranked in the top 10. I heard he has a 6th grade wind resonance and is famous for being insanely fast. Zhao Kuo warned him that the guy had reached the 7th seal. Li Luo rubbed his chin, thinking it over. 7th seal is tough, but I can still handle him. He patted Zhao Kuo's shoulder. Don't worry about me, I have got this. Another student called out, Hey, someone is outside looking for you. When he stepped out, he saw a familiar face waiting around. It was Yu Lang himself, looking as flashy as ever. Li Luo was surprised it had been way too long since they last met. Look at you, rising from the ashes like a legend. Still the same guy who ruled Southwind Academy. Li Luo just rolled his eyes. Can you please talk like a normal human? You look like a total idiot. Ngu Lang winks and tells me some rich jerk from the office offered him a fat stack of cash to hunt me down and go all out just to totally wreck me during our match today. Hope I am ready. Li Luo is not surprised at all. Is this guy a snitch or just trying to play both sides for the money? He folds his arms and laughs, saying Oolong acts romantic but talks way too much. Consider this a favor returned. I am just here to warn you if you realize you cannot handle me, you better jump off the stage fast. Of course, maybe you are hiding some crazy secret power. If so, I will just play along. Let me land a hit so you can bail. That way, I still collect that fat bonus from Yunfeng. That jerk is paying a crazy high price. Right, like that is gonna happen. I am not that clumsy kid who trips over his own pants anymore. Li Luo sighs. You are seriously annoying, man. I am definitely telling the teacher on you for this. Nu Lang snaps. Li Luo, you are a total dog. Do you know how hard it is for me to earn cash these days? A rich kid like you would never understand the struggle. Li Luo brushes him off. Fine, just get lost. The info was not worth much, but thanks anyway. Ngulong grumbles and tells him to watch his back out there. Walking back, Li Luo gets quiet. Yunfeng's grudge is growing, mostly because of Chinger and some old family drama between the Songs and Luo Nams. I keep a low profile, so why is he still coming for me? The morning matches fly by without any drama. Super smooth. But in the afternoon, Li Luo finally faces Ngulong. It was only a matter of time. Ngu Lang is sweating bullets. Talk about awkward. Can I just not fight this genius kid? The referee shouts start, and Ngu Lang lunges forward to strike first. Ngu Lang charges in first, slamming his fist right into Li Luo's protective shield. He does not stop there, unleashing a brutal flurry of punches. The fight gets intense as Ngu Lang moves so fast he leaves after images and cuts through the wind. It is like he is swallowing Li Luo whole. Li Luo stays in a total defensive stance, waiting, constantly shifting around. The crowd is shocked. Li Luo is pulling out some high-level resonance arts, but Ngu Lang is way stronger than he looks. Trying to block those lightning-fast attacks is not going to be an easy job for him. On the stage, Ngu Lang gathers massive energy in his hand for a wind finger strike. Li Luo reacts just as fast, charging up his water palm. Ngu Lang's hand glows like a blade as they both charge in head-on. When the two moves collide, the impact triggers a massive explosion on stage. The crowd is terrified but amazed that Li Luo actually neutralized Ngu Lang's strongest attack. That was seriously impressive. A mid-tier resonance art just shut down Ngu Lang's high-tier windfinger. The top student of Namfong Academy definitely lives up to the legend. Ngu Lang just grins on stage. This guy is a total freak, but I like it. Li Luo is actually making this fun. He prepares to lunge forward again, but suddenly his head starts spinning. He looks back in total shock. What is this? Wait, when did my legs get tied up? Li Luo just smirks. You might not trip over your pants anymore, but a water snake will still take you down. Ngu Lang's face turns pale. Li Luo, you dirty cheater. Finally, Li Luo sends him flying with one punch. Ngu Lang coughs up a mouthful of blood that sprays into the air as he spins twice. Li Luo stands there with his mouth wide open. That blood spray looks totally fake. He is clearly overacting to earn that money from Yunfeng before quitting school. Meanwhile, the crowd goes wild. Great job, Li Luo. He glares back with a look of pure disdain. Li Luo just stares him down, staying quiet and thoughtful. Suddenly, someone runs up to him. It is Chu Coat, and he throws an arm around his shoulder, laughing and chatting away. They head over to the massive stone board covered in names. Chu Coat looks shocked by the list, while Li Luo stays completely bored and indifferent. He gives a worried look and lets out a weak laugh. We are in trouble. Only the heavy hitters are left. You might actually face him. The board clearly shows the next match. Li Luo. Right then, Yunfeng smirks with total confidence. His attitude is confusing everyone. He was in such a bad mood earlier, but now he looks like a different person. He stares ahead with excitement and says he is happy because he gets to face his rival tomorrow. Seeing him face Li Luo makes sense to everyone, since they have both been winning all their matches so far. He keeps that smug grin on his face and remarks that the chances of them meeting were always pretty high. Fa Qing gets lost in thought as she looks around the entire Namfong Academy. Only Qinger can really handle Yunfeng. Li Luo knows how much he likes her, yet he still keeps messing with him. A guy fueled by pure jealousy is not going to have much logic left. Tomorrow is going to be brutal. A clear sky hangs over the carriage. Inside, Li Luo is thinking, this is messy. Yunfeng is not just at the seal stage, his resonance is way more powerful than mine. Plus, he has that 7th grade Crimson Eagle resonance. That is a high-tier grade. From 7 to 9 is the top level of resonance power anyone can cultivate. Between his raw power and his high resonance grade, I am totally outmatched. I might actually lose this fight. He looks down, feeling defeated, wondering if he should just give up now. Thick mist still hangs over the massive grounds of the manor. Tai Vi looks worried and asks what is wrong. Did you not sleep well? He just replies gloomily that the pressure from the upcoming academy exams has been getting to him lately. Oh right, Ling Qing was asking about you last night. She said you have not been to Sun Creek lately. Li Luo mumbles that he will focus on that once the exams are over, but she can visit anytime she wants. Taivi casually holds her scissors, giving him a teasing look. Why don't you have the guts to say that right to her face? Li Luo does not stick around. He waves goodbye to Taivi, mostly because he is afraid she will actually hit him. I am done eating. See ya. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name, and he quickly turns his head around. The person calling him is Qinger. She looks at him without much emotion and asks if he is fighting Yunfeng today. He slowly nods his head in response. Qinger looks curious and asks what his plan is. Li Luo just scratches his face awkwardly and says he will probably just forfeit the match right away. Her face lights up and she leans in close to comfort him. That is a very smart choice. There is no reason to fight him right now. With your insane talent for resonance arts, you will close that gap between you two in no time. He closes his eyes and agrees. But then, her expression suddenly darkens. She says this whole mess might actually be her fault and tells him she is really sorry about it. Li Luo disagrees. He rubs his eyes and tries to explain that she is just a small part of it. The real issue is the drama between their families. More importantly, he can tell that Yunfeng is actually terrified. That surprises her. Scared? Li Luo confirms it. His face turns serious as he explains that Yunfeng is terrified. I will go back to how I used to be. He hates just living in my shadow. If that happens, all his hard work over the years becomes a total joke. Qinger seems to finally understand the hidden meaning behind what he is saying. So he wants to crush you now before you fully peak. He is using you to boost his own fragile ego. That is exactly what Li Luo was trying to say. Qinger looks really worried and deep in thought. If that is true, he is not going to let you off easily today. But Li Luo does not seem bothered. Li Luo walked off, leaving Qingyi totally baffled. He did not look like a guy out of options. Was there some hidden play to dodge this duel with Yunfeng? So, Li Luo's first fight wrapped up smoothly. But his second match? They saved that for the grand finale of the exams, the big closing act. The big shots on the balcony were laughing. Li Luo versus Yunfeng? You think he actually stands a chance? Is this fight even worth watching, Principal? Lu Zheng looked annoyed. This whole matchup is totally rigged. He should just forfeit now. There is no shame in walking away from a suicide mission. Unlike him, Weisha was actually hyped. Li Luo hit the top 20 in record time. Give him a minute, and he will be breathing down Yunfeng's neck. But the others were not buying it. The only thing Li Luo has on him is raw talent. Yunfeng has a 7th grade resonance and power he just cannot touch. Catching up? Not gonna be that easy. Finally, the man of the hour shows up looking all arrogant. The crowd went wild. Yunfeng! Yunfeng! He is so hot. Li Luo just smirked and stepped out looking like a total boss. The crowd's reaction was even louder. Oh my god, he is way cuter than Yunfeng. Go, Li Luo. He slowly raised a hand, while Yunfeng glared at him with zero chill. You here to surrender or what? Li Luo did not flinch. You gonna try to trash talk me into making a mistake? Yunfeng just sneered, eyes full of pure hate. Nah, I just think having a pathetic son like you must be a massive, total embarrassment for your parents. Li Luo looked down silently. Then he looked up, eyes burning with a literal fire. Bring it on. I am giving you a chance here. But if you want a piece of me, you better bring your A game. Qingyi looked totally stressed out and worried. She could not believe he actually had the guts to insult Li Luo's legendary parents. That is where he draws the line. Chu Kuo was watching from the sidelines and he was fuming. That jerk Yunfeng is totally out of line. Then, the announcement everyone was waiting for. Fight! The referee barely finished before Yunfeng exploded with power, a 7th grade crimson bird resonance glowing behind him. The crowd's jaws hit the floor. Yunfeng is not holding back at all. He is throwing everything he has got. How is Li Luo supposed to deal with this gap? Li Luo stayed focused, watching every move. He slowly let his spirit energy flow like a rising tide around him. Heavy water wave. Someone noticed his move. It is a solid technique that builds power. But against Yunfeng? Yunfeng just looked at him with nothing but pure contempt. He charged forward, wrapped in that fiery phoenix aura. You think this changes anything? Get lost. Their powers slammed into each other. creating a massive, blinding explosion of light. Li Luo got blasted back to the very edge of the ring, but he did not blink. He was still locked in, even as people whispered that the power gap was just too huge for him to ever win. Yunfeng lunged again, loading up a massive power punch. He was like a predator on the hunt, not giving Li Luo a single second to catch his breath. But then, Li Luo pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. A strange light started to glow. His eyes were chillingly, terrifyingly calm. He tossed a barrier at his opponent, and everyone was totally confused. It looked like a desperate move. Qingyi was terrified because a basic water mirror spell could not possibly stop Yunfeng's brutal, razor-sharp attack. But the guy himself did not care. He just screamed in rage and threw his strongest strike. A golden explosion ripped through the air. He was the one who got sent flying back through the thick smoke. Chu Kuo was absolutely stunned. Yunfeng got pushed back? Since when was Li Luo's water mirror this powerful? Yunfeng was fuming, gritting his teeth in pure frustration. That counterforce felt like 70% of my own power hitting me back. There is no way a regular water mirror technique can do that. It is completely, totally impossible. Li Luo gave him a smug grin. Yunfeng realized there was something seriously wrong with that spell. Even Bei Hun and Fa Jing could not believe their eyes. This has to be a joke. The crowd was losing their minds. How did Li Luo block Yunfeng's full power? Finally, Qingyi could relax. The whole arena was basically just a stage for Li Luo now, and the cheers for him were getting insane. He really is the best at spirit arts in the school. But some people still could not believe it. How? You okay there, Yunfeng? Li Luo smirked. Looks like my experiment worked. Mixing light energy into a medium-level light art I call shadow vision. Let's call this new combo the water light mirror. If both powers are pushed to the limit, Yunfeng was losing it. Stop with the cheap tricks. You think you can actually change the outcome of this fight? He screamed so hard his veins were popping out. He charged in to crush Li Luo, but Li Luo just stuck out one hand and stopped him cold. Then he just laughed in his face as Yunfeng tumbled backward. Li Luo stood his ground like a solid rock. Yunfeng's jaw was literally on the floor. Every time I hit him, it feels like I am just punching myself. What the hell is this move? Even Wei Sha was watching the whole thing in total shock. This water mirror technique is definitely something special. Everyone else was gossiping too. That kind of counter power? It looks more like a high-level mystic water technique. Can a kid at Li Luo's level really pull off a high-level spirit art like that? Shan Yue chimed in. It is definitely just a water mirror, but it looks like Li Luo tweaked the formula a bit. People were stunned. Changing a technique is not something a student can just do. I guess he really is his parents' son. I cannot believe this fight is going so differently than I thought. On the stage, Yunfeng growled. You scared to fight for real? Li Luo just shrugged. Not at all. Come get some. Yunfeng looked like a rabid dog who just lost his bone. Suddenly, he had an idea. Wait, this water mirror is still a high-level art. It uses a ton of energy. If I keep forcing him to use it, he will run dry. Without that mirror, Li Luo is just a wolf with no teeth. Nothing to be afraid of. Li Luo saw him plotting and just laughed to himself. You want to drain my energy? Smart move, I guess. But if you think that will stop me, you are dead wrong. Both of them charged in for the next round. Yunfeng's plan was not working, and he started to panic. Damn it! Even with his energy suppressed, I still cannot crush him. Li Luo, how many more times can your weak power actually pull off that mirror trick? Li Luo did not say a word. He just smirked and kept casting his mirror arts. That familiar flash hit again as they both flew back. For the next few minutes, the crowd just stared, watching the same loop over and over. It was a game of chicken now. How long could Li Luo's energy hold out? This stalemate dragged on until his 10th cast. Li Luo was looking pretty gassed. Fen smirked and bragged, Li Luo, your little strategy isn't working anymore. I bet you do not even have enough energy left to spark one more water mirror. He charged up his power, arms raised high with a wild look. Let us see what you can do now. But out of nowhere, a hand reached out and caught his arm mid-swing, stopping him cold. Fen was pinned, unable to move an inch. "What are you doing?" he barked. The referee stepped in between them and calmly said, "Hey kid, listen up. Your time is officially over." Li Luo rubbed his wrists and dropped a burn. "Game over, idiot. Did you want overtime or something?" Li Luo did not mind saying it again. "Time is up, moron. Were you expecting a bonus?" The crowd was buzzing in total shock. Fen wanted to drain Li Luo's power, but he got played. Yu Lang, covered in bandages, chimed in. Li Luo was just stalling for time. Fen started yelling like a rabid dog. "He is out of energy. I have got him. Just give me 1 second, one more second." Li Luo said nothing. He just gave him a winner's smirk. The ref was not having it. Rules are rules, and the clock ran out. Fen just screamed louder. "You have got to be kidding me." Ignoring his temper tantrum, the ref announced the final result. "It is a draw." The stands exploded with cheers. "Brother Luo, you are the absolute GOAT." Yu Lang grinned to himself. Is this freak actually making a comeback? Even Fen took a hit this time. Chinger smiled from the sidelines. "I knew it, Li Luo. You are finally standing tall again. That is the version of you that is truly brilliant." Li Luo walked off looking tall. Chinger watched him go, her mind racing. "This is not enough," she thought. "I want to see you reach the peak, and then I am going to crush you." Two shadows approached from a distance. Li Luo patted his shoulder and said, "I gave you a chance, Fen, and you blew it. You are a total failure. This was your shot, and now it is gone forever." Then his voice turned cold. "Now, about that trash you talked about my mom, we are settling that right now." Fen was not backing down. "Fine then," he spat. "I will be waiting." As they walked past, Wei Xia from the Sea Guard could not stop praising him. This Li Luo kid never planned on winning. His whole goal was just to force a draw. Lan Feng stood nearby and shared his take. Li Luo's performance was not bad today, but the real exams have a time limit. These little tricks will not save him when the real pressure hits. Shan Yue jumped in to defend him. "Who says Li Luo will not improve by then?" Wei Xia waved his hand dismissively. "How he performs later is his own business," he said. "But for this exam, Nanfeng Academy has to stay #1 in Tianshu Prefecture." His face turned terrifyingly dark as he gave his orders. "If anything goes wrong on the big day, there will be consequences." The teachers nearby bowed low, sweating bullets. Lan Feng stammered, "Do not worry, Principal. Our top house is the strongest. We will definitely keep the Academy's honor alive. You have my word." Pleased with the answer, he nodded, but Shan Yue spoke up. "Don't forget Dong Yuan Academy. They have full support from the governor's office. Their top student right now is Si Kong'e, the governor's son, Si Kong'e. His talent is basically on par with Chang'er. This year's exam is going to be brutal for us." Lan Feng turned to leave. "If they want to steal our title, they will have to get through my house first. Let them try." Shan Yue shook his head. "Keep acting tough. Let us see how you feel when you actually lose." After the draw with Fen, Li Luo was locked into the top 20. Usually, those top students would fight for a higher rank. But when Shan Yue asked if he wanted to climb higher, Li Luo just said no. "Who has time for that? Wouldn't it be better to spend my time upgrading my water palace before the big final exam?" The battle for the top 20 ended the next day. In the end, 2 students from the second house made the cut, Li Luo and Zhao Kuo. After the trials, Nanfeng Academy gave everyone a week off. Students could go home or stay and train. Li Luo did not hesitate for a second. He headed straight home. Back at his place, he got to work, absorbing spirit water to boost his power. Opening his eyes, he sighed. That was the last bottle from this batch. Kaiwei helped him buy 5th-grade spirit liquids, but it cost over 400,000 gold. If Kaiwei had not sold off some of the Luolan house's local properties, she literally could not afford to keep him fed. These days, Kaiwei would not even eat breakfast at the old house. Li Luo was about to speak up and ask a quick question, but she shut him down immediately. "No," she said. She was probably terrified he would ask for another 20 bottles of spirit water. Li Luo got it. She is a top-tier manager, Having to constantly sell off family assets just to keep the lights burning in Tianshu Prefecture? That has got to be a massive stain on her professional record. Poor girl is struggling. Since Kai Wei had not quit yet, Li Luo figured she must have a heart as big as the ocean. He laughed to himself. A bit later, he showed up at the Sun Creek workshop. He hid behind a bookshelf and peeked out. Kai Wei and Yan Qing had already spotted him. "Young master," Kai Wei called. Li Luo walked over. "What is the talk today?" Kai Wei answered, "We are discussing Sun Creek's income for the year." Li Luo's brow furrowed. "Is the money bad?" Yan Qing quickly replied, "Two shops are fighting over the first grade market. One is our green emerald water, the other is sunshine grade. Both products have basically the same quality, which makes it tough. Together, they control nearly 80% of the first grade market. But lately, the quality of the sunshine liquids from the Song family's shop has spiked. Their average purity is hitting our highest levels now. For Sun Creek, this is a massive blow. More importantly, if this keeps up, we are going to lose the entire first-grade spirit water market to the Song family for good." The room went dead silent until Kai Wei broke the tension. She said, "Our monthly output is 150 bottles. A bottle of first-grade water goes for 50,000 gold. Profit is about 30,000 gold. So, per year, the total income for Sun Creek from first-grade spirit water hits around 90,000 gold. That is a lot of cash on the line." Li Luo was impressed. "Not bad, Kai Wei. You have really done your homework. So why did the quality of the Song family's product suddenly shoot up like that? Any ideas?" Yan Qing broke it down. "Three things affect quality: the formula, experience, and the caster's raw power. Then there is the quality of the raw materials. After some analysis, I think the Song family hired a master to give them an edge." Kai Wei cut in. "Plus, that guy Pei Hao has been using this as an excuse to attack Yan Qing. He is saying this whole mess is her fault. He wants her kicked out of Sun Creek." For some reason, Yan Qing just glared at Kai Wei's chest with a look of pure, concentrated frustration. She clenched her fists. Suddenly, Kai Wei looked like she had just had a revelation. Then they both glared at Li Luo like they wanted to eat him alive. He put on a serious face and said, "When we are talking shop, cut the distractions. You are adults now. If it happens again, I am calling you both out." "Is that Trang Yi guy still causing drama?" At the mention of Trang Yi, Ling Kan looked pissed. "That guy is a straight-up menace, causing non-stop drama and infighting. Product quality is tanking this year, and you can bet it is all his fault." Li Luo frowned. "We need serious cash right now, so we cannot afford any screw-ups. This guy is a total liability. We need to find a way to push him out." Tai Vi felt stuck. The branch is a total mess and Lin Kan just does not have enough clout yet. Kicking him out now would cause a riot, especially since he has got Bui Hao backing him up. Li Luo had a major headache. "This guy is literally trying to kill my cash flow. They already snatched the house seal from me. This place is a total money pit," he muttered. "But Bui Hao is already a heavy hitter and he is too smart to slip up. For now, we stay low and hide behind Thon Nga to level up." Suddenly, a messenger rushed in. The deputy manager and vice president Nan are calling a meeting. Vice President Trang Yi just summoned every manager in the branch to talk shop, and he wants all three of you there. Speak of the devil and he appears. Everyone groaned because they knew this guy was looking for a fight. They headed straight to the meeting room. Inside the hall, Tai Vi and Lin Kan froze. Standing there was Deng Bin, a big-shot elder from headquarters. He has been around since the founders first built this place, so his street cred is off the charts. But this old guy is notoriously stubborn and old school. He is like a piece of dry gristle, tough and annoying. Usually, he hangs out at the Royal Capital headquarters. Him showing up here now? Yeah, that definitely smells like trouble. Deng Bin nodded. "Greetings, young master." Li Luo kept it polite, but Deng Bin cut to the chase. "Profits in the Skytree province are trash. Headquarters sent me to investigate and finally settle who is in charge here." His face went cold as stone. "Vice President Nan, I have been looking at the data. Your first-tier refining room is failing miserably lately. It is hurting our name in the province. What have you got to say for yourself?" Lin Khan did not flinch. You want to know why? Maybe you should ask Vice President Trang Yi over there. He knows exactly what is up. Trang Yi looked smug, but Lin Khan grit her teeth. If you had not been secretly sabotaging my supply chain and blocking our raw materials, we would not be in this mess. We cannot even work. He just shrugged with a smirk. Look, the house's situation around here is already garbage, and those three rival families are constantly breathing down our necks. The third-tier room brings in all the cash, and we need to play nice with those families for supplies. Obviously, the moneymakers get priority on materials, right? Quiet, Dung Bin barked. You both have excuses, but I do not give a damn. I only care about the bottom line and the profits of this branch. Anyone who messes with our earnings or trashes our brand is dead to me. The whole room went dead silent. Everyone was shaking in their boots from his intense vibe. Li Luo spoke up. So, Elder Deng, who do you think should actually be the boss here? Deng Bin started to explain the standard protocols, making that old fox Trang Yingyi smirk. Deng Bin ignored him and kept going. Those are the old rules. But if the young master has a better idea, I am all ears. Do not take it personally, kid. Everything I do is for the good of the house. Li Luo realized this guy was not actually out to get them. At least he did not sound like one of Bui Hao's paid goons. So, he asked, is it basically a competition? Whoever runs the top-performing refining room gets the big chair. Exactly, Deng Bin replied. Li Luo grinned. Sounds like a plan. Let's do it. Everyone in the room looked at him like he had totally lost his mind. Trang Yi laughed. Now the kid is thinking about the big picture. More profit for the branch means more cash for you, right? Deng Bin scowled and asked again, are you absolutely sure about this? He just nodded and turned to leave. Once he, Tai Vi, and Lin Khan were out of the room, Lin Khan finally snapped and started demanding answers. Li Luo, what the hell was that? That deal is a total trap for me. If you want me gone, just say the word and I will pack my bags for the capital. Tai Vi looked worried too. The young master usually has a plan, but honestly, this move makes absolutely zero sense to me right now. Li Luo just laughed. Relax, girls, I am not an idiot. Do you not see it? This is the perfect chance to officially make Lin Khan the boss. Tai Vi froze. Wait, you actually have a plan to win? Lin Khan was still skeptical. Seriously? What can you possibly do? You have barely even started learning the basics of resonance tech. Li Luo explained it slowly. Right now, our green jade water is getting wrecked by the competition. Sales are tanking. If things stay like this, the first-tier room is going down in flames, not moving up. So, Lin Khan muttered, you are basically just living in a fantasy world. Look, I told you before, there are three things that affect the water. My own skills are already at the limit, and leveling up my actual power or experience overnight? Yeah, that is not going to happen. Tai Vi jumped in. Wait, did you not already hit 60% purity with your last batch? Lin Khan just pushed up her glasses and looked annoyed. Even if he did, how much can one guy realistically produce on his own? She kept going. Pure quality usually depends on the user's natural talent, unless you happen to have some super secret high-level formula stashed away. Those top-tier formulas are guarded like state secrets, and we definitely do not have any. Li Luo just grinned. We do not need them. Check this out. Want to give it a shot? Lin Khan did not even look. I already told you, kid, some random substitute is not going to change anything. Before she could finish, Li Luo popped the lid. Lin Khan's eyes nearly fell out of her head. She just stood there as the sunlight hit the bottle. She held the bottle up, shaking with excitement. There are 0 impurities in here. This is a top-level secret formula. The purity is at a 7th grade water resonance level. She could not believe her own eyes. She grabbed his shoulder and stammered, how on earth did you get your hands on something this high quality? Li Luo gave a sheepish laugh to calm her down. Lin Khan's confidence surged instantly. With a formula this pure, we can keep the strength at 60% and absolutely destroy the competition. He started doing the math for his get-rich-quick plan. If I bring you a fresh batch every 3 days, will that make our room the top earner? She switched into full expert mode. If we have enough of this stuff, we can literally double our production speed. Lin Khan glanced ahead, deep in thought. She figured this had to be a secret stash left behind by the two founders specifically for Li Luo. Kai Wei leans in, whispering that the young lord is basically a human lucky charm for our house. Now that things are chill, she is dying to get back to the grind. All right, time to get to work. Make more enhanced spirit water this week. Go away, stop bugging me. Before leaving, he remembers something big and calls out. She sighs like a tired mom dealing with a toddler. Young lord, if you keep spending like this, we are going broke. He pleads with puppy eyes. Last batch of grade 5 water. I swear. Li Luo looks so pathetic, she finally caves. Fine, whatever. I guess I will just sell off 2 more of our businesses then. Kai Wei goes quiet, lost in thought. With my skills, I never thought I would have to sell the furniture just to keep the lights on. Li Luo's eyes light up. Time flies by, and suddenly we are back at school. He is grinding like a beast, working non-stop for days. Half his time is spent leveling up his skills. The other half? Constant combat practice. He has finally locked it in, crafting 1 bottle of top-tier first-grade spirit water every single day. While waiting for his equipment to evolve, a massive surprise hits. His power level jumps way ahead of schedule, straight into the 7th seal state. Ling Qing is hyped while checking the inventory. Thanks to the boss man, they used to only make 5 bottles of the good stuff daily. Now they are hitting 10 bottles, and the quality is a solid 60% pure fire. But Li Luo's still sweating the cash. It's still a far cry from the 210,000 gold those tier 3 guys are pulling. Kai Wei just gives him a confident look. Relax. Leave the marketing to me. Curious, he asks. All right, big sister, what is the plan? She explains that the Golden Dragon House is looking for premium grade 1 water. And the best part? They are paying way over market price. Then she drops the real tea. Golden Dragon has massive clout. Whoever they pick becomes the gold standard in the whole county. That kind of hype? You can't put a price on that reputation. It is everything. He nods, totally sold on the idea. Kai Wei adds that the Golden Dragon House is always packed. It is literally the hottest spot in Nanfeng City. Outside, a few shadows are hanging around. An assistant pops up and politely leads the way. Chairman Liu is with a client. Have a seat. He will be right with you. Suddenly, Qinger walks out looking like a straight-up movie star. Young lord, she calls out. With a slight blush, she asks what brings a big shot like him to the bank. Li Luo plays it cool. Just here to talk shop with Chairman Liu. She looks skeptical. For grade 1 water? Since when does the boss handle small fry stuff? Inside, he is basically crying. She has no idea how hard the struggle is for a fallen lord. Sensing the awkward vibe, Kai Wei jumps in. Wow, you are absolutely gorgeous. I bet you have guys lining up all over school. Don't you? Is our young lord on that list too? Li Luo nearly chokes on his own spit hearing that. Without missing a beat, Qinger turns to lead them. Come on, I will take you to see my uncle. He is actually with the Song family right now, probably talking about grade 1 water. He worries. Won't we be crashing their meeting? She keeps walking, totally unbothered. Relax, they haven't reached a deal yet anyway. Look, I can get you in the door, but if you want my uncle to change his mind, your spirit water better actually be as good as you say. Li Luo is suddenly hyped. Of course, I do things by the book. I don't need family favors or backroom deals to win. Hearing that, Qinger just gives a little smirk. As they are walking, they spot someone leaning against the wall. Wen Feng? What is he doing here? Wen Feng spots them and narrows his eyes. Qinger, why'd you bring this guy here? Qinger doesn't even flinch. Li Luo already has an appointment with my uncle. I am just showing him the way. Li Luo thinks to himself, man, pretty girls really are the best liars. Respect. Wen Feng just glares. Don't waste your breath, Li Luo. Your little shop can't touch what the Song family brings. He just shrugs and walks right past him. Don't be so sure. Remember when you thought I couldn't even keep up with you? How'd that work out? They walk into the lounge and Qinger announces them. Uncle, The guests from House Luo Lam are here. Chairman Lu looks like he just got caught red-handed. Oh, right. Please. Have a seat. The head of the Song family sits nearby, eyes narrowing. Chairman Lu, mind telling me what exactly is going on here? Lu starts sweating bullets and forced a laugh. Now, Master Song, don't get the wrong idea. We are just all about keeping the peace and making money together. Look, grade 1 spirit water might be low tier, but the Song patriarch cuts him off. In this county, nobody makes better grade 1 stuff than we do. Period. End of story. If you think those guys are a better choice, just say so. We will leave. Lu panics. Master Song, don't be like that. Your product is top tier. Everyone knows that. If your batch really is the best at the end of the day, I will personally apologize to you. Suddenly, Kai Wei cuts in with a sharp question. Chairman Lu, doesn't their spirit water only hit around 50 or 60% purity? The Song patriarch scoffs. This steward sure talks a big game. Kai Wei doesn't blink. She sets a bottle on the table. Ours used to be 52%. But things have changed. Meet our new, enhanced formula. The room goes dead silent. The Song patriarch's face drops. 60%? You are claiming it's a 60% pure batch? He shakes his head, skeptical. This had to be made by a tier 4 master. There is no way you can guarantee a steady supply of this quality. Li Luo just grins, radiating pure confidence. Don't worry about the quality. House Luo Lam is a massive empire, after all. Pick our water, and I guarantee a steady supply. Plus, the potency is Lu finally breathes a sigh of relief. Young lord, you really are something else. You're a natural talent. Master Song, I'm sorry, but it looks like we can't do business this time. The Song patriarch looks calm, but he is fuming inside. No worries, Chairman. There is always next time. Peace out. Once the Song guy is gone, Lu rushes over. Young lord, let's get that contract signed before anything else happens. After finishing the paperwork, the three of them head out. Chinger beams. Congrats on the massive deal. Young lord, Li Luo nods. Thanks to you, this would have been a nightmare otherwise. Then, she gets serious. But listen, you really need to focus all your energy on the upcoming school entrance exams. Missing out on Sage College would be a huge disaster. If you have time, let's spar and see where you're at. He immediately waves her off. No way, you are way too strong. I'm not being your punching bag. Chinger looks a little bummed. All right then. Meanwhile, inside a carriage far away, Wenfeng is absolutely losing it. He was pacing, basically begging for answers. Is it true? Can Shi Yang House really churn out 60% purity spirit liquid? My sister literally hired a master refiner just to tweak the formula, and even then, she barely hit 5.6%. Master Song stayed cool, acting like he'd already planned the whole thing. Just wait and see, he said. Then he let a secret slip. Your sister just sent a message. She is coming back soon. Finally, Master Song added one more important thing. In 2 days, I am visiting the governor's mansion. His son is the top dog at Dong Yuan Academy, so you two should probably get together and socialize a bit more. Inside the conference hall, the big players were gathered. The vibe was heavy, totally serious. Then some guy walks in, looking half guilty, and says, Sorry, my bad for being late. Zhuang Yi offered a lame excuse. My refining room is slammed lately, trying to pump out more spirit liquid. Time is basically running out for us. He sat down and cut straight to the chase. Look, I called this meeting because we need to settle who is taking the empty chairman's seat over at Xia Yang House once and for all. Everyone started buzzing like there was some major drama. Look, isn't the decision already made? We judge people by their results, and so far, things aren't exactly looking great for Deputy Chairman Nan, are they? Li Luo stopped the chatter. He raised his hand and just dropped it. I have got the results right here. Zhuang Yi got all hyped up and asked, Are you saying I won? He didn't even wait for an answer before throwing shade, asking if Vice Chairman Yan had finally decided to just give up. Ling Kan snapped. Give up? Keep dreaming, old man. Kai Wei slapped a file on the table. We just signed a long-term deal with Golden Dragon Bank for the spirit liquid. Dang Bin grabbed the file, totally stunned. 60% purity? He couldn't believe his eyes, stuttering. Are you kidding me? How on earth could Jie Yang House possibly produce spirit liquid with 60% purity? Zhuang Yi felt like he got hit by lightning. He thought Li Luo was being suicidal. He slammed the table. Does the young lord not get it? Even the manager should know 60% is impossible. Zhuang Yi stood up, growling. You expect the third-grade refining room to handle this? Li Luo played it cool like a final boss. Relax, vice chairman. We will not need a single one of your third-grade masters for this contract. Dang Bin went into interrogation mode. Our first-grade room cannot do that. Without a word, Li Luo slammed a gold chest onto the table. The lid flipped open, glowing like a crazy commercial. That was the old us, he said confidently. He held the tester, listening to the pitch. This is the new, beefed-up spirit liquid Xia Yang House is dropping. Li Luo made sure to highlight the main point. 60% purity, guaranteed every time. 40 bottles are already at Golden Dragon Bank, and we have 10 left. Kai Wei sounded like a pro analyst, predicting that production for this upgraded version was only going to go up. In total value, Zhuang Yi still wasn't buying it. He yelled out, an upgraded version? How could a first-grade room like ours possibly produce spirit liquid with 60% purity? That is just impossible. Li Luo gave the signal to start the magic show. Manager, pull those curtains back so everyone can see. She drew them aside, letting everyone check the facts for themselves. Take a look. Through this window, you can see straight into the first-grade refining room. Go ahead, see the truth with your own eyes. Sunlight flooded the room where a crowd of first-grade refiners were working like crazy. They were already gathering the fresh spirit liquid to bring it straight to the hall. No matter how hard it was to believe, the truth was right there in front of them. Dang Bin finally smiled and made the call. Fine, then it is official. Nan Ling Kan is the new chairman of Xia Yang House in Tianshu. Lin Kan and Kai Wei cheered and high-fived. Under the starlight and a full moon, a shout rang out. Bottoms up. She downed her beer in one go. The other girl slammed her glass down, grinning at him. Li Luo, as long as you can keep providing that secret source of yours, I will make sure the spirit liquid from Xi Yang House becomes the absolute strongest in this entire county. Li Luo watched the beer almost spill over. Fine, I will do my best to keep it coming. Cheers erupted outside the mansion. To our success and a bright future. Over the next few days, Li Luo spent less time at the shop. Since break was coming, he had to focus on the big academy exams. Back in Namfong at the governor's mansion, two men sat alone together at a massive table. Si Jing sounded polite, but his face looked like trouble. Master Song, I have been wanting to invite you over for a while. Master Song gave a forced smile. Si Jing's eyes were sharp, probing him about his recent moves. You have been busy lately. I bet you have taken a huge bite out of Luo Lan House, haven't you? He acted humble, saying it was all thanks to the governor. The sun was out, but the vibe got tense when the topic turned back to Luo Lan House. It is a pity about Luo Lan House. If those two hadn't vanished, that place would probably be leading all 5 major houses by now. Si Jing squinted. They stood out way too much. Now, Luo Lan House is barely hanging on, so your family needs to seize this chance. Master Song bowed immediately, thanking the governor for the tip and promising to always remember the favor. Outside, the sun was blazing. A tall guy stood all alone by the lake, watching the fish rise to grab the food he was tossing into the water. This handsome guy feeding the fish was the governor's son, Si Kong. Someone appeared behind him. Even without looking, Si Kong knew exactly what they were here for, the upcoming academy exams. I already told my old man I would help Dong Yuan Academy take the top spot in the whole county. Fan Fong agreed instantly. With your strength, it is a total lock. But Si Kong's smile turned creepy. Those kids at Namfong Academy aren't exactly pushovers. If we face them, they might actually be a real problem. He turned around. He kept smiling but made it clear he hates risks. I might need you to help me with a few things during the exams. Van Fong looked shocked. Wait, are you asking me to betray my own academy? Sai Kong brushed it off. That is a bit harsh, don't you think? He explained to Van Fong that the academy was just a small stop on their long path to gaining real power. Besides, this is my father's call. He has got some history and an old grudge with that principal. Sai Kong closed his eyes, still grinning. Don't worry, I will make it worth your while. Van Fong stayed quiet, then finally nodded and closed his eyes too. Sunlight filters through the leaves, hitting them both. He pivots the conversation with a smirk. So, I heard Lee finally unlocked his soul power. Word is he even fought you to a draw recently. Van Fong scowls, his voice dripping with annoyance. It was just a fluke, nothing more. During the grand exam, he won't even get close to a tie. Su Kong closes his eyes, soaking in the breeze. Well, that is a real shame. He replies bluntly, not holding back at all. Why would we even need to bother Master Su Kong with this? When the opportunity finally shows up, I am going to handle that guy all by myself. The sun blazes even harder now, making their silhouettes glow against the intense afternoon light. His face stays calm, but his words are sharp as glass. Fine by me. I have only seen the guy a few times, but I already cannot stand him. Van Fong glances over at Su Kong while a small beetle crawls toward his boot. The story keeps unfolding as the tension rises in the air. Years ago, my father actually tried to arrange a marriage between me and Thania. Su Kong's expression turns dark, his eyes burning with pure hatred. Too bad their son is such a useless loser. He slowly lifts his foot, ready to crush that poor beetle into the dirt. Death shadows the beetle. Can it keep its wings? Meanwhile, at the Luolan estate, massive towers stand tall against the skyline. A magic sphere forms, swirling with intense pulses of golden and blue energy. Li Luo hurls the magic orb forward. He covers his face, peeking through one eye to watch. It worked. He cheers. Shimmering lights mix like a starry sky. By adding light energy to his water bullet technique, the speed is not just faster, it is incredible. Plus, it lets out a blinding flash to mess with enemies. This upgraded water bullet, I am officially calling it the Water Light Bullet. He is grinding hard, studying and gathering info for the upcoming grand exam. Aside from his usual training, he perfected that Water Light Bullet. Li Luo kicks back, hands behind his head. My grade 5 spirit liquid is almost gone. Progressing this fast is great, but man, I am burning through cash way too quickly. A blueprint for a glowing golden magic circle flashes through his mind. Reaching grade 7 will cost 6 million gold. That is basically a whole year's income for the Luo Lan house. But once I hit the general stage, I can unlock my second soul. I might not match a grade 9 yet, but I will be strong enough for team battles. Li Luo picks up a red scroll tied shut with a bright golden string. Time to start this new cultivation method. Mysterious Burst Breath. It is top tier and requires a grade 6 soul. A strange green magic aura wraps around his body. For the next 2 days, Li Luo pours every bit of energy into mastering this new technique. The scenery outside the castle remains the same until the very last day of the break. Someone appears outside calling for the young lord. The air is sunny and breezy as Li Luo's voice rings out. Hey, Kai Wei. I heard that the soul tool is finally finished. Is that right? Kai Wei gestures toward a box on the table. I sent someone to let you know I was coming. Go ahead, take a look at it for yourself. Inside the box sit 2 exquisitely carved daggers, 1 blue and 1 gold. Soul tools have different ranks. Usually, they are common, but anything higher than that is considered a treasure tool. Treasure tools are much more powerful and rare compared to common ones. Their price is also insane, way higher than the average gear. This set is decent quality, but it is not quite at that treasure level yet. Li Luo grabs the blades and gives them a few test swings. Not bad. These will do. I will call the blue one the water blade and the other the sun blade. Kai Wei asks, your big exam is coming up soon, right? Are you feeling ready? He reassures her with total confidence. Do not worry, Kai Wei. I have a very good reason why I cannot lose. Scene change. The break is over. Li Luo and Zhao Kuo are summoned by Shan Yue to meet at the elder's private residence. During their chat, Li Luo learns that Zhao Kuo finally reached the 7th stage. Lots of people are gathered here. A voice rings out, catching everyone's attention. Looks like everyone has finally arrived. During their chat, Li Luo learns that Zhao Kuo finally reached the 7th stage. Lots of people are gathered here. A voice rings out, catching everyone's attention. Looks like everyone has finally arrived. The grand exam starts in 3 days. VSAT calmly announces that these 20 students will be the ones representing Nanfeng Academy in the upcoming battle. I only have one request. Keep Nanfeng Academy at the #1 spot in the Tianshu district. He stands with his hands behind his back, calmly explaining the rules. The admission list for the district has been released, and there are 50 spots in total this year. Same as every year. The top 10 from the grand exam are automatically in. The remaining 40 spots will be distributed to the other academies based on their final rankings. Then VSAT drops a bombshell that gets everyone buzzing. First place gets 15 admission spots. The room erupts in whispers. That is insane. I heard second place only gets 6 spots. The gap between them is just way too big this time. An academy elder standing nearby speaks up to Thon Yi. Whether Nanfeng Academy keeps its title this year is all going to depend on how hard you fight out there. She bows politely and promises to give it her all. VSAT's expression shifts, becoming much more serious as he brings up the name Su Kong. You need to watch out for Su Kong from Dong Yuan Academy. He is incredibly strong and will likely be your biggest rival. Sensing the danger, Thon Yi tenses up. Understood. He continues his instructions. Starting tomorrow, you do not need to come here. Instead, you will be staying over at the Bailing Spring. That is where all the academy teams in the district gather. In 3 days, you will head to Bailing Mountain. That is where the grand exam officially takes place. VSAT says proudly, I have led Nanfeng Academy for over 10 years. To me, its honor is more important than my own life. He bows slightly toward them. So, I am asking you all to fight hard in this exam and protect what matters most. Bailing Spring is always packed with people. The next day, Li Luo and the group arrive at the site with their guide. Crowds of people line the streets to watch the commotion, and everyone is talking about Nanfeng Academy's chances. Is this really the top 20 from Nanfeng Academy? Someone points out, Thon Yi. Is that long-haired girl really her? Word on the street is that she is the absolute best fighter in the whole school. 3 figures stand by a high window, watching the street. That red-haired kid is Hang Luong. He is the top student over at the Shenxi Academy. Hang Luong shades his eyes against the sun, squinting down. So that is Thon Yi? She looks like a serious threat. Next to him is the cold-faced, purple-haired Tongbin, the best student from Zhongyang. He sizes her up, sensing a dangerous vibe. The girl with the blonde and blue hair is Jisoo, the top student from Taiguan. She looks pretty wary of Nanfeng's finest. It is never that simple. Luckily, we are not in the same year as Thana, or we would be in trouble. They keep watching from the window. So, did you guys get Su Kong's message? He wants to meet us tonight. It sounds like he wants to team up so we can finally crush Nanfeng Academy together once and for all. After all, Nanfeng Academy has been holding on to that #1 spot for way too long now. The city is peaceful in the morning sun, bustling like a scene from a fairy tale. Suddenly, the door swings open and 2 figures step inside the room. Someone remarks that the place is not half bad. Suddenly, Nu Lang pops up, looking totally shady with a bunch of books hidden in his coat. Hey, he chirps. You guys buying? Li Luo's mouth twitches. Nu Lang, since when did you start selling trashy books like this? Zhao Kuo looks just as awkward. Honestly, the guy looks exactly like a total con artist right now. Nu Lang smirked like a genius. You guys don't get it. This is my secret intel, the top 10 fighters I predicted before the big exam starts. Li Luo flipped a page and shrugged. Then, he saw something brutal. It read, Li Luo, Nanfeng Academy, young lord of House Luolan. Status, former total loser. Rising genius with a rank 5 water soul. Special feature, super handsome. Note, being hot gets you 0 extra points. Odds of hitting the top 10? Basically 0. Sensing trouble, Engu Lang bolted instantly. He shouted back a lame excuse. saying he was just trying to keep the intel safe for everyone's sake. Li Luo gave the book a fair look. Turns out Nu Lang wasn't just trolling, this stuff was actually legit. Scanning the data, Li Luo began to piece together a real game plan. Rank 1 at Nanfeng Academy is Jiang Qingyi, a rank 9 Light Soul user at the 9 Seal level. Rank 2? Sai Kong from Dongyan Academy. He rocks a rank 7 Lightning Soul at the 9 Seal stage and might take first place. Rank 3 is Hang Liang with a rank 7 Fire Soul. Then there's rank 4. Li Luo finished reading and stretched. Cracking the top 10 was going to be a nightmare. I mean, I'm no Qingyi. She just uses that rank 9 Light Soul to flex on everyone. Li Luo sank into his chair with a heavy sigh. Man, I am starving. He remembered Zhao Kuo promising to bring food back, which just made him more annoyed. Where was that guy? Is he trying to starve me just to steal this dorm room? Right then, Ngulang came sprinting back. Li Luo, your buddy Zhao Kuo just got cornered by some guys. Li Luo blinked, not sure he heard right. Wait, what did you just say? Ngulang explained that Zhao Kuo bumped into some jerks from Zhongyang Academy, led by a guy named Zongbin. You probably saw him in my files. Li Luo frowned. Zhongyang Academy? Ngulang looked worried. Since Zongbin is involved, I doubt this is actually about Zhao Kuo. If I had to guess, they are using him as bait just to see what you're made of. Hearing that, Li Luo couldn't just sit there. Coming for me is one thing, but bullying my brother is crossing the line. I don't care who this guy is, I'm not putting up with it. Cut to the outside, where a massive crowd was already gathering and gossiping. What is going on? Did a guy from Nanfeng really harass a girl from Zhongyang? Is he actually that bold? Anyone could see a mob was closing in on Zhao Kuo. He looked pretty shaken up, and his face was turning pale. Suddenly, a heavy hand dropped onto his shoulder. Zhao Kuo froze and slowly turned around. Zongbin smirked. Little brother, we are not done here yet. If you want this to end, you better call someone from Nanfeng who actually matters to come out here and explain yourself. Zhao Kuo snapped back, asking if they were trying to set him up. Zongbin just winked. If nobody from Nanfeng shows up to defend you, I guess we will just have to settle this with you instead. Terrified but still defending his taste, Zhao Kuo protested. No way. Look at her. She is built like a tank and way tougher than me. Why on earth would I even try to hit on her? Li Luo pushed through the crowd and pointed straight at the purple-haired guy. Officer, this student is breaking the rules and trying to start a fight. Arrest him right now and kick him out of the exam. Zongbin never expected Li Luo to snitch like that and was totally caught off guard. He panicked, telling the supervisor they weren't actually fighting and that it was all just a harmless little joke. Zhao Kuo yelled out that the guy was definitely going to hit him. The supervisor glanced at the muscular girl and shook his head. If you guys want to play the victim, you should probably find a better actress. You are standing there for 3 hours. If you miss a single minute, I am calling your dean to pick you up. Li Luo got right in Zongbin's face. So, were you really that curious about me? Zongbin replied that while others think the young lord is a joke, he believes Li Luo is the biggest wild card in this exam. Since you keep refusing to show your moves, you must be hiding something. Li Luo just walked away, telling him he would find out during the big exam. Zongbin stood there fuming. Now he was stuck here and would miss Sikong's big party tonight. He just hoped he wouldn't be seen as disrespectful. Later that night at the party, Hang Liang looked around and asked why that Zongbin guy hadn't shown up yet. Is Zongbin really going to blow you off like this? Just then, someone whispered the latest news to Sai Kong. He laughed, saying Zongbin wouldn't be coming because he got caught by the supervisor and penalized. Even though Zongbin is a no-show, we can't let that distract us from why we are actually meeting tonight. We all have the exact same goal. We are going to knock Nanfeng Academy off their throne as the top school in the county. His eyes lit up like high beams as he explained that if they just take down Jiang Qingyi, Nanfeng is finished. If everyone hits their marks, I'm absolutely sure this partnership is going to be a success. For the next 2 days, nobody tried to mess with Li Luo anymore. People still gave him weird looks whenever he walked by, but did he actually give a damn? Obviously not. Zhao Kuo and Li Luo were standing outside the busy restaurant in the park. Li Luo looked at the massive crowd and suggested they just go find somewhere else to grab a bite to eat. Suddenly, he spotted someone upstairs. It was Jiang Qingyi. Seeing her was like seeing a free meal ticket. He grinned and told his buddy to come on, because they were about to get a free lunch. Inside the restaurant, Qingyi looked up and told them that if they didn't mind, they could take the empty seats at her table. Li Luo sat right down next to her, thinking that classmates really are the best in a pinch. But then Yunfeng started trash-talking, telling Li Luo to stop embarrassing the school with his constant drama. He claimed Li Luo was making all the Nanfeng students look bad, but inside, he was actually burning with jealousy. He couldn't stand seeing that jerk acting so casual with Qingyi right in front of him. Li Luo laughed and said if he was that embarrassed, he should probably just drop out. Qingyi tried to hide a smile, while Yunfeng turned red, shouting that Li Luo didn't have the power to make him quit. Suddenly, a new guy walked in with an aura so intense the crowd practically parted for him. It was Sikong from Dongyan Academy, the son of the powerful governor himself. He stopped right at their table and gave a polite smile, asking if he could join them. Qingyi just told him they were already full, while Li Luo didn't even look up and just kept on eating. Sikong didn't give up and tried to guilt-trip her, saying their fathers were actually close friends and that she shouldn't be acting so cold toward him. Qingyi wiped her mouth and looked him in the eye, telling him they were rivals and didn't need to fake being friends. She asked if he was tired of pretending. Sikong kept smiling, but the vibe got heavy. He said they would all be classmates once they got into the elite academy, so there was no need to be strangers. He looked at Yunfeng for backup, and Yunfeng could only give a stiff nod. Li Luo totally ignored Sikong's rambling and just asked Qingyi if she was done eating and wanted to go for a walk. She actually agreed and nodded her head. Seeing them completely ignore him, Sikong's eyes turned cold as ice. Li Luo and Qingyi just stood up and started to walk away. Suddenly, Sikong reached out and grabbed a few scraps of food. He flicked them with insane speed, and Li Luo sensed the danger and turned around. But before they hit, another force swiped the food away. A blast of green energy appeared out of nowhere, successfully blocking the attack. The crowd is whispering. It looks like Qingyi and Sikong are finally gonna throw down. Total drama. Will the two top contenders for this year's academy exams really fight here? Qingyi warns him to back off. Sikong smirks, telling the young palace master not to get so worked up. Li Luo roasts him back. He is not mad, just annoyed at someone wasting food. He roasts Sikong's family values, asking if his father ever actually taught him some manners. If you need a beating, I can help. Sikong fakes an apology, saying he will be more careful next time. Li Luo plays the big brother, telling him that admitting mistakes makes him a good boy. Sikong fumes, wondering if Li Luo is hiding serious power or just a total joke. Whatever, he is just a useless heir, probably not even a threat worth worrying about anyway. But man, that guy is annoying. Time to fix the brackets so he gets eliminated early. On exam day, the crowds are massive. Everyone in the county is here for the show. VIPs are chilling in luxury boxes nearby. Governor Xi Jing and old Dean Wei Sha make their entrance, and the whole crowd starts buzzing. Everyone is waiting for the big fight. Xi Jing acts friendly, telling the old dean he looks surprisingly healthy for his age. Wei Sha fires back with a grin, asking why the governor is so unhappy with Nanfeng Academy. Xi Jing keeps it professional but adds a sharp sting, saying it is all just rumors. This top academy spot is earned through raw strength. Nobody can change that, unless of course Nanfeng gets totally wrecked by a better school this year. Wei Sha just strokes his beard, reminding Xi Jing that Nanfeng was on top long before the governor even mattered. Xi Jing's face drops. He absolutely hates how this old man blocks his promotions. In another building, a pair of glossy lips appear. Kai Wei is snacking on a banana while asking if the young palace master can actually crack the top 10. Ling Qing slams the table, telling that little vixen to stop being so distracting. It is driving her crazy. Kai Wei just grabs a grapefruit and laughs, saying no one is watching anyway. Ling Qing explodes, yelling about how Kai Wei always shows off her curves. Kai Wei quickly apologizes, telling her not to be shy. They finally get serious. Ling Qing notes Li Luo's power level is pretty low. Cracking the top 10 will be a nightmare. Kai Wei disagrees. She has a gut feeling that their young palace master is hiding something big under that smooth exterior. Looking at the crowd, the teams are ready. Below the stage, Enlai introduces himself as the Silver Glow mentor from St. Astral, welcoming everyone to the exams. This year is all about points. Each student gets a scorecard that will track their performance throughout the entire competition. Li Luo listens closely and checks his card. And Li explains that the exam starts with 2 different evaluation gates. These gates give you base points. And listen up, no fighting each other during this part. Keep it clean. Everything else follows the rules of the abandoned city. Once you get there, the final rules will drop. And Lai waves his hand and yells the academy exams have officially begun. Li Luo says it is time to move. The deans thank Enli for his hard work today. In terms of status, Enlai is below the governor, but he is a Saint Astral representative. Plus, he is a Silver Glow mentor with a real shot at becoming Gold Glow. In that academy, mentors have 3 ranks. Silver requires the Earth General rank, while Gold Glow mentors must reach the Heaven General stage to qualify. And Lai tells the bosses that the elite Purple Glow mentors must be at the legendary Lord rank. Gold Glows are super rare, even at the main academy. Tianshu County has some hidden monsters, so this year will be intense. Let's see who survives. They look at a massive screen. Projection stones on White Spirit Mountain are streaming the action live, showing everyone's scores and rankings as they update in real time. Meanwhile, Li Luo's squad makes it through the woods to a massive wooden gate. Once they cross the threshold, the gates slam shut. Li Luo looks around, asking if this is the first trial. Zhao Kuo hears something strange coming from above. Suddenly, vicious bats swarm out of the holes. Everyone panics. These things are 4-winged bats and they look hungry. This trial is about dodging their attacks. If you get hit, you lose points. Zhao Kuo yells that he cannot hold them off much longer. Li Luo shouts to Zhao Kuo, telling him to follow his lead and trust his power. It is a water mirror technique. Zhao Kuo thinks it is useless and closes his eyes, waiting for the end. But after a second, nothing happens. He looks back in shock. The bats are ignoring them and hitting everyone else. Zhao Kuo is blown away. This stealth trick is actually insane. How are you doing this? Li Luo explains he is just using water and light to hide them in plain sight. Simple physics, really. Zhao Kuo is impressed, saying he has never seen anyone use the technique like that. He tells Li Luo to just relax, he has the looks and the brains. If the Saint Astral Academy did not scout you, they must be blind. Li Luo just shrugs. No need to be too harsh on his future school. Suddenly, Zhao Kuo spots someone. That guy looks familiar. Up ahead, Niu Lang is running for his life, gasping for help. Zhao Kuo is confused. That guy is charging right at them. Does he know where they are hiding? Li Luo says to stay quiet and ignore him. Niu Lang will not stop screaming. He yells that if they do not save him, he will lure the whole swarm over and blow their cover. Li Luo is fed up. He grabs Niu Lang and drags him in, but not before giving the idiot a piece of his mind. You are such a jerk, Niu Lang. One day someone is really gonna beat you down. Everyone else is struggling, getting bruised and seeing their cards flash red. Zhao Kuo is feeling pretty proud, saying their performance so far is basically flawless. If points are based on not getting hit, then nobody here is even close to touching their score. While the trio chills and watches the show, the bats suddenly retreat. The trial is officially over. Right then, a beam of light scans every single person like they are items at a grocery store. Everyone starts bragging about their scores. I got 44. I got 50. Man, I only got 20. But Li Luo and his crew? They are just standing there looking totally lost and confused. The score shows a big fat 0. Zhao Kuo is fuming. No way. That is impossible. We dodged those bats perfectly. I am calling the manager and filing a formal complaint right now. Yu Lang thinks he figured it out. That light beam from earlier? I do not think it actually hit us. Maybe the water mirror technique blocked the scan and ruined our score. Li Luo just shrugs it off. Whatever. 0 points is fine. Let the others fight for the early lead. We have the next evaluation stage coming up anyway. Let's just move on. The crowd starts laughing at them. Look at these three. 0 points? Are they here just to be a joke? Meanwhile, elites like Sheng Ni and Shikong are at the top. Those 3 zeros at the bottom of the board are hard to miss. Tai Wei is stunned. Wait, tell me the young lord is not one of those losers at the bottom. Ling Qing just sighs. Who else could it be? What is he even doing out there? Tai Wei shakes her head. This guy is a total headache for everyone involved. Shi Jing starts talking trash about the academy. The dean ignores him, but inside he is wondering what his students are doing. Why are they failing so hard right now? The trio enters a spooky, dark forest after leaving the main hall. The trees are so thick they block the sun. It feels like a total horror movie set in here. Li Luo spots a fresh sign near the path. It looks like a brand new trial. He tells the team, this stage is about the ghost-faced demon vine tree. This thing is a total monster. It shreds anything that breathes. To pass this second evaluation stage, you have to survive its killer vines and take what you need. The goal is to snag a fruit from that creepy tree. Looking at its screaming face, Li Luo knows it is a nightmare. Even fighters with high-rank stamps struggle to take this beast down solo. They stop by the creepy sign. Yu Lang is the first to speak. Listen, I have an idea. We need to team up and take this thing down together. What do you say? Li Luo smirks. Didn't you want to go solo earlier? Go on then, hit the road. Yu Lang backpedals fast. No way, man. We are family. We stick together. We have been through hell together. Suddenly, Li Luo freezes. He hears something moving nearby. The three of them dive behind some thick bushes to hide and watch. It is a massive black tree standing in a swamp. Its bark looks like a twisted, screaming face. Creepy black vines wiggle all around it like giant insects. It is the demon vine. A group of 6 or 7 fighters is already trying to take it on. They are getting absolutely wrecked by those whip-like vines and crying for their mamas. Zhao Kuo winces. That is brutal. Li Luo looks at Yu Lang. You go first. Yu Lang whines. Why me? Because you are a wind general. You are the fastest one. Yu Lang accepts the logic and charges in. As he gets close to the demon vine, those black vines start chasing him like a bunch of giant, angry snakes. The closer he gets, the more the vines tighten the trap. He is running out of room to dodge and looks like he is starting to get totally panicked. He bolts back to safety. No chance, he gasps. You cannot even get close to that thing, let alone grab the fruit. It is like a wall of death out there. Li Luo stays cool and starts barking orders. New plan. Zhao Kuo, you are the meat shield. I will cover you from the front. Yu Lang, find an opening and steal the fruit. Zhao Kuo bangs his chest like a hero. Don't worry about me. I am built like a tank. I can take the hits all day long. Li Luo trusts his human shield. They charge forward together. The demon tree sees 3 fresh snacks coming its way and opens its maw in pure excitement. Weapons out. Let's go. Within seconds, Zhao Kuo is struggling. This tree is throwing hands. It is way too fast to handle. Suddenly, a massive root bursts out from the muddy ground. Li Luo screams a warning, but it is too late. Zhao Kuo gets launched. He spits blood from the impact but refuses to stay down on the ground. I am fine. Keep moving. The tree is losing its mind now. It lashes out at Zhao Kuo, but he ignores the pain and keeps walking toward the trunk. Li Luo yells for Yu Lang to make his move. Yu Lang is already on it. Using his incredible speed, he blurs toward the target like a lightning bolt. He reaches for the screaming fruit hanging from the branch. But someone else blurs in at the same time. Another guy is diving for the same prize. Li Luo sees the intruder. Yu Lang, eyes shut. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light explodes from his hand. Yu Lang is safe, but the intruder is totally blinded. While the guy is stumbling, Yu Lang grabs the fruit. Who are you? The guy just smirks. Fast reflexes, kid. I cannot believe I missed that snatch. They trade blows as Li Luo drags Zhao Kuo to safety. Yu Lang recognizes the attacker. That is Lian Zhong from Dong Yuan Academy. He is a 6th grade Earth General. Lian Zhong sneers. Li Luo, I totally underestimated you. Li Luo looks him right in the eye. You have got a problem with me or something? My boss gave the word to mess with you for fun. Tell your friends to beat it before they get caught in the crossfire. Zhao Kuo screams his defiance. No way, Li Luo is my ride or die. I would never leave you. Lang cuts him off. He is my ride or die too. Unless you pay. Unless you pay us more. Lianzhong thinks they are idiots. Fine, suit yourselves. Once the real elimination round starts, I am coming for all of you. The trio finds 2 more demon trees and gets to work. After a lot of hard work, they successfully grab 2 more of those screaming fruits. Now Li Luo and Yu Lang finally have 100 points each. Not bad for a bunch of supposed zeros, right? We are back in the game. At the mountain base, the crowd is going wild. Look, the scoreboard is packed with people hitting 100 points. But check the screen. Sheng Ni is a legend. Dong Yuan Academy is flexing too. Look at Shikong. He is smashing that tree solo to snatch the fruit. I bet the top spot goes to one of those two. Back in the forest, Li Luo spots a stream. Beyond this water is the arena for the elimination round. Everyone nods and they charge across the water together. Li Luo asks his buddies what the plan is. Zhao Kuo says he is sticking with Li Luo. Is it because you are worried about Lian Zhong? Zhao Kuo laughs. I know you are not scared, but I have your back. Plus, following you is the fastest way to stack up these points. Li Luo agrees and turns to Yu Lang. What about you? Yu Lang just grins. Come on, you know my skills. I am staying right here. Ingo Long grins. Look, since we're buds, I'll protect you for a premium. Normally it's more, but for you, just 1,000 gold. When they walk away, he panics and shouts, Wait, hold on, 500 gold. Li Lak holds up 5 fingers and says, 5 gold. No Lang acts like he just scored a massive deal and screams, Sold. Then he gets all full of himself, muttering, as if a mere 5 gold could ever buy my dignity. Li Lak is totally speechless. This guy is a mess. They cook up a plan. Churquat will act as bait out in the open, while Li Lak uses his water illusions to stalk them from the shadows. Li Lak loves it. Let's sweep up all those vultures in one go. It saves me the trouble of having to hunt them down one by one. Churquat gives a thumbs up. A total wipeout? Sounds like a plan. They split up, and Churquat hits the stage playing the role of the lonely wanderer. Watching from the bushes, his teammates can't help but comment. Wow, he's really committed to the bit. Suddenly, Li Lak signals. Look over there. Someone's taking the bait. They're being cautious, but they're definitely biting. Churquat fakes a panic attack. Who's there? 2 guys jump out and sneer. We've been tailing you for miles. You're that Churquat kid from the academy, right? Churquat stammers. Yeah, so what? Don't you dare touch me. One guy snaps. Shut it. Churquat drops his head, acting all mysterious, then looks up and screams, You want my points? You'll have to pry them from my cold, dead hands. Boys, the delivery is here. Right on cue, Li Lak and Ingo Lang ambush them. The 3 of them surround the targets. The enemies realize too late it's a total setup. One massive explosion later, and it's game over for those 2. Li Lak checks the points card and grins. Not a bad haul. I wonder who the next unlucky victim is going to be. Back outside, the leaderboard is ticking up. Thyvi smiles. Our young master is doing work. Those points are climbing fast. Lin Kanj scoffs. He hasn't faced a real threat yet. Let's see how he handles some actual competition. Thyvi just shrugs. I have total faith in him. I mean, look at that face. Beauty is power, right? Ling Kan rolls her eyes. You're so annoying. It's clear the team has been busy clearing the field. They regroup to check the score. 1,500 points. Not bad, but people are starting to get way more careful. Suddenly, a thick white mist rolls in. Li Lak shouts, Get back. The fog swallows everything. He tries calling out, Churquat. No long, No answer. Great. Just great. They're separated. He keeps his cool and keeps moving until he finds a patch of glowing mushrooms. Fog spore mushrooms, he mutters. This is going to be a real pain in the neck. Meanwhile, Churquat and Ngolong are wandering through the haze. A shadow looms ahead. Churquat calls out tentatively, "Is that you, Lark?" "It's Limtrong." He laughs. "Couldn't fin Li Lark, but I'll settle for his two little sidekicks." Seeing their rival, Nulung and Churquat freeze in terror. Churquat screams, "Run. Every man for himself. Bad luck." Churquat hits a dead end, and Ngolong is cornered too. Churquat turns to his buddy and yells, "We have to fight our way out. Let's go." Ngolong immediately throws his hands up. "I surrender. We surrender. Don't hurt the face." Liam Trong sneers, "Is everyone from your academy this pathetic?" No Long doesn't even blink. "Look, Liam Trong, you're after Li Lak, right? We've got nothing to do with him." Churquat is livid. "You backstabbing coward. Weren't you guys brothers for life?" No Long laughs. "Are you kidding? That was just PR. Listen, Liam Trong, ignore his screaming. If you let me go, I'll lead you straight to the boss man himself." A lackey whispers to Liam Trong, "I know this guy. He would sell his own mother for a nickel." Ngolong grins. "Hey, I dropped plenty of hints earlier." Liam Trong looks confused. "What hints?" Ngolong flashes what he thinks is a charming smile. "I was basically telling you to pay me more." Mention money and his eyes literally glow. "Up the price and I'm your guy." Liam Trong strikes a deal. "Lead me to Lilac and you walk away in one piece." No Lung nods. "Deal. Oh, and take Churquat here. He and Lilac are tight. He'll make the perfect hostage." Churquat is screaming bloody murder. Suddenly, Liam Trong teleports behind Ngô Lang, putting a blade to his throat. "Enough games. Fin him for me. Now." No Long winces. "Fine, but when you catch him, punch him in the face. I've been sick of his movie star looks for years." Liam Trong growls, "I hate pretty boys. Handsome guys must die." Elsewhere, Li Lak sneezes. Someone must be talking trash. Liam Trong presses the knife harder. Ngo Long just smirks and looks back. Li Lak and I have a secret way of communicating. He pulls out a horn. When it's too risky to shout, I use this thing. Once he hears the specific signal from this horn, he'll come running right to us. Chur Huat is losing his mind. "No Long, you traitor. Don't you dare." No Long ignores him and blows a loud blast that echoes through the fog. "You're dead meat." Chur Cord bellows. Liam Trong just smiles. This kid has zero spine, but that's exactly what he needs right now, a useful idiot. He shoves Ngo Long forward. "Keep moving. Nice and slow." Somewhere in the mist, a figure pauses at the sound. Li Lak drops low and listens. 5 people, probably Liam Trong's squad. He rubs his temples and sighs. How do those two always manage to get into this much trouble? He looks toward the sound. Liam Trong. He stands up, eyes cold. "You got lucky last time, but you really think I'm going to let you walk away again?" Liam Trong's crew is moving fast. He glares at Ngo Long. "Still no sign of him? Quit wasting our time and make it happen." Ngo Long puffs out his cheeks and blows again. "I'm on it." As they march through the mist, a dark shadow begins to trail them. Suddenly, a hand clamps over one guy's mouth. He struggles, making muffled noises, but Lilac knocks him out cold before he can blink. A guard ahead spins around and shouts, "Ambush! We've got company." Blasts of blue light fly everywhere. In the chaos, Churquat makes a break for it. The guards are blinded. "My eyes, where's that light coming from?" The hostage is gone. Liam Trong is furious. He slams his blade down and roars, "You lied to us." No Long dives for cover. Liam Trong hurls his knife with everything he's got. "Get back here." Suddenly, another blade flies out of the mist and knocks his weapon aside. Lilac steps out of the fog with a cold smirk. No Long crosses his arms and chuckles. "Hey, big guy, I didn't lie. It's just that Lilac offered me way more money." The 3 of them stand tall against Liam Trong's crew. His face turns bright red with rage. "Fine. You want to play games? Let's play." No Long leans over to Li Lak. Look at him. He's fuming like a bull. Maybe we should bail before this fog completely clears out? Li Lak doesn't flinch. Why would we leave? I spent all that time reeling in a catch this big. I'm not letting him go now. You two handle the extras. Chur Coat cracks his knuckles. Gladly. I've been waiting to smack these jerks. They turn to head out, but not before shouting. He's all yours, Lak. See ya. Be careful. If things go sideways, send a signal and we will find a way to help. They split up and headed toward their targets while Lianzhong was over there fuming with rage. Then, he activated his level 6 Earth manifestation, gathering power until his entire body glowed with a deep crimson light. He raised his sword in a challenge, shouting that being a young lord would not save Li Luo from a beatdown. He lifted his blade high over his head and screamed that he was going to slash Li Luo face into pieces. Lianzhong charged forward, his body radiating a golden glow. Li Luo immediately drew his own blade, which began to hum with a bright blue light. He blocked the heavy sword strike with everything he had. As the blade sparked, Lianzhong's eyes widened in total shock. How could a seventh seal weakling actually stand his ground against him? Suddenly, a cloud of smoke erupted between them, forcing both fighters to jump back and reset. Lianzhong grit his teeth and decided to end it. He could not let this guy keep building momentum, or he would never be able to finish him off later. He unleashed a high-tier technique, swinging his sword in a massive arc. Li Luo watched the energy wave coming and nimbly stepped aside to dodge the blast. Then, he leaped into the air and brought his twin blades down with a powerful strike. Li Luo scoffed at the impact, mocking the guy for having such a tough turtle shell. Lianzhong hid behind his rock wall and poked his head out, arrogantly claiming that Li Luo did not have what it took to actually beat him. Li Luo smirked and started talking trash. Are you serious right now? You were acting so tough, but now you are hiding in your shell because you cannot handle the heat? Lianzhong laughed from his hiding spot and dared him to try. Li Luo just grinned and told him he had some weird, twisted requests. Fine then, I will give you exactly what you asked for. Hiding behind the rocks, Lianzhong watched the blue light swirl around the blades. He thought it was just a basic water glow technique that would never break through his defense. But Li Luo's eyes turned sharp as a razor. He charged forward, shouting that his water glow technique was anything but normal. The blade slammed into the barrier with a blinding flash. Li Luo looked dead serious as he pushed through, leaving Lianzhong face down in the dirt as he calmly walked past. Up on the cliff, a blue light flickered at the base of the mountain. Someone watching the screen gasped and asked if that was really the young lord of the mansion. Ling Kan walked over with some fruit and confirmed it was him. She stared at the screen, wondering why Li Luo was picking fights with such dangerous opponents. Kai Wei asked who he was fighting. Ling Kan explained it was the number 2 student from the rival school. When Kai Wei saw him win, she cheered for how awesome he was. Ling Kan was stunned that he actually won. She started thinking that maybe, just maybe, he really could make it into the top 10 after all. Wei Sha watched calmly, noting how interesting it was that a rank 15 student from their school just took down the rank 2 from another academy. Su Jing was impressed, saying the young lord was full of surprises. And Lai looked at the screen and asked if this was the guy engaged to Qing Yi. Wei Sha confirmed it immediately. He laughed, saying that even though Li Luo was not in the academy yet, his name was already legendary all over the entire campus. Su Jing muttered that beating one level 8 opponent does not mean he is in yet. Wei Sha just glanced at him and told him to keep watching. Meanwhile, Zhao Kuo and Yu Lang were nearby. Zhao Kuo sensed something moving behind them. Yu Lang saw a dark figure dragging someone along and panicked, thinking Li Luo had been taken out. Li Luo tossed Lianzhong onto the ground and asked if he wanted more. The rest of the crew saw their leader fall and bolted in total terror. Suddenly, a blue light snared the fleeing group, tying them all together. The 3 friends stood over them, ready to harvest all those juicy points they had collected. Yu Lang suggested that Li Luo should take all the points from the leader, while he and Zhao Kuo split the rest of the group. Zhao Kuo agreed, saying they could not take advantage of him like that. Besides, you have a real shot at the top 10. You should not be worrying about sharing with us right now. Li Luo took the badge and laughed, noting that the rival school was pretty cautious. He wondered if more were coming. They hurried along, urging each other to keep moving forward. After dealing with that squad, the three of them pushed on toward the final battleground for the high-stakes academy entrance exam. It was time for the final showdown. They stood before the monument at the mountain base. Li Luo looked up and announced they had finally arrived. He began reading the final rules for the elimination round carved into the stone. When only 10 people are left, the exam ends. Rankings will be decided based on the total points everyone has collected. He checked the leaderboard on the stone. Lu Qing-er was in first place with 9,500 points. No surprise there. Second place had 8,300, while I am currently sitting at 17. Zhao Kuo laughed and told Li Luo to run if they ran into any heavy hitters. He and Yu Lang would go out in a blaze of glory just to buy him some time. They wanted to be useful. Yu Lang cheered that he wanted to run away with the boss, too. Zhao Kuo just snapped and told him to shut his mouth. Don't you guys drag me down. Li Luo stared ahead, thinking he just needed to hit the top 10 to secure his spot. Meanwhile, right behind him, Zhu Kuo and Yu Lang just wouldn't stop their annoying bickering and constant fighting. Who is the real dead weight here? Keep talking trash and I will deal with you myself. Li Luo glanced back and shouted for them to move it. Let us get into the White Spirit ruins first and find cover. Across the way, a group was huddled up. One guy spoke up, saying, Boss, Lin Zhong's name vanished from the rankings. Something went wrong. Shi Kong listened and shrugged it off, suggesting that maybe Li Luo had already kicked him out of the game. The crowd immediately started buzzing with shock. What? Isn't that Li Luo kid stuck at 7 seal strength? There is no way he could have taken out Lin Zhong with power levels that low. You all really think Li Luo is just total trash? Should we even bother? Look, our main target right now is Qing-er. Li Luo doesn't have the guts or the power to mess with our master plan. Shi Kong closed his eyes and smirked, saying that once they finished off Qing-er, the kid would be nothing but a clown. He is not worth the stress. He led his crew away, shouting for everyone to regroup with the others. Inside a nearby house, a voice echoed out. It seemed like Shi Kong was still trailing behind Qing-er when it came to those valuable ranking points. A leader asked when they should make their move. Shi Kong just brushed it off, saying being in the lead right now didn't matter. He smiled and explained they needed to track Qing-er down first and make a solid plan. For that, they needed Yun Feng. Yun Feng calmly called out that he was ready to go. Hearing this, Xiang Liang let out a mocking laugh, sneering about how some people are just born to be two-faced traitors. Inside the house, a voice booms, massive thanks to Van Fong. If this plan actually works, you are officially the MVP of this whole operation. Chaos breaks out at Linhu. Li Luo looks over and sighs, man, these losers are getting eliminated fast. His buddy chirps in, saying only 60 out of 100 are left. Brutal. A flash of light hits as Nu Lang drops down. He asks, what is the deal? Li Luo stands his ground, saying it is a total war zone out there. Everyone is throwing hands. He hears that and wonders if they spotted Su Kong. Standing right next to that guy are those three stooges Hang Luong, Chito, and Tong Ban. Li Luo figures they teamed up. Nu Lang thinks they are ganging up on Than Yi. He warns that Su Kong is a total snake, and if Than Yi gets caught in their trap, she is in major trouble. Engu Lang asks, you really going there? Li Luo snaps back that Than Yi cannot go down. If they take her out, the whole Nam Fong crew is cooked. He looks back and tells them to stay put while he moves solo. It is faster that way. His friend just watches him vanish. Li Luo bolts. A voice yells out for him to watch his back. He speeds off, thinking to himself that Than Yi better be okay, or the whole squad is going to catch a massive loss. Elsewhere, Than Yi is chilling on a high rock. She is just casually fixing her hair like nothing is happening. Suddenly, she freezes and cuts her eyes to the side. A figure walks up to the edge of the rock and gets all hyped. She tells Than Yi she is making the girls proud by flexing on all these guys alone. Than Yi just closes her eyes and says the game is not over yet. The girl laughs, saying this academy exam is intense, and that Su Kong guy is bad news. Thon Yi nods, totally agreeing with the vibe. That guy is a serious problem. She smiles, saying she left a signal for Van Fong. Once he sees it, he will come through to help them. Thon Yi asks if she really left a marker. The girl turns around confused, asking what is wrong. With backup, Su Kong is light work. Thon Yi just tells her she is leaving and not to follow her. Simple as that. She maneuvers through the rocks, hoping she is just being paranoid. Suddenly, a wild bush erupts from the ground. Thon Yi jumps back, barely dodging the sneak attack. This is getting weird. She glares at the spot as vines suddenly lunge straight for her. She pulls a quick retreat and fires off a counterattack. She is not playing around with these weeds. In a heartbeat, those vines are frozen solid. Someone high up starts slow clapping. Su Kong looks down with a smirk and says, "Thon Yi." She looks up to see him perched on a high rock. She scans the area and realizes she is totally surrounded. Thon Yi stays on high alert as Su Kong laughs and yells that he finally caught her. She stands there as the mob closes in. She clicks her tongue in annoyance. Down at the base of the mountain, the crowd goes wild watching the drama unfold on the big screen. Is Nam Fong Academy getting ganked? These guys have zero shame, jumping a pretty girl like that. It is a total clown move by the other schools. Tai Vai touches her face, wondering what will happen. Lin Khan chimes in, saying this is a coordinated hit against the Nam Fong Academy crew. She is shocked. This is messy. Poor Thon Ni even helped those guys out before, so this betrayal feels extra salty. Inside the pavilion, two figures stand perfectly still. VSAT leaks pure killing intent as he grips the railing. He growls at the governor, saying he clearly put a lot of effort into this ambush. Su Kin just laughs and shakes his head. He says Nam Fong has held the top spot for too long. This situation is just the way the world works now. VSAT glares and calls the governor a total snake in the grass. Su Kin fires back that the principal forced his hand. VSAT shuts his eyes and promises that he is giving him a failing grade this year. By then, the governor might be looking for a new job. He just laughs it off, saying Nam Fong's opinion means nothing if they lose their rank. And Lyat listens to them bicker in silence. He looks up at the screen and mutters about how bad this ambush looks for the girl. That girl Lu Thanye is about to have a very bad day. Inside, she stares down Su Kong's squad and mocks them for trying so hard. He smiles, saying it is just a sign of how much they respect her. Suddenly, Thon Yi's gloved hand starts frosting over with heavy ice and snow. She thrusts her hand forward. Shards of ice blast out from her fingertips, flying straight at the enemies. The crowd loses their cool and charges her all at once. She creates an ice shield to fight back. She leaps into the air as a massive wave of frost rises behind her. The attackers start panicking, realizing their combined power cannot even touch her elite ice energy. Ha Luong throws a massive ghost palm strike. Chi, to joins in, firing off a beam of pure purple energy. Tongban swings his sword, releasing a blue light. Thon Yi just stands there as blue energy and ancient runes begin to glow all over her body. Then, Thon Yi blasts out a wave of ice energy that sweeps everything away. The crowd outside screams in excitement she is crushing them, 3 versus 1. This Nam Fong girl is legit. Ha Luong yells for Su Kong to finally do something. Instantly, Su Kong appears behind her, glowing with a dangerous purple aura. She spins around on instinct. She has already popped her skill, raising a blue light shield to block that purple beam before it can land a hit. It is a total clash. Dust flies everywhere. Su Kong smirks, saying her high-tier ice power is impressive, but there is no way she is escaping this trap today. She is trapped. She shrugs it off, saying if they want to play, she will play until the end. Then, her glove falls off. Ha Luong gasps, staring at her hand. A blue mark appears on her arm. Su Kong gets dead serious, saying she is finally pulling out her big trump card. This is it. Thon Yi rubs her wrist while staring them down. Su Kong warns everyone to stay sharp because that is her secret move, the Ice Jade Hand. Ha Luong's group is stunned to hear that the power level of this move is basically on par with a general rank technique. For kids at the 10 seal stage, that is a whole different league. Their power levels are usually too low for that. But her secret art lets her pull off that massive general rank power while still being at the 10 seal level. It is totally broken. Than Yi looks ready for war. Su Kong asks if she is coming for him first. He gathers his energy and hops back to dodge, claiming his lightning speed is just as fast as the wind. Than Yi yells that he is running away like a coward. She quickly pivots to the guy next to her. Ha Luong is caught off guard. Next thing you know, she hurls a massive ice ball at him. Ha Luong grits his teeth and raises his sword to block the impact. Her fist hits with insane energy as she dashes past him. An explosion rocks the area. She glares at the survivors with cold eyes. Chi, Tu, and Tung Ban are straight up shook. One hit, that powerhouse got wrecked. They start booking it, yelling, "What is even the point of this? Let's bail, man." Tung Ban looks back and sees Than Yi closing in fast, leaving ice in her wake. Than Yi looks at her hands and thinks, I am reaching my limit here. She stares at the fading frost tattoos on her hands, feeling her power slip away. Then, someone starts clapping. She turns and sees Sai Kong holding his sword, complimenting her ice jade hand. Than Yi lunges at Si Kong. She stops short, confused. Why isn't he dodging this time? What is he up to? He just stands there with a cold smirk and a chilling huff. Suddenly, a weird purple light starts flashing everywhere. Lightning crashes down on Sai Kong. He smiles at her and says, Than Wai, your ice jade hand isn't at full power. It is not enough to break my lightning armor. Not even close. She realizes it now. Sai Kong used those 3 goons just to drain her energy. The blue light on her hands is dying out. Damn it, my ice jade power is completely tapped out. Si Kong grunts, gathers lightning around him, and lunges. He slams a massive punch right into her stomach. Her eyes go wide with pure agony. This is gonna leave a mark. He stands over her as she hits the dirt. Blood trickles from her mouth, and he just stares her down without saying a word. He reaches for her, but suddenly, blue energy blasts fly out of nowhere. The light is so blinding he has to shield his eyes. Sai Kong squints and shouts, "Who is that?" He sees a figure grab her and vanish right before his eyes. He lets out a frustrated scream. Where did they go? Looking at the empty space, he growls, "Damn you, Li Luo, always ruining my plans." Then he disappears into the shadows himself. The 3 goons are freed, shivering and groaning. Man, it is freezing. Is she dead yet? Si Kong snaps back. Li Luo saved her. He is totally pissed off. Our job is not done. Go find her. She is wounded and weak. There is a voice from above giving orders. Once we find her, taking her out of the game will be a piece of cake. Spread the word that she is badly hurt. I bet plenty of losers will want to take a shot at her now. Outside, Tai Vai wonders if Li Luo was the one who saved her. The young lord is playing hero. Talk about perfect timing. No girl can resist a move like that. She whispers to herself, is Thaninga about to have a new rival for his heart? Si Jing smiles in the pavilion. He knows Than Yi is hurt and her power is low. Beating Si Kong now is basically an impossible task. He is loving every second of this. He is already plotting. Those Luolan mansion people have always been a pain, but he is not worried at all this time. As long as I control Tianshu County, I will tear down Luolan's business piece by piece. Meanwhile, deep in a tree hollow in Bailing-shu, Li Luo holds her close and whispers, we should be safe here. She opens her eyes, realizes what is happening, and turns bright red. You, she shouts. He just grins. I know the hero move is a lot to handle, but try to keep it together, okay? She pouts and looks away. Back in the cave, he leans over her. He frowns and asks, how bad is the injury? She looks down and says it is pretty rough. Li Luo sighs. That is a problem. Si Kong's crew is going to be hunting us. She looks at him and says, I am sorry. I failed to get first place and let everyone down. Li Luo just laughs. What are you talking about? Rankings are your own business. Did you get hit in the head too hard or something? You are talking crazy. She snaps back. You are the one who is crazy. Then he pulls out a blue orb. Right. Almost forgot. I am a water user, so I can help heal those wounds. She looks down. There is no way I can recover that fast. Li Luo puts a hand on hers. Just relax. We will heal as much as we can. Her face goes red as she pulls her hand away. You pervert. What are you doing? He just stays calm. I am using my water power to fix you up. The healing is weak through clothes. Why don't you turn around so I can lift your shirt? It will be much faster. She screams in embarrassment. Li Luo gets fed up, crosses his arms, and yells, Fine. No healing. You are too difficult. Let's just sit here and lose then. She blushes and gives in. Wait. Don't. I am sorry, okay? Just keep healing me. He tells her to give him her hand, then he pulls her closer to him. She turns her back to him, face burning. It is the Ice Jade training. Without active power, her hands are way too sensitive to anyone's touch. She gets even redder. Usually, she wears silk gloves so nobody can touch her. Over at Bai Ling Shu, Si Kong stands on a cliff, looking down with his sword. He narrows his eyes and says, I don't know, something feels off. Yunfeng walks out of the mist and says, I can help you flush him out. He drags Zhao Kuo forward. This guy is Li Luo's best friend. We will see if he is actually a hero or if he will just hide while his bro suffers. We can't kill him in the exam, but we can definitely hang him up and mess with him. Zhao Kuo is terrified. Si Kong says, Yunfeng, you are nasty. He gives the order, hang Zhao Kuo up somewhere everyone can see him. I want to see what Li Luo does next. Will he save his best friend or Thon Yi? Chi to wonders if they are taking it too far. Si Kong says, Li Luo brought this on himself. She goes quiet. Back in the cave, Li Luo looks at Thon Yi and asks if she is feeling better. She asks nervously if he is done. Then she realizes she is 80% healed. Li Luo, you are actually amazing. She can't believe how good she feels. He smiles and tells her to hurry up and get her power back. She nods and laughs. Suddenly, a dark shadow drops from above, screaming, Li Luo, I know you are watching. Li Luo peeks his head out. Sai Kong is sitting in a tree with Zhao Kuo, yelling, hand over the girl. I will let this kid go, but if you don't show up, don't blame me when I slam your buddy's face into the dirt. Move fast or it is over. Li Luo is pissed. That little punk. Suddenly, someone else starts screaming. Si Kong, you jerk. Yu Lang flies in and yells, Zhao Kuo, I am coming to save you. Yunfeng is shocked. Is that Yu Lang? Yu Lang charges in, shouting, I have got you, buddy. Van Fong powers up for a massive strike, yelling, not on my watch. That golden light sees the orange beams coming and pulls a slick maneuver to dodge. Engu Lang grins and walks up, smashing the leader's star plate into a million pieces. Then, he crushes his own plate too, laughing like a maniac. I'm out of the game, boys. I'm disqualified, so come and get some if you're feeling brave. Van Fong screams, Nu Lang, no. The guy's stunned. Nu Lang, you were top 10 material. Was throwing it away really worth it? Nu Lang just grins back, a meathead like you wouldn't get it. From above, Lilac hears him shout, I might love cash, but I still have standards. Lilac stays put, keeping a sharp eye on the chaos below. Engu Lang yells, I won't be a sellout and betray my own school just to help yours. But before he can finish, Su Kong cuts him off. Whatever, just keep searching. The wind kicks up, swirling dead leaves as weird blue lights glow by the trees. Inside a cave, Thon Yi is trying to heal her wounds. Suddenly, her eyes snap open, staring at the entrance. Lilac walks in and asks, How are you holding up? Thon Yi gives a weak smile. I've been better, but I'm okay. Lilac gets real. Can you take Su Kong down like this? She shakes her head. No way. His strength isn't lower than mine, and I'm still banged up. She squints at him. Li Locke, what's the matter? I'm not in a great mood. Lilac explains how Su Kong and Van Fong have been trash-talking them. His voice sounds pretty heavy. Thon Yi is fuming. That's low. I'm in. Lilac looks her in the eye. I'll take Su Kong. You handle those other 3 losers yourself. She looks worried. You're taking Su Kong on? Don't go doing something stupid, okay? She's dead serious. You only have 7 seals. The gap between you and Su Kong is massive. Li Lak just smirks and holds up 3 fingers. Then I guess I'll just hit 8 seals right now. He counts down. 2. Then 1. Suddenly, a blue aura explodes around Lilac as he hits level 8. He grins at her. Done. Her jaw literally hits the floor. Lilac's laughter echoes through the cave. Relax, I'm just messing with you. Thon Ni looks suspicious. You're leveling up way too fast. Is 7th rank really that easy? He shrugs. Honestly, I was already on the verge of a breakthrough before the exam started. I used some spirit water to boost my rank. They keep talking, but she warns him that level 8 might not be enough. Suddenly, someone starts lurking outside the cave. A guy spots the cave and screams, "Over here! Come on! Move it!" A shadow blurs past and the crowd gasps. It's Thonyi. She blasts out of the cave, power surging. Everyone realizes the truth. It's Thonyi. She's fine. Su Kong totally played us. Her eyes are ice cold. Get lost. She snaps. Our only target is Su Kong. Right then, another group starts creeping up from behind. Su Kong smirks. Feeling better, Thonyi? She ignores him and glares at Van Fong. Van Fong, you're honestly the most pathetic person I've ever met. He tries to make excuses, but she just blanks him. Van Fong's blood boils. Fine. Keep acting tough. Let's see how much pride you have left once you're disqualified. He turns his rage on Lilac. What are you, a stray dog? Mind your own business, kid. Lilac just stares back. So you're the sellout who backstabbed Engu Lang with those dirty tricks, huh? Su Kong laughs. Lilac, walk away while you still can. You might still place. Lilac's eyes turn dark. Nah, I'm actually pretty ticked off. So neither you nor this snake Van Fong are making the top 10. His eyes glow purple. You lost your mind or what? Su Kong gets serious. Keep her busy for a second. I'll crush this kid and then come help you. His goons yell, got it. Outside, the crowd is dead silent, glued to the monitors. Tai V just watches with her arms crossed, looking tense. The audience starts buzzing. Is that Lilac kid seriously taking on Su Kong and Van Fong by himself? Is he crazy or just that brave? Well, he's got the looks, but does he have the skills? Lin Khan is biting her nails. What is he thinking? There's no way he can actually take Su Kong down, right? Van Fong? Tai V sighs. I have no clue. Up on the podium, Su Kin chuckles. Kid's got guts? I'll give him that. Too bad he's not Thang Na. A guard narrows his eyes. Nan Fong already has 1 Than Aga. If they get another monster like Li Lac, their fame will skyrocket. Li Tai Huyen, is your son about to pull off a miracle? Back in the spirit realm, Li Lac stands his ground, staring down the enemy. He tilts his head and gives them a smirk. So, how do you guys want to do this? Van Fong is fuming. Stop acting tough. I can take you myself. Su Kong isn't taking chances. I don't care if he's legit or bluffing. Everyone, move in now. Take him out fast. 2 figures lunged forward, and Lilac's face darkened. Seriously? No one-on-one? You guys have no honor. He swings his arm, blasting back a wave of pure spirit energy. Not this move again. Su Kong barks. Eyes shut, now. They block the blast, only to see Lilac bolting toward where Thon Yi and Hang Luong are battling. Van Fong snarls. It was a bait and switch. This guy's a total snake. Su Kong glows purple, charging after him. He's trying to bail her out, I'll cut him off. He gains on Lilac, screaming, think you can run? He hurls his spear with everything he's got. The spear whistled right through his body. It was an illusion. Lilac's real target was Van Fong. Van Fong spun around, panicking. Where'd he go? Then a voice whispered in his ear. You really thought I was a pushover? A sword blast rips through the air. Van Fong barely blocks it. I'll show you that our last draw was just pure luck, he barks, gritting his teeth in fury. Their blades collide with a massive spark, sending a shockwave that knocks them both back. Van Fong slams hard into a jagged rock nearby. He's hurt bad, coughing up blood and thinking, That was close. As the smoke clears, Lilac is still standing there like a boss, eyes locked on Van Fong. Lilac just smiles. Sorry, what was that you were saying? Van Fong's jaw drops. You're at 8 seals already? No way. How is that even possible? He just couldn't wrap his head around it. Teeth clenched and eyes rolling, Li Luo took his sweet time dropping the details. See, it really all started 16 years ago, right around the time I was weaned off my mama's milk. Yeah, that very night, he stopped right there. His sixth sense screamed danger, making the other guy grit his teeth in suspense. Then Li Luo just decked him right in the jaw, sending a fresh spray of blood flying everywhere. The guy frowned, totally pissed off, and barked, "You playing me?" Li Luo just smirked with a bit of a tease in his voice. "Wow, you actually figured it out. You're sharper than you look." A second later, the whole vibe shifted. Fire erupted from the dude's body like he wanted to turn the place to ash. He let out a gravelly scream, eyes glowing with pure hatred. "You're dead meat." Next thing you know, he's leveling his spear, aiming that cold, sharp point straight at Li Luo. But Li Luo? He just stood there cool as a cucumber, raised a hand, and yelled, "Reflect spell." The guy knew something was wrong instantly. He glared at his spear, brows furrowed. This isn't good. Then, in a literal blink, a flash of green light blinded him. All you heard was a muffled, "Damn it." Li Luo didn't hesitate. He swung hard, catching him right in the neck. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. He spun around to check the damage, but then an orange light blasted through. Someone came charging in with a terrifying yell. Li Luo, Sai Kong suddenly crashed the party, screaming his lungs out, "How dare you!" In a split second, Van Fong took another heavy blow from Si Kong's staff. The fight ended with the guy totally wrecked. Li Luo turned back and casually asked, "Back for dinner already?" Si Kong squeezed his eyes shut, biting his lip hard, clearly terrified of what just happened. Van Fong's body was literally pinned to a rock by the staff Si Kong had just chucked. Even Si Kong was standing there looking completely shell-shocked by the whole scene. "Li Luo, it turns out everyone seriously underestimated what you're capable of." The guy had some pride left, but Li Luo didn't care. He just kept that smug grin on his face. "Honestly, I've only got one plan. Like the old saying goes, I'm tossing you both in. No more talk." Sai Kong pulled his weapon, growling, "Show me what you've really got, Li Luo. Otherwise, I'm going to make you lose face in front of the whole palace today." Li Luo dropped into a stance as Si Kong leaped for an aerial strike. Li Luo held his ground, but when that spear came diving down, the sheer force caught him off guard. He bit his lip, eyes wide. A second later, he was staring straight ahead, his eyes filled with total confusion and shock. Sai Kong unleashed some crazy move that turned the whole place pitch black. Eerie purple lights went wild in the darkness. Afterward, he stood there for a beat, focusing his internal power. How is his energy so pure? My lightning power can't even get inside his body to mess him up from the inside. It is like hitting a brick wall. Then he gave a weirdly intense laugh. 7th rank lightning power, huh? I guess I really did pick a tough one to fight today. Li Luo didn't look worried. He just gave a light laugh and told Si Kong, "Fine. I've been lying low for years, so I might as well go big now." Suddenly, the quiet forest erupted in massive explosions. A light streaked across the sky. Sai Kong had this twisted, almost innocent smile on his face. Who would have thought these two would actually end up in such a brutal showdown? But Si Kong was still clearly holding the upper hand. He looked incredibly smug, squinting as he analyzed the situation. "This whole setup is getting annoying," he thought. "Let's wrap this up." He wasted no time, unleashing a heavy, high-level technique, the Lightning Thunderbird. Faced with that, Li Luo didn't even flinch, calling upon his own water mirror defense. A bird and a demon collided head-on, and the poor forest got rocked by another huge explosion. As the smoke cleared, the guy wasn't acting so cocky anymore. He looked wary. "So this is that weird mirror trick you used to stalemate Van Fong?" Li Luo got hyped and shouted back, "Exactly. You can call it my ultimate peace strategy. Love Van Piss." He got super annoyed, his face bunching up in a scowl. He hissed through his teeth, "Are you freaking kidding me? You really think you're playing with me?" He blasted off instantly, venting his rage with a loud scream. Meanwhile, down at the base of White Spirit Mountain, someone was watching the whole fight through a glowing crystal. They shouted in disbelief, "No way! Li Luo is actually holding his own against Sikong right now." Tai Vi covered her mouth, trying to hide her shock and total excitement. When did he break through to the Mark Seal level? Lin Khan watched closely and said, "He really is the son of those two legends." People nearby started whispering in curiosity, "Wait, wasn't he supposed to be a loser?" Neither fighter knew they were being watched as they put everything they had into the showdown. Li Luo calmly summoned a blurry, spinning vortex around him. It was his peace and quiet technique. Sikong suddenly exhaled, a mocking grin spreading across his face. In that moment, Li Luo felt a surge of panic. He started sweating. What's happening? The rebound force is suddenly being absorbed. It's not working. A split second later, a massive beam of energy slammed right into him. He'd been played big time. The attack was so fast and brutal he started coughing up blood. He glared at Sikong. Sikong just laughed in his face. "You really thought that little trick would stop me?" As he spoke, another massive vortex of light appeared, his energy completely taking over the whole area. Li Luo watched his every move without even blinking. He knew this was the one. Rumor had it this was Sikong's trump card, boosting both his defense and attack. It's a nightmare to deal with. Suddenly, Sikong came flying at him. He swung his spear, but Li Luo barely dodged. The guy kept trash-talking. "You really thought I came here unprepared? Try and run. I'm cutting off your escape." The spear came straight for Li Luo like a guided missile. He tried to jump, but this time he wasn't fast enough. One cut grazed his ear, another sliced his arm. Everyone watching held their breath as the fight got intense. Tai Vi looked terrified, her eyes filled with worry as she whispered for him. Looking at Sikong's arrogant, nasty face, everyone started thinking the same thing. Looks like the top student of the Southern Academy is in serious trouble during this county exam. The golden boy is about to fall. Li Luo was panting hard, eyes locked on his enemy. Determination was written all over his face. On the big screen, the crowd was going wild with gossip and doubt. Looking at the state of things, Li Luo's gonna get knocked out soon. One guy worriedly noted that even though he's improved fast, Sikong is just a different beast. The battle was reaching its peak. Sikong kept talking trash, wanting Li Luo to go all out for one final, explosive showdown. And then, he unleashed a blinding strike that seemed to tear through the sky, mocking that the kid's power just wasn't enough. Sikong's massive force sent Li Luo flying backward. Before he could even breathe, Sikong charged forward, spear in hand, closing the gap instantly. He followed up with a sharp horizontal slash, then pointed his spear toward the heavens to deliver a powerful, final, finishing blow. Sikong gave a cold, smug grin while swinging his spear in a blur. One direct hit sent Li Luo crashing straight into a massive rock behind him with a deafening thud that echoed everywhere. He stood atop a high rock, spear in hand, looking down coolly. With total confidence and a mocking tone, Sikong told him that if he wanted to save any face for the Luo Land Manor, he should just give up now. Meanwhile, Li Luo was buried in the cracked rock. He didn't seem to be moving at all. After taking blow after blow, Li Luo suddenly snapped his eyes open with a cold stare and a calm smile. This fire inside was exactly what he needed. A strange wind began to howl, making everything around them turn into a blurry haze. Sikong suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. He frowned, wondering why he felt so uneasy when he was clearly winning. Shaking it off, he lunged in for the kill, shouting that it was finally time to end this. A surge of purple energy slammed into the rock where Li Luo had been sitting, but he was one step ahead and easily dodged the massive blast. Li Luo concentrated his energy and pulled out a new weapon, a massive bow. Watching from the outside, the crowd grew curious. Why would he suddenly pull out a long-range weapon like that? What was his plan? Wei Xia didn't say a word, just watched in silence. Li Luo focused all his power into his hand, getting ready to strike back. His energy began to stretch out into the form of a long, glowing spear. Shi Kong narrowed his eyes in pure annoyance. He asked if the kid was really still trying to play these cheap tricks even now. Li Luo kept a cool head, mentally combining his high-tier water art with his radiant light technique. He decided to call this ultimate move his blue light heavenly flowing arrow as he prepared to unleash it on his opponent. Shi Kong felt the raw power and started to panic. What was happening? It felt like he was facing a monster. Even going up against Qing hadn't made him feel this level of pure, terrifying pressure before. He whipped his head around, seeing the blinding light from Li Luo's attack about to be unleashed right behind him. A sharp arrow packed with massive energy was screaming toward Shi Kong's back. He scrambled away, glancing back in terror as he shouted. These two powerful forces were just seconds away from a massive, violent collision. Li Luo smirked, asking if lightning could really outrun the speed of light. That glowing arrow tore right through Shi Kong's attack. Enraged, Shi Kong screamed that he wasn't afraid of some punk with only 8 seal strength. Right then, Shi Kong gripped his spear tight, facing that glowing arrow head-on with everything he had. He got his answer fast. Li Luo's strike pierced right through Shi Kong's own weapon. Before he could even try to defend himself, the attack slammed into him, and he took the full force of the blow. Blood splattered across his face, but he still refused to quit. Suddenly, a massive scream ripped through the air, catching Li Luo's attention. He narrowed his eyes and looked over to see what was happening. Shi Kong stared up at Li Luo standing tall on the rock, unable to believe he had lost. The tables had turned completely. Now, Shi Kong was beaten and kneeling. Seeing this, Li Luo stayed focused, silently calculating his next move. Up on the screen, the sound of someone screaming out in terror echoed everywhere. People were confused, asking what was going on. Another loud shout rang out through the crowd. Someone gasped, asking if their eyes were actually playing tricks on them. Kai Wei had been watching the whole time and gasped, unable to believe that Shi Kong had actually been defeated. Ling Qing stood beside her, confirming that Li Luo had won. Kai Wei's eyes sparkled with pure, glowing admiration. She noted, so the young lord was always this capable. Ling Qing looked a bit annoyed hearing all the praise and asked if she was officially on his side now. Kai Wei just nodded, saying that a guy this handsome was hard to find. At the same time, a loud voice boomed through the main pavilion. Wei Sha stroked his beard, nodding in approval as he showered the boy with some serious praise. He really is the son of Tai Huang and Danlan. A tiger doesn't raise a weak cub. See that? That is the secret weapon of our Nanfeng Academy in action. Shi Jing was getting more annoyed by the second, but Wei Sha just kept mocking him. He told him to shut his mouth and asked who the hell he thought he was to tell him what to do. Shi Jing was fuming, calling him a crazy old man, and swearing that Li Luo must have cheated somehow. In another part of the castle, and Li stepped in to remind them both that the big exam was still going on right now. Messing with this could mean fewer spots for the province next year. Meanwhile, someone was sprinting through the White Spirit ruins, wondering why they ever agreed to let him go up against Shi Kong in the first place. She begged Li Luo to just hang in there. When she finally reached the competition grounds, she stopped. A guy tied up in the distance saw her and started throwing out some petty insults. He mocked her for running so fast, saying that the kid had definitely already lost to Shi Kong anyway. Qing'er's eyes went wide with shock as she realized what was happening right in front of her. Right across from them, someone was literally pinned against a rock. It was Yunfeng. Zhong Bin stood right next to her, shaking like he had seen a ghost, and told everyone they needed to look over there. There stood Shi Kong, kneeling on the ground and clutching his neck while screaming in total agony. A loud voice cried out his name in complete and utter disbelief. Qing'er looked up to see Li Luo sitting on top of a massive rock. Everyone around them started whispering that there was no way he could have defeated both Shi Kong and Yunfeng alone. Tuan's face was a total wreck, covered in bruises. When he spotted her, he let out a weak sigh. "About time you showed up." Qingyi's eyes were full of stress as she rushed over. "Li Luo, talk to me. Are you still in one piece?" Li Luo scratched his head, looking totally embarrassed. "Yo, help me down. I am out of juice and definitely not jumping from here." Qingyi just stared, totally speechless. Wait, you were stuck up there like a statue just 'cause you ran out of power? Li Luo scrambled down the pile of rubble and looked at the guys kneeling on the ground. Well, looks like these losers are officially cooked. Sai Kong wiped the blood off his face, teeth gritted in rage. Li Luo just acted smug, like he was showing off a trophy. Why did you have to push me? I was trying to be nice. Look, I was only aiming for the top 10. Seriously, the guy got so tilted he actually started coughing up blood. Li Luo just shoved his hands in his pockets, staring down at the two losers on the ground. He checked his card. Nice. 12 people still in the game. He gave them a cold, mocking look. Things are fine for now, but they are about to get ugly. Any guesses on my next move? Si Kong glared at him, his face twisted with pure hatred. Li Luo, you are a monster. Yun Feng jumped in to back him up. You cannot do this, man. You are gonna have the whole governor's office and the Song family coming for your head. Li Luo held up the scorecard, and suddenly Si Kong's points hit 0. Dong Yan Academy, Si Kong, 0 points. You are out. He moved to the next one. Nam Feng Academy, Yun Feng, 0 points. You are also disqualified. Li Luo was loving every second of this. Let us have a big round of applause for our losers, Sai Kong and Yun Feng, for taking spots 11 and 12. He spins around to look at the three losers groveling, sighing that they really got lucky. Zongbin immediately puts on a sad face, whining, Luo, we were forced into this. Once we reach the Sage Bright Academy, you are our new big dog. Li Luo shuts his eyes, clearly annoyed, and orders Qingyi to wipe their points completely. He can't stand the sight of these guys and just wants them gone. Suddenly, Qingyi smiles sweetly but ignores the order. Li Luo is baffled. Zongbin is quick to catch her drift and explains the vibe to him. She means that if she steals our points, her score will jump past yours. She would officially take the #1 spot for the entire academy entrance exam. Everyone stares like they found a savior. Zongbin feels like he caught a lifeline, wondering why she would stay in second place behind Li Luo. Is she just being modest? Or is there something more between them? What is going on here? Hang Liang is jealous. Luo is a total boss. They definitely have a thing. Li Luo tries desperately to talk her into it, begging her to take the points because he is honestly terrified of being #1. Despite his pleading, Qingyi just sits there, laughing softly, telling him he will get used to it eventually. You are being too much, Qingyi. Seriously, just take them. I do not want to be #1. Please, I am literally begging you. Qingyi keeps that sweet, slightly admiring smile until the final bell rings. One girl screams in pure joy, shouting that the exam is finally over and she made the top 10 for the academy. Meanwhile, Shikong looks furious, his face darkening with rage. Li Luo is just speechless that things did not go his way. He ended up stuck in that #1 spot after all. The rankings flash on the massive pillar. First place, Li Luo from Nanfeng Academy. Second place, Qingyi from Nanfeng Academy. Seeing Li Luo at the top leaves everyone stunned. Nobody expected the top spot to go to him instead of Qingyi or Shikong. It was Li Luo, the guy who always hid his true strength. People start whispering that even though he lacks Qingyi's sharp edge, he feels like a deep well. You never know what secret cards he is still holding. Deng Ping clenches his fists, feeling proud. Look at that. Li Luo actually took the #1 spot. Lan Feng stares in disbelief, his eyes wide. He laments that the top student is not from his first house. Nanfeng Academy has never seen this before. Their reputation is totally trashed now. Deng Ping keeps laughing, patting him on the shoulder. He tells Lan Feng that since they are all from the same place, he will stop being so competitive from now on. Lan Feng waves it off like he is fine, but he is dying inside. He stutters that they are all family and there is no need to be formal. Kai Wei sighs in relief. This is definitely a shocker. Ling Qing is surprised but mostly happy about the results. Li Luo really did keep his powers hidden deep, did he not? Kai Wei looks at the sky, telling Ling Qing that the young master getting into the academy might finally take some of the pressure off Qingyi. She gazes at the distant mountains, placing her hope in a far-off future. If Li Luo keeps performing this well, he might actually unite everyone again. If that happens, the Luolan house will finally find its stability and balance. The crowd nearby is buzzing with gossip and excitement. Look, Zhao Kuo shows up next to Li Luo, cheering. Luo, you were amazing. Li Luo just wonders where that idiot Yu Lang went. Zhao Kuo points toward a corner where a guy is talking to a girl. He says Yu Lang is probably off flirting with some underclassmen again. Over there, Yu Lang is full of himself, telling tall tales that have some girl looking totally impressed. He brags about how he worked so hard to mess with Shikong. He claims half the credit for Li Luo winning first place. But he says they are brothers, so he does not care about fame. Li Luo just watches, calling him totally shameless. Qing Yi finally speaks up, telling Li Luo that tonight is a good night for a party. A nearby girl keeps begging him to come along too. He rubs his chin, having an internal battle. This is so annoying. Everyone will just show up to praise me, and I will probably get stuck with some fangirls. Finally, standing in front of a huge tavern, he decides to give in and join. The sky turns a deep red as sunset hits, and the tavern lights up. Inside, beer mugs are clinking and everyone is celebrating the exam results with their friends. Li Luo thanks Qing Yi for renting out the whole place. Everyone is going to have a great time tonight. She just gives him a sweet nod. A guy holding a glass toasts the perfect couple, calling Li Luo a total beast for what he did. He says their teamwork will be a legend at the academy. Li Luo's face drops, a fake, nervous smile appearing as he starts to sweat. It is a good thing they are in Nanfeng City. If they were in the capital, his fiancée would probably kill him for this. Nearby, Qing Yi cheers with the guy. Someone else yells in anger, calling Yunfeng a traitor. He was from their academy but helped the enemy hurt Qing Yi. He is complete and utter trash. Fa Qing approaches Qing Yi nervously with a drink in her hand. She explains that if she had not left those signals, Qing Yi would not have been ambushed. Qing Yi clinks glasses and calmly says it is fine because it is over now. Li Luo's expression sours as he thinks to himself that being friends with idiots is exhausting. Fa Qing looks at him politely, saying she hopes he does not hold a grudge since she once tried to help him. Her next words make Qing Yi look very thoughtful. She tells Li Luo that his performance today finally makes him truly worthy of his famous fiancée. Li Luo just nods awkwardly and waves her off. Suddenly, he notices something is off and asks what is wrong. She does not look at him, just keeps staring at the glass in her hand. Her eyes are full of hidden thoughts. She looks down and says something cryptic about how stupid people are just really annoying. Her words leave him confused. Up on the second floor, Li Luo asks if Yunfeng will still be competing for a spot since he missed the top 10. Qing Yi explains that technically he could, but their old principal is known for being a very calculating and petty man. 3 mysterious figures watch from the balcony. One says the principal won't let Yunfeng get his way. A girl notes that the woman earlier was Yunfeng's older sister. That is Song Qiu from the Sage Bright Academy, along with Mo Lang and Jing Ming. Jing Ming sneers, shocked that the top student from this region is that supposed loser young master. Qiu corrects him, saying he is clearly not a loser anymore. Mo Lang smirked, partly agreeing but still pushing back. Look, Thien Thuc just isn't cutting it. I heard the big leagues in other districts already have students at the 10 seal stage for this exam. Thu Vu's face dropped instantly, her voice cold and heavy with annoyance. Mo Lang, I get it. Your district has deep pockets and powerful friends, but quit acting like Thien Thuc is a total joke already. Mo Lang leaned in to play nice, claiming he wasn't trash-talking. After all, Thien Thuc has someone like Thaninga, and that alone is enough to keep people from looking down on you. He chuckled, poking fun at her mood. Seems like our girl is a little tilted by these new rookies. Huh? Maybe I should go over there and give them a proper welcome. Still stuck in her feelings, she frowned and complained that one Mo Lang was already too much. Waving him off, she told him that as a senior, he should probably go show those kids exactly what the Saint Star Academy lifestyle is all about. Even though he'd already walked off, Thu Vu yelled after him to keep it chill. Just make it quick and don't take things too far, she shouted into the distance. He smirked with a hint of contempt, thinking this would be a killer show. The gap between the 10-seal stage and a general master is massive. Thuvu watched him leave, figuring this would be the most vivid lesson those little guys would ever get before hitting the academy. The night was late, the moon was high, and the party was finally winding down. Lilac spoke up, announcing to the group that it was getting late. After all, the big exam just wrapped up today and everyone needs a break. Everyone had been grinding all day and definitely needed some sleep. But suddenly, something caught his eye. There was some major drama breaking out just up ahead. Someone yelled out, asking if he was blind or something. Lilac wondered if people were already starting trouble. Mo Lang was right in the middle of the chaos, silently cursing his bad luck. He raised one hand while the other stayed in his pocket, his voice dripping with sarcasm. My bad. Didn't mean to crash your little celebration. This kid wasn't watching where he was going and tripped over me. Just a tiny lesson for him. Nothing to see here. Thanwai stepped out from behind Lilac, her voice sharp and demanding. So, you think it's okay to just hit people? Her presence immediately made every guy in the room stop and stare. Her vibe was top tier, and that confident attitude turned every head in the place. It definitely started making people think twice about what was going down. Absolute perfection. With looks and an aura like that, she'd be #1 even at the academy. Mo Lang straightened his collar, acting all casual as he replied that he just had a quick trigger finger. You guys are from Namfong Academy, right? Well, I'm from Saint Star, which makes me your future senior. The crowd started whispering that even if they wanted to do something, they couldn't take on a guy from that school. Lilac leaned over and whispered to Thanwai that the guy didn't exactly seem friendly. She just closed her eyes, acting totally bored. She knew he was only there to test the person who took first place. Mo Lang tilted his head back with a smug, arrogant look in his eyes. So, I hear you're the one who took the top spot in the Thien Thuk exams this time. Lilac frowned, keeping his face serious and staying dead silent. As the guy walked past, he leaned in and mocked him. How does a weakling take first place? Thien Thuk must be really hurting for talent these days. That guy is asking for it. Let's go over there and bash his head in right now. Ngu Lang jumped in to stop him, telling him to chill out. Lilac kept his cool and reminded everyone that they didn't even know this guy, so there was no reason to start drama. Mo Lang didn't see what was coming, still acting all high and mighty. What did you say? I'm just a senior checking in. Suddenly, his face twisted in fear, eyes wide, as he screamed out. What? You're trying to kill me? He had no idea what was actually going on. Assassination? Thanwai looked totally confused. Everyone around them was stunned by the sudden, loud commotion echoing through the room. Suddenly, a shout rang out from nowhere, echoing through every corner of the room. Protect the young lord. All at once, a group of people came crashing through the windows from the left side. It wasn't just the left either. Men armed with weapons were jumping in from the right too. Every single one of them was gunning for Mo Lang, yelling out in unison to catch the assassin. Mo Lang was sweating bullets, his eyes popping out of his head as he screamed. I didn't do anything. I was literally just coming over to say hello. A guard sent Mo Lang flying with a single punch before bowing to apologize to Lilac. Ingu Lang just shrugged, completely unbothered. I told you, don't rush him. If you want a piece of Lilac, you better make sure you've got backup first. Just then, a voice barked out, asking what the hell was happening. Thuvu was fuming. Seriously, Lilac? You think you're so big that you can just call guards to beat people up over nothing? Lilac finally told his men to stand down, but it was too late for Mo Lang. His face was already swollen up like a giant balloon. Thanwai leaned in and told Lilac that she was Thuvu, Van Fong's sister. Lilac nodded and immediately turned to question her. Oh, so you're with this guy? Did you send him to try and assassinate me? Or was that all his idea? Thuvu grit her teeth and snapped at him. You've got some nerve, lying right to my face. What assassin? Stop making things up. Mo Lang, who was barely conscious, groaned and asked if anyone here actually had any honor left. Exactly. When did I ever say I was going to kill you? Lilac acted all embarrassed, claiming he definitely heard him say it. Mo Lang shouted back that he only meant he was using his senior status to say hello. Lilac just laughed it off, acting like the whole thing was a big mistake. Oh, is that right? My bad then. Tell you what, I'll cover your entire bill for tonight on my tab. Thu Vu grit her teeth, asking if he really thought she needed his petty cash. He just gave her a provocative look. So what if I do? What are you actually going to do about it? She stayed quiet, her eyebrows furrowing as she realized her plan had failed. She wanted Mo Lang to provoke Lilac into a fight, but this kid was way too calm. He didn't even try to act tough just because a beautiful girl was standing right there watching. Whatever. Making a scene now wouldn't even matter. The group just walked away, feeling completely defeated. Even though Thu Vu and her crew were gone, the mood in the room was totally killed. Nobody was having fun anymore, so everyone started heading for the exits. Later that night, Thanwai was chatting with Lilac. She mentioned that the quality of his shop, Ke Duong, had skyrocketed lately. It was basically putting so much pressure on Tung Tu that they could barely even breathe. Thu Vu is actually training at the Saint Star Resonance Institute. Now that she's back, she's probably going to come straight for you and your shop, Ke Duong. Lilac knew she was talking about the Spirit Water Festival. Every year in this district, there's a big event centered around those special resonance liquids. Every shop joins in, trying to grab some attention and take over a bigger piece of the market. The moon was glowing tonight despite the clouds. Li Lak was lost in thought, crunching the numbers. He was constantly dumping tons of gold into Ke Duong just so he could afford those level 6 resonance liquids for himself. There was no way he'd let Thu Vu mess things up now. Meanwhile, over at the mansion, someone was screaming, "Damn it, Lilac and Thu Vu again? Mo Lang, what the hell happened to your face?" Thu Vu explained that they were just trying to introduce themselves to the other students at the restaurant. But instead of a greeting, Lilac's guards just ended up jumping them. The old man was fuming, blaming Lilac once again. Mo Lang grit his teeth, swearing that if they were back in the royal city, he'd never let that kid walk away. The head of the Tong family just told them to let it go for now. Recently, Lilac's shop has been booming out of nowhere. Honestly, it's probably some secret ancient technique that his parents, Tai Huyen and Dai Lam, left behind for him to use. Mo Lang was deep in thought. The refining quality at Tung Tu is definitely higher than theirs, yet they're still getting crushed. The only thing that could explain that kind of power is a secret ancient method. The head of the Tong family was getting restless. If things keep going like this, our family's shop here in the district is never going to be able to make a comeback. Mac Lang just smirks and says their formula at Mac Water 7 is light years ahead of Sun Yang. The Song family is basically guaranteed to crush them. Lord Song is still sweating it, but Mac Lang brushes it off. As long as their spirit water takes over Thien Thu County, everyone wins big. He smiles like a total suck-up and thanks him. The Song family will do whatever it takes to make sure Mac Water 7 rules this town. Mac Lang waves goodbye, his job here done. Thu Vu whispers to the boss that bringing the guy to Thon Fong Tower actually paid off for once. If it wasn't for Li Luo, Mac Lang wouldn't have spilled the beans so easily. Lord Song sighs, realizing he actually owes Li Luo a thank you. Lord Song's face twists into a scowl as he realizes his family is basically under Mac Lang's thumb now. He starts explaining that even though they have the formulas, those basic recipes don't mean a thing. The real power lies in the two secret methods, Black Claw and White Moonlight. That is the real prize. Thu Vu gets heated and starts cursing the Luo Lan manor. That Li Luo kid is seriously a huge pain. It is getting ugly. Lord Song asks if they can actually beat Ling Khan in a fight. The guy just grins. Ling Khan? He is an old rival, but this time, he is taking an L. Lord Song asks how Van Fong is doing. Thu Vu says his body is fine, but his ego took a massive hit. He might still make the Saint Academy, though. He worries that Van Fong crossed the line. Nam Fong Academy has extra spots, but he is praying that VSAT isn't the type of guy who actually follows the rules. Next morning at the manor, Li Luo takes a deep breath and gets in the zone. He lunges forward, kicks off the ground, and catches some serious air. His opponent stays sharp, raising a blade to block the strike. Li Luo clicks his tongue when he is stopped. The guy sees an opening, puts his weight into it, and shoves Li Luo back. Li Luo steadies himself and calls it a day. The opponent bows, respecting the young master for holding back during their little session. The guy is hyped and starts praising him, but Li Luo just waves him off. He still hasn't won a real fight. Still, everyone is looking at him differently now. They actually respect him. You can feel the loyalty growing. Li Luo is finally starting to shine. Tui is already waiting for him at the door. He gives her a shout, wondering what she is doing there. She teases him, saying the young master is working too hard. He already aced the big exam, yet here he is, training like a beast every day. Later, Tui mentions that Ling Khan is here for something important. Li Luo smiles and heads over. They find him in the room, and he greets them both immediately. He has a report ready. Profits for Sun Yang are skyrocketing lately. At this rate, they are looking at 10,000 gold pieces in profit by the end of the year. Li Luo is stoked. Not bad at all. Then Ling Khan explains that Thu Vu is back to steal the spotlight at the upcoming Spirit Water Festival. He is trying to hype up his own shop. Li Luo isn't worried, but he knows not to underestimate the guy. He promises to go all out before Ling Khan rushes off. Tui pulls out a bottle. She managed to snag 3 vials of level 6 spirit water just like he asked. It is not much, but it will do. Li Luo is hyped as he grabs the loot. He jokes that if she wasn't so scary, he would give her a hug. She just rolls her eyes, telling him his cute face doesn't work on her as she walks away. Li Luo's ego is through the roof. He mutters about being so handsome that even Tui can't resist him. Man, it is hard being this good-looking. Li Luo is walking and grumbling about Van Fong and Than Wai. She was number 1, after all. Too bad for him. Than Wai is right behind him and hears everything. She laughs and teases him. He gets first place and still spends his time talking trash about people behind their backs. Li Luo just laughs awkwardly. Some students walk by and wave. Then he notices a massive crowd. Some jerk is causing a scene. It is Van Fong, that total loser. Someone runs up to tell them what is happening. They are glad the 2 heroes finally showed up. Van Fong is acting like he owns the place. He betrayed the school and still has the nerve to show up. Nu Lang just said hi, and Van Fong slapped him so hard he is coughing up blood. Li Luo sees Nu Lang on the ground. Ngu Lang is rolling around, faking it for the crowd. He is yelling about dying and how there has been a murder. Someone save this poor kid. Van Fong is losing it. He screams that he barely touched the guy. He just told him to get lost and gave him a tiny shove. He didn't even use any real strength. But then a louder voice booms over everyone. It is V Saturday. He demands to know who thinks they can just beat up students at his academy. He sees Ngulang on the ground and snaps. He yells at Van Fong, asking if he thinks the rules don't apply anymore or if he thinks the headmaster is dead. Van Fong is officially expelled. No more student status. Van Fong tries to argue, saying he didn't break any rules and they can't just kick him out like that. It is not fair. VSAT just tells him to take it up with the Saint Academy. Maybe they will overturn the expulsion, but until then, he is done. Pack your bags, kid. Li Luo looks at Ngo Lang, who is still acting like he is about to die on the pavement. Li Luo whispers that the acting is way too much. Than Wai thinks it is hilarious. If Van Fong stayed in the top 10, he would be safe. But he fell out, and the boss is petty. V.E. Sat gives a serious speech. He can handle students who aren't geniuses, but he won't tolerate backstabbers who try to hurt their own classmates. That is where he draws the line. It is graduation day at Nam Phong. These kids are moving on to higher academies across the country. Today they stand together, but tomorrow they might never see each other again. After the ceremony, the headmaster calls Li Luo's crew over to his private garden for a chat. V Sat is trimming trees and thanks them for keeping the school at number 1. Li Luo smiles and asks if this is just a thank you or if there is a reward involved. Ngu Lang starts sucking up, saying they respect the boss too much to take a reward. He even makes a dumb joke about the headmaster's age. He almost gets clipped by the shears for that one. V Sat warns them that in 2 months, they will head to the Saint Academy. They did good here, but don't get cocky. Once they get to the big leagues, they will realize the world is full of hidden masters. It is a lot deeper than they think. He hands over a bottle. These are bitter lotus pills. Once they hit 10 seals, they can use these to speed up their cultivation. It is a little graduation bonus. These pills make the process much more efficient. They are made using special sap from power trees, so usually only the top-tier academies can actually produce stuff this high quality. For a newbie scholar at the 10th seal stage, the bitter lotus pill is the ultimate energy booster. Since everyone is focused on training their resonance, Uncle Lang is the most hyped. If anyone calls the old dean stingy after this, I will be the first one to step up and fight them myself. Wei Sha waved them off, telling them to beat it. Even though it stung, he had to admit that in the whole Great Xia, no school could touch Saint Azure. He stayed silent, not even turning around as they left. Finally, Wei Sha cracked a smile, feeling proud, deep down. Li Luo, you little brat, do not embarrass your mother out there. It is time to fly high, you little flowers. After graduating from Southwind Academy, Li Luo got right back into his old training routine. Over the next 2 months, his goal was simple: hit the 10th seal stage. After all, the 5-year countdown has already started. Plus, when it comes to crafting spirit liquid, Li Luo is already hitting Tier 2 quality. One morning at Luolan House, while he was absorbing energy from a scroll, it suddenly flashed with a blinding golden light. He gripped the scroll and sighed. This is not going to be easy at all. Crafting an artificial resonance is tough. If my parents had not left me a pile of cash, I would be totally stuck. Most importantly, they suggested I pick a wood resonance for my second artificial one. Wood energy helps with healing and detox, which pairs perfectly with my previous water resonance. It should keep my weak foundation from holding me back. Plus, wood is great for crowd control. I can just freeze them and turn them into pincushions with my arrows. Sounds a bit twisted, right? Whatever, it does not matter. Being a little crazy will not ruin my handsome looks anyway. Finally, after checking the left side, there are 86 pieces. On the right, 42 pieces. That is 128 total. So this is the little acquired resonance wheel? Thank God my parents left me a copy of this. If wood is the main attribute, what should the sub-attribute be? Li Luo spent the entire day buried in research. After filling pages with notes, he finally decided on a wood and earth combo. Wood is the lead, earth is the backup. Li Luo looked way more confident now. The best support for a wood resonance is definitely an earth resonance. Wood and earth energy boost each other, whether it is for staying alive or locking down enemies. The next day, Li Luo went to Kaiwei with his shopping list. 2 hours later, the first batch of materials was delivered straight to his room. Now he is checking out the materials, starting with the wood spirit flower. It is a rare plant packed with wood energy. Li Luo summoned a flame in his palm. This is the little acquired fire. This flame is actually the most essential part of refining the little acquired wheel. Only materials refined with this specific fire can be used for the process. Refining is definitely not a walk in the park. After burning through several batches of expensive materials, Li Luo finally started to get a feel for it. Eventually, he successfully refined a rare branch filled with earth-based energy. Li Luo stared at the finished product and breathed a sigh of relief. He did not expect refining to be such a grind. He flicked his wrist, dropping it into the little acquired wheel to see if it worked. The tiny flame slid into place easily. It is in. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out, pointing toward the next empty slot. Is that a hint to put the next piece in? After that first win, Li Luo jumped right into the next refinement. But things did not go as planned. Wait, why is there no reaction? The little acquired wheel actually started cracking, which totally freaked him out. Dealing with that rejection, Li Luo kept cycling through different materials. After pulling an all-nighter, he finally managed to fill 4 of the slots. Li Luo worked until the sun came up. This is going to take a lot of time, but he could not wait to see that wood and earth resonance finally come to life. Meanwhile, a full month has passed since the big academy exams ended. Now, everyone in Tianshu Prefecture is buzzing about the next massive event, the Spirit Liquid and Light Festival. The streets are packed. Kai Wei looked around, noting the festival has been going for 3 days, but the real show starts today. Li Luo was impressed by the crowd, wondering how Sister Ling Qing was holding up. They headed through the district as Kai Wei led the way. Honestly, I did not want to bother her lately, but there she is. Ling Qing was already standing right by the window. It was like she knew they were coming. You two finally made it? Li Luo grinned and asked if she was feeling confident. I heard we can bring an assistant. How about I help you out, sister? Ling Qing sounded confident. Don't you trust me? I do not care if I lose to others, but I will never lose to that woman. Song Chi Yu. If you want to assist, go ahead. You are the young lord anyway. I cannot really stop you. Li Luo just shrugged, unable to win an argument with her. Her stubborn pride was actually kind of cute. After he left, Kai Wei started teasing Ling Qing, saying our young lord really knows how to treat a lady. Ling Qing just rolled her eyes, calling him a nosy kid who talks too much. I mean, what can a tier 2 refiner like him even do for me? Elsewhere, Li Luo was checking out the various spirit liquids on display, learning a lot about the different manufacturers. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar face. Hey, that is her. He recognized Qing immediately. She had been there for a while, her stunning looks drawing eyes from all over the crowd. But unfortunately, there was a guy hanging around her like an annoying fly, making everyone uncomfortable. Li Luo felt bad for her, seeing Mo Lang stalking her like that. The guy is a total player. He obviously has a thing for Chu Yu, yet he still goes around flirting with everyone else. Looking at Qing face, she was definitely running out of patience. Li Luo decided to jump in and distract her, shouting about fly swatters for sale at 5,000 each. Qing turned around and looked happy to see him. Li Luo, she playfully complained about the crazy price, asking if he was trying to rob her. Li Luo just smirked, saying the fly near her was so big he suspected it was a freak. That definitely triggered Mo Lang. Li Luo, are you looking for trouble? He did not hesitate to fire back, telling him that talking to a classmate was none of his business. He shot back with a warning, saying as their senior, a freak like Li Luo would suffer once they got to St. Azure Academy. Li Luo just gave a cold laugh, saying he would be sure to bring plenty of bodyguards along. Mo Lang remembered what happened before and got furious. He could not do anything right now, so he just walked away, telling Li Luo to keep laughing while he still could. He bragged that Mo Shui House would soon dominate the entire prefecture, while Li Luo's trashy shop would probably just go out of business. Qing looked genuinely worried for him, especially since she knew Mo Shui and the Song family had teamed up to cause trouble at today's event. Li Luo told her to relax because he had everything under control. As they walked and chatted, he noticed she had already reached the 10th seal stage. She confirmed it, hoping to level up even further to a resonance master before the school year starts. Meanwhile, Mo Lang was still fuming, cursing Li Luo for showing up. Qiyu answered confidently, knowing she had the secret medicine from the Mo family. I am definitely going to win this time. I cannot wait to see the look on her face after I crush her in the competition. Suddenly, Qiyu flinched when Mo Lang reached out to touch her. What are you doing? He laughed it off, warning her that if she did not agree to the engagement soon, she might never leave the prefecture. He even joked about getting married right now if she was too scared. She tried to stall, saying they should find a better time. Later, in her private room, she looked out the window. That guy is such a creep. He definitely thinks with his lower half. Did he really think I did not see him hitting on Qing earlier? For now, I have to use Mo Shui House to take down Shirui. I will just play along until I find someone better. Then I am dumping him. Suddenly, a massive boom echoed through the hall. The refining competition is finally starting. The entire place is packed with people moving in every direction. Lin Khan steps into the spotlight, and man, does Laklam Mansion only recruit supermodels or what? Thanya can't even deal. First Tai V with her heart-stopping vibe, and now this chilly goddess leading the K Duong house. Seriously, it is just unfair how good they look. Li Luo just scratches his face, totally awkward. I mean, you cannot deny it, Tai Vi and Ling Khan are absolute smoke shows. If Shengsha hadn't sent me here, People would legit think I am some kind of creep or something. Thon Yi pivots and asks, I am hitting up my uncle first, you want to roll with me or what? Li Luo shakes his head. I gotta head up there, he says, pointing at the high stage. Thon Yi is floored. Wait, you are actually competing in resonance arts? Are you serious right now? Just helping my girl Lin Kan out. Plus, I need to see the competition. I am a resonance master after all. She just winks and waves him off. Fine, I will be your #1 cheerleader. Li Luo heads up. Lin Kan, I am here. Lin Kan starts teasing him immediately. You really can't go anywhere without bumping into one of your fangirls, can you? I think that girl is totally vibing with you, honestly. He is quick to shut that down. Stop it. Don't go disrespecting our totally platonic friendship like that. Lin Kan just shrugs. Whatever, not my problem. But that little lady actually has some skills. I wonder if she can handle it when the real boss lady shows up. Li Luo is getting tilted now. This is getting way out of hand. Main wife? What am I supposed to be then? The emperor, she jokes, then hands him a scroll. Here, get used to this recipe. He checks the pages and his jaw drops. Is this a grade 4 resonance fluid? This looks insanely hard. The formula in this book is like a maze of complicated steps. Lin Kan digs his attitude. Not bad. At least you are actually taking this seriously for once. The final showdown kicks off. As soon as Chiu Yu from the Pine House shows up, sparks start flying between the two girls. You can practically feel the heat. Li Luo leans in, curious. So, why exactly do you hate her guts so much? Lin Kan snaps back. I was the one who actually got her into my master's research team. We lost a huge match because of her mistake, but turns out she was a spy the whole time. Li Luo is disgusted. Another backstabber? Really? Up in the stands, the guild leader is just taking it all in. Man, this Li Luo kid is everywhere you look. Thon Yi just brushes it off. He is a resonance master too, so he is just here for the experience. Suddenly, the old man looks worried. You two have been getting pretty close lately. Don't forget, he is already engaged. Thon Yi goes quiet for a second. That engagement? It is probably just a title. Uncle, you are overthinking this. It is not like I actually have feelings for the guy. He just lets out a tired sigh. She keeps going. Annoyed. Look, he helped me out and saved my life. So yeah, we are good friends. You can't tell me who I can and cannot hang out with, right? The guild leader just waves his hands. No, fine. Just as long as there is no romance. When you head to the royal city, your mom will be there. Just whatever you do not mention Li Luo's name to her. Thon Yi stops dead. Wait, why not? It is some old drama from back in the day. Just don't ask. Just promise you won't bring him up around her, okay? Thon Yi doesn't really buy it, but she just nods and lets it go for now. The crowd goes wild as the big competition finally starts. Lin Kan gets to work. Half a glacier algae and 3 stalks of mountain spirit vine. Let's go. 3 parts of stream water, precisely measured. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut. Lin Kan summons a stream into her hands, her eyes narrowing. Li Luo is locked in, watching every single move. Lin Kan carefully lets a single drop fall. It hits the center of the flask perfectly. She pours the liquid in, and suddenly, her eyes go wide. The flow is incredibly smooth, way better than usual. This is making her think. The fusion is happening way easier than before. It feels like some invisible force is pushing it along, saving her a ton of energy. This is crazy. She will have to figure this out later. Li Luo lets out a breath, keeping his help on the down low. Suddenly, the announcer yells out, 6 pass house, grade 4 fluid finished, refinement at 5.5%. Silver House finishes their grade 4 fluid too. Refinement levels are hitting 5.5 and 5.6%. The competition is getting heated now. Everyone turns to look at one specific team. This is literally unbelievable. Chiu Yu's assistant holds up a bottle, and the crowd gasps. Grade 5 resonance fluid? Even Li Luo's crew is completely losing their minds. Mac Lang is smirking now. We have got this in the bag. Let's see what tricks you have got left. Tai V cannot hide her worry. Lin Khan is in serious trouble this time. The crowd is buzzing. A grade 5 fluid? Everyone else here is barely a grade 4 master. This is a total slaughter. Lin Khan's hands start shaking. How? How is this even possible? How could she pull off a grade 5 fluid? Her face is pure heartbreak. Everything I have worked for today, it doesn't even matter anymore. It is all over. The mood is heavy. Li Luo looks on, his heart sinking. This is the first time I have ever seen Lin Khan look so defeated and vulnerable. He clenches his fist tight. Lin Khan, come on. She looks up, her voice trembling. Li Luo? He immediately snaps her back to reality. Look, you are way more talented than that Chu Yu girl. If she can do it, you can definitely crush it too. Lin Khan just looks down, totally hopeless. But I have never actually finished one before. Li Luo stays firm. Look, we are already at rock bottom, so why not just go for it? I honestly believe you are the best one here. There is no way you should be losing to her. He starts digging for info. Which grade 5 fluid do you know best? She whispers back, the Thean Kwai fluid. He doesn't even let her finish before deciding. Fine, I am calling in the ingredients right now. Chi Yu swaggers over, looking smug. Still trying to compete. Lin Khan? Li Luo doesn't even give her a glance. He just keeps hyping up Lin Khan. Ignore her. Let's go. Forget her. Just get started. Tai Vai lets out a long breath, finally seeing that fighting spirit come back to life. The table is a total mess of ingredients. Every other master in the hall has already finished their work. There are 10 drops of glazed liquid and some spirit fruit ready to go. But there is still one bottle glowing with magic. The manual is wide open, and Lin Khan looks completely lost. Meanwhile, Mac Lang is grinning ear to ear. This is it. Kejwang House is about to get absolutely wrecked. The guild leader watches with narrowed eyes. Things are looking really bad for the house this time. Than Yi looks over, totally confused. Wait, why is that? Over on the other side, Head Tong is scowling. She still has not quit? Is this girl really going to gamble everything on a grade 5 fluid right now? This is pure madness. He peers through the glass at a figure hidden in the mist. Mac Lang just scoffs. No way she pulls it off. Chu Yu only succeeded because of our secret medicine. Just wait until she is crowned the top master. He smirks, full of himself. Then we can finally announce our new products and take over the whole market. The guild leader leans in and explains the secret deal between the Tongs and the Makthui house. They have been smuggling in secret refining methods for a while now, just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The sand keeps falling. Back at the table, Lin Khan is frantic. Someone get me that refined vine liquid immediately. We need it right now. Ingredients are scattered everywhere, and she has got a look of total focus. Li Luo looks at the pile on the desk. Every single component for the grade 5 fluid is finally ready. Thuvu's mocking face flashed in her head. Lin Khan, this weak effort? Totally useless. No hope than a strong hand gripped hers. Lilac looked at her calmly. Lin Khan, let's do this as one. She bit her lip and nodded. Suddenly, a massive blast of light erupted, literally tearing through the air. He winked and smirked. Lin Khan, show them what you've got. Pouring liquid from that relic was like dropping a boulder into a silent pond. Lights swirled and crashed together, creating a scene so bright it was basically blinding. Pure mana started surging wildly. Lin Khan's eyes went wide as she caught Lilac's changing expression right behind her. Was this all because of him? The whole crowd stood frozen, staring at the impossible display of light shooting in every direction. Look, this isn't just some basic level 4 rank. No way, this is high tier 5 spirit water. Even Thu Vu was left completely speechless, her jaw hitting the floor. The judge stepped up, carefully inspecting the glowing liquid they had just finished creating. He shouted, his voice cracking with pure shock. His next words were something Lin Khan couldn't even process. The winner of this grand ceremony is Lin Khan. Her eyes filled with tears of pure joy. The championship was officially hers. The second the news hit, she lunged forward and hugged Lilac tight. We actually won. Then, she suddenly froze up. She quickly pulled away, glaring at him. Pervert. Her sudden mood swing made him yell back. Hey, how is that my fault? I didn't do anything. Mac Lang was literally gnashing his teeth. No way. This is rigged. It's gotta be. Next to him, the head of the Tong family looked like a stone statue. President Liu looked totally confused. This is a bit too convenient, isn't it? Since when could Ling Khan brew level 5 spirit water? Than Ni, though, was just beaming. Who knows? All that matters is that our house took the win. She spoke up. Lilac should be pretty happy now, right? Her attitude left President Liu just staring in silence. Over with Lilac, he was genuinely hyped. Congrats, sis, the #1 master in the whole province. Lin Khan wasn't buying the hype. That title is whatever. She smirked, her eyes scanning him suspiciously. Besides, how did I actually win that? You know exactly why. But hey, I'm not the nosy type. Suddenly, a scream of pure rage erupted from the side. No way. I object. Thuvu marched right up to the judge, absolutely fuming. Referee, there is no way she made level 5 spirit water on her own. Lin Khan calmly stepped out from behind the referee. Funny, I don't believe in you either. She challenged her firmly. Why don't we just do a full inspection right now? Let's see if anyone used any dirty tricks or banned substances. Thuvu's face went dark instantly. She was sweating bullets. Mac Lang said they wouldn't find anything, but it was better not to push her luck. Then she snapped, screaming, You think you've won? In your dreams? Loser. She turned to the crowd and announced, Listen up. Starting today, the Tong and Mac houses are dropping a brand new spirit water line. Tier 1 Black Star at 62% purity and Tier 2 Black Moon at 61% purity and a Tier 3 special. The crowd was buzzing like crazy. If the Tong family's new product already beats out our house, was this whole master plan just waiting for us? While Lin Khan stood there completely stunned, Lilac just started laughing to himself. Thuvu crossed her arms smugly. Something funny? You losing your mind? You might have won the contest, but my family just crushed your business. Lilac didn't even flinch. He stayed totally chill. Everyone, I've got a massive announcement of my own. Starting right now, our Tier 1 and Tier 2 spirit waters are getting a huge upgrade. The new versions, they're hitting a massive 64% purity level. That claim sent the crowd into a total frenzy. What? 64% on low-tier products? At that level, they'd be ranked in the top 10 in the entire country. Lin Khan stared at him, totally stunned. Hey, are you actually for real right now? Mac Lang started barking. This kid is just delusional. Thuvu chimed in too. What kind of garbage are you spewing? Purity like that is impossible. Even your main branch couldn't pull that off. You're just a tiny local shop, and you think you can talk big? Just then, an assistant placed a box on the table. Young master, Lilac casually pulled out a tester. With everyone watching, he started checking the spirit water in the box, one by one. And then, everyone saw the numbers. The purity of this stuff was, actually for real, it was game over. The Tong family's big sneak attack was totally shut down. Not just shut down, they got countered incredibly hard. Amidst all the shock, a single figure slowly started to walk away. President Liu nodded, satisfied. Let's go. The show's over. I don't have proof, but my gut from years of business tells me one thing. This young master is the real deal. He might not have that sharp edge his parents or Thanning have, but still, in the future, I bet he'll even surpass them. As their wooden carriage rolled down the broad road, Lilac felt the girls staring him down. He just wagged a finger. Look, I know my face is a literal masterpiece, but you two really need to try and control yourselves. If you really can't help it, I suggest you go talk to Thanninga first. As soon as he said that, they both gave him a look of pure disgust. Tai Vai got serious. Okay, snap back to reality for a second. She stared at him, wondering how their house would keep competing. He just winked, hand on his chest, full of confidence. Look, it's easy. I just tweaked the secret formula a bit. Higher purity in the base means better results in the final product. It's pretty simple math, really. Tai Vai finally relaxed her face. The Tong family worked so hard to find a ringer, only to get crushed by your simple tweak. I actually feel kinda bad for Thuvu now. A rainy, misty atmosphere started to cover the world outside. Inside the carriage, Lin Khan remembered something and decided to ask a question. Oh right, you're heading to the academy soon, aren't you? What happens to the secret formula then? Lai Lak stayed cool. I'll send a fresh batch of the formula here every single month. Don't worry, the product quality will stay top tier. Tai Vai whispered back. But young master, if you're heading to the capital, Lin Khan and I might just go with you. Lin Khan, eyes closed, chimed in too. Lilac was all for it and responded happily. Definitely, I'm counting on you to look out for me, senior. Outside, you could practically hear the clicking of tongues. Then she tapped her chin. I'll finally get to see my darling Thang Na again. I really miss her. Tai Vi just sat there grinning. Lilac hugged himself, daydreaming about her. I miss her too. I really just want to give my girl a massive hug. Lin Khan winked playfully. If you actually try that. He slammed his cup down, annoyed. Hugging my own fiancé is a crime now? Is the academy really that barbaric? Outside, the sky turned a deep, bloody red as the carriage rolled on. After the grand ceremony, business started booming. Their house took over most of the market, which wasn't a surprise. Profits hit an all-time record high for the entire province this year. Meanwhile, a lone shadow was busy training hard inside a quiet room. Only 2 weeks left of summer break. Li Luo finally hit the 10th seal level. Talk about a glow-up. Now it is time to ditch Tianshu and head for the big city. The sun is hitting the family estate just right. At the east gate, some guy is lugging a heavy trunk. Young lord, the carriage is ready. When do we roll? Li Luo just stands there for a beat, soaking it all in. Finally, he throws on his cloak and waves. Let us move. A voice echoes down the long road as a few carriages start trailing behind in a line. Kai Wei gets this dead serious look. She says they are basically surrounded by a pack of wolves. If the Luolan house did not still have some teeth left, enemies would have already ripped them apart. She looks at the guy across from her. If a real heavyweight starts eyeing them, the pressure they are feeling now is going to look like a total joke. Everything goes quiet in the mountains. She keeps going. What do you think? Li Luo looks moody. My parents left a shadow. People are scared if they push too hard. They will have to clean up a massive mess. Kai Wei closes her eyes. Our young lord is actually thinking ahead for once. But the mood stays heavy. That parental protection is going to fade eventually. He lets out a long, tired sigh. His voice is steady as it drifts out the window. Who are the big players in the capital gunning for us? Kai Wei lists the heavy hitters. The royal court is top dog, then the ancient families with deep roots. Right now, her mind settles on 2 major players, especially the Du's family. The Du's and Jian families have the biggest beef with us. Once the young lord hits the capital, it is going to be non-stop drama. Li Luo just stays quiet. I get it. The carriage keeps rolling, leaving nothing but dust in its wake. He sighs again, looking totally depressed. My old man and lady really left me hanging. He imagines them off somewhere while he is stuck in this swamp. The city starts appearing behind the peaks. Finally, they can see the flags snapping in the wind on the high walls. Li Luo stares at the red flag with the fierce lion on it. He is actually impressed by the view under the bright sun. So this is St. Astral Academy. It is the heart of the capital and where the Luolan House headquarters stands. A few people stand there, just taking in the massive city from a distance. Kai Wei looks at Li Luo. He is way too relaxed. The trip was suspiciously smooth. Wait. She spots something ahead. Look at those flags going up. Deep in the mountains, more banners are waving. They recognize the symbol immediately. It is the Jinxie house. Li Luo is shocked. He expected a fight, but the first people he hits are actually on decent terms with his family. A messenger bows low. Our young miss invites the young lord of Luolan House for a little chat up the mountain. Kai Wei looks at him, curious. Probably their golden girl, Thu Din. But you two have never even met, right? Li Luo hops on his horse. No point overthinking it. I will go see what is up. Kai Wei is worried. You sure you do not need backup? He sits tall in the saddle and waves her off. Relax. Luo land still has clout. Nobody is dumb enough to jump me right outside the capital. The mountain scenery gets gloomy as he rides up alone. He asks for Thu Din. She speaks up. Li Luo. She looks him over carefully. Honestly, looking at your face, you definitely inherited the good looks of your parents. He smirks. That is a nice way of saying I am lacking in other areas. Thu Din just sips her tea. I did not say that. You were the top student back in Tianshu after all. Li Luo is not buying the flattery. His eyes scan the area. I bet the young miss did not come all this way just to welcome me. Her face reflects in the tea. Honestly, some losers from the academy were planning to jump you today. Or rather, some people you cannot handle. The Du's family is pulling the strings. Specifically, Du's Beishuan. Li Luo rubs his chin. I do not even know that guy. Thu Din eyes him. Your families have beef going back years. He is too scared of Qingyi, so he is coming for you instead. She stares him down. Do you actually want to keep your house? He is getting annoyed. Just say what you want to say. Stop beating around the bush. You are not that old. Quit acting like a boring adult. She stays dead serious. I am asking you, for real, do you want to save the Luo land house or not? He is honest. Of course I do. But with all these wolves around, it is going to be a nightmare. She stays calm. I have a plan. An alliance through marriage. Our families team up, and then he just freezes. After a second, he sighs. Look, I am flattered, but I already have a fiancé. I cannot marry you. Thu Din jumps up, face turning bright red. Not me and you. I am talking about my brother and Qingyi. Li Luo blanks. Yeah, that is even worse. No way. Her voice echoes across the mountain. Li Luo, if you want to keep your house, you have to pay the price. If my brother and Qingyi get married, our families become one. We would back you up against anyone. She clenches her fists. Do you even care about saving your family house? Li Luo just smiles, totally unbothered. I am keeping the house, and I am keeping her too. She calls him out. You are way too greedy. Our family does not do business with greedy people. He closes his eyes. You are so childish. This is about power and interest, nothing else. He opens his eyes, looking sharp. This has nothing to do with being friends. Here is the real reason. If you do not get it, go ask your parents. Luo Lan looks shaky, but we take the heat off your family too. She slams the table, furious. Li Luo, you are crossing the line. He does not blink. His face is cold. I never planned on leaning on outsiders anyway, because I know I cannot trust them. Whoever wants my house has to ask me first. Thu Din snaps back. You mean they have to ask Qingyi? That makes him smirk and tilt his chin up. True. And they also have to ask my fiancée if she is okay with it. Thu Din is losing it. Don't be cocky. Without her, you are toast. He just rolls his eyes. That is why having a reliable fiancée makes life so much easier. She is literally fuming. How can anyone be this shameless? Suddenly, Li Luo spots something. He looks at a group of people charging over the hill. It is Qingyi, looking like a total boss on her horse with a blue flag flying behind her. She is radiating power. Li Luo teases Thu Din immediately. See? My fiancé is here to pick me up. Thu Din just gives up. Fine. If you hate my idea, forget I said anything. The girl on the horse rides up and starts roasting them. Wow, is our young lord really that popular with the ladies already? Qingyi looks down from her saddle, clearly teasing him. Thu Ying covered her face, trying to dodge the guy's gaze. I just came to check out the big exam, she stuttered. Qingyi tilted her head, skeptical as hell. Oh, is that right? While he was playing innocent, Thu Ying straight up snitched on him, making her freeze. This rich brat actually tried to force me to break my engagement with you, and then she wanted to set up her older brother to marry you instead. He gave Thu Ying a pitying look as she fumed. Little girl, you are way out of your league. And then she wanted to set up her older brother to marry you instead. He gave Thu Ying a pitying look as she fumed. Little girl, you are way out of your league. Why not head to Southwind Academy and ask around? My specialty is snitching on people like you. Qing Yi's face went dark. You've got some nerve, meddling in my business. Thu Ying bolted. Not so fast. Thu Ying's soft backside took a direct hit, making her yelp in pain. She dropped to her knees, rubbing her sore butt while begging for mercy. Sister Qing Yi, I messed up. Stop hitting me. She looked up with teary eyes. My brother is actually a catch. Even the masters at the academy say he is destined to become a Marquis. Qing Yi's expression turned cold, a mocking smirk on her lips. Being a Marquis is the peak of his vision? How pathetic. She closed her eyes and shook her head. Not necessarily. Suddenly, Li Luo felt awkward from all the praise. 2 months ago, he was still a total zero with no powers. Give him some time and he might just be the #1 rookie at the academy. But Thu Ying was not buying it. Qing Yi, there is a limit to how much you can lie. The girl in question did not feel like arguing anymore. She waved her off. Just go home. Don't make your brother worry about you. Before leaving, birds flew into the distance. The two rode side by side. Li Luo spoke up. You are savage. You just dumped all this hate on me. I know you are trolling, but I have no proof. Qing Yi tilted her beautiful face slightly. Looking at her, Li Luo could not help but feel a rush. Man, she was absolutely stunning. He kept talking. Honestly, let me tell you, getting that #1 spot, I was totally forced into it. She just shrugged him off, which killed his vibe. The quiet mountain air echoed with a lively voice. Let's go. Time to meet Kai Wei and Ling Qing. After the three girls finished chatting, they got ready for the capital. One asked from the carriage, Li Luo, you're not coming in? I want to hear about your performance during the exams. He gave a casual answer. It was nothing special. She immediately lost interest, but then he hesitated and tried to pull her back in. If you really want to know, I guess I could tell you a bit. Inside, he sighed. Qing Yi, you are a little demon who loves teasing people. Finally, he hopped in and calmly explained the whole ordeal. I just wanted to make the top 10, but these people, they just would not stop pushing me. Qing Yi listened and grabbed his hand. He was speechless. Hey, why are you focusing on that? It is weird. Li Luo explained they were just classmates in the same department. Her eyes crinkled. That is fine. It just shows you have got some serious charm. He stayed quiet, realizing she probably did not even care that much. He looked up at her. She looked totally relaxed and chill. She was her usual calm self, but that indifference actually made Li Luo feel a little annoyed. Qing Yi's feelings for Li Luo felt more like the protective love of an older sister for her little brother. He sighed, feeling like winning her heart was a mission impossible. Then she spoke up. What is more surprising is you made the House of Luolan's income hit a record high. His eyes were full of deep thoughts. He turned to her, and she asked, how many spirit liquids do you need to rank up now? Li Luo went back to his usual playful self. Playing it safe, I need 200 bottles of level 6. So, Qing Yi, are you going to sponsor me? She started doing the math. 200 times 30,000 gold. That is 6 million. She shut him down instantly. Forget it. I can't afford you. I should just send you back to Southwind City. Li Luo screamed in frustration. Qing Yi, our house was huge. Did you spend all our cash? It is only 6 million. How do we not have that? Qing Yi rested her chin on her hand, thinking, what big estate are you talking about? Your big houses are leaking money everywhere. I am barely holding things together. All she could think about was the sneaky and devious face of Pei Hao, the guy controlling the finances. He has got the staff and the money under his thumb. His departments won't send a dime to headquarters. So, you really think the House of Luolan is rich right now? Suddenly, she smiled and grabbed his hand. But I am putting you in charge of the Sun Creek branch. We will make the top 10 in the kingdom. 200 bottles? That is child's play. Li Luo faked a smile. Well, thanks for looking out for me. But inside, he was cursing her. Qing Yi, you sneaky little shadow. As the sun set behind the mountains, she gently touched his hand. Li Luo, she said sincerely, welcome to the capital city. She looked shy and stunning. Actually, I am really glad you are here. His eyes went wide. His voice boomed out of the carriage. All right, Ching Yi, just tell me, who do you want me to take out? Twilight fell over the capital. The grand building soaked in orange light. Someone slammed the door open. You are back? The person inside asked, calmly sipping tea. So, did you meet the young house lord yet? That was the eldest son, Si Tianming. Thu Ying exploded in anger. I met him. He is a total brat with zero skills. All he does is snitch like a kid. And Sister Qingyi is so biased. She even hit me. Tianming just sighed. You are being immature. Look at the history between her and Li Luo. You are just asking for trouble trying to pick a fight with him. But she was not listening. She was even madder now. I do not care about him. But brother, don't you have any thoughts on this? Everyone says you are going to be a powerhouse in the future. You will be a top elite in the kingdom. He felt helpless. You think being a Marquis will make her notice me? He thought about her pride. Thu Ying, I told you before, they are engaged. As long as Qing Yi does not want to break it, nobody can touch that agreement. He kept going. Look, I like her, but I am not forcing anything. Thu Ying kept pushing. Brother, you have to believe in your talent. You and her are the perfect match. He finally gave in. Fine, just stop looking for trouble with them. Okay? Finally, she calmed down and crossed her arms. I am not interested in bothering them, but next time Pei Hai wants to mess with him, I am not helping him out again. Tianming rubbed his chin, thinking, now that you mention it, that group has been acting weird lately. Maybe they are targeting the house of Luo Lan. Back at headquarters, a calm voice rang out. I've notified everyone in charge. The young lord finally hits Great Xia City. Inside the carriage, Qingya keeps her eyes half closed, dropping facts about the core power players at the house of Luo Lan. Revenue from our house, even with all the branches outside the capital, only accounts for 60%. The other 40% comes from right here in Great Xia. Li Luo is stunned. This place is the real money-making machine. She keeps the story going while walking. When I first took over Luo Lan House, things were a total mess because of that snake Bui Hao messing with everything. After years of cleaning house, the royal city is finally stable. Li Luo stops and takes it all in, realizing what a disaster it would be if Bui Hao took over. If that happened, the Luo Lan headquarters would be nothing but a hollow shell. Good thing Qingya stepped up in time, or we would be totally screwed right now. Suddenly, a massive guy charges out, shouting for the young lord with crazy excitement. He gives Li Luo a bone-crushing hug. You finally made it to Great Xia City. Old Uncle Bu has missed you way too much, kid. Qingya stays cool despite the chaos. Uncle Bu, you are literally crushing the life out of him. He finally lets go with a huge grin. Young lord, I am Ungu Bu Bu. Remember me? I cooked your meals. Qingya adds that Uncle Bu is the longest-serving member of the house and is currently in charge of the entire headquarters, kitchen, and dining. Li Luo gets hyped. I remember now. You are Uncle Bu. You look like a total beast, but everyone knows you are too soft to even kill a chicken. Bu Bu winks, clearly touched. Young lord, your memory is insane. It has been forever, yet you still remember. Li Luo laughs it off. Uncle Bu, I will be counting on you later. I am going to feed you until you are fat and happy. You look way too skinny, so I am making a massive feast for you right now. The mansion goes quiet as Li Luo watches him go, wondering if he was always this intense. I tried to put Uncle Bu in charge of other businesses, Qingya just says, but he refused. He just wants to stay here and run the kitchen. Let him be happy, Li Luo shrugs. No need to force him. Qingya walks beside him. Come on, after we eat, the managers will be here. Today is going to be a long, exhausting grind for us. He does not buy it. This is nothing. You have been carrying this whole house for years. That is the real struggle. She tilts her head with a little smirk. You are getting way too good at talking. You must have used those lines on a lot of girls at school. He just grins back mischievously. Hey, she acts all cold and untouchable, but she has never felt what it is like to be chased. Good luck. Maybe you can make me feel it. Li Luo face goes dark. Qingya, do not push it. It is not even 30 days until the festival. Why the tension? A voice chimes in out of nowhere. So, What is for dinner? The table is loaded with steaming, delicious food. Young lord, this is bear honey mushroom soup, made with 9 types of rare mushrooms. Plus, I added some beast honey to help you heal. We even have spirit fruit rice. Li Luo is drooling. This is insane, way too much food. Qing'enga smiles politely and says thanks. Bu Bu looks proud. The young lord is in his prime growing years, he says. Eating extra nutrients is the only way to go. Li Luo finishes the bowl in record time. Uncle Bu, your cooking is top tier. He grins from ear to ear. Bu Bu waves and heads out, promising to cook every day to help him recover. Li Luo's face turns serious. This uncle keeps calling me weak. I never told Qingna that my blood essence was drained. He stares at the uncle's back, deep in thought. Does he know something I do not? Is he hiding something from me? Li Luo asks Qingna about Uncle Bu power level. She honestly tells him that she has only seen him use resonance power at the resonance master stage before. Do not overthink it, she says. Uncle Bu is trustworthy. The sky over the royal city is turning gloomy. Let us go meet the other managers. Everyone needs to know the young master is back in charge. They head to the tea room. Qingna stares them down. Are you all not going to greet the young lord? The room stays silent for a moment. One by one, she introduces them. This is the pavilion master, Loi Trong. You might remember him. Then there is Vin Kim from the tools department and An Hong Ngan from the alchemy department. He notices someone missing. Where is the person in charge of the K Duong house? Qingna demands to know where Han Thuk is. Loi Truong strokes his beard. We sent the word out, miss. Han Thuk should have been the first one here the moment he got the news. Something is definitely not right. She realizes the truth instantly. Looks like we have a problem. Li Luo asks if this Han Thuk guy belongs to Bui Hao. No, she says. He is a flip-flopper. He is smart, but maybe he found a third party willing to pay more than me or Bui Hao. Suddenly, a messenger bursts in. Young lord, miss, we have a disaster. Dang Bin is shaking with rage. That total jerk Han Thuk just announced he is joining the rival Great Track House. His face is grim, and before he skipped town, he took more than half of the resonance masters from our K Duong house with him. The worst part? That animal burned down the headquarters research lab. Li Luo thinks for a second. Leaving right when I arrive? He is clearly picking a fight with me. Talk about cold-blooded. Qing'enga says the track house must have paid a fortune to make him do something that dirty. Li Luo bites his lip. They chose this exact moment to sabotage us just to destroy my reputation before I even start. This is how the big houses fight. It is brutal, vicious, and they do not leave any room for error. Loi Truong grinds his teeth. This is way out of line. They are using the dirtiest tricks in the book. Qingya's eyes flash with pure fury. They are naive if they think this is over. Mark this debt down. We will settle it. Dang Bin adds that Thian Chi is also stirring up trouble, saying that since Han Thuk left, we need to choose a new leader. He thinks we should pick a new general manager right now. She knows Thian Chi is one of Bui Hao puppets. Li Luo does the math, both options are useless. It is not his parents' fault, though. When they built this place, the foundations just were not deep enough to stop traitors. Qingya gives the orders. Elder Dang, go get things ready at the K Duong headquarters. Tomorrow, the young lord and I will handle this personally. Dang Bin bows and accepts the task. He leaves them in the hall. Li Luo is worried that by tomorrow, this scandal will be all over Great Xia City. The whole place feels haunted by shadows. That track house is seriously disgusting for doing this. Inside the Luo Land headquarters, Tai Vi is explaining the situation. When Han Thuk was here, he kept things under control, but now that he is gone, Thian Chi is going to run wild now. We have to act fast to stabilize everything and get production moving again, or the financial losses are going to be massive. Qing'a looks worried as she calculates. Based on power and reputation, nobody can compete with him. This situation is spiraling out of control way faster than we expected. Even the neutral factions are leaning toward him. Her eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope, though. Turns out, we are not completely out of options yet. Then she drops a bombshell suggestion. She thinks our young palace lord is the perfect fit. Li Luo looks totally lost and fires back. Hold up. I am just a rank 2 refiner. This job is way out of my league. Kai Wei nods along, giving him a little push. True, your skills are raw, but you have got the status and some serious street cred from the Tianshu branch. Hearing that, his gaze drifts off like he is planning his next big move. Actually, maybe I can pull this off, but the Sun Creek house situation needs a major shakeup first. If that is the play, then it is time. Let's head straight to the headquarters right now and handle business. As they pull up to the massive, flashy headquarters, he looks up and whistles. This place is on another level. As soon as he steps out, the crowd starts buzzing. Yo, is that the silver-haired kid? Must be the young lord of Luolan Palace, Li Luo. Someone else in the crowd starts sniffing out a conspiracy, like they are overanalyzing a plot. I heard the president bailed only because the young lord showed up. Han Shi ditching the Sun Creek house right when he arrives? There is no way that is a coincidence. Those two events are definitely linked. Right then, some guy in the center starts losing it. Listen up. Han Shi is a total snake. He did not just betray us, he torched the research lab. We should have never made him president. The vice president was the right choice all along. The vibe gets tense fast. People are looking around all nervous. First, the young lord arrives, and now this chaos breaks out. Suddenly, Deng Ping snaps. Back off. The young lord is here to fix this mess in the capital. Who are you short-sighted idiots to question him? Before things get physical, another guy chuckles and steps in. Relax, Elder Deng Ping. No need to get heated. He plays it cool and tries to smooth things over. Look, nobody is actually coming for the young lord's head. It is just total chaos right now, so naturally people are going to talk. The students start cheering like their favorite idol just walked on stage. The vice president is here. He is the only one with enough clout to actually run the Sun Creek house. If anyone else tries to take over, we are out. Deng Ping grinds his teeth in pure disgust. Is this guy seriously trying to strong-arm us? With his power and skill, it is hard to find anyone who can actually challenge him for the seat. Out of nowhere, Li Luo raises his hand with total confidence. Actually, I think I will give that president spot a shot myself. Heads turn instantly. Some bearded guy in the back scoffed. Who has the guts to talk like? He stops mid-sentence, jaw hitting the floor. He starts stammering like a fool. Wait, it is the young lord. And the young lady is here too. Deng Ping steps up, sounding both respectful and a little worried. Young lord, you want the presidency? It is definitely against the usual rules, but if you are the one asking, then, before he can finish, Tianji cuts him off. Young lord, why bother with this gig? Wouldn't it be a slap in the face to everyone who has spent years grinding for this house? Li Luo just smirks, thinking to himself, wow, this guy is a total pro at the guilt trip. He has clearly been playing this game for a long time. He keeps his cool and fires back. Look, a president's job is not just about mixing fancy liquids. It is about having the vision and the power to actually make the Sun Creek house a heavy hitter again. A girl in the crowd gasps and yells out, I heard the Tianshu branch was pulling in 100,000 gold. But under the young lord's management, the profits jumped to 200,000 gold. Is that for real? The main headquarters only clears about 1 million. Tianji goes quiet, thinking about his own record. I have put in the work. Everyone here knows how much I have done for this place. Han Shi's betrayal proves the previous lords made a massive mistake. Why shouldn't the young lord be the one to step up and finally fix everything they messed up? Li Luo narrows his eyes and hits him with a reality check. You used to be all about this house. But now? Are you doing this for pay how? The old man does not back down. Everything I do is for the good of this house. We just lost a veteran rank 5 refiner. I am trying to keep us from sinking. Tianji drops a straight-up threat. If the young lord wants to toss the rulebook out the window, do not be surprised when more refiners start walking out the door. Deng Ping starts cursing him out. Li Luo stays chill and asks the room a simple question. Does anyone here actually know how I managed to skyrocket the profits back at the Tianshu branch? A girl in the crowd looks at him with pure doubt. You are just a rank 2 refiner. Saying you single-handedly saved a whole branch sounds like a pretty big stretch. He smirks, getting ready to drop a massive truth bomb. It is actually pretty simple. I have got my hands on a primitive secret art. With this, Sun Creek is going straight to the top of the rankings. Another guy's eyes go wide. A primitive secret art? The young lord actually has one of those? A single recipe for a primitive art is worth 10 million gold. Easy. Tianji frowns and tries to debunk it. Even if it is primitive, it all comes down to purity. A basic secret art won't be enough to back up your big talk. The guy just won't quit. Li Luo thinks to himself, all right, so we are doing this the hard way, huh? Without missing a beat, Li Luo tosses a bottle of green spirit water to a random guy in the crowd, then hands a second one to Deng Ping. The first guy pops the cap and nearly loses his mind. This secret art, the purity is at least rank 7. This is the kind of stuff you only see in the top 10 miracles. If I had this, I would have hit the next level years ago. Tianzi stands there frozen, like his brain just disconnected. Li Luo gives him a smug look. Well, Vice President, the whole courtyard goes dead silent. All those trash-talking refiners from before are suddenly quiet. They are not saying a word, but in this game, silence is basically the same as admitting he is right. Deng Ping smiles, soaking in the vibe. I am all in. I am guessing nobody else here has any objections now, right? Tianji is backed into a corner, but he is still bitter. This headquarters is already on its deathbed thanks to me. Do not think one little young lord can just waltz in and change that. Since nobody is speaking up, Li Luo gives a confident grin. All right then, I will be counting on you guys. They say a new boss brings the heat, so let's start with my first order of business. He turns to Tianji with a sharp look. Vice President, you are getting up there in age. Why don't you take a nice 1-year break and rest up? The old man just closes his eyes, thinking, you are naive if you think a little vacation will kill my influence here. Right then, Li Luo pulls out a scroll with a dangerous look. I know some of you have already switched sides to Pei House Camp, but you really underestimated the kind of intel Luo Lan Palace can dig up. He rolls out the scroll and speaks loud and clear. The list of everyone Tianji recruited is right here. The whole room freezes. Deng Ping starts sweating. If this goes wrong, the whole house is going to face a total disaster. Suddenly, he sparks a flame and torches the paper. He looks around and declares, I haven't even looked at the names on this list. Li Luo looks at the crowd with real empathy. Look, things have been messy for Luo Lan Palace lately. The fact that you are even still here shows you still care about this place. As long as you are willing to put in the work for Sun Creek House from now on, you are officially part of the family. Finally, he makes a wild call that leaves everyone shook, announcing that Sun Creek House will drop 2% of profits as bonuses for the top masters. The crowd goes wild, looking at Li Luo with straight-up respect. 2% is no joke. This move officially puts Sun Creek House's perks on par with those elite top 10 spirit water legends. Dozens of high-level masters in the room are now staring at Li Luo with some serious, burning ambition. Meanwhile, Tianji slinks away, gritting his teeth. He realized the supposed loser young lord has a much heavier hand than he ever imagined. Inside the hall, Li Luo just finished crushing every single bit of remaining opposition. Instead of doubt, there is now a deep respect as everyone witnesses the massive future potential of Sun Creek House. Once Tianji bailed, Li Luo wrapped things up and the crowd cleared out. He finally exhaled, asking Thananja how he did. She flashed him a grin and said, not bad. She looked at him like they were the only two there, saying he surpassed her expectations. Suddenly, Kai Wei hopped in to tease him, asking if the young lord has enough stamina for that secret technique. Li Luo's heart skipped a beat. She was right. Being only at the 10th seal stage was a major problem. He screamed internally. This massive demand would drain him dry unless he broke through. Kai Wei teased him again about how he just signed away 2% of the profits. Then she jokingly complained about how hard it was for her to buy those expensive high-tier spirit liquids for him every time. Li Luo tried to explain that they had to win hearts first to make the business grow. Kai Wei just cracked up, pretending to be serious while saying she had been schooled by the young lord. Thonninga stepped in, saying Kai Wei was just messing with him. We believe in you. Sun Creek House will hit the top 10 list. No cap. Li Luo felt totally powerless against them. He just sighed, hoping they were right, while wishing they would give him at least a little bit of credit. Later, Li Luo spent an entire day grinding with Elder Zhengping to learn the ropes of the business before finally heading back to the library. After seeing the truth, Li Luo looked at Thaninga and admitted he never knew how hard she had been working for him all these years. She stretched out after a long day and winked, telling him if he actually cared, he should handle the business so she could focus on other things. He agreed, noting that the company had some major red flags. Li Luo counted 3 big ones. First, too many masters were quitting. Second, a lack of senior talent. And third, no high-level recipes. At this rate, becoming a top 10 spirit water house was basically an impossible dream. He turned to Zhengping and gave a direct order to start recruiting immediately. The elder bowed and replied that it would be done right away. But then, Zhengping hesitated and asked when the young lord could start supplying the secret technique to the main headquarters. Li Luo fell silent, wondering how a 10th seal kid like him could feed a pack of hungry wolves like these masters. After a second, Li Luo told him he would prepare a batch soon. The next day, he and Thaninga headed over to the Golden Dragon Bank headquarters. Stepping into the lobby, the sheer scale of the place blew his mind. This was truly the legendary heart of commerce in Great Xia. He checked out the products on display but realized the materials he needed were way too high-end for the basic shelves. Then, a sweet voice caught his attention. A receptionist with a glowing smile greeted him, asking what a fine young customer like him was looking for today. She ignored everyone else, feeling proud she got to the handsome guy first. Li Luo just sighed, feeling a bit overwhelmed by it all. He told her he needed earth and wood energy materials. She asked what grade, and Li Luo decided to start by asking for the 1000 grade level. The clerk was happy as she walked. She glanced back 7.749 times, thinking a rich young guy with 1000 grade material money is exactly her type. Watching her walk away, Li Luo thought to himself that while she was fine, Kai Wei could easily take on 10 girls like her. Up on the high balcony, someone was watching. Qing'er leaned over the railing, her eyes lighting up like high beams when she spotted Li Luo. She froze with a nervous smile, wondering why he was there. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out her name. She turned to see Ning Zhao. He held a glass of wine, acting like a romantic lead, saying her mother asked him to take care of her. He mentioned he invited some friends to show her around the city, but then he realized she might not actually like the loud crowd. Ning Zhao acted impressed, saying she had grown from a little girl into a total beauty. His father is the president of this entire bank, and her mother is the famous Hong Shi. To avoid the awkward vibe, Qing'er made an excuse about seeing a friend downstairs and needed to go meet them. She dipped out fast, leaving him standing there alone. Ning Zhao frowned, wondering why she looked so happy all of a sudden while he watched her leave the room. He looked down at Li Luo, questioning if they were really just friends as he watched the guy stroll through the lobby. Inside, Li Luo saw a table full of samples. The receptionist asked if these 1000 grade wood and earth materials were what he wanted. Li Luo rubbed his chin, impressed by the bank stock. He reached out and picked up a small, mysterious sphere. He hesitated for a moment. Seeing his doubt, she quickly asked if there was something wrong with the quality. She was totally crushing on him, thinking even his little frown was incredibly attractive. He finally looked up and asked if they had anything in the 10,000 grade range. She was hyped, thinking he was even richer than she imagined. Suddenly, another girl stepped in and said she would handle this customer. The receptionist turned around ready to snap at whoever was stealing her client, but froze when she saw it was the young miss. Qing'er calmly explained that Li Luo was her friend, and she would take care of him. Li Luo smiled and said hello. Qing'er greeted him back softly. The receptionist had to walk away, looking back with nothing but pure regret. Once they were alone, Qing Yi gave him a sly, teasing grin. Dude, you just stepped into the Golden Dragon and already our maids are losing their minds over you. If you show up a few more times, we won't get anything done around here. Li Luo just shrugged with a cocky smirk and replied, Hey, sorry about that, but my mom gave me this face. It is not like I can just turn the charm off, you know? He really was not losing any sleep over it. She picked up where she left off, saying she hit the capital a bit before him. Then, shifting gears to his struggling workshop, she asked with real concern, "So, how is Sun Creek Villa holding up? Are you guys doing okay?" Li Luo brushed it off with total indifference. He changed the subject with a smirk. It was nothing, just a little hit from a hater, no big deal. Standard stuff. Anyway, you mentioned you were here to serve me, right? What kind of services are we talking about? Hearing that, she let out a little giggle. Then, she flashed a killer smile that made him break into a cold sweat. All right then, tough guy, what kind of service are you looking for? Li Luo caught her slipping and fired back instantly. Whoa, look at that attitude of yours. Just bring me those high-grade materials already. She looked a bit annoyed but explained that the top-tier stuff was kept in the auction hall. I can take you there now, she offered. Li Luo did not hesitate. Then stop talking and let us move. Outside, she acted all pissed off, but a tiny smile tugged at her lips as she turned away. Up on the top floor of the massive building, a guy named Ning Zhao frowned. That silver-haired kid, what is his deal? Right then, another young man laughed and gave him the full scoop. That guy is the young lord of House Luolin himself. The arrogant young master was curious. You seem to know a lot about him, Bei Xuan. Bei Xuan eyes flashed with a weird light as he spilled the beans. My house tracks every single move House Luolin makes. After all, we have a serious grudge. Ning Zhao asked calmly, so, you guys poached their chairman? And now this Li Luo kid used his rank as a second-level resonance master to just take over the job? Bei Xuan gave a crooked laugh. Total joke, right? He could not just hand the chairman's seat to pay Hao goons. Ning Zhao closed his eyes. That goes against our rules at the Golden Dragon. But Bei Xuan was not done yet. I heard back at the academy. Qing Yi and Li Luo were super close at the academy. He even saved her life during the big exams. That news made Ning Zhao's face go dark. Bei Xuan saw him take the bait and could not hide his nasty grin. Mission accomplished. The guy headed out. Outside, the sun was hitting the massive headquarters. Li Luo was walking with Qing Yi and asked, "Your power has jumped quite a bit. Don't tell me you already reached the resonant master stage?" She nodded. Broke through a few days ago. The Sage Academy starts soon. And trust me, the competition is going to be absolutely brutal this time around. As they were talking, a blur zipped past. Li Luo felt it and spun around. A kid signaled him to be quiet. Hey, help me hide for a second. Li Luo looked at where the boy ran. Some soldiers were searching nearby. One waved him off. Out of the way, kid. But the boy was desperate. I have got 3,000 gold on me. Help me out. Li Luo held up 5 fingers. You think I am some kind of idiot? 5,000. The boy did not blink and handed over the cash. Deal. As soon as Li Luo touched his shoulder, the boy started to fade out. The kid gasped. Whoa, that is insane. Meanwhile, the soldiers were still scratching their heads. Nothing here. Let us check the other side. Move it. Qing Yi figured he was just some rich brat, and nothing bad ever happens inside the Golden Dragon anyway. Sunlight streamed through the windows as they moved. Over in the main auction hall, things were just getting started. Li Luo, Qing Yi, and the boy just stared at each other. Finally, Li Luo broke the silence. Why are you stalking me? You want your money back? You look pretty pale. Kid, you got some kind of health problem? The boy snapped back. You. But suddenly his face went pale and he started coughing up blood. Li Luo got worried. Man, this kid looks even worse than I do. Is he trying to curse me? He handed over a small bottle. Here, drink this if you feel sick. The boy looked at him with suspicion. What is this? He took it but put it away. I am not drinking anything from a stranger. You serious right now? Fine. Just keep it. Throwing it out would be a waste. Li Luo was getting annoyed. Why is this little brat acting like I am the shady one? Whatever. Suit yourself. Meanwhile, across the auction hall, Ning Zhao and Bei Xuan found their seats. Bei Xuan started talking trash immediately. So, why is our young lord over there buying up all those water element materials anyway? Ning Zhao just stared. Beishuan expression soured as he remembered getting shut down earlier. He let out a wicked little laugh. I think I can have some fun today. Outside, the warm sun was still beating down on the whole building. Inside, the auction was heating up. Item number 2, the Wind Spirit Stone, starting bid 16,000. We have 17,000. Sold. Moving on to item 3, the rare 1,000-year heart. The floor price starts at 15,000 gold. Dragonhead crystal, starting at 15,000. Li Luo raised his sign. 20,000. I will just bid high and end this. No way anyone is going to challenge me now. Suddenly, a voice rang out. 25,000. Li Luo turned around. Is this that classic auction house drama? Let us see which loser does not have eyes. He saw Bei Xuan smirking at him and leaned over. Who the hell is that guy? Qing Yi whispered. That is the young lord of House Bei Xuan. He is totally targeting you, probably just trying to drive up the price to mess with your head. Li Luo just laughed. House Luolan already crushed his family. He lost before he even started. He kept going. 26,000. But Bei Xuan did not back down. 30,000. The crowd started gossiping. Who is Bei Xuan trying to squeeze? That is the young lord of House Luolan, right? Looks like he finally met his match. The rumors were flying. They say House Bei Xuan already stole their head chef, which was a huge blow to the young lord reputation. Whenever these two cross paths, you know it is going to be a massive showdown. Over on the floor, the price kept climbing. 37,000 gold. Bei Xuan grinned. 40,000. Li Luo just gave him a thumbs up. Nice move. Ning Zhao looked smug. Looks like Li Luo is tapping out. Bei Xuan smirked back. The kid is smarter than he looks. He is a bit of a pain, but whatever. Bei Xuan held his head high. If I drop 100,000 on this, the worst that happens is I get yelled at a little bit back home. How can a washed-up lord like him even compete with me? But on the other side, Li Luo looked at the kid and asked, which rich family did you fail out of? The boy snapped, you are the failure. Bei Xuan stared. Who is that kid anyway? Ning Zhao shrugged. No clue. Maybe he just found a little friend to play with. His face twisted into a scowl. Li Luo is definitely up to something. Then Bei Xuan shouted, 45,000. The boy heard them and asked, hey, what are they talking about? Li Luo blanked for a second. Then a devious look crossed his face. He said, you are a brat who should go home and drink milk. That really set the kid off. In the end, Bei Xuan backed off, and the boy successfully walked away with 4 sets of materials. After that, the rest of the auction felt totally pointless. It started with a bang and ended with a whimper. As Li Luo Group was heading out, a voice called out to him. Li Luo, finally caught up with you. He flashed a totally disrespectful smile. Oh, hey there. I heard my dad absolutely wrecked yours like 18 times back in the day. Is that true? Bei Xuan just laughed. 18 times is nothing. At the Sage Academy, you are going to feel 10 times that much pain. He leaned in. You are pretty clever, Li Luo, finding some random kid to take the fall for you. Bei Xian spoke up. Cool, but you still gotta pay. An old man suddenly walked over. Young man, it is time to settle your bill. Please pay up. The king looked him over. I have only got 20,000 on me. The old man started looking nervous. Are you pulling my leg, kid? Bei Xian took the chance to talk some trash. Wow, Li Luo, acting like a big shot but got no cash? That is zero class. Just pay the man. Qing Yi cut in suddenly. According to the auction house rules, anyone under 10 years old is not allowed to have a bidding card. Is this some kind of massive screw-up on your part? The old man started stuttering, unable to find his words. Bei Xian was fuming. Lady Qing Yi, you are being way too obvious with the favoritism here. Another voice chimed in with a cold warning. Qing Yi, this really does not follow the protocol. Qing Yi snapped back coldly. The rules were already trashed the moment this auction house messed up. The guy reached toward Li Luo with a nasty look. If I do not get an answer today, none of you are walking out of here. Then came a sharp warning. Hey, watch your hands. We are talking, not fighting. Does the city lord's office not care about the rules anymore? His eyes went wide with total shock. This pressure, it is at least the heaven general level. Even I cannot afford a bodyguard that's strong. What kind of insane background does this kid actually have? The old man stepped forward, looking totally unbothered. If my young master bought the item, he will pay for it. Li Luo rubbed his chin, thinking hard. Wait, I definitely recognize this guy from somewhere. He put his hand over his heart and gave a respectful nod. Sorry for the trouble, honored guests. He smiled brightly and bowed. The chairman says there is no need to pay for these materials. It is on the house. Just enjoy yourselves and have a good time. The king pouted, looking totally bored. Lame. Beishan tried to act tough but backed down. My sister always says we cannot just take stuff for free. You keep those things. He nervously asked, Qingyi, how do we handle this? She calmly replied, my mom said no charge. Li Luo sighed. All right, whatever. Let us just go with that. I am not really a fan of handouts, Li Luo muttered. Qingyi nodded at his suggestion. Fine. Let us just go with the lowest previous price then. He immediately agreed. Deal. The two of them stood close, whispering back and forth. Beishan shot him a dirty look and sneered. Hey, Li Luo, we are going to see a lot of each other at Sage Academy. I just hope you can stay this lucky every single time we meet. Li Luo rolled his eyes, looking totally bored. Another guy wants a piece of me? The last dude who tried to start drama is not even sure if he is getting into Sage Academy now. Meanwhile, up in the high tower, two gorgeous women were standing together, deep in conversation. Hong Shi, the chairman of the Gold Dragon Association, spoke up. That little chaotic scene probably gave the princess a good laugh. Did it not? Princess Luan Wu gave a polite, little smile. My younger brother was the one acting out. I am sorry he caused so much trouble for you, Chairman. She added softly to reassure her. The king is just at that age where all he wants to do is play. It is getting late, so I will take my leave now, she said gently. Hongxi replied politely, take care on your way out, princess. Down in the main hall, Li Luo was chatting with Qingyi, and they both looked like they were having a blast. She looked down at him, her eyes narrowing with a mean streak. This kid, he looks exactly like that total scumbag, Li Taihuyen. A carriage moved slowly away from the back exit of the Gold Dragon Association. Luan Wu sat inside, giving him a cold look. You are the emperor now, yet you are still acting like a kid. What even happened today anyway? The little emperor did not hold back and started explaining everything that had gone down earlier. The kid grinned from ear to ear. That Li Luo guy is hilarious. He tried to bait me and Beishan into fighting, so I just acted like I fell for it. Luan Wu thought about it. Beishan is just like his father, always holding a grudge. This Li Luo kid is actually pretty surprising. The king scowled, looking pretty annoyed. That guy is such a jerk. I cannot believe he actually tricked me out of 5,000 bucks. Suddenly, the king clutched his chest, gasping for air in total agony. Her eyes went wide. Oh no, it looks like his old condition is flaring up again. Luan Wu frantically searched the cabinet for medicine, but every single bottle she found was empty. We are out of medicine, she yelled. I told them we needed emergency pills ready at all times. These servants are absolutely useless. Get us back to the palace right now. The carriage took off at a breakneck speed. The boy squeezed his eyes shut, crying out in pain. Sister, please. It hurts so much. Luan Wu tried to calm him down, her heart racing. Suddenly, the king pulled out a strange-looking tube and chugged the whole thing. She frowned, totally confused. What is that? You cannot just go around drinking random stuff you find. He sighed in relief as his face returned to normal. Luan Wu's jaw dropped in shock. The symptoms, they are actually fading. The king smiled. I guess he did not lie to me after all. She narrowed her eyes, feeling suspicious. What is that stuff anyway? Who gave it to you? He looked away, stuttering through his explanation. That guy Li Luo gave me this bottle earlier. Sister, I really did not want to use it, but the pain was just too much to handle. Luan Wu let out a sigh of relief. Just do not do it again. In this palace, we only have each other to lean on. You cannot let anything happen to you. Now, try to get some sleep. Later that night at the Lac Lam mansion, Thon Nha stood out on the balcony, lost in her own thoughts. Li Luo sneaked up behind her with a grin. Gotta say, those pajamas of yours are actually pretty cute. Of course they are, she replied softly. My master's wife made these herself. He immediately rolled his eyes. Seriously? My mom's sewing skills are actually kind of terrible. Thon Na gave him a sharp look. Do not you dare talk bad about her. Li Luo just stared up at the moon, looking pretty deep in thought. He spoke up quietly. Hey, Thoninga, what exactly is the Marquis battlefield? She looked down, her voice calm. You will find out once you get to Sage Academy. There is no point in explaining all that to you right now. Li Luo sighed. My parents, they are going to be okay, right? Thoninga did not hesitate. They are absolutely fine. Trust me. The two of them stood there under the full moon, just talking. She looked at him like a big sister. Li Luo, do not worry. Even with your parents gone, I am not letting anyone mess with you. Li Luo couldn't help but laugh at her. Are you seriously trying to baby me right now? Is that what this is? Thoninga rubbed his head and gave him a warm smile. Actually, it looks like you are not really a kid anymore. They finally got down to business. Li Luo let her mess with his hair while he filled her in on everything that happened at the Gold Dragon Association today. She finally broke the silence. Speaking softly, Li Luo stood there totally paralyzed by her claim. In this whole city, only one person fit that description. His eyes went wide as she dropped the bomb. We are talking about the little emperor of the royal court himself. Thanga calmly explained that after the old king died, the new kid took the throne. But since he is just a child, the regent prince and the eldest princess are the ones actually calling all the shots. The eldest princess goes by the name Kunlun Vu, and she is actually a top student at the elite Astral Academy. I am a 3-star student right now, which is still a rank below her, Thoninga admitted seriously. In terms of raw power, she definitely has the edge for now. But once this year is over, well, the jury is still out on who will be on top. She lowered her voice as a warning. By the way, the Astral Academy opens its doors in less than 10 days. For fresh meat like you, the most important thing after getting in is the big ceremony to choose your mentor. There are 3 tiers of teachers at the academy. Violet tier is the elite, then comes gold, and finally silver. Thoninga glanced over with some serious advice. 5 violet mentors are showing up this time. Stay away from one of them. Do not pick him. Li Luo asked, shocked, who is it? Thinking of a mysterious man, she replied darkly. That violet mentor is named Shen Jinshao. Li Luo narrowed his eyes and asked, what is the deal with him? Thoninga stared blankly, claiming he actually liked her. Li Luo was stunned since when did love mean a death sentence instead of dating a star student? Why am I the one who always gets the short end of the stick? Seriously, this girl of ours is absolutely terrifying. After their balcony chat, they headed in. But Li Luo wasn't sleeping, he had work to do. He stared at the item and grinned. Success. His eyes lit up with pure excitement. The minor formless divine wheel was finally complete. He bit his finger and watched the blood drip. This was it, the final step. He pressed his finger down, and energy began to swirl. Red mist filled the room. Li Luo's blood drained fast, and his head throbbed like his very soul was being ripped apart. He tried to stay calm. This thing was a bottomless pit. He felt like he was about to be sucked dry. Suddenly, his fingertip glowed with a brilliant blue light. Deep inside that radiance, a tiny flicker of gold began to pulse and move. Li Luo's eyes went wide with joy. This was it, his second acquired resonance, an earth resonance. But seconds later, the wheel cracked and shattered into pieces. He gasped in total shock. No way. He remembered the message left by his parents. The third stage of this secret technique was actually located at the Golden Dragon Bank headquarters. He sat alone in his room, totally lost in deep thought. Right. The first attempt cost him his life force. Surely the second time wouldn't be as brutal as that, right? Over the next few days, Li Luo stayed at the Luo Land Mansion, pushing his body through grueling training sessions and focusing his energy. After a few failures, he finally opened his eyes. Seemed simple enough. He was navigating the ranks, moving from the first stage of white insect to the second stage of flower insect. Li Luo grinned at the raw power in his hands. This energy was way beyond anything the 10th seal level could offer. He looked at the glowing item from his training. It was time to finally make his move. That first attempt left me with only 2 years to live. Let's hope this one doesn't actually finish me off for good. He needed power to find his parents, save the mansion, and protect Thon Na. If he didn't take the risk, he would never be strong enough. He swallowed it whole. His body convulsed as a massive shockwave hit him. His eyes burned with raw, explosive energy. He roared, releasing the pressure. Inside, his water resonance flared up, trying to violently kick the new earth resonance right out of his system. The earth resonance was fighting back, devouring everything inside him. His vision started to blur. Crap, he thought, I am actually going to die this time. Then, total darkness. The next morning, Thaninga was there, leaning back in her chair with her eyes closed, resting. Li Luo? She asked, worried. You passed out while training last night. What happened? He just bit his lip and mumbled a response. He checked his energy levels carefully. His lifespan seemed to be intact, but something felt strange and hollow like a missing piece deep inside him. Still, he had done it. The second acquired resonance was finally officially his. With dual resonances, his training speed would blow everyone else out of the water. Thon Na's eyes nearly popped out. Earth power? What happened to your water resonance? He just smirked. Take a guess, sis. So you opened a second resonance during your breakthrough, she asked? He shrugged. Yeah, something like that. She smiled. I knew you were special. Nobody is calling you a disappointment anymore. He teared up, but she snapped. Li Luo, don't touch my hand or I will hit you. Biao Biao walked in with a bowl of soup, grinning. Young lord, you are finally awake. Old Yao brewed this special tonic for you, he said, setting it down. You are too weak, fainting like that. Drink up. Biao Biao grabbed his hand to check his vitals. His voice turned cold. Young lord. A dark shadow crossed Biao Biao's face. This isn't a small thing. Li Luo gulped. Uncle Biao, what are you talking about? You have got serious internal damage, he said. Your foundation is cracked. Li Luo's eyes widened in pure terror. He continued, at this rate, you will never reach the resonance general stage. Li Luo gritted his teeth. He did not have time for this. Thaninga stayed cool. Is there a fix? Biao Biao laughed. For anyone else? No. For me? Maybe. I know a recipe called the Heaven's Flaw Spirit Paste. It's a complex mix that repairs broken foundations, but it only works at lower levels. She nodded. When can we start? I will start gathering the ingredients right now, he replied. But Biao Biao hesitated. We need Emperor Fluid. It only forms in high-energy spots and is as rare as an 8th-grade spirit liquid. Li Luo's heart sank. With our current resources, there is no way we can find that. Biao Biao just laughed. Actually, you two have a shot. The Astral Sage Academy produces it. Thaninga explained that the Academy's resonance tree produces Emperor Fluid. It's usually given out as a reward for top students or difficult missions. I will help you win some, she promised. Li Luo's eyes welled up with tears. Oh, Thon Na, you're the best. She smacked him to shut him up. Cut the drama. They sat down and waited for Biao Biao to work his magic. Uncle Biao knows an awful lot, Li Luo whispered. Thong Nga nodded. He's likely a secret move left by your parents, though he never interferes with house business. Don't overthink it, she added. Just focus on getting stronger. That is what matters right now. Relying on anyone is never as good as relying on yourself. Take a breather. School starts in a few days. Li Luo asks, once I am in, will I get picked on or treated like trash? Ching A grins. You are my fiancé, so of course I have got your back. Relax. If anyone at the academy dares to bully you, I will personally crush them into the dirt. Li Luo is basically doing a happy dance inside. How can he resist a girl like her? Since he is still weak, he spends the next 2 days obsessing over his resonance combat arts. Resonance masters deal with tiger and dragon ranks, the tiers of combat arts. At the Azure Pavilion, sipping some weirdly expensive tea, Li Luo cannot help but sigh at his stressful life. Young guys should not live like retired old men, but man, this tea is actually fire. I have got dual resonances now, but I cannot flex that power like a Duke-level master yet. Triple resonance is king-level territory not even worth thinking about yet. So, Li Luo gets serious and starts grinding through the tiger resonance arts to finally master all the basic combat fundamentals. He figures, if he uses a tiger art as the base and adds an entry-level art as a backup, it might actually work. It is all about finding the right power combo. Right before school kicks off, Qinger sends word that those idiots are back. Zhao Kuo is in the capital and wants to meet up. Li Luo shows up and sees the whole gang, Zhong Bin, Qi Su, and Shang Liang. Wait, what are you guys doing here? Zhong Bin laughs. Big brother Li, you gotta look out for us once we are finally at the Saint Astral Academy. Zhong Bin keeps kissing up, saying Qinger is the generous one. Then Wu Liang slides in with a salesman's smile, bragging about his progress. Li Luo sees that greedy look and asks, "All right, what is the angle?" Wu Liang pulls out a notebook. "Check this out. I have got the inside scoop on everyone. This info is going to be a total game changer for you and the squad." Qing is shocked. "You investigated the new students at the academy? How did you even get that? Is not student data supposed to be top secret and strictly classified by the school?" Wu Liang strikes a pose. "Easy. I caught a school official at a brothel and took some photos. I told him I would show his wife, and suddenly, he was happy to share the files." The whole squad is speechless. They are all thinking the same thing, but only one insult actually makes it out loud. It is a beautifully worded verbal slap to the face. "Wu Liang, you are absolute trash," they mutter. "He does not even care. Just read the book." Li Luo opens the first page, and everyone crowds around to see the goods. The first guy in the book is a total tank shredded, with a clear 8-pack. His name is Qin Julu, from the western region. His father is the great general, Qin Jiangang. This beast has a top-tier gold demon tiger resonance and the strength of a second-tier master. The western region is basically a constant war zone on the border of the kingdom. Qin Julu grew up in the military, so he is a bloodthirsty combat junkie. Li Luo is impressed. "Aside from my fiancé, this guy has the highest tier resonance strength I have seen. Total savage." Wu Liang adds more fuel to the fire. "Apparently, this guy only lives for battle and blood. His catchphrase is legendary among the troops. Women only slow down my sword speed." Wu Liang starts teasing Li Luo. "The guy is a total weirdo. Watch out, Li Luo. Do not let him catch you looking his way." Li Luo snaps. "Where is my sword? Seriously." Wu Liang ignores him and keeps reading. Freshman number 2, Wang Heqiao. He has got a poison resonance and heavy hitter strength. Number 3, Bai Daodu. High-tier wind resonance, top of the class. Freshman number 4 is Duz Beishuan. He has got a high-tier blue whale resonance and is already pushing the upper limits of the master realm. After finishing the list, Li Luo actually gives Wu Liang some credit. "Your book is actually pretty legit. Honestly, you should have signed your name on this masterpiece before selling it." Wu Liang acts all mysterious. "You think that is my best work? What do you think is the most important thing for new students?" Shang Liang guesses, "Being the strongest?" Wu Liang says, "Wrong." He pulls out a much thicker book, holding it like a holy relic. "Do not you guys want to know which girls are the hottest in the incoming class at the academy?" One broke guy immediately jumps in. "Let me see first. I will give you a professional review." Everyone else starts shoving. "I want to look too. Open it already. This is the good stuff." They flip it open to find a gorgeous girl with perfect curves and long legs. Someone starts reading her profile out loud. Ranked number 1 on the beauty chart, Bai Mengmeng. High-tier water, illusion resonance. She is Bai Daodu is little sister. Zhao Kuo mumbles, "Number 1? Not Qinger?" Still, she is definitely cute. Qinger lets out a cold chill and smiles a deadly smile. "Wu Liang, please tell me, exactly how is she prettier than me?" Zhao Kuo quickly pivots. "I mean, Meng Meng is cute, but she is nothing compared to you, Qinger." Wu Liang looks like a mouse in a trap. "Qinger, it is just, she has got that vulnerable vibe." Qinger turns to the shopkeeper. "Today, my friend is treating 10 tables. Actually, the whole shop is on him. Wu Liang panics. Wait, I was not thinking. The number one spot on the beauty list definitely belongs to you, Sister Qing'er. No question about it. Qing'er gives a gentle smile. I do not really care about those lists. It does not matter if you change it or not. Wu Liang tests the waters. So, I should not change it? Shopkeeper, Qing'er calls out. Wu Liang screams. No, wait. I get it. I am sorry. I know what you want. In his head, he is crying. It is hard being a creator. By the end of the meal, only Li Luo is happy. Wu Liang is literally in tears over his empty wallet. Suddenly, Li Luo stops and stares ahead in total shock. He sees his fiancée and calls out, Qing Yi, what are you doing here? She smiles back. I was finishing some business and saw your carriage, so I thought we would go home together. She notices Lu Qing'er standing there, and the air suddenly feels ice cold. Qing A's amber eyes are sharp. Lu Qing'er stays polite. Sister Jiang, you are looking radiant as ever. Qing A smiles. Li Luo told me about the school exams. I should thank you all. Without your help, he might not have taken the top spot. Lu Qing'er does not back down. Honestly, with his talent, taking first place was easy. He just usually does not feel like competing. Every word she says has a sharp edge. The people around them are confused, but they can feel the massive pressure coming off Sister Jiang. Only Lu Qing'er is brave enough to stand her ground against her. Qing A turns to leave. It is getting late. I am taking Li Luo home now. She grabs his hand tight, basically claiming her territory. Lu Qing'er stays silent, but she is fuming deep down. I am heading home too, Lu Qing'er says. Let us hang out again once we are at St. Astral. Zhao Kuo and Wu Liang share a look. They clearly see the drama unfolding. After the meetup, Li Luo dives back into his training. He uses his special liquid to upgrade his resonance to the 4th tier. Now, his cultivation speed is way faster than anyone else his age. Finally, the Luo family carriage starts moving toward the St. Astral Academy, which sits just outside the massive walls of the royal capital. Back home, Thania, Li Luo, and Ling Kan are talking strategy. St. Astral Academy is way down in the southwest of Great Xia, right in the heart of the Great Mountain Range. Most spirit beasts live in that old forest. But today, focus on your Resonance Master exam. Being a personal student is a massive deal. It gives you serious clout. It means you have a legendary powerhouse backing you up. People want me dead because of my potential. Even the academy thinks my power is incredible. Li Luo gets serious. Don't worry, I am going all out on this exam. Lin Kan laughs. If you need a tutor for your resonance arts later, I have got you. Thania adds that Ling Kan will handle the paperwork. Li Luo asks, you are not coming? Thania smirks. You ready for hell mode? Because once we walk in, everyone starts staring. Li Luo groans. Fine. Then they see the massive, epic gates of St. Astral Academy. Mountains surround the school like a fortress. Ling Kan says a king-level powerhouse wrote the signage. Those words feel alive. Even as carvings, they pulse with ancient, spiritual energy. The carriage stops. Thania steps out, and the whole crowd starts cheering for her. Li Luo is stunned. She is a superstar. Lin Kan just laughs. Get used to her crazy influence here. Inside, the giant resonance tree leaves him speechless. No wonder it grows such rare and powerful treasures. Lin Kan finishes the paperwork, and Li Luo grabs his freshman jade token. A student stares. Wait, are you? Lin Kan pulls him away. Move, don't get recognized. Then, a sharp, teasing voice rings out. So, you are the famous Li Luo? It is the rival, Du's Honglian. Lin Kan snaps. Honglian, what do you want with us? Li Luo senses the heat. The Du's family clearly did not come here to make friends. Honglian smirks. I just wanted to see Thania's fiancé. Why are you so protective? The crowd loses it. That guy is her fiancé? No way. What did he do to deserve her? Lin Kan yells back. Stop being petty. Just because Thania beats you does not mean you target him. Lin Kan keeps going, but Li Luo holds up a hand to stop her. He looks at Honglian. She glares back, waiting for him to say something. Suddenly, Li Luo fakes a sob. Honglian, stop. I told you, this is not going to happen. I know you like me, but we can't. Even if you were my side chick, she would kill me. The students gasp. Honglian wants to be his side chick? Is she obsessed with his face? Her friends are fuming. Honglian is shaking with rage, her face turning bright red. She charges at him like a wild animal. I am going to kill you, you brat. Lin Kan tries to block her, but Honglian's power is too much. Li Luo panics as she lunges. Right before she hits him, a flash of light cuts through the air. A blade drops. The sword forces Honglian back. She freezes when she sees who just landed. Thawninga appears, looking like a goddess. If she cannot protect him, then how about me? You are picking on freshmen now? If you want to fight, meet me in the arena. The students are buzzing. A fight over Li Luo? Then the discipline committee pushes through. Their leader, Ye Chuting, steps in. Enough. It is orientation day. Don't make the school look bad. Thonging sighs. The guards are here. No fight today. Honglian wants him punished for lying. Li Luo plays the victim. Fine. Do what you want. Honglian is screaming. I am going to end you. Ye Chuting calms things down. Seriously, Li Luo, you need to know when to stop. Honglian stomps off with one last threat. The academy finally returns to normal. Thong Na whispers, you keep acting like that, and hell mode is going to get worse. Lin Kan is dying of laughter. That was savage, Li Luo. You totally broke her brain. She teases Thong Na. So, you letting Honglian be the side chick or what? Ye Chuting warns him. You just started, and you already have a target on your back. Tian Ming looks like he just ate a brick. Probably the first time he's met someone that thick-skinned. This young master of yours is definitely something else, he admits. Ching A actually looks impressed, using every advantage. Huh? Tian Ming is totally helpless now. Fine then, Li Luo, get your butt over to the freshman grounds for the start. The selection is about to start. Ching asks if he's finished the paperwork, and Li Luo says he's got the jade plate. Good, she says. Let's head there together. Let's roll. Since we already stirred the pot, my hands are itching for a fight anyway. Might as well make it count, right? Li Luo asks what's up with that Du's Honglian girl. Ching shrugs, saying she's just a loser I beat. Since she can't touch me, she'll probably harass you. Li Luo complains that it's totally unfair since he's just a kid. Ching laughs. Those rumors about them fighting over him? Yeah, they aren't going away anytime soon. Li Luo says he was only talking a little smack. Ching knows better, saying those words stung her way more than a literal physical beating ever could. Pink hair whips in the wind as a sweet voice rings out. Is that really the famous Chinga? She is absolutely stunning, isn't she? That's Meng Meng. She wonders if that guy is really the fiancé. He's actually pretty hot. Her friend warns her to stay away, but she only cares about studying medicine. The girl giving the warning is Bai Daodo, rocking a short haircut. She repeats that Li Luo looks like bad news and to avoid him. Suddenly, a guy behind them asks if she's the famous Meng Meng. Wu Liao introduces himself with a smooth smile, asking to be friends. Meng Meng hides behind Daodu, who just snaps at him to get lost. He won't quit. Daodo's eyes turn deadly. You have 3 seconds to vanish, or I'll make sure you're too broken to even show up for the selection exam today. Wu Liao bolts like a terrified mouse. Daodo scoffs. What a total coward, thinking he can hit on my little sister right in front of my face. Daodu tries to be gentle, but their parents have warned her a million times about it. You really need to stop using that catchphrase. Sis, it's super cringe. Anyway, Li Luo asks Ching if the big selection starts right here in this area. Ching patiently explains that this is just the teleportation zone. When the time comes, it will send everyone to a special area. Your specific starting position is right there on your jade plate. Li Luo checks his coordinates. North Area 3, row 57, column 36. Up ahead, suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks. There's someone up there radiating some seriously heavy killing intent right now. The guy is standing right on Li Luo's assigned spot. That aura is insane. Is this the top-ranked freshman? Excuse me, but you're in my seat. Chulu looks ready to kill and asks if he's challenging him. Li Luo quickly explains he's not. Just check your own jade plate, man. Look, yours says row 76, column 58. You just need to head over that way. Chu Lu checks the plate in silence. Then he asks again if Li Luo is challenging him. Li Luo is screaming on the inside. Who in their right mind would challenge you? Are you lost? Did the general's house kid really lose his way here? Chu Lu stays quiet, but his slumped shoulders give him away. Li Luo offers to take the plate and find the spot for him. Just stay there. I'll find it. The hall is packing with students now. Everyone's hyped to see Vice Principal Tam, a legendary elite power. A stunning woman walks out with an aura of pure authority. This is the Vice Principal everyone has been waiting for. Li Luo is stunned by her massive presence. Then the gossip starts. The current king and the eldest princess are actually here. The eldest princess is a top-tier 4-star student and runs the academy's disciplinary squad. So, don't go looking for trouble, because nobody can save you. Li Luo realizes the kid from the bank is actually the king. That princess has some serious skills. Finally, someone who can actually stand on the same level as Tai Vai Tai. He guesses this must be the most powerful man in the kingdom, the regent of the Xia dynasty, Gong Yuan. Li Luo is blown away by his massive, bottomless aura. It gives off a mysterious and unpredictable vibe that feels even more intense than Vice Principal Tam's presence. Right then, Tam steps up. Welcome, fresh meat, to the ancient and prestigious Saint Astral Academy. Li Luo is speechless once again. Just her words alone carry such weight. Tam explains that the teleportation arrays under their feet will soon send everyone to the selection grounds. Different levels of spirit beasts are waiting there, each wearing a special seal that corresponds to either a mentor. Plus, the Violet mentors have their own criteria. They'll be watching every student's performance and will personally grant you the status of a disciple based on merit. The exam starts in 10 minutes, so get ready. Someone asks about the 5 Violet mentors. Tam wonders which lucky kids will get picked. That kid from the general's house is definitely going to spark a bidding war between all 5 mentors. With talent like that, he could dominate any class. It's crazy that even peak-level experts stay here to teach. Tam smiles, saying the kingdom's power is impressive. The regent is being way too humble about it. The drums, thunder, and light floods the hall, wrapping around every student. The selection has officially begun. Every beam of light is a competitor. Li Luo lands in the middle of a dense forest. Looks like the exam is officially on, and everyone's been scattered. He scans the area. He bumps into a few other students, but everyone just keeps their distance and minds their business. Li Luo freezes. He spots a black tiger beast up ahead. It's a level 10 beast with a silver seal. Looks like taking this thing down gets you a silver mentor. Mid-tier beasts probably lead to the gold mentors. Silver isn't what I'm after. I'm not wasting time. Outside, the screens are already showing everyone's progress to the crowd. Lin Khan is sweating it, wondering if Li Luo can impress the top-tier purple glow mentors. But Thanenga is chilling, totally convinced that with his crazy skills, he is a shoo-in. She frowns. Doing the math, Li Luo's talent is basically on her level. But there is a catch. Shen Jinxiao is one of the 5 big-shot mentors for the new recruits this year. I can feel the hate radiating off him. If he decides to play dirty and block Li Luo, things are going to get messy. That guy knows exactly where to hit me right at my weak spot. And that weak spot? It is Li Luo. Right now, the forest is shaking with explosions as Li Luo squares off against a massive beast. He is gripping his weapon, drenched in sweat, heart pounding. The beast is blind in one eye and absolutely livid, lashing out with its massive tail. Li Luo reacts in a flash, screaming out his water mirror illusion move. His power is too much for the monster. Realizing it is outmatched, it tucks tail and runs. Li Luo yells, "No way you are escaping," then launches his water pillar drop to finish it. The creature's roar is cut short. A second later, the monster crashes down at his feet. Grinning, Li Luo checks the loot he just scored a golden mark. That is one step closer to playing it safe. He is at least guaranteed a gold mentor, so now he can focus on catching the eye of the elite purple glow masters. Suddenly, he spots someone nearby. He tenses up, noticing a purple cloak. It is a high-level mentor. The man smirks and says, "Li Luo, I have been waiting half the day for you. Let me introduce myself. I am Shen Jin Xiao, one of the 5 elite mentors. I wanted to coach Thong Nga before, but I am not sure if she ever mentioned me to you." Li Luo keeps it professional, asking why the teacher is waiting for him. Shen Jin Xiao gets all cocky, saying he actually likes Li Luo's style and wants him as a student. He holds out a purple item covered in weird patterns. He tells Li Luo to take it to reach his goal. Li Luo is confused, thinking this definitely breaks the competition rules. Shen laughs it off, claiming he already knows Li Luo has the juice, so tests are optional. Freaked out, Li Luo backs away politely, saying he actually wants the hardest challenge possible. He makes a final call. "I will finish my round first and then come find you later, teacher." Li Luo's head is spinning. He is paralyzed, stuck like he is under some kind of spell. He asks if Shen is holding him hostage. Shen just smirks, asking why reject his kindness. "Look, there are only 5 elite mentors. If you blow me off, the other 4 will take my lead. They might not even look your way once I am done with you." Li Luo is baffled. Is this a threat? Why is a top teacher so obsessed with one rookie? He stands his ground, telling Shen he is being way too pushy. Nothing in this world is free. Shen's face goes dark instantly. He cold-bloodedly tells Li Luo that he just threw away his very last chance. "Guess you won't realize how valuable my mark is until you are backed into a corner." Suddenly, an announcement blasts across the exam area. "New purple mission capture Li Luo. Whoever takes down Li Luo gets a high-level purple mark immediately." Shen says a light pillar will track Li Luo for a while, leading every other student straight to him. "You wanted to impress the other mentors? Here is your big stage. Good luck." "I am looking forward to your performance," he says, then vanishes into thin air. Li Luo is fuming, cursing Shen Jin Xiao and swearing he won't forget this dirty trick. He looks at the glowing mark over his head. It is a trap made by a high-level powerhouse, something a low-level student like him has zero hope of breaking on his own. Maybe the thick trees can hide the light pillar a bit. He just hopes there aren't too many elite hunters coming for him. The observers watching the stream are totally shocked. How is he supposed to survive that? Is this really the kind of test a mentor gives a student? It is totally unfair and feels like a personal vendetta against the kid. Someone calmly replies that there is no such thing as fair in this world, though this specific test is definitely pushing it way too far. Another adds that while it breaks the rules, it is a huge chance for the rookie to show off. If he survives, his skill set will be off the charts. Lin Kan is livid, calling Shen out for being a total jerk. She looks over and sees Thong Na carving something. It is Shen Jin Xiao's name. Lin Kan is totally confused. Than NJ looks ice-cold and deadly. She says she is just getting familiar with his name so she can carve it on his tombstone later. A little parting gift for her teacher. Back in the zone, the new students are hyped. They heard the news, take down Li Luo and score a purple mark. They have seen his stats. He is just some top-ranked local kid. This is basically a free purple mark delivered to their front door. "Let us go." 2 students bolt toward him. Nobody is passing up a golden opportunity like this. Bak Hyan smirks, thinking Li Luo is the unluckiest guy alive. He has to deal with him anyway, so this is the perfect excuse to take him out for good. Another girl is skeptical but can't ignore the prize. Who cares if the mission is weird? She just wants that purple mark, so she heads out to join the hunt. Elsewhere, Trukluk is chilling on a pile of loot. "Hunt Li Luo? No thanks. I will pass on this one to settle a debt from before. Beating high-level beasts is way more fun anyway." Deep in the woods, Li Luo is hunting for a hiding spot. If he can just survive until the light pillar fades, the hunt might finally end. He decides to head deeper into the forest to use the monsters as a distraction. But he suddenly stops in his tracks. Damn it, they are already here. 3 shadows are closing in fast. They seem surprised to see someone ahead. Li Luo points behind him and yells, "Hey, look, there is the guy with the light pillar." The three hunters skid to a stop, looking around like idiots. Li Luo dives into the bushes, shouting for them to go left while he goes right so he won't escape. One of them asks if he's also looking for the target. Another realizes something is off. Wait, doesn't that guy have the light on his head? They all go silent. It takes a second for their brains to catch up. They scream, "Oh my God, that was Li Luo. Get him, kill him. How dare he play us like that?" Suddenly, glowing bolts of light slam into their position. They are confused where the attack came from until the lights zero in on their legs. They start screaming in pain. "My legs." Li Luo is already long gone, but he can still hear their agonizing screams echoing through the forest. That guy is totally shameless for using a sneak attack. Li Luo ignores them. He just needs to reach the deep forest before the hunt closes in. Ingu Lang sees the purple light and realizes Li Luo is in deep trouble. Someone warns Nu Lang that helping is suicide given the scale of the hunt. Ingu Lang says this isn't just about killing monsters, it is about our final score. Everyone is hunting Li Luo, so we won't stand out if we join them. Let us set a trap instead. Dealing with the mob hunting, Li Luo might actually lead to something special. The rest of the crew just went silent. Zhao Kuo was the first to agree. Tok Tim followed up, saying they could help but only if they told Li Luo. He actually just wanted to suck up to Sister Jiang. Wu Lang chuckled. That is a given. Now it is time to call out our star performer to get the job done. That guy complained about the luck of Nanfeng Academy. How did it produce two prodigies at once? Elsewhere, the air was electric as Li Luo faced two new rivals. One yelled out, "Li Luo, quit running. You cannot escape us, so you might as well just give up and help us out." Li Luo joked, "Guys, why so aggressive? My face is way too handsome for this. Let us just talk it out." They looked disgusted. "Gross. Kill him." The three-way brawl kicked off instantly. Green Hair sneered, "Two against one and you still charge in? Li Luo, you are way too arrogant for your own good." He cast his water mirror. Before the guy could react, his partner stood there with his mouth wide open. Li Luo did not let him breathe, launching a boosted strike. He sent him flying. How is this possible? Li Luo stretched his limbs and calmly said, "Look, I told you we should have just talked." The two guys who just got wrecked stared at him. They could not believe how much power Li Luo was actually hiding. Beishuan arrived and asked about the target. "Did you just fight Li Luo here? You clearly could not hold him." The bleeding guy gasped out a name, Duz Beishuan. The guy pointed. "He ran that way, but he is way too strong. No way, he just reached the white seed stage." Beishuan did not linger, mocking them as he left. "You guys are just weak." The guy fumed. "So arrogant. Good thing I pointed him in the wrong direction." Elsewhere, a student asked if the group was planning to ambush Li Luo. Xia Jiao laughed. "Taking down Li Luo gets me a purple medal. Of course, it is worth my time to hunt him down." Qinger blocked his path. "If that is the plan, then I cannot let you pass." Xia Jiao sighed. "Qinger, you are no match for me. Why bother?" She did not back down. "If I can stall for even a little bit, it helps." She looked calm, but inside, her heart was racing with worry. If Xia Jiao got through, he would be a massive threat to Li Luo. She had to hold him. Xia Jiao smirked. "If you agree to a date later, then maybe I can do what you want." Qinger quickly gathered her energy. Both of them dropped into a combat stance, ready to move. Xia Jiao grinned arrogantly. "Fine, then I will just have to show you the massive power gap between us." Elsewhere, a student named Mai Feng stepped onto the scene. He was not top tier, but a guy can dream, right? If he succeeded, he would get noticed by the beautiful seniors and become a legend. Following that dream of success, he set out to find his target. Suddenly, someone shouted out to him from the path. It was Zhao Kuo. Mai Feng looked him over. This guy seemed pretty honest and straightforward. He cautiously asked what was up. Zhao Kuo explained, "You are looking for Li Luo too, right? My crew is doing the same thing. We should team up to increase our chances." Mai Feng asked if he could meet the others first. Zhao Kuo agreed instantly. "Follow me, What is your name anyway? Then he led him to the group. He introduces the crew. These guys are your new teammates. Wu Lang cheered, saying with Mai Feng on their side, they would definitely take Li Luo down and get the prize. They started hyping him up. You are a real master. With a powerhouse like you, we are totally going to win this. You are a natural-born leader, Mai Feng. Mai Feng was glowing with pride. These guys really have good taste. I should hang out with them more. He waved a hand. Enough talk. We have plenty of people. Let us move. Suddenly, Wu Lang appeared behind him with a wicked grin. Big brother Feng, there is a mosquito on your neck. Let me get that for you. Mai Feng turned around and saw Wu Lang's terrifying face before a loud thud rang out. His vision blurred. Someone whispered that he was a good guy. Then everything went dark. After a while, their pile of victims had grown quite a bit. The group was feeling pretty good about their progress. We have done enough to help Li Luo for now. One more haul and we can call it a day. Wu Lang laughed. Zhao Kuo, go find us another customer. Moments later, Zhao Kuo spotted someone approaching. He felt a surge of excitement. Here we go. He jumped back into character, telling the student to stop. This was no easy target. It was Bai Daodu, rank 3 on the leaderboard. Zhao Kuo froze. Crap, I just hooked a shark. She looked at him coldly. We have a group heading into the mountains to hunt Li Luo. If you are interested, join us. She agreed, telling him to lead. Zhao Kuo led the way, feeling totally anxious. This girl was way too dangerous. If she got near Li Luo, it would be bad. She would be a huge threat to him. Even if they could not beat her, they had to stall her as long as possible. Wu Lang greeted them with a smile, then saw who it was. His face went pale. We are in over our heads. Zhao Kuo, why did you bring her here? Daodo looked around and saw the unconscious bodies. You are not hunting Li Luo. You are just scamming people in the woods. Are not you? Wu Lang trembled. Sister Bai, do not just make things up. Zhao Kuo seized the moment and tried to sneak up with his club. Daodo instantly released a wave of power. Wu Lang yelled for them to hold her. She just scoffed. Clowns. Combat sounds echoed as Li Luo's light flickered nearby. Li Luo was breathing hard, resting on a rock. He realized that without his dual resonances and healing powers, he never could have lasted this long. He had to use every second to recover his spent energy. He felt someone close by. A figure stood just a few feet away, watching him. Beishuan laughed. How does it feel to hide out here like a rat? Li Luo calmed down and snapped back. Listen, I am never going to be your brother-in-law. My girl would never agree to that. Beishuan turned red with rage. Li Lak acts like a total drama queen, crying about how he just wants a chill life at the academy. Beishuan snaps, accusing him of stalling to recharge. Li Lak fires back, offering to call him master for a year if he waits. Beishuan preps his ultimate move while pretending to play along with the deal. Li Lak sighs. This house leader isn't as sharp as he thought. High rank or not, he's just a basic bully. But looks can be deceiving. To get a top-tier mentor, I have to stop hiding and flex my real potential. Beishuan is just a ladder for me. If I can't stay low-key, I might as well blind everyone with greatness. Beishuan rocks that high-grade blue-scale resonance. It's a massive gap, but Li Lak holding his ground is impressive to the crowd. Thon Nga, just sit back and watch. Your fiancé is about to get wrecked. Ling Kan is worried because Beishuan is definitely no walk in the park. Thon Nga doesn't blink, saying she trusts him. Ling Kan thinks she's delusional since high-grade resonance is no joke. The young king watches the chaos and asks if Li Lak can win. Lonver says honestly, his chances are 0. Lonver adds that winning isn't always about who has the higher power level. Thong A is like the midday sun, but Li Lak is a bottomless pit, looks plain but hides a whole universe. It's just a woman's gut feeling. A silver spear appears, topped with gems that match Beishuan's green hair. He grips the weapon as a massive ice dragon manifests behind him, radiating pure, crushing pressure. Li Lak analyzes the high-grade power, then charges straight in. Beishuan is stunned. Is this a suicide run? Li Lak closes the gap, dodging a spear thrust. Beishuan blocks the counter, laughing at Li Lok's weak attempt. He doubles down on the assault, shouting for his power to devour everything. The energy spikes, but Beishuan is confused why it's failing. He switches tactics to a high-level wave flow. Li Lak reacts with a water mirror shield. Beishuan smashes against it, pouring every bit of strength into the strike. The shield shatters. Beishuan mocks him, "Time to eat dirt, kid." But then he trips on the soft ground. Capitalizing on the slip, Li Lak launches a counterstrike. He boots Beishuan right in the face, leaving a muddy footprint. Beishuan stumbles back, eyes glowing with pure rage. Beishuan's energy explodes outward, surrounding him like a massive, roaring green flame. He hovers, then lands, asking if Li Lak used water energy to turn the battlefield into a swampy mess. He can't believe Li Lak's weak power did that. Li Lak just tells him to mind his own business. He triggers a tiger art, buffing his muscles until his body swells to massive proportions. His clothes rip, revealing shredded muscle. Elsewhere, a warrior stands on a cliff, looking down at the weaklings below. It's Dor. She mocks the guys, asking if they really think they're on her level. She walks away, telling them to beat it before someone else deals with that Li Lak kid first. An assassin lunges, but she slices him mid-air. He crashes into the rock, coughing up blood. The guy smirks, holding a jade pendant. "This looks important. Your sister wears one just like it, right?" Dor screams, demanding to know when he stole it. The guy just takes off into the sky. She's livid, screaming for him to stop before she ends him right now. A spectator watches, calling him a hero for surviving that. Things finally go quiet for a moment. Back at the fight, Beishuan is fully buffed and charging. Li Lak's eyes go wide. He shifts to defense, manifesting a glowing bow in his hands. Beishuan laughs at the petty tricks while Li Lak draws an arrow for a special technique. Beishuan is faster, lunging with his spear. Li Lak barely rolls away, feeling the pressure of being totally outmatched. Li Lak vaults into a tree and snipes. The arrow flies so fast Beishuan can barely track it. He spins his spear into a shield, but the impact creates a shockwave that sends him flying back. He's stunned. How did one measly arrow push back a warrior like him? Li Lak preps more shots. One won't break the defense, so he lets a whole rain of arrows fly. Li Lak smirks, spotting a major opening in Beishuan's stance specifically, right between the guy's legs. Beishuan catches the look and turns pale, realizing exactly where those arrows are headed. "I get it, but Li Luo over here is just trash-talking. You okay, man? Need some medical help? I am a water master. My healing vibes are actually top tier." The guy got so triggered he basically went ballistic. "Li Luo, I am going to kill you." He roared like a straight-up beast and unleashed a sonic blast. Li Luo could not react in time. He took the hit and winced from the sharp pain. Beihai went feral and sliced through the branch Li Luo was standing on. Seeing the danger, he leaped off and fired a water-crown shot mid-air. Water surged high. Li Luo dived off a cliff to dodge a crazed Beihai. The current acted like a speed booster, letting him glide across the surface. He gripped his bow tight and pulled the string back with total focus. The arrows slammed into Beihai, but he spun his spear into a heavy shield. "Keep them coming. Let us see exactly how many times you can actually fire that thing." Using the current, Li Luo glided across the water to keep his distance. Beihai stayed right on his tail, dodging shots while prepping his own counter. Their clash shook the entire area, with every impact turning the battlefield into absolute chaos. Someone was watching from the cliffs the whole time, calculating every move. "Li Luo's endurance is way better than I thought," the guy muttered to himself. It was Jin Zi. He watched the fight closely and scoffed. "He is just slightly above average, not worth the attention of the other top-tier masters." He smirked with a sinister look. "You will realize that the power I have been given means you have zero future. I will use him to make Thana surrender to me. Girl, you are not getting away this time." Elsewhere in the chaos, massive ice blocks were scattered around while toxic gas filled the air. Thawning was clearly reaching her limit, breathing heavily from the exhaustion. Dark infection marks appeared on her skin. "The poison is starting to eat my energy," she thought. Standing across from her was Hak Q, who sneered, "Why go through all this trouble, classmate Thon Nga?" Even though her frost seal was holding him back, she had managed to completely freeze one of his arms, leaving it totally useless. She fired back. "Holding you off for this long is more than enough for me." He did not give up. "Is it really worth it? Even if the academy helps you purge the poison, the process is going to be pure agony." Her face stayed deadpan. "I do not mind," she replied coolly. Hakyu actually blushed a bit, feeling the tension. "Classmate Thonunga, I think I am starting to find you way more interesting now. Seriously, why not give me a shot? My family background and talent are both way better than Li Luo's." Then Na just stared him down in silence. After a pause, she went back to her usual calm vibe. "Yeah, but you are not as handsome as Li Luo." Hakyu froze, thinking, is she really that shallow? Nearby, another brutal fight was popping off. One guy got slammed into a wall. The other, Ngu Lang, was bruised and screaming, "No way. Kill me if you have got the guts." Dowdo was beyond pissed. She raised her fist and yelled, "How are you even real?" Before she even landed a hit, Nu Lang grabbed his head and screamed, "Murder. She is killing me." Dowdo totally lost her cool. Her rational mind just snapped. She charged in and started absolutely pummeling Ngu Lang. He took such a beating he just lay there motionless in a pool of blood. "Maybe I went a bit too hard," she thought. She leaned in and checked his breathing. "Hey, you okay?" Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. Taking advantage of her lowered guard, Ngu Lang lunged forward and clung to her like a koala on a tree. Dowdo turned bright red from shock, but her reflexes kicked in. She unleashed a burst of power that sent Ngu Lang flying. He smashed into a rock wall, coughing up blood. Seeing the danger, he screamed, "Fine, kill me. I have got an 80-year-old mother and 10 siblings waiting for me, but I am not afraid to die." Her spear stopped just inches from his face. She did not buy his story at all. An 80-year-old mother with that many kids? That is actually pretty impressive. She smacked the jade right out of his hand. Once she had it back, she warned him, "Mess with my little sister again, and I will chop you into dog food." She turned to leave, but stopped when she felt something. Ngu Lang was crawling on the ground, grabbing her ankle. "Wait, who said you could leave?" His face looked surprisingly intense. Dowdo saw him covered in wounds but still trying to hold her back. This level of stubbornness was actually kind of shocking. She turned around and asked, "What is your name?" Still clinging to her leg, he answered, "Ngulong." She sighed and asked, "Ngu Lang, are you doing all this for Li Luo? He is the young master of the Luo Lan House. You might see him as a brother, but to him, you are probably just some guy he does not care about." He coughed a bit and snapped back, "What do you know? Back then, my mom spent everything to get me into Nanfeng Academy. I was totally lost at first and failed every class. It was Li Luo who coached me until I became the top student. He is the reason I even had the guts to stay. I do not forget favors. I consider him a brother. As for what he thinks of me, I could not care less." Dowdu stayed silent, not knowing what to say to that. Ngu Lang finally let go. She sat by a nearby tree and said, "Forget it. What is the point in going now? Li Luo was probably caught ages ago." Ngu Lang propped himself up, shaking, and replied, "I would not be so sure. At least I can say I gave it my all, holding back a top 10 freshman like you." Dowdo looked away and clicked her tongue. "If you were anyone else, you would be." The air suddenly went dead silent. You could literally hear the wind in the trees. Dowdo got worried and looked over. Why did this guy stop talking all of a sudden? Ngulong was just leaning against a rock, fast asleep and breathing steadily. Dowdo shook her head. This idiot really has no idea how dangerous this place is. The chaotic battle between Li Luo and Beihai was still raging. Li Luo kept firing arrows while Beihai dodged every single one of them. He realized something was off. Beihai was channeling massive power, his face twisting into something truly demonic. His eyes were wide and full of bloodlust. Li Luo felt the pressure. Damn, his aura just spiked out of nowhere. But he did not back down. Li Luo drew his bow and fired a glowing arrow straight at Beihai. He vanished like a gust of wind, as if he had never even been standing there. Li Luo was stunned. How did I miss? Suddenly, something else came screaming through the air from a completely different direction. Li Luo spotted it and turned his head, but it was way too fast to counter. He could only throw his arms up to try and block the hit. The impact was brutal, making Li Luo cough up blood. He could not believe it. His strength, speed, and defense, they all just leveled up. Beihai did not stop, zigzagging toward him like a bolt of lightning to close the gap. He went completely berserk, tearing through the trees and clearing everything in his path just to get a better look at his prey. Beihai stopped and stared at the exhausted Li Luo. All right, Li Luo, you have been playing pretend long enough. Time to end this. My talent is higher, my power is stronger. How did you ever think you could win? Li Luo is slowly walking up to the guy, firing back at him. You really think that slow-motion entrance and all that edgy trash talk makes you look powerful or something? Because from here, it just looks pathetic. Li Luo is looking clean, not even a scratch on him. He just keeps talking. Seriously, bro. While you were busy yapping away, I almost finished building your coffin. Do you want it personalized or what? Beihian loses his mind and charges in with that spear of his, screaming about how Li Luo is just showing off. But Li Luo? He doesn't move an inch. He is just standing there, stone cold. Suddenly, massive tree roots sprout out of nowhere like they are alive. They lunge out and grab Beihian's spear midair. No matter how much strength he uses, that spear is not moving a single inch. Beihian is wrestling with the roots, trying to yank his spear back. He is completely baffled, shouting, "A wood technique? Who the hell is messing with our fight? Show yourself right now." Li Luo is acting chill, but Beihian isn't buying it. He snaps back. You really expect me to believe you are the one controlling these roots? You are clearly a water user. You liar. What kind of nonsense are you talking? You are obviously a water type. Li Luo just raises his hand, glowing with energy, and says, well, you were dying to know how I was going to fight you, right? Check out my little secret weapon. Between his palms, water and green light start swirling together. He flashes a cocky grin and says, I have actually got dual attributes. Yeah, just like in the legends. The whole fight is being broadcast on the big screens, and the crowd is absolutely losing it. Everyone is starting to gossip like crazy about what they are seeing. Dual attributes? That is insanely rare. It is basically on par with Than and Ga's holy light. Mastering that kind of power this early, before even hitting the high-level ranks? Li Luo is about to have an edge that nobody else can touch. Hong Lin is sweating bullets. She is whispering to herself, water and wood? He has got both? Is the Luo Lan house actually destined for a comeback or something? Ling Kan turns to the person next to her, totally blown away. Dual attributes? That is so sick. Did you seriously know about this secret power of his already? Thonanga's eyes are beaming with pride. He is the son of the masters. Of course, he is not just some average guy. Even Tu Tam can't help but be impressed by this rare sight. Lone Vu leans over and says, Congrats, Vice Principal. Looks like the Academy just found itself another absolute monster of a genius. This kid is going places. Tu Tam plays it cool. Dual attributes are rare, but his future depends on his own character and luck. Still, he is definitely a top-tier talent. The Academy is going to have to keep a very close eye on him. Lone Vu starts plotting. With the Vice Principal backing him up, Li Luo shouldn't have to deal with as many annoying haters or unwanted attention from now on. The Luo Lan house might have lost two major powerhouses, but the kids they left behind are finally starting to shine. If things keep going like this, they might actually bring the family back to its former glory soon. Back in the chaos, those roots are still pinning down Beihian's spear. He is staring at Li Luo, processing the shock of what he just heard. Dual attributes. No way, I just need to crush him. I will prove his parents were the only special ones. He is nothing. He is just a shadow of their legacy, and I'm gonna end him. I am the heir to the Jia house. I won't be looked down on. Beihian screams, ripping his spear free and charging at Li Luo like a rabid animal. aiming for the kill. Li Luo doesn't even flinch. He just stands his ground and triggers a massive technique. 10,000 trees. He gives Bei Hian a cold, sharp look as the roots begin to swarm. He moves fast, sending vines and roots to surround Bei Hian. But the guy isn't quitting yet. He starts hacking away with his spear, slicing through the branches like a madman. He is grinning like a psycho, but Li Luo just smirks back. He is thinking, your earth power is tough, but I am just getting started. Suddenly, more roots surge toward him, this time coated in swirling water. A massive root slams into Bei Hian, throwing him backward. He is stunned, thinking to himself, wait, why are these vines so heavy and solid all of a sudden? Is this a heavy water technique? While he is distracted and trying to figure out what is happening, a giant root sneaks up on him from behind out of nowhere. It hits him hard, and he is gasping in pain. But it doesn't stop there. More roots rain down from above, forming a literal wall of wood that traps him completely inside. While Bei Hian is struggling, Li Luo is already planning 3 steps ahead. Under this much pressure, he is bound to slip up and show a weakness eventually. He picks up some small branches nearby and starts sharpening them into points, thinking to himself that even if these makeshift arrows don't cause any real physical damage, the pure humiliation is going to be massive. He aims the wooden arrows right at Bei Hian. Li Luo decides he has played enough, thinking, all right, let us see how long your energy lasts against my heavy water and wood combo. You can only keep this up for so long. Bei Hian is basically a pincushion for those wooden arrows now. Surrounded by roots, he screams, Li Luo, you coward. Stop hiding behind these trees and face me. Come out and fight me like a man. He is panicking because his energy is draining fast. Suddenly, a water-soaked vine whips out and wraps tight around his arm, pinning him down. More vines follow, locking down his other arm and both his legs. It is so fast he cannot even react. He is completely paralyzed, yelling out, you sneaky little brat. Let me go. Bei Hian is totally cocooned by the roots. He is losing his cool, howling, stop playing these games. If you have got guts, face me for real, you coward. You are playing so dirty. A root suddenly gags him, shutting him up. Li Luo just smiles mockingly and says, oh, did you want a fair fight? Well, come and get it then. Bei Hian is fuming, but he cannot get a word out. Li Luo puts on a fake sad face. Man, what a shame. The big showdown between our two families ended early because Bei Hian was too scared to actually fight. Everyone is going to hear about this. Bei Hian tries to curse him out through the gag but ends up passing out from pure rage. Li Luo is pale and huffing. Finally over. Suddenly, the air shifts, and Kim Tu appears. He stares Li Luo down coldly. I really did not think you were hiding dual attributes. I guess I actually underestimated you for once. You have surprised me. Li Luo keeps it cool. You cannot survive out here without keeping a few secrets, right? So, I guess it is finally my turn to make a move now. He stands tall, energy swirling around him. Hey, you 4 instructors. Do I finally have enough credit for you all to take me seriously now? Or do I need to do more? 4 streaks of light flash in the distance and land right in front of him, kicking up a huge storm. The crowd in the stands goes wild, cheering about how all 4 mentors are actually showing up. Even the king is impressed. Li Luo has got some real skills. Lone Vu just smiles, wondering which of the 4 legendary mentors the kid is actually going to choose for himself today. Tam speaks up slowly. I honestly have no clue what he will do. This Li Luo kid, he definitely has a very unique personality, that is for sure. Lone Vu thinks to herself, he doesn't even care if you respect him, he just wants to annoy you until you explode. She sighs and whispers, he really is something else. Back to Li Luo. Looks like I might actually be worth something after all. Huh? Kim Tu just stands there in silence, looking incredibly annoyed and frustrated at the situation. Li Luo was overthinking it. 4 mentors, 4 choices. What should he do? Suddenly, a soft voice echoed from one of the crystals. I am Shi Tuan, it said. The voice was coming from one of the violet gems. She gently reminded him that all 4 choices were great. But her edge was simple. She did not give a damn about the guy named Jin Xiao. Li Luo was stunned. Did this mentor have beef with Jin Xiao? Shi Tuan explained that she had been watching him long before he revealed his twin spirits to everyone. If you had lost to that Beihai kid, I would have passed on you. Not to spite Jin Xiao, but because you would not be worthy. Li Luo thought it over for a long time before finally taking a deep breath. He had made his choice. He bowed to the other three mentors. Thank you for considering me. Immediately after he spoke, their three violet crystals vanished into thin air. He turned to the last one and spoke respectfully. Student Li Luo, reporting for duty, Master. Shi Tuan accepted him and immediately dismissed the rival. Jin Xiao, we are done here. Beat it. He just laughed mockingly and walked off with Beihai. Li Luo stared at the violet crystal in his hand. Shi Tuan, huh? Having a violet mentor definitely makes life a whole lot more secure. Now he had to deal with this new master. He wondered how Thon Yi, Nu Lang, and True Coat were doing. Over in Thon Yi's area, she was slumped over, gasping for air. Q was still looking fresh and started mocking her. Looks like you hit your limit, Thang Yi. But hey, you managed to stall for time. Thang Yi was struggling. The poison was hitting her hard, and her vision was getting blurry. Suddenly, violet badges appeared in front of both of them. Thon Yi felt the change instantly as the poison vanished from her body. Q grabbed his badge and grinned. Much appreciated, Master. Thon Ying was still in shock. A violet mentor actually picked me? She had lost the fight, yet she still got the badge. Well, a win is a win. Thank you, Master, she whispered. Meanwhile, True Coat and Tong Ban got gold badges. Am I hallucinating from the beating? It was no hallucination. Those were real gold badges. Our performance must have impressed the proctors after all. Looks like all that hard work finally paid off and we got recognized. Deep in the woods, Dudu got her wish too. Thank you, Master. She read the name on the badge. It was Mentor Yi Ni. This was exactly who she wanted. A Duke-tier mentor who could skyrocket her power. But then she noticed something weird. There was another violet badge floating right in front of Ngulong. No way. That idiot? This had to be a joke. Ngu Lang groaned and opened his eyes. He could not believe what he was seeing, a real violet badge. He snatched it up and looked at Dudu suspiciously. Back off. I earned this one fair and square. She just rolled her eyes. Relax, it is yours. No one is taking it. Nu Lang was still dazed. For me? A violet mentor actually wants me? Hey, who is this Yini person anyway? Du froze. Wait, you got picked by Yini too? Nu Lang realized they were now teammates. You too? I guess we are stuck together then. Du felt like her world was ending. She would be stuck with this clown for years. Is it too late to drop out? Ngu Lang was totally hyped. The big shot mentors only take 3 students. Take care of me, partner. And hey, maybe introduce me to Man. Dudu gave him a death stare. One more word and I am burying you. Ngu Lang scrambled away as fast as he could. Du felt like her life was over. This loudmouth was going to be her shadow. Anyway, the exam was finally wrapping up, and everyone had their results. Portals flickered throughout the area as students began to vanish. Back at the main square, Tatam announced that the exam was officially over. First of all, congratulations to all of you, she said. As of this moment, you are all official students of the St. Astral Academy. Her voice echoed across the entire campus. You will grow stronger here and finally learn the true secrets of this world. Silver and gold badge holders, please report in. Also, a huge shout out to those picked by our Violet mentors. Here is the official roster for the Violet tier students. Tao Than took Than Ni and Don Nguyet. Jin Xiao got Hakyo and Beihai. Shi Tuan chose Li Luo and Man. Yini picked Dudu and Ngu Lang. Li Luo saw the names under Shi Tuan and was shocked. Man was his teammate, and that Xinfu guy was the 7th ranked shadow spirit? And man, that idiot Ngu Lang actually pulled it off. He somehow managed to impress a top-tier Violet mentor. On the other side, Nu Glong was totally losing it. That lucky jerk, Li Luo. How did he end up with Man? Once she gets used to his face, I won't stand a chance. Thon Ingyi was bummed she was not with Li Luo. Mon Mon was a total man-eater, too. Meanwhile, Truk Luke was breaking into a cold sweat. Two girls on my team? Is the universe pranking me? Thu Di watched from afar. She honestly could not believe Li Luo pulled this off and got picked by a mentor like Shi Tuan. The crowd started whispering. If you look at the raw power, Jin Xiao's group was definitely the favorite. They were all top-tier beasts from the very start. Mentor Su Tu's team was also a total powerhouse. No issues there. But everyone was confused who the heck was this Ngulang guy anyway. No one had heard of him. Jiang Qing'e just smiled to herself. Out of all the mentors, Shi Tuan was the perfect fit. Since Li Luo's primary spirit was water, he would learn a lot from her. Plus, she had a grudge against Jin Xiao. Tam announced that any student who worked hard could still earn a high-level badge later on. The academy never ignores a hidden gem, and they wanted everyone to know that. The future is long, and there are many variables. This was just the beginning. Everyone was excited to see what happened next. With the freshman exam officially over, their new lives were about to start. Tam turned to the guests. Thank you all for coming. I know it was a long day for everyone. Luan Vu smiled. Don't mention it, Vice Principal. I am an alum here. After all, the little king was literally jumping with joy. This place is awesome. Tam told him that the academy only cares about talent, not royal status. He would be welcome, but he would have to hide his true identity. Suddenly, a heavy sigh echoed. Luan Vu looked at the boy sadly. The king has been sick since he was little. He needed constant medicine. No one in the Great Xia could cure him. Tam noted it was a birth defect. Only a Duke tier with water or light attributes could fix it. Finding one of those attributes was easy enough, but finding a person who had both was nearly impossible in this day and age. Even then, it might not be enough to fix a birth defect. You might need a king tier master with all three. Luan Vu felt hopeless. Finding someone like that was impossible. Kung told them to chill. We will find the king. But wait, if Li Luo is the second general of Han, does he actually have a shot at this? Zhu Xin said that is the theory, but reaching that rank takes forever. Plus, talent is a total coin toss. There is no promise Han will turn out to be some legendary hero. Luan Wu thought it over. It is a slim chance, but it is there. Kung warned them to keep a close eye on it, but told them not to get their hopes up. Getting let down would suck. Kung slowly followed behind Luan Wu, but stopped to glance back one last time. He was staring right at Li Luo in the plaza. Then he vanished into the crowd. That is when two other students showed up to talk. Congrats, Li Luo. You really shook things up. Li Luo just shrugged. Being high and mighty is not my vibe. That Bei Yan guy literally trashed his own reputation just to win. He cornered me in the woods. Dude is straight up evil. Li Luo rolled his eyes. Man, you really love the sound of your own voice. Qing'e offered a soft congrats. Nice work. Getting Sichuan as your mentor is a massive win. But stay sharp. That guy is not just going to walk away and let it go. Li Luo got the message. That instructor is a total powerhouse. Having a target on your back from a guy like that is definitely a recipe for disaster. Luckily, the rules at Sage Academy apply to everyone, even the masters. I just need to play it safe and stay glued to Sichuan. She is the big shot I need now. Suddenly, the crowd went wild. An older student started explaining the situation to a freshman. You see those guys? They are the heavy hitters from the 4-star hall. The guy leading them is the son of the first regent. His name is Shen Jun, and he is a total rock star. He is one of the 7-star lords here at the academy. Shen Jun is on a whole different level. Honestly, he is probably the strongest student in this entire school right now. Then he started heading their way. Li Luo blinked. Wait, is he coming over here? I do not even know him. Ling Qing whispered that my biggest rival just arrived. Your competition is officially here. Shenjun walked up to Qing'e and apologized for missing the exam. He said he was too busy training to watch the show. But word is Li Luo killed it and got picked by Sichuan. He said the performance was a total shocker, definitely worth a celebration. Li Luo played it cool and humble. You are being too kind, senior. Chang'e did not care at all. It was just an exam. No need to make a big deal out of it. Shenjun ignored the cold shoulder. Your standards are just way too high. Most people are not born geniuses like you. All the top instructors were practically throwing hands to recruit you back then. Li Luo watched him. This guy is the real deal. Classy and composed. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice cut through. Do not underestimate this guy. He is Ching'e's fiancé after all. Dual resonance is rare. Ching'e snapped back at Hong Lian. I remember you getting trashed by me the second your own exam started. Hong Lian got heated, but Shenjun cut her off. Chill out. It is orientation day for the new students. Do not start a fight here. She immediately blushed and backed down, acting all shy for him. After some small talk, Ching'e pulled Li Luo and Ling Qing away. Hong Lian was fuming as she led Bai Yan out of the testing area. Once they were gone, he went deep into thought. Dual resonance. Huh. Li Luo is definitely not the loser the rumors made him out to be. His subordinate suggested they should force Li Luo to quit. You are a perfect match for her. You should use a few tricks to get Li Luo to tear up that engagement contract himself. He gave a mysterious smile. You are missing the point. She is not the type to be tied down by papers. I am after her heart. As for Li Luo, if I can, I will actually try to get on his good side. Getting close to him is the smartest way to get close to her. Admitting that kind of hurts, but the winner is the one who can wait. Ling Qing warned that this Shenjun guy is serious trouble. He is in a different league. You are not even close to his level. Li Luo shrugged. He is at his peak. But for me, this is just the beginning. Ling Qing rolled her eyes. Wow, you are great at lying to yourself. Li Luo sighed. What choice do I have? The guy is elite. Qing stepped in to comfort him. Do not sell yourself short. Who cares about royalty? You have dual resonance. Give it a few years and you will blow past him. In my eyes, you are better than anyone else. That hit him right in the feels. Ling Qing groaned. Ugh. The jealousy is real. You are way too nice to this guy. Li Luo asked what was up. Qing smiled. Remember our little deal? You finished the first step. Now it is time for step 2. I want you to be the top student in the entire freshman class. Li Luo groaned. The strongest? No thanks. That sounds like a massive headache. She acted like she was thinking. Then she winked. If you do it, I will ignore the fact that you were flirting with that other girl. Li Luo nearly bit his tongue off. After setting the goal, Qing'e and Ling Qing walked off. Li Luo tried to argue, but he was totally ignored. He was left standing there all by himself, complaining about how bossy she is. Whatever. Time to go meet my new powerful instructor. He headed toward the meeting spot and spotted someone. Judging by the look, that must be my cute new classmate. Li Luo tried to be friendly. Hey there, cute classmate. How is it going? She jumped and turned around looking totally flustered. He thought she was adorable. Exactly his type. He asked if this was Shi Chuan's place. Why are we still outside? She shyly said the instructor told us to wait for the whole group. Li Luo looked around. Where is the other girl? Is she late? The girl pointed to the side. He is right there. Actually, he was the first one here. We were waiting on you. There was a guy in a hoodie with a sharp gaze. Li Luo felt guilty. Man, I really kept you guys waiting. My bad. A voice from inside the building told them to come in. They hurried toward the door, figuring the instructor was ready. Inside, someone was already waiting for them. It was a woman with a mask on. Only her stunning eyes were visible. This was the Purple Star instructor, Shi Chuan. The three of them bowed respectfully. Nice to meet you, master. Shi Chuan sat back and looked them over. From today on, you are my students. I will be your guide here. She did not seem impressed. Do not thank me yet. The better you guys perform, the more money I make from the academy. You think high-level masters like us teach you kids for free? As for that totally unfair heat you are taking, I will handle it. Li Luo knew exactly what she meant. She was talking about the Golden Eagle. Shi Xuan calmly explained that all three of them had perks. Li Luo had dual resonances, and Xin Fu was a rare shadow type. Meng Meng was the weakest fighter, though, But her spirit mirror butterfly is special. She is a total genius at researching high-grade spirit liquids, even if she lacks raw power. Meng Meng just blushed, acting all humble. Suddenly, she felt eyes on her. Li Luo was staring like she was some kind of test subject. A chill ran down her spine. This guy was hot, but seriously creepy. Shi Xuan cut in, saying she had some heavy intel to drop. But first, she let each of them ask one single question before the real talk started. Li Luo did not hesitate. Mentor, what exactly is the Marquis battlefield? The room went dead silent. You could literally feel the tension spike in the air. Shi Xuan finally asked if this was about his parents. He just nodded. Her eyes flared up. That question goes straight to the core of the dark secrets of our reality. First, some geography. We are in the East Region Divine Continent. It is packed with more power players than there are stars in the sky. Beyond us lie the other 9 divine continents. This is the heart of humanity. In the top 3 nations, the holy academies rule everything. Do you know why these schools even exist? They were stunned. She answered for them, it is all because of the Academy Alliance, a massive global superpower. Its members are the elite schools across the continents. Our own Saint Star Academy is just one small piece of that massive puzzle. Li Luo was floored. If Saint Star is that big and only a member, how insane is the actual alliance? This was next-level scary. Shi Xuan frowned deeply. The alliance exists for one reason and one reason only. Long ago, human civilization was at its peak, but our progress somehow messed with the natural laws of the universe. A dark mirror world appeared as a reflection of our reality. We call it the Umbra world. This dark reflection feeds on human malice. Eventually, those nasty vibes gave birth to monsters known as others. These monsters are like a plague, leading to endless slaughter. After years of fighting, humanity's strongest warriors tried to cut the link between worlds. But they could not kill it for good. The Marquis battlefield is the bridge between our world and theirs. It is more brutal than you can imagine. Every time a high-level master enters that hellscape, less than 1 in 10 make it back alive. Li Luo snapped. Why did my parents have to go there? Shi Xuan closed her eyes. If the elite warriors do not step up, those monsters will cause a total global breakout. The destruction would be unimaginable. Even if the masters inside the battlefield die off, the monsters will still eventually push through to our side. So we have to keep sending in new waves of powerful warriors. Specifically, those at the Marquis rank or higher. Meng Meng asked if humans were just being used as fuel. Shi Xuan explained that they use a lottery system to pick the next group of heroes to be sacrificed. It is a never-ending cycle of people being used up like firewood. It is called the life and death draw. White means you stay. Black means you go. Last time, both your parents pulled black slips. That is why they headed to the front lines. They did not want to leave you, but they had no choice. Under the life and death draw, nobody can refuse. If you fight it, you will have no place left to hide. Li Luo felt cold. He had no idea the world was this messed up. Telling the public would cause total chaos. Shi Xuan stood up to calm them down. Look, the battlefield also has massive rewards. More people reach king rank there than anywhere else. Some even go there just to level up their skills. Li Luo felt helpless. Being a hero sounded more like a death sentence than a choice. Shi Xuan kept going. The battlefield is not the only problem. The monsters are constantly opening new backdoors into our world. We call these dangerous portals divergent nests. If a nest pops up, every academy in the area has to drop everything and wipe it out immediately. Human nations and different factions fight each other constantly. Even academies go to war. But when the monsters show up, everyone drops their beef. All powers must unite to survive the onslaught. This is the only way for humanity to endure. But do not overthink it. These things are a threat, but it is not for you kids to worry about yet. If the sky falls, the giants will hold it up. The mood stayed heavy. Li Luo tried to shake it off. Worrying about my parents will not help if I cannot even reach their level yet. I need to level up my own power first. Shi Xuan set them up in a 3-story tower nearby, giving them each their own floor. She promised to personally guide their training every single day and even pull some strings to get them the resources they need to succeed. Li Luo immediately asked for high-grade spirit liquids. Maybe 10 bottles of level 6 stuff a month? No big deal, right? Meng Meng was floored by his guts. Shi Xuan gave him the death stare. You think the school is a charity? Nobody can afford 10 bottles of that stuff. Li Luo begged. How about 5 bottles then? Shi Xuan was not budging. We do not just give that away. I will talk to the guild. Though, best I can do is a 10% discount. Li Luo sighed. Not free? That is a total buzzkill. Then he raised his hand again. One more thing, mentor. Meng Meng started panicking. This guy is a social nightmare. Shi Xuan agreed to listen, but she was already realizing Li Luo was going to be a handful. How do I get my hands on Emperor Fluid? Shi Xuan looked shocked. That is top-tier stuff, kid. You would need to do something legendary for the school first. There is a lot of rivalry between the holy academies, but the big bosses do not fight it out themselves. It all comes down to the students. If you make us the strongest school in the East region, the Alliance will shower us with resources. Win big for the school, and you get all the fluid you want. Li Luo rolled his eyes. This feels like a classic grind. Even a holy academy is this shallow. Then Shi Xuan mentioned another way. If you hit 5,000 school points, you can trade them for a bottle. You get points for good grades or taking on dangerous missions. You can trade for loads of stuff here, even top-tier Marquis resonance arts, but only using the official academy gear. Here is the catch. You have to earn those points yourself. No trading, no shortcuts. Keep it clean and do not even think about cheating. Li Luo acted like he did not care, but Shi Xuan ignored his attitude. Look, you guys better pick a squad leader right now. Otherwise, you will be at each other's throats the second things get real out there. Li Luo did the math. Being a leader has 0 perks. You have to babysit everyone and you are the first one thrown under the bus when things go south. Only a total loser would want that job. Suddenly, that quiet kid Xin Fu raised his hand. Look at this guy, already itching for a spotlight. Kids these days just cannot wait for anything. Can they? Hey man, he muttered lazily. I am out. Bai Meng Meng looked awkward and tapped out too. Shi Xuan did not hesitate. Since you two quit, Li Luo is the leader. Li Luo screamed internally. He was just standing there, and suddenly he is the boss? This is a total setup. Over in another building, the instructor kept it short. You guys know the drill by now. Basically, just go out there and train your heads off. He was a mentor from the Violet Glow Hall. He asked if there were any questions. Ku Yue glared at Yu Lang and snapped, Master, why is such a weakling on our squad? A 6th grade resonance is basically trash, and Duo totally agreed. Yu Lang just kept a cool smile. Chi laughed and asked, why are you hating on your teammate? Back when I reached the Duke stage, I only had a 6th grade resonance myself. Ku Yue stammered, but not everyone can become a legend like you, Master. Chi turned to leave. Trust me, Yu Lang might lack raw talent, but he is a solid teammate. Ku Yue just glared at Yu Lang with pure disgust. You are taking up space where you do not belong. He walked off without looking back. Those insults clearly stung, making him scowl. Duo tried to comfort him. Do not sweat it. What other people think does not matter at all. If you believe in yourself, then prove them wrong. His face hardened with determination. Other people's trash talk is just fuel for my fire. It only makes me work harder. Ku Yue, huh? She watched him, thinking he actually had some heart. But then Yu Lang got all worked up and started shouting about telling Li Luo. I am going to find Li Luo right now. I will get him to kick his butt. Duo sighed. I was so naive to believe this guy for a second. She walked away, still wondering why on earth they picked this kid. Yu Lang dropped the act and watched her go with a serious look. Being a student in the Violet Glow Hall was definitely not going to be easy. Outside the palace, the sun was shining bright. This guy was grinning while stuffing his face with snacks. That is the Violet Glow mentor, Dao Xing. He just chuckled and handed the bowl of snacks to the 2 girls. Julu was hiding behind a door, muttering about everyone being against him. Bai Jingyi looked around nervously. Lu Qinger leaned in and whispered, "Are we seriously the only two normal people in this entire place?" Tao Sheng suddenly changed the subject, scratching his neck awkwardly. "So, Bai Jingyi, how is your mother doing lately?" Her eyes went wide. Tao Sheng sighed with a bit of regret. "We go way back, and seeing you just reminds me of her." Bai Jingyi gave him a suspicious look. "Wait, did he only pick me because of my mom?" Dao Sheng immediately shut that down. "No, that is not it. You have plenty of potential for the Violet Glow Hall. Stop overthinking things." She did not buy it for a second. Why does the mentor look so guilty? She figured she should definitely ask her mom who this Tao Sheng guy really is. Meanwhile, in another building, Shen Jingxiao stood on the stairs with his hands behind his back. "I only have one requirement for you three. Become the absolute strongest freshman squad in this academy." He looked down at his students. "Bei Kun, you lost to Li Luo during the exams. I expect you to wipe away that humiliation next time you face him." Bei Kun snapped to attention. "Do not worry, master. I will train until I drop to settle the score." But Shen Jingxiao just closed his eyes, clearly unimpressed. Then Xia Xiao spoke up. "Li Luo?" He daydreamed about Jiang Qing Yi with a creepy look. "I really like things that are absolutely flawless." Jiang Qingyi's beauty was impossible to forget. "If I crush Li Luo, maybe she will finally give me the time of day." Xia Xiao gave a sleazy grin. "Holding her hands would be the greatest achievement of my entire life." He turned to Bei Kun. "Hey, if you need any help, just let me know." Bei Kun just frowned without saying a word. The next morning at Li Luo's dorm, the sun was shining on their big wooden house. Girls were hanging out in the yard. So this is what academy life is like. Li Luo watched from his window, feeling totally hyped. Everything felt so full of hope. "Man, I am starving. Let us see if there is any breakfast downstairs." Back inside, he headed down the stairs and spotted Xinfu busy drawing. "Good morning," he said. But the guy just sat there in total silence and ignored him. Li Luo had a plan. This guy barely says a word, and people might just ignore him. But as the captain, I have to look out for my team members. Li Luo walked over and tried to be nice. "That little chick you drew actually looks pretty cool." Xin Fu's hands started shaking. He muttered under his breath, "This is a phoenix." Looking at that phoenix, which basically looked like a toddler's scribble, Li Luo was totally lost. "You call that a phoenix?" He tried to save the conversation. "Are you new to drawing?" "It is a cool hobby." But that just insulted him more. Xin Fu muttered, "I have been drawing for 10 years. Li Luo was speechless. "Seriously? 10 years and this is all you got? I could probably draw better than that with my feet." He decided to give up on being friends. "Whatever, this guy is a total weirdo. I will just go eat and figure things out later." He walked to the kitchen. The wooden table was packed with amazing-looking dishes. Meng Meng was humming happily while serving up steaming hot plates. She saw him and blushed. "Hey, Captain, you are finally awake." Meng Meng grinned, bringing a steaming pot over to the table. "I made breakfast for everyone, so we do not have to hit the cafeteria." Li Luo smiled back. Her positive energy was actually kind of contagious. "Thank goodness. One teammate is a freak, but at least she is normal." He grabbed a pastry and took a huge bite. Time to dig in. Suddenly, his face went pale. His eyes bulged like he was being tortured. He covered his mouth to keep from puking. "This tastes absolutely disgusting." The golden pastries looked great, but they tasted like literal pig food. To Li Luo, that plate of food now looked like a pile of toxic waste. How did she even manage to make this? He was shaking in horror. Meng Meng noticed his weird face, so he flashed a fake thumbs up and tried to play it cool. "This is not bad at all." She totally bought the lie and beamed with joy. "Oh good, I was worried." Then they shouted over to Xin Fu, "Hey, come get some breakfast." He awkwardly grabbed the plate with both hands, stammering out a thanks. Man Man hurried him, yelling, "Eat up," one bite in, and his soul literally left his body. He was shaken to the core. Even though he looked like he had seen a ghost, he stayed firm. "Captain, this is Man Man's gift." He started sweating bullets. "Man, help me." Talk about guts. Man Man was all in, so he just went with it. She stabbed a piece with her fork and chowed down. Li Luo just stared, mouth open, watching her enjoy that mess like it was five-star steak. He was spiraling. Does she actually like this stuff? Isn't her family supposed to be elite? Is their food really this trash? Suddenly, the door creaked open and the bell chimed. Everyone looked toward the door. It was Mentor Shi Chuan. She walked in, arms full of books, looking chill. Relax. Stay seated. Today marks your very first lesson together. Finish eating, then follow me down to the basement classroom. Li Luo raised his hand like a good student. Mentor, when do we get to start cultivating with the general green tree? She closed her eyes. Figures you would ask that. She explained the rules. That tree at Sage Genesis Academy pulls in way too much raw energy. For rookies like you, it is once every 3 days. No exceptions. Man and Tan Fu were floored, but Li Luo just felt annoyed. My body can't handle it? Seriously? That sounded like the weakest excuse ever. Breakfast finished, the trio followed Mentor Shi Chuan down to the basement training hall. It was pretty empty down there, just one massive window. The four of them stood in a circle. She gestured toward him. Li Luo, you are up first. I need to check your dual resonance to give you some real pointers. Give me your hand. Li Luo panicked. If she digs too deep, will she find my third resonance? If that gets out, I am dead meat. The enemies of the Luo Lan House would never let me survive if they knew. Even a high-level mentor might not be able to shield me from them. He placed his hand in hers. Since the third resonance is not active yet, she probably won't be looking for it. A bright light suddenly flared up, sparkling like 1,000 fireflies in the dark. Her eyes went wide. Li Luo stayed quiet, watching her closely. She put a hand to her chin and started rambling. Your water resonance feels like grade 6, but your spirit is hitting grade 7 levels. The other is only grade 4, but the energy is bizarre. Did you use some kind of rare celestial treasure? He played it cool, stammering. Maybe, I do not really remember. Outside, the wind whipped the leaves around. Shi Chuan looked at him. Dual resonance. That is your biggest edge. Usually, you need to be Duke rank to pull this off. Even a tiny bit of dual resonance power gives you a massive advantage over everyone else. Now, circulate both of your resonance powers. 2 streams of energy, one ocean blue and one forest green, swirled around him. Man whispered in awe, is that really dual resonance power? But Shi Chuan shut it down. Not quite, you just have 2 types of power. It is not true dual resonance because you cannot even perform a simple fusion yet. She gave a mysterious smirk. Want to see the real deal? A bright green orb of energy flared up in her palm, casting light everywhere. Powerful waves of energy pulsed from the orb, filling the air with a mysterious aura. Shi Chuan raised the glowing sphere, and a massive, phantom tiger appeared behind her. The trio stood there with their mouths hanging open. That pressure is insane, he muttered. This water tiger, the aura it is giving off. It feels alive. Shi Chuan tested him. And my primary resonance? He thought fast. The blue water tiger is a beast resonance. She nodded. Correct. And my second is the upper 7th grade jade fox. Internally, Li Luo joked to himself. Oh, so she is a vixen. Shi Chuan kept explaining the blue tiger. This blue tiger is born from my dual resonance. It has the flowing endurance of water mixed with the sheer, brutal violence of the jade fox. The tiger's eyes snapped open. Its power was off the charts. An ordinary general tier fighter would not survive a single strike. Li Luo was stunned. So, this is the true power of a duke? My 2 powers are totally separate. At best, they are just 2 different energies. Compared to real dual resonance power, they are honestly pathetic. Her lesson continued. Shi Chuan explained that the cultivation of dual resonance power is actually divided into 3 specific realms. First is minor fusion, second is unity, and third is spirit. Usually, reaching the Duke rank gets you to that level. But if you hit minor fusion now, you will have a massive advantage in any fight. Shi Chuan revealed her plan. From now on, I will use my own power to force your two resonances to fuse together every single day. You need to feel their unique traits and try to make them connect. Li Luo bowed excitedly. Thank you, Master. Sunlight streamed in as the four stood together. Shi Chuan switched topics. By the way, are you also studying resonance forging? I actually know a thing or two about that. I am technically a grade 7 resonance refiner myself. Li Luo was losing his mind. Holy cow. A grade 7 refiner? Mentor, do you have any room left on your team? That is elite level in the entire Xia Kingdom. If any of the top 7 clinics want to stay in the top 10, they absolutely have to have a grade 7 refiner. Outside, the sky turned a brilliant orange. Shi Chuan gave Li Luo a few more tips before moving on to the others. Half the day had flown by. That is it for today. Most of our classes will follow this format. There will be rankings at the end of every month. Teams that perform well will earn academy points. She warned them, if a gold class team beats you 3 times in a row, the weakest member gets cut. Their faces went pale. Li Luo immediately thought of Yu Lang. If that is the case, Yu Lang is in real trouble. I hope he is working hard. The next morning, a fresh day began with the sunrise. A massive, delicious-looking feast was already spread across the table. Man looked adorable as she nudged Li Luo. Captain, why are you not eating? It is going to get cold. He stammered, trying to dodge it. Wait, I think I hear someone at the door. The bell chimed again. Li Luo looked out and beamed when he saw who it was. Sister Qing'e, what are you doing here? Qing'e stood there holding a bag. These are the most famous pastries at the Sage Genesis Academy cafeteria. Li Luo pulled her inside, relieved. You are a lifesaver. Any later, and I would have been tortured by that breakfast. Manman's cooking is a lot. Qing'e teased him. Oh, so you are just playing hard to get? He groaned. No way. Try one bite and you will see. The trees outside framed the sky, making everything look like a movie scene. Take a walk with me, she said. Li Luo nodded. Sure, just let me tell the others first. They strolled down a sunny path by the lake. Li Luo could sense her mood. So, Sister Qing'e, what is on your mind? The other students are whispering. Is that guy really Thong Na's fiancé? They are clicking their tongues in jealousy. Must be nice to take a stroll with her. Suddenly, her face changes. She is dead serious now. Your mentor probably mentioned the Duke's battlefield to you, right? Li Luo gives a small nod. No wonder Thong Na kept this quiet until now. Thong Na shuts her eyes. Knowing all this just adds massive pressure. When he admits he feels helpless, she steps in to motivate him. You are not the only one facing a dead end. I am too. But do not lose heart. Just keep your eyes on the prize. It is not all bad. Li Luo blurts out what is on his mind. He wonders how his parents are actually doing right now. Worry flickers in her eyes too. They have to be okay. But instead of stressing over their safety at the Duke's battlefield, maybe we are the ones who need to watch our backs instead. Li Luo catches her drift and stares. She slowly asks if he knows how they pick people for the Duke's battlefield. Li Luo answers instantly. It is a life and death lottery. Thong Na hints at something darker. 2 powerful experts, his parents both drawing the black lot at once? Is that not way too convenient? Li Luo's eyes go wide. You mean they were set up? Thong Na sighs and closes her eyes. I have zero proof. It is just a gut feeling I have. 3 major players in Great Xia could pull this off. The Astral Academy, the Royal Court, and the Golden Dragon Bank. He frowns, totally lost. Those are the heaviest hitters in the land, sure, but what is the motive? Is that really necessary? The trees block the sky as they walk. She is still worried, warning him that he has finally caught the eye of these big powers. I had to tell you my theories. Even if I am overthinking things, we have to be extremely careful from here on out. Li Luo mutters the truth. It all comes down to being too weak. Suddenly, someone interrupts their private talk. Senior Jiang, I thought that looked like you from behind. Had to come check. And yup, it is you. A brown-haired kid shows up. It is the second-year student, Ye Chuting. He winks, saying he was just training nearby and could not believe the coincidence. Li Luo eyes him up. Even in that heavy training gear, the guy looks totally relaxed. Yeah, he has definitely got some serious skills. He laughs, acting all embarrassed. No, no, I just finished my workout and saw you. Senior, just wanted to say hi. Hope I am not crashing the party? She answers bluntly. I was just bringing Li Luo some breakfast. Li Luo stands there, casually stuffing a pastry into his mouth. Shooting realizes he is a third wheel and gives a stiff laugh. Never thought I would see you buying breakfast for someone. Lucky guy. He waves goodbye, yelling back that if she ever needs help on a mission, he is her man. Li Luo clicks his tongue, annoyed. He starts pestering her, making her lean away. Come on, tell me, what is the deal with that guy? He is like some old lion, then a big wolf, then a little puppy. Li Luo is getting more worked up. You have got a whole zoo following you. You looking for some house discipline or what? She just laughs at his little tantrum. Then she gets threatening. Remember, in this house, discipline depends on who is stronger. Want to hit the training room for a round? He starts sweating. Look, I am trying to have a serious talk here. Why do you always get so aggressive? That guy is definitely bad news. Sunlight filters through the leaves. She explains that Chuting was just a rookie she mentored on a mission once. He was not completely useless, so she put up with him. He sighs to himself. The wind catches her hair. She gets real about her goals. My only mission now is reaching the Duke rank. That way, I can protect you and the House of Luo Lan while figuring out what happened to my mentors. She brushes her hair back. She looks like a dream, but her words are cold as ice. As for those annoying people, it would be great if they just vanished from the world. Li Luo stands there like he just got electrocuted. Sister Nga, you are being subtle, but I think you are saying then she just smiles and rubs his head like a kid. He is terrified. This girl is scary. He grabs her arm. Sister Nga. He pulls her hand down and tries to look cool and demanding. You know, if you could just act a little bit shy right now, the vibe would be so much better. She smirks, teasing him. Shy? Look, I would love to help you out, kid, but until you actually beat me in a fight, that is never going to happen. He is crying on the inside. Over by the lake, Chuting is talking with his crew. One guy asks loudly, so that is really her fiancé? He nods. Yup, that is Li Luo. The group is dripping with envy. He just got there first. That is all. They tell Chuting he is better than Li Luo in every way and needs to make his move. A girl like Senior Jiang does not come around twice. He snaps at them to shut up. Enough trash talk. Just get back to training. His mood shifts, turning ice cold as he glares at the couple walking away. Chuting watches them side by side, his eyes filled with a dark, nasty intent. After saying goodbye, Li Luo heads back to his dorm. I am back, he yells as he enters. Meng Meng, wearing an apron, holds out a plate. Captain, you want some breakfast? Xin Fu is in the back, stuffing his face while trembling. Li Luo politely declines. No thanks. I just had a special delivery I could not say no to. She grins, knowing exactly who it was. Senior Jiang, right? I saw her earlier. Man, she is so gorgeous. The doorbell rings. Someone walks in and he greets them immediately. Morning, Mentor Shi-chan. Shi-chan gives them the news. Finish up and I will take you to the resonance tree. She hands over 4 wooden badges inlaid with purple jade. These are yours. These are for the violet leaf platforms. Only top-tier students get access. She closes her eyes and adds that if you are talented or just lucky, you might trigger a resonance light. Li Luo looks at the other two. They both look super stressed about this resonance light thing. She explains the tree helps you soak up energy. When you hit a place with this much power, you can sync up with the world. That energy floods your body. It is basically a massive bonus for new students. Shi-chan mentions that everyone is light is different. In the last 100 years, the only person to trigger a truly legendary display was Thoninga. Now he is starting to sweat too. A bright ball of light shines above the tree. She remembers the day Thoninga first touched it. The light she triggered was so blinding that people across the entire capital could see the glow coming from this spot. Meng Meng sighs. That senior Jiang really leaves a legend behind everywhere she goes. Does she not? Li Luo just looks over, crying inside. That girl has been leaving legends everywhere for years. One more light will not hurt. This scenery is fire, but my head is spinning. Having a perfect fiancé? Yeah, that is some high-stakes pressure right there. There it is, the big one. After crushing breakfast, the three of us headed out, hyped for the training grounds. Up close, this tree is straight up gargantuan. We are talking massive. Li Luo and the squad look like literal ants next to this thing. It is actually insane how huge it is. He stared up, totally floored. Never been up there before, but the raw energy pouring off that trunk? It is intense. Then, Li Luo spots a familiar idiot. Niu Lang is shoving people aside like a total menace. Yo, Niu Lang. Li Luo waves, but the guy just curves him. He beelines straight for Meng Meng. Hey, back off, he says, then gets all red and starts stuttering at her. Total simp behavior. But Dudu is right behind him, looking like a literal demon. She snaps at him, asking what the hell he thinks he is doing. Dude was shaking in his boots. Niu Lang plays it cool, throws an arm around Li Luo, and asks about the academy food. Li Luo is confused. It is fine, he says. Why did you skip out? Li Luo flexes. Meng Meng made breakfast the last 2 mornings, so I have not touched the cafeteria. Niu Lang starts sobbing, whining about how life is just unfair. Why do I get punched by Du while you get gourmet love meals? Niu Lang groans. Suddenly, Du perks up. Wait, Meng Meng cooked? Did you guys actually eat it all? No complaints? He shrugs. Look, she made it for us. Of course we finished it. But then Li Luo leans in. Seriously though, what is the story with her cooking? Du drops the bomb. Turns out Meng Meng was poisoned as a kid. She literally cannot taste anything anymore. Niu Lang gets all white knight about it. You guys are ungrateful. If she cooked for me, I would smash 3 bowls even if it tasted like dirt. Du cringes. Shut your mouth. Talk to my sister again and I will end you. Niu Lang turns pale. Li Luo, have you ever seen such a tragedy? She is totally blocking my soulmate connection. Man, why does life hate me so much? Niu Lang stares into the distance, eyes all watery. I am in literal pain right now. Li Luo just smirks. Inside, he is thinking, soulmates? Buddy, you are not even in the same league. Maybe in another life. Then he winks. You know, I actually think Du is the one for you. You guys are a match. Niu Lang flips out. No way, not happening. I would literally rather die than deal with that. I am not surrendering. Listen, even if she was the last woman on Earth, I am out. Li Luo laughs. Bro, she is rich, talented, and elite. You are really going to pass that up? You must be drunk or something. Niu Lang sticks to his guns. Nope. Meng Meng is the sweet, cute type. That is way more my vibe. After the jokes, he gets serious. Hey, you hear about the drama with Qing? Li Luo blanks. What drama? I have been buried in work. I have not seen anyone lately. Niu Lang looks worried. That tool He Jiao will not leave her alone. Remember the exam? She blocked him so you could win, and the guy has been holding a major grudge ever since. Now the creep thinks he can just own her. It is disgusting. Li Luo listens, feeling his blood start to boil. I knew she was in a spot, but this? I am definitely not forgetting this. If he thinks he can mess with her, he is in for a rude awakening. Suddenly, a voice booms out. All students, start the climb. Check the platform numbers on your badges. Do not end up on the wrong leaf. Let us move it, people. He shakes it off. Let us roll. We need to move. I cannot go find Qing right now, but I am coming for that guy later. Trust me. The squad starts the climb. The stairs are lined with massive branches reaching out. Everything is glowing. You have got these silver and gold leaf platforms shining everywhere. It looks like a high-tech forest. He is blown away. This is a total masterpiece. Everyone is packed onto this one giant branch. Li Luo thinks, if the academy is this stacked, they must have some serious power hidden away. If this place is crazy, imagine the Academy Alliance. Then he spots someone. She is mumbling to herself about all the leaf platforms, looking for the purple jade one further up the line. He walks up with a smirk. Well, if it is not the star student from our old Nanfang Academy. Qingyi sees him and catches an attitude. Oh, the young lord remembers me? I figured you had new friends now and tossed the old ones in the trash. Li Luo waves it off. Stop it. You think some new kid could ever replace what we have? Please. She hears that and actually blushes. Wait, what kind of friendship are we talking about? Li Luo is totally oblivious. He just laughs. You know, like brothers. You are basically my best bro, just like Niu Lang. Honestly, we should just start a squad. The Nanfeng 4. Nobody would ever dare mess with us if we teamed up like that. She looks at him like he is a total moron. Whatever. My platform is up there. See ya. She storms off, thinking Li Luo is a complete idiot. He just stands there, confused. Was the squad name lame or something? Whatever. She is probably just having a bad day. I will pitch the idea again later. A few minutes later, Li Luo checks his badge and finally spots his platform along the main tree path. He finds a platform dripping in purple mist. From a distance, it looks like a glowing purple jewel. He takes a huge breath. The energy here is insane. It is so thick you can almost taste it. Then, he spots a familiar face. Hold up, is that who I think it is? Li Luo watches Zhu Lu try to walk away. He crosses his arms, looking smug. Not sure what you are doing here, man. But let me guess you are totally lost. Are not you? Cannot find your platform? He holds up his token. No trades this time. Zhu Lu actually looks stressed. Help me out, man. Where is my spot? Li Luo checks the token. Go up 8 more doors. Take the 3rd branch on the right, then a left. You cannot miss it. Zulu does not even blink. Actually, just lead me there. Li Luo almost chokes on his own spit. Seriously? Come on. Quit stalling. Let us go. They finally get there, and Li Luo points it out. There. That is your spot. Happy now? Zhu Lu looks at the platform, then back at Li Luo. Thanks. Your power is weird. We are fighting later. Deal? Li Luo is stunned. Wait, your idea of a thank you is punching me in the face? You are genuinely broken, dude. Zhu Lu just shrugs. Like I said, I am thanking you. He waves and jumps onto the platform. Enough talk. I am training. Li Luo finally settles into his own spot. Man, the energy here is a total vibe. Just sitting here feels like a cheat code. His power levels are already spiking. He cannot wait to see how strong he gets after this session. On every leaf platform, celestial energy swirls into massive vortexes as everyone dives deep into their cultivation. Up on the observation deck, Jin Xiao leans on his staff, mocking the scene with a smug grin. He barks at instructor Shi Chan. Sensing an opening, he sneers that Li Luo's dual resonance is barely a grade 5. Beating Bei Xuan was just a fluke, honestly. She snaps back, telling him to mind his own business and stop acting like a saint. Tao Sheng almost chokes on his water watching them bicker. Jin Xiao fakes a concerned look, claiming he is just worried about her reputation. After all, if her students fail, she loses her spot in the tower. She smirks coldly, telling him that if he can even stay in this academy, there might actually be a place for him there. His face turns sour instantly. To break the heavy silence, Tao Sheng quickly asks which freshman will trigger the brightest resonating light first. One instructor points out a student with an 8th grade resonance. Simple, battle-hungry, and possessing unlimited potential for the future. Dao Sheng analyzes the situation seriously, noting that triggering the light is not just about the grade of your resonance. It is about willpower and mindset too. He spots a purple glow in the distance and gasps someone already triggered it. Seeing the glowing figure, he praises Zhu Lu. After Zhu Lu leads the way, other top-tier students start releasing their own resonating lights one by one. Even Li Luo starts gathering power, focusing intensely as the celestial energy pours into his body. He feels two distinct lights vibrating. His resonance seeds are finally syncing up with the energy from the outside world. Nearby, Yulang sighs in disappointment since his light has not appeared. He decides it is time to use his secret weapon. Yulang shuts his eyes and starts muttering his crazy mantra. I am Yulang. I have an 8th grade resonance. I will be the fastest man in the world. He grits his teeth, repeating it over and over in his head. I am Yulang. I have an 8th grade resonance. I will be the fastest man alive. He snaps his eyes open. I am Yulang. I have an 8th grade resonance. He feels a blinding flash. An instructor is shocked, noting that this light is just as strong as the top rankers. Another instructor is confused, remembering Yulang only has a 6th grade wind resonance. He expected him to be the only one who failed. Looking closer, he realizes the light feels a bit hollow, like it is fueled by pure obsession. His talent is average, but his mindset is actually impressive. Suddenly, a bright green light catches everyone's attention. Shi-chan gasps, realizing it is Li Luo and he has 2 lights. Tao Sheng is absolutely blown away. Jin Xiao scoffs, saying that even with 2 lights, he is still dimmer than Zhu Lu. He claims it only equals an 8th grade. The light show lasts 10 minutes. Du smiles, feeling her power surge enough to cover an entire month of training. Then she looks over and sees Li Luo. She cannot believe he actually triggered a light this strong. Yu Lang slowly wakes up from his deep trance. He starts bragging about his progress, but most lights are fading now. Only one remains stubbornly bright. Someone shouts in surprise. It has been 18 minutes. He is about to beat the legendary record. The crowd goes wild at the 20-minute mark. That was the record set by the legendary Jiang Qingyi. Someone screams that Li Luo actually surpassed her. Bei Xuan is so jealous he looks like he might vomit. Lu Qinger watches with a soft smile, knowing Li Luo was just playing it cool this whole time. She feels for him, knowing deep down he is just as talented as anyone else at this school. Her face flushes with pride. A guy like him deserves to be the center of everyone's attention. Yu Lang is hyped, but Du just looks at him like he is a total idiot. He wants to hang a banner about being the longest-lasting man. Meanwhile, the 5 top instructors watch in total silence. None of them are talking. They are just staring at Li Luo to see exactly how long he can hold on. 10 more minutes pass, and his light is still going strong. It finally starts to fade after another 10. He lasted 40 minutes. The crowd erupts like they just won a championship. 40 minutes, that is double the old record. He left the 2nd-place student in the dust. Who knows if this record will ever be broken again? Shi-chan muses that his dual resonance is special. Jin Xiao is fuming, wondering if this is the true power of his gift. Li Luo feels his body transforming, like he has been reforged by some legendary treasure. New patterns appear on his resonance seeds. He jumped levels instantly. 3 hours pass as the students sit and stabilize their massive power gains. Suddenly, he notices a group approaching. It is 2 familiar faces, a man and a woman. He looks closer, annoyed that some guy is openly hitting on his girl right in front of him. Thonyi is totally fed up with Hakyu. Hakyu tries to act sweet, saying, Thonyi, let us just let bygones be bygones. I felt bad about being a bit rough before and just really wanted to apologize to you. She shuts him down hard. No need to apologize. We were just rivals in the competition, and you did your job. Now stop using that as a lame excuse to find me. He blocks her path like a total creep, begging, come on, Thonyi. I do not have a hidden agenda here. I really just want to be your friend. I swear it. Suddenly, blue arrows fly at him. Hakyu senses the danger and spins around, using his magic fan to knock every single one of those projectiles out of the cold air. Lilac walks up and drops some truth. Hey classmate, your moral compass is seriously broken. You know that? You are acting like a total loser. He steps in front of Thonyi and mocks him. If being a creep actually worked, nobody would be single anymore. Thonyi beams and yells his name, Lilac. The guy glares at him with total suspicion. So you are Lilac? Lilac just smirks and says, yeah, and I know I am. Kind of a big deal. Hakyu warns him to back off. Lilac Do not start trouble. We do not have beef, so why are you getting in my face like this right now? Actually, we do. You messed with her during the tournament, so now it is personal. Lilac protects her, and Thani starts blushing and smiling like a fool. A crowd starts circling them, whispering, "Is it finally going down?" Seeing two top-tier students scrap is going to be an epic show. Lilac lays down the law. "Quit stalking my friend. You are being a total creep." Haku snaps back. "I do things my own way, kid. Do not test me. Who do you think you are, Lilac?" Lilac calls him a stubborn bird. Haku loses it, charges his fan with energy, and screams, "What did you call me?" Lilac just sighs. "Man, I tried to be nice, but you forced me to talk trash. You really that dense? Or what?" They clash with a massive explosion. Haku mocks him, saying, "You hit the transformation stage? You really think you are the only one who leveled up lately?" He flexes his power, and the crowd goes wild. No way. Haku reached level 2 of the general stage? He is a beast. No wonder he is ranked second. He acts like a total pro, looking down on Lilac. "Let me teach you a little lesson you will never forget." Seeing Lilac touched him, Haku warns, "Do not get too close. This poison is no joke." Lilac just laughs it off like it is a mild itch. He shakes off the poison easily. This weak stuff would not even kill a chicken. Haku is fuming and tells him to shut his mouth right now. Thon Ni gets worried. "Oh, so now you are ganging up on us." She tries to fight, but magic vines suddenly grab her ankles from the ground and trap her. She panics. Who is that? A girl named Thicklatu steps out, acting all elegant and superior like she owns the place. Bakhian steps up, challenging Lilac. "I messed up during the tournament, but let us go again." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaks across the sky and hits him. It hits Bakhian, forcing him back. It is Tan Fu. Meanwhile, someone saves Than Yi as the vines holding her feet start to slowly wither away and vanish. She looks around and spots a familiar face. Man, the whole vibe shifts. Everything goes dead quiet, and the only sound left is the freezing cold wind. The crowd is hyped. Two top squads facing off right here? This is the best show in town. Engu Lang yells, "Haku, you ugly creep. Just give it up." Other students are impressed. "Who said that?" "That guy is a legend." Haku is furious. "Who said that? Show your face if you are so tough." A spear slams into the ground. Du glares at them. "Who is the clown messing with my little sister? Speak up now." Haku is confused. "Your sister? What does this have to do with you?" Du snaps back. "Anyone who touches her deals with me. Got a problem?" Suddenly, he feels a crushing pressure. This aura is insane. Haku grinds his teeth and looks up. No way. Is that actually Truk Luke standing there? Truk Luke stares him down coldly. Haku is shaking. Why is Truk Luke here? Lilac just grins, bragging about how popular he is to everyone. That is what you call main character energy. If everyone at school hates your guts, you are basically failing at life, man. Take notes on how to behave. Haku is cornered but barks back. "Stop acting tough. Lilac, I will see you at the month-end rankings." And Thon Yi, "I am not quitting." He looks around and warns Lilac. "Also, you are engaged, dude. Stop flirting with other girls before things get really messy for you. If you piss off the guild leader, you are dead meat." The drama ends without a real fight, and everyone is bummed. Lilac watches Truck Luke walk away. Thon Yi just smirked and talked back. "You are overthinking it. I tried to get him to talk to a girl yesterday, but he literally jumped out of a window to escape. He is a total mess." Lilac is stunned. Even a beast like Truk Luke is that scared of girls? I am actually worried for the guy. Everyone knows that. She nervously plays with her hair and asks, "So what do you think about what Haku just said? You know, the part about your engagement?" Lilac plays it totally straight. "That guy is a weirdo. Nothing he says is normal. Our friendship can handle anything that clown throws at us. Do not worry." Then he gets nervous. "Wait, your mom is not going to beat me up over this, right? That would be way too petty of her." Thon Yi gets serious immediately. "Do not talk trash about my mother. She is not like that at all. Trust me. He sighs and acts dramatic. Fine, if our friendship is ruining your reputation, I will just keep my distance. Then Yi immediately panics. No, I did not mean that. Lilac pretends to cry. Your question earlier said it all. I guess I valued our friendship way more than you did. She starts apologizing like crazy to him. Finally, she gives in. Fine. I was wrong. I am sorry. Happy now? Lilac smirks. Since you admitted it, I will let it slide. You are buying dinner tonight. And if your mom comes for me, you better protect me. The talk wrapped up, but she is still low-key fuming. Something feels totally off. That annoying Li Luo definitely played her again, and she fell for it. Total scam. After his first session with the power tree, Li Luo's academy life really kicked into high gear. Inside the gym, Shi Xuan issued a direct order. Li Luo, get ready. She reached out to trigger both his resonance powers, helping him balance the energies. Shi Xuan gave him a special heads-up, saying she would guide a temporary fusion of both. Watch closely and feel how they blend together in real time. She slowly fused the two powers together. The sight unfolding right in front of him literally had his jaw on the floor. She kept on explaining, try to kill the friction between them. When they fuse, it triggers a massive effect. Xishuan paused, then dropped a serious challenge. I am letting go now. Try to hold it together yourself. Li Luo's heart skipped a beat. He was totally caught off guard and rattled. Before he could even blink, the raw energy blast sent him flying back several meters. He realized right then how insane this was. Training this dual resonance is no joke. The level of control you need is just totally off the charts. Shi Xuan tried to calm him down. Do not get discouraged. If dual resonance were easy, everyone would do it. Then Li Luo spoke up, acting all chill. Are there any secret treasures in this academy to speed up my training? Shi Xuan looked at him and asked, how fast are we talking? Li Luo lowered his voice. You know, like reaching Duke rank in maybe 5 years or something. Shi Xuan just smirked at that. Even with her face covered, you could tell she found him hilarious. Just wait until we finish this training session. Go home, take a shower, and take a nap. In your dreams, you can be a king in 5 years, not just a duke. Li Luo was totally speechless at her attitude. Master, you are joking with me, right? Shi Xuan turned serious. Duke rank in 5 years? You think just because you have dual resonance, you can talk that big? Li Luo asked seriously, so given my talent and potential, how long would it actually take to reach Duke rank? Shi Xuan did the math for a second. With your skills, 10 years is probably a realistic guess for someone like you. Li Luo cried inside. 10 years? In 5 years, they will be burying my body. What is the point of being a duke if I am dead? Shi Xuan sounded harsh, but her thoughts were different. The Luo land house was currently facing massive threats from both inside and out. Plus, Li Luo was genuinely worried about his parents trapped on the battlefield. Wanting to get strong and powerful fast was only natural. It was a heavy burden for him. She saw him go quiet and continued. There are actually plenty of ways to speed things up. Looking at your current cultivation technique, it does not seem to be Duke tier, does it? A cultivation technique? Most Duke tier methods usually require a 7th grade resonance. I am currently stuck at 6th. Does the academy have a special technique that actually fits my level right now? Shi Xuan said calmly that the Astral Sage Academy has a Duke tier technique called the 12-section zither. It requires a 6th grade resonance, which is honestly perfect for you right now. Besides switching to a higher tier cultivation method, there is more. There is something else that is really great for training. Shi Xuan saw his interest and quickly added energy liquid. Meng Meng, who had been quiet, spoke up. Energy liquid? That is a pretty basic and boring name. Do not underestimate this stuff. Energy liquid is an Astral Sage Academy specialty. It is refined directly from the sap of the power tree itself. It is extremely potent for your own rapid growth. Li Luo finally snapped to attention and got straight to the point. Instructor, how do I get these items? Shi Xuan answered simply. Li Luo flashed a fake, charming smile and asked, Master, can I buy academy points on credit? Is that an option? Shi Xuan smiled back in a friendly way. What do you think? Li Luo knew begging would not work, so he tried another angle with her. Master, that is basically like saying nothing at all to me. She replied softly, at least it gives you a goal. Besides, there are ranking exams at the end of the month. If you perform well, you will earn plenty of points very easily. These final exams are different from what you are used to. They use a squad system. That means you three need to work together. You three need to coordinate to maximize your team's power. Li Luo had been listening to her carefully, but he only cared about one single thing. He immediately jumped in to ask, exactly how many points can we make in these ranking exams? Give me the numbers. Shi Xuan saw his greed and explained. Usually, if you beat a Violet Emblem team, every person on your squad gets 500 points each. That is a lot. Beating a Gold Emblem team gets you 100 points, and beating a Silver Emblem team earns you 20 points total per match. Li Luo got even more fired up and asked, why are these ranking battles done in squads anyway? Shi Xuan turned serious and said, future academy competitions will all use squads, so you must get used to your teammates now. It is a mandatory process for all students. Most importantly, if you have to face the others in the future, a team's combined strength is much safer than going solo. Li Luo thought hard about what she said. The others. We have not seen them yet, but we will definitely cross paths one day. Getting ready early is definitely the smart move for all of us. Outside, the air was calm as leaves danced in the breeze. Shi Xuan spoke up again. Regarding the monthly rankings, I do not have crazy high expectations for you, but if you want to earn more points, you need serious effort. Li Luo was still lost in his own thoughts. I am in a massive rush to get stronger, but my teammates are way too soft for this. This is not going to work. I need to come up with a plan fast. Suddenly he shouted out with a sharp voice. We are your students. If our results are trash, it is going to make you look totally bad. 2. Instructor, do not worry. If anyone slacks off on these exams, they are basically disrespecting you. Meng Meng and Xin Fu were caught off guard, totally confused as they were suddenly dragged into his little drama. They had no idea what was happening. Hey! Both of them looked annoyed as their faces darkened. He did not even care, just kept acting all emotional for the instructor. What a great student I am. All your hard work was definitely not for nothing. Shi Xuan knew exactly what he was doing. His words were super sketchy, but if they motivated the other two, she would honestly take it without any complaint. After a short pause, she spoke up. To build your chemistry and teamwork as a squad, I am starting a specialized training program just for you three. Get ready for some seriously hard work. 3 hours of training every day. Shi Xuan summoned a beast and stood aside. Beat this thing if you want to eat any dinner tonight. If you cannot win, you just stay hungry. 3 days later, an ear-splitting roar echoed through the silent sky. That energy beast was still just as aggressive as before, and it was ready to strike at any given second now. Li Luo was panting heavily, looking totally stressed. Meng Meng and Xin Fu were not doing any better at all, gasping for air and looking completely exhausted. Even so, they pushed forward with determination and yelled out together. The beast lunged like a sudden gale, moving way too fast for them to even react or move out of the way. It was a blur. All three of them went flying and landed right on their butts. Li Luo was too annoyed to even speak. Meng Meng felt totally defeated and started tearing up. This is just impossible. That tiger is way too strong for us. It is probably at the second-tier Earth Resonance Master stage already. There is no way we can win this. It is a level above me. Plus, it is smart and fights with a really sneaky style. Shi Xuan was just sitting there, relaxing. Li Luo looked at her and said seriously, she is barely even trying with this summon. If it actually wanted to kill us, we would have been dead a dozen times over already. We are lucky to be alive right now. He is crunching the numbers. These high-tier lords are on a whole different level. Shi Chuan snaps out of her daze and looks at her students. She sighs, asking if they are seriously quitting before the win. Time for more stale bread. Shi Chuan tosses 3 loaves their way. Li Luo chews his in misery while my man whispers to him, "Hey, Captain, once the teacher leaves, I will cook us a real meal. Li Luo gets all serious. Man, a warrior's path is walked alone. Every struggle is just another test of our own willpower and our resolve to get stronger. Xin Fu stands there nodding along silently. My man feels a bit embarrassed for even suggesting a shortcut. You are right, Captain. Guess my own will just was not strong enough yet. Li Luo tries to play it cool. Look, eating dry bread every day totally sucks. So, here is the plan. After 3 days of constantly getting kicked around by this thing, I have realized that getting within 5 feet of this blue tiger slows everything down. It must be some kind of heavy water gravity field acting like a barrier. Xin Fu steps up and adds his 2 cents. I tried to land a solid hit, but my blade would not go through. It has got some crazy thick water armor protecting its skin. My man pipes up too. Captain, I noticed it keeps trying to shield a spot on its left chest. That has got to be the weak point, right? Li Luo nods and they start whispering. They hash out a final strategy. Li Luo looks hyped. All right, one more go. If this works, I am buying everyone a massive hot pot dinner tonight. My treat. Man gets excited and offers to help cook the meal. Li Luo just sighs. Come on, Man. Do not jinx us right when we are finally about to win this. The trio drops into their combat stances and charges forward like a bolt. Li Luo roars with pure determination. Let's go. The beast lets out a massive howl. Xin Fu closes the gap, and as it swings a claw, he drops a water mirror shield to tank the hit. Before it can recover, he lashes out with his flicker blade. Energy beams slam into the monster, slicing through its aura and biting deep into its flesh. Feeling the sting, the beast starts clawing at the air like a maniac, but it is totally missing them. Li Luo is already drawing his bow while the beast is distracted. She hears the signal and immediately casts her dispersion spell. The arrow gets wrapped in her energy, glowing with massive power as it flies through the air. The gap in the armor on its left chest opens up. They cheer, thinking they won, but Shi Chuan just smirks mysteriously. The arrow hits the mark, but it fails to pierce the hide. Man's energy shell starts to crack under the massive pressure. It looks like the attack is about to fail and shatter into pieces at any second. Li Luo does not even flinch. He just smiles because he planned for this. The outer light shatters, but inside, a hidden black energy layer is still driving the arrow forward with force. Even with her face covered, you can tell Shi Chuan is actually impressed now. This just got very interesting. The bright light explodes, and a dark beam shoots out like a bullet, piercing right through the tiger's chest. The beast lets out one last scream before dissolving into nothing. Man is stoked and Li Luo finally catches his breath. It is over. Even the quiet Xin Fu cannot hide the massive grin on his face. Shi Chuan walks over and tells them it took 3 days just to learn basic teamwork. She says it is like teaching 3 pigs to fly, but at least they are not complete idiots. She looks at Li Luo and says, as captain, you need to know your team's powers inside and out. That is the only way to pull off a perfect combo when things get real. Then she breaks it down. Li Luo has water and wood, making his attacks super versatile. Xin Fu is the shadow specialist, perfect for the assassin role. Mime and his water butterfly can buff the team or put enemies into a deep sleep. That kind of crowd control is a total game changer and can bring about some crazy results. Here is the setup. Li Luo, you are the main DPS. Xin Fu, you stay in the shadows waiting for the kill. My man, you are the backbone on support. Keep practicing this formation. Your score in the upcoming competition depends entirely on how well you guys can vibe together as a unit and build that chemistry. That is enough for today. Go get some rest. Back at the exchange hall, the old clerk looks up and calmly asks, what are you looking to buy today? Jiang Qing'e does not hesitate. I want the 12-section loot. Her friend Ling Qing is confused why she would want that. The clerk just tells them to hang on while he looks. Qing'e turns to her friend and explains it is for Li Luo. He is currently a 6th-tier resonance user. Ling Qing realizes the loot is a high-level energy guide that does not require a 7th-tier rank. No wonder you have been grinding missions like crazy lately. You were farming points for him. Qing'e admits the truth. Li Luo just started and cannot even take high-rank missions yet. Waiting for him to save up 3,000 points would be a total waste of time. Ling Qing teases her for being such a sweetheart to him. Qing'e just beams at her, asking if she is not nice to her too. Ling Qing just laughs and says, "Not even close." The clerk comes back, flipping through his ledger. "Sorry, Miss Jiang, but there is a bit of a problem with your request. Someone already took the 12-section loot. It was Jin Xiao. He claimed he needed it for research, but did not leave a proper record. He said if anyone wants it, they can go talk to him." As soon as Qing'e hears that name, her face goes dark. You can see the pure annoyance burning in her eyes. Ling Qing calls out as she stalks off. "Where are you going? You are not actually going to see him, right?" Qing'e does not look back. "Talk to him? No way. I am going to report his ass." Over at the Golden Palace, a voice screams out from the office. "Vice Principal, that jerk Jin Xiao is officially crossing the line. If you will not deal with him, then get out of my way and let me do it. I will personally tear him apart." This is Qing'e's mentor, the fiery Master Huoshu. Vice Principal Tuoshin tries to calm the situation down. "Easy there, Master Huo. Let us wait for Jin Xiao to get here and explain himself first." Qing'e just thanks her for the help. Suddenly, the door swings open and a guy walks in like he owns the place. He looks totally relaxed. Vice Principal. Tuo Xin isn't in the mood for games. She gets right to the point and asks him what he thinks he's doing. "You probably already know why you are here." Jin Xiao plays it cool. "That is a pretty heavy accusation. Since when can a normal student report a high-ranking Purple Brilliance mentor like me?" Huo Shu loses it. "Jin Xiao, you are as smug as ever. For your information, Qing'e is already a candidate for the 7-star pillar of this academy." He acts surprised, but you can tell he is faking it. "Wow, Miss Jiang really is a once-in-a-generation talent, is she not?" Looking around the academy, everyone wants that title. But the way Qing'e is calling out Kim Teo, honestly, I just don't get the vibe. Qing snaps back, saying everything Kim Teo did to Li Luo during the exam was rigged. Now he is hoarding the 12-section zither. It is obvious the guy is playing dirty games and trying to sabotage the whole process. Kim Teo keeps it cool, claiming he only pushed Li Luo to show his real power. Then he drops a hint the zither is just a total coincidence, and he only kept it aside to make sure it stays safe. "If any student wants it, they can just come talk to me directly. Teacher." He was fuming by now. She yelled, "Kim Teo, you really think we cannot see right through your pathetic little act? Is not this just because Qing'e dumped you? You are clearly just holding a massive grudge over the whole breakup thing." The room goes ice cold. Kim Teo drops the polite act. His brows furrow tight, and he cannot even hide the pure killing intent bleeding out of his eyes anymore. After a long silence, Tu Xin speaks up. "Look, Kim Teo, that zither is useless for your research. Just give it up for now. It will not even take much of your time." He snaps back with a visible scowl. "The freshman competition is coming up fast. I am putting it up as a bonus reward for first place. I am even paying for this out of my own pocket." Tu Xin goes quiet. This is not getting anywhere. "Teacher," he gets even angrier, her voice dropping low. "Kim Teo, do not push your luck. You are taking this way too far, man." Tu Xin starts worrying that he is about to go nuclear. Qing'e sees the trap and backs down. "Fine. If that is how it is, we will drop it for now. Thanks, Vice Principal. Let us get out of here." The two of them walk out, leaving Kim Teo and Tu Xin alone together. Once it is quiet, Tu Xin gets real. "Look, Kim Teo, we do not do that petty stuff here. If you actually like Qing'e, then man up and chase her fairly. This underhanded garbage is just classless." Kim Teo just stands there, dead silent. Then he lets out a cold laugh. "If the vice principal is done lecturing me, then I will be taking my leave now." He doesn't say another word and just turns his back. He bolts, leaving Tu Xin alone. She watches him go, her brow furrowed in suspicion. "Kim Teo, why are you so obsessed with Qing'e? What are you actually planning here?" Back at the dorms under the bright sun, Li Luo looks in the mirror and talks to himself. "Great, I am handsome but totally useless. My wood resonance hit grade 5, But water is still miles away from grade 7. I used up all my spirit water too. It has been 2 whole days since I have even refined anything. This is a long grind. Just gotta suck it up, I guess, he says, heading out of the room. He spots Shi Xuan and another girl. Is the teacher helping Man with resonance techniques? Then he notices the glowing potion bottle in her hand. Wait, what exactly is she working on over there? Li Luo is shocked by how intense she looks. The whiteboard is covered in crazy data and experiments that look totally insane. This girl is actually a low-key genius? Is this really Man? He creeps over to Shi Xuan and whispers. Never thought she had a side like this. Shi Xuan does not even look at him. Spot on. When he sees Li Luo's confused face, he explains. Man's illusionary water resonance is actually super unique. She somehow tricked her own system into using that power in a dream state. Her research skills while asleep are actually terrifying. Li Luo is lost. Sleep researching? Is that even a real thing? Shi Xuan stays calm. Over the years, she has invented more than 10 different spirit water formulas. All of them are top-tier stuff. Li Luo's jaw literally hits the floor. 4-star formulas? My workshop does not even have one of those yet. Selling just one of these would bring in millions of gold. This girl is a walking gold mine, and I need her on my team. Her value alone is probably worth more than my whole company. If I can just recruit her well, not just recruit, but get her to join the workshop for real. With her invention skills and my secret techniques combined, man, we would absolutely skyrocket. We would be completely unstoppable in the market. If I can get teacher Xishuan to back us up too, we will hit the top 10 instantly. Li Luo is vibrating with excitement now, waving his hands around. Xishuan just sighs. I do not know what you are plotting, but if you do not chill out right now, I am kicking you out. Li Luo brushes him off with a quick okay. Xishuan sighs again. Don't target her. Her sister has the Bai family backing. He acts all innocent. Teacher, you really think that little of me? I just care about my teammates. Xishuan realizes he is not listening and just changes the whole subject. Also, the monthly competition has a special reward. Any idea what it is? Li Luo stops joking around and looks serious. All right, I am listening. What are we talking about? Xishuan keeps it short. The 12-section zither. Li Luo nearly chokes. His eyes go wide and watery. Teacher, I cannot believe you did this for me. I am actually so touched right now. Xishuan cuts him off. I did not do a thing. Kim Teo put it up himself. He is even paying the points for it out of his own pocket as a special bonus for the monthly. It is all his doing. Li Luo freezes at that name. His tone shifts instantly. Is that guy Kim Teo high? Or did he just lose his mind? Xishuan stays serious. He is not high, but you are right to be suspicious. He is definitely trying to stall you. He does not want you getting your hands on that zither yet. Word is, Qing tried to grab the technique for you yesterday, but he got there first. She was just a second too late to the exchange. Li Luo's face goes dark. That absolute scumbag. He is trying to force Qing'e to come crawling to him so he can use this as leverage. He really thinks he has us cornered, huh? Xishuan nods. Qing went to the vice principal to report him, but his prize excuse worked. Bottom line? He won. He successfully delayed you from getting the zither. The guy is a total jerk. Li Luo is fuming, his eyes burning with rage. He takes a long, slow breath to try and find his chill again. He clenches his fist, determined. Fine. From today on, I am starting a countdown. When that jerk, Kim Teo, finally kicks the bucket, I am going to show up at his grave and light the biggest incense stick ever. Xishuan looks at him. Making an enemy out of a duke? You have some serious guts, kid. Then again, you are the son of those two legends. I guess the apple does not fall far. Li Luo immediately loses the tough guy act and chuckles. Honestly, I am just talking smack. I still need to cling to you for protection. Master, Xishuan pats his shoulder. Do not worry. I actually want to light a stick at his grave too. Li Luo breaks into a cold sweat seeing her face. Wow, Master. Choosing you for the trial was the smartest move. Xishuan goes back to watching Man but keeps talking. Until you are actually strong enough to take him, keep that killer intent hidden. Do not let him see you coming. You get it? But hey, if you win this competition and take the prize, you save your points and totally embarrass him. It is a win-win. You should definitely go for it. Li Luo gets the point and stammers out a reply. Yeah, I will try my best. He whispers to himself, feeling helpless. Dragging 2 dead weights? This is going to be impossible. He stopped talking, and the room went dead silent again. Totally eerie. Hui Thuyen noticed Mon snapping out of it. Her eyes were opening, looking all cloudy like some raw pink sapphire that just got dragged out of the dirt after hundreds of years. Man is wide awake now, looking at Li Luo like she is lost. He is totally tripping on her vibe. Is she playing 2 roles? Is this some next-level cosplay? It is kind of intense. Hui Thuyen is already heading out, shouting over her shoulder that anyone who wants to train better get moving right now. She told them to hang out and practice together. Li Luo is literally doing backflips inside. Even if she knows what he is up to, she is still giving him a shot with Man. How could you not love a master like that? But he kept it cool. Hey, Man, you have been grinding hard. Must be wiped, right? Hui Thuyen is gone, leaving just the 2 of them. Li Luo plays the gentleman, sliding a glass over. Want some warm water? Man looks at him like he is acting sus. She whispers something, and Li Luo acts totally offended. Man, you are killing me here. I am just being nice to you. Why you gotta attack my character like that? Man gets all shy, bowing her head. Sorry, Captain. I did not mean to go at you. It just slipped out because I was being honest. Li Luo is thinking, so you actually feel that way about me? But he just keeps his voice deep and serious. Just drink the water. All of it. Now, Man drinks up like a good girl. He realizes being sweet is a waste of time with her. Being a bit bossy actually gets the job done way faster. Li Luo clears his throat and gets down to business. He avoids her gaze and says, Master says you have been cooking up some crazy new formulas these past few years, right? She has no clue what he is fishing for. It is really nothing special, she says humbly. Li Luo cuts her off. That is actually impressive, especially at your age. You have got so much room to grow. You will definitely be making high-tier stuff in the future. No doubt. Man is beaming, grinning from ear to ear. Thanks, Captain. He still cannot look her in the eye. So, what kind of stuff did you actually find? Man keeps it real. She sold most of those methods to other high-end shops already. She is not even being cautious. Her family does not have their own shop to develop anything. Li Luo gives a vague answer while his brain starts racing. Makes sense. Even if she is clueless, her family definitely is not. He wanted to score a shortcut for his own house through her research, but using their friendship to snatch her formulas? That feels like a total bully move. He is better than that. Plus, his house cannot even handle high-level stuff yet. They have got nothing of value to bring to the table anyway. Total dead end. He loses all his hype and goes back to basic training. He tries a few things, but they all flop. Failed again. Man, this is rough. Maybe his head is just not in the game today. He looks over at Man. Yeah, today is definitely not the day for training. I am out. Man, I am calling it a day. I am gonna head back now. See you later. She shyly offers to clean up his mess. He walks away thinking she is such a sweet soul. If Ngo Lang saw this, he would be green with envy. Once he says okay, she starts hustling to tidy the place up. Suddenly, the failed potion Li Luo made starts smelling weirdly amazing. The scent hits her nose, and she stops dead. Wait, what is that? She is totally locked in. She finds the bottle and stares at it like it is a treasure. You can tell she is having a wild idea. Then, something crazy happens. Her eyes go wide. The bottle slips and smashes. That bright liquid from before? It just turned a much darker shade. This is not good. Li Luo is almost out when he hears the crash. He spins around, stunned. Man just downed a gulp of the stuff. There is even a little bit dripping off her chin. Li Luo is freaking out. Is she for real? Who drinks a failed potion like that? Does she think it is some kind of juice or what? He rushes over, trying to stay calm. Are you okay? Wipe that off. But Man just sidesteps him, like she is in another world. She is acting weird. Suddenly, she starts grabbing the broken glass with her bare hands. Li Luo lunges to stop her. Hey! He grabs her wrists so she cannot move. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Even with gloves, she is getting scratched up. Then, she finally speaks, her voice real low. Bitter. She looks up at him. Bitter. It is bitter. He is confused. She says it again. Bitter. That taste. I still remember it after all these years. It is real. Li Luo is losing his mind. He is thinking, wait, I thought she lost her sense of taste? How does she know it is bitter? This makes no sense at all. Could that failed trash have actually fixed her taste buds? Li Luo sees a chance. Let me get some fruit. Try this. He hands her an apple, and she takes a huge bite. But then she just slumps down. No taste. Li Luo realizes nothing has changed. Guess it did not cure you after all. That stuff was just a fluke. But Man shouts back. No, Captain. This is huge. There is definitely something in there that triggered my taste buds. I could actually feel it for a second. If we can figure this out, there is actually a real chance I could be cured. This is the one. She gets real close, begging him. Captain, please. Li Luo is caught off guard, stuttering. Well, before he can finish, the door slams open. Xin Fu is standing there, totally shocked by the scene. He is frozen like a statue. Li Luo and Man are just as stunned. It all happened so fast that nobody could even twitch. It is beyond awkward in here now. The air in the room is like ice. Nobody is moving or saying a word. Xin Fu snaps out of it first. Sorry, I just heard a loud noise. He stammers. I was just checking in, but I did not see anything. Keep doing your thing. He bolts out of there like a lightning bolt, shouting back for them to carry on. He is running for his life, thinking, hope they do not kill me. Captain is a legend. He already bagged Man. That was fast. Does Senior Jiang know about this? Or did she give him the green light? This is absolutely wild. Seriously, back in the room, it is just the two of them again. Silence falls. Li Luo finally speaks. That guy totally got the wrong idea, didn't he? Mon does not even care about the drama. She is still on the same topic. Captain, I am begging you. Li Luo sighs. I want to help, but I do not even know how I made that stuff. Man is dead serious. She is sure we can pull this off. Captain, if you can just help me get my sense of taste back. Look, I will basically work for you for 4 years. Li Luo freaks out and jumps into a defensive stance. She realizes how that sounded and blushes hard, shouting that is not what she meant. What I meant was, any spirit water research I finish over the next 4 years belongs entirely to you. Seeing her calm down, Li Luo just laughs it off. You silly girl, do you really think I do not know how much you are worth? She snaps back, saying he does not get it. You have never lost your taste, Cap. You do not know the nightmare of constant bitterness you cannot swallow. I am going crazy here. Li Luo realizes she is totally right. If you have not lived through it, you cannot understand the desperation she feels. He turns serious, telling her that while he needs a high-tier recipe, she does not need to sell herself. If I actually fix your taste buds, I just want you to give me the first chance to buy that high-tier recipe from you. But Luolan House cannot drop that much cash at once, so I will pay you with profit shares instead. How does that sound? Mon lights up and asks if he is serious. Are you really going to help me, Cap? Li Luo sees her beaming with joy like a spring flower and realizes there is no turning back now. She is beyond happy. She tells him she will do whatever he says. Li Luo just sighs and changes the subject. Fine. Let us look at this failed sample together and break it down. They try to identify the raw materials and how they react. The two of them dive into the research, and before they know it, hours have flown by. They manage to isolate some of the ingredients, but they still have no idea why it triggers the sense of taste like that. Li Luo calls it quits for now and says they should head back and rest. Man is completely drained but agrees. Suddenly, the door swings wide open for a second time. This time, it is not some random runner. but Shi Chuan peeking in. She looks annoyed and asks sarcastically if they are planning to spend the whole night in here. She gives them a wicked smirk and asks why the door was locked so tight. She definitely thinks something is going on. Mon Mon cannot handle the teasing. She panics and sprints out the door, stuttering about leaving right now. Li Luo tries to explain that idiot Shinfu must have locked them in. He tells his master they are totally innocent, but she just doubles down. She mocks him, asking if he is actually using his handsome looks to close the deal. Li Luo yells at the top of his lungs that his hands are clean. The next morning hits with soft sunlight and leaves drifting through the air. Li Luo stands behind Xin Fu, watching him paint while cursing him out in his head. This guy acts all quiet, but he is a total snake for locking that door and making me look like a fool. Then, he sees the drawing. It is a picture of them from last night, standing close and talking intimately. Li Luo is speechless. The only thing in his head is, what on earth is this? Xin Fu speaks up first, asking what the captain thinks of his work. He says he got inspired watching him and Mon Mon in the refining room yesterday. Li Luo is absolutely fuming, but he manages to keep it inside. He thinks to himself, are you serious right now? Not only did you lock the door on me, but now you are turning the evidence into a painting? And honestly, your drawing skills are complete garbage. It is just a few random lines. You really have the nerve to say this is me and Man Man? Li Luo walks over, puts a heavy hand on Shinfu's shoulder, and calls him out. I think during training later, you and I definitely need to spend some quality time together. Shinfu knows he is in deep trouble. He says he cannot refuse a spar, but he warns that whenever he gets beaten up, he starts talking way too much. He might just accidentally tell Du all about that night in the refining room. Li Luo cannot handle this guy's mouth anymore. He almost lets a curse fly, but luckily, his brain stops him just in time. He tells him that even though he looks invisible, he is actually pretty ruthless. Shinfu sees Li Luo's creepy smile and lets out a terrified scream. Shinfu drops to his knees and surrenders immediately. Fine, you win. I will go back and delete this whole painting. Li Luo's mood finally improves, and he says there is no rush, let us eat first. They both leave the room and head to a more open area. It looks like Man Man was already waiting for them, and she brings out some breakfast as soon as they arrive. Li Luo notices something is off and realizes this does not look like her usual cooking. Man Man admits she just bought it from the school canteen because she knows they do not like her food. Since she cannot taste anything, she figured they hated her dishes. Li Luo immediately tells her they actually love her cooking, and Shinfu nods along like a loyal teammate. Man Man lights up instantly. She smiles and says since they like it so much, she already prepared a special batch for them. She presents 2 dishes that actually look pretty good. But as soon as Li Luo and Shinfu see them, their faces go pale with dread. They thought the nightmare was finally over, but one sentence dragged them right back to hell. They look at each other, wondering how their lives got so incredibly difficult. A knock at the door interrupts them as Ngu Lang walks in. Li Luo turns around, startled by the noise, while Than Yi steps forward and introduces herself with a smile. She shakes Mon Mon's hand and explains that they are just friends of Li Luo stopping by to visit. Mon Mon shakes back and greets her. Than Yi stares at Man Man, thinking about how pure and adorable she is. Even she feels like she needs to protect her. For most guys, this girl is a total heartbreaker. Ngu Lang steps up next, offering his hand and introducing himself as Li Luo's best bro. She looks up at him and starts to stutter her response. She says she knows him because her sister warned her to stay away. Apparently, if she talks to him, she might catch his crazy. Ngu Lang is absolutely fuming. A voice from inside tells them to come in. He looks over at the table, points at the food, and asks what is going on with all that. He asks if Mon Mon actually made this breakfast for them. Li Luo and Shinfu just hang their heads and admit that she did. He takes a bite and his eyes immediately roll back. He forces a fake smile and quickly explains that he totally forgot he already ate breakfast. Li Luo tells him it is fine, a little food won't kill him, but he warns that if he dares to spit it out, Du will make him eat something disgusting later. He just closes his eyes and sighs. Ngu Lang laughs and says it is a shame since Than Nhi bought him a special breakfast, but he has already eaten here. Than Nhi holds up her bag and says it is okay, since Man Man worked so hard on this. She shrugs and says since no one is eating her canteen food, she will just throw it to the fish. Li Luo stood there with his hands on his hips, feeling like something was off. He laughed it off. No worries, I have a thick skin and a big appetite. Bring it on. Than Yi smiled and asked if he was serious. Tan Fu started teasing him, saying the captain is so lucky to have people bringing him breakfast every single day. Li Luo grit his teeth and cursed under his breath. Little bro, why are you starting drama for me? Are you trying to stage a coup? Than Yi kept smiling and asked who else brings him food. Tan Fu casually mentioned it was Jiang Shueqi. She replied coldly that given their history, it was not exactly weird for her to bring the guy some food. Since Tan Fu is so talented, I bet plenty of girls are lining up to bring him breakfast too, right? He froze in a total panic. Damn it, since I got here, she is only the second girl to actually talk to me. Is she clapping back for her captain? My little jab earlier did not faze her at all. Instead, I just got burned. He watched her smiling face and analyzed the situation. Normally, the captain should be the one sweating right now, but she is actually the one going on the offensive for him. Li Luo smirked and mocked Tan Fu for his failed prank. This little scheme totally blew up in your face, buddy. He gave a huge thumbs up, laughing. Than Yi ignored him and just let out a cold huff. He stood there confused, thinking, what now? Girls are impossible to read. Nu Lang sat down and immediately started talking. It looks like the mentors want our two teams to have a training match today. Li Luo repeated it, sounding pretty skeptical. Our two teams? He turned to Ngu Lang and suggested they face off. My man laughed and told him he should really be fighting her sister instead. You are both captains. Do you really want to hide behind us teammates? Li Luo hesitated but finally agreed. Fine, whatever. So, what kind of power level are we dealing with here? Ngu Lang chimed in. She is already at the second tier of the master rank. She has got that first inscription going. The inscription stage means the seed in your power palace is finally starting to mature. That energy thickens and forms patterns on the surface. There are 5 levels to this, with each level adding a new mark to the seed. That is why they call it the 5-mark stage. Li Luo looked dead serious. Second tier already? Guess I will have to give it everything I have got to win. After finishing breakfast, Li Luo gave them a quick tour of the place. There is not much to see here. Let us move on. Ngu Lang looked around and gasped. What is this? He spotted a drawing of Li Luo and Man Man on the table and flipped out. Ngu Lang spun around and yelled, Li Luo, you jerk. What exactly were you and Man Man doing together? Than Yi's face darkened as she interrogated him. A guy and a girl in one room, keeping a drawing as a souvenir? Li Luo shouted back, trying to explain. Tan Fu just drew that for fun. You cannot even tell who it is. Mulang screamed that their names were basically written on it. How could we not tell? Tan Fu chimed in. Captain, if one person doubts you, that is their problem. But when everyone thinks you are guilty, maybe it is time for some self-reflection. Li Luo cursed him out in his head. Why is this guy everywhere? He was fuming. This dude ruined my mood. He gave the troublemaker a dirty look, felt a tiny bit of self-doubt, and finished the tour. Than Yi had to head back to train, so she left feeling pretty down. The autumn lake looked just as gloomy as she did. She plucked leaves off a branch and let them drift away in the wind. Suddenly, she froze and stared ahead, wondering, is that? She saw her and thought, that is Jiang Shueqi. The two girls stood there. Ling Kan watched them and smirked, curious about the tension. She looked at Than Yi and thought she was pretty bold to actually approach someone as intimidating as Than Nga. Ling Kan thought about the fact that Than Nga and Li Luo are still engaged. Normally, Than Yi would be terrified, but she walked right up to her instead. She pushed up her glasses and whispered that this was going to be good. Than Eng asked if she was coming from Li Luo's place. She smiled and said, You look like you are in a bad mood. Is it because Li Luo is as dense as a brick? Honestly, You should just tell him how you feel. Otherwise, he will never realize you actually have a crush on him. Thon Yi was totally caught off guard. Even Ling Kan was stunned. She really just went for the throat right away. She watched Thon Yi stay calm and was impressed. Not bad. She is not some clueless girl. She can actually hold her own here. She looked Thoninga in the eye and asked what she really wanted. Thoninga just smirked back. Thani frowned and said she had nothing to say. If you are trying to use that engagement to make me back off, then I am sorry. I am not going anywhere. Ling Kan was living for the drama. This girl is actually fighting back against the top student. Thoninga sneered and asked why. Thani looked at her seriously, because there is no real love in that engagement. Deep down, you know it is more about being grateful than actual romance. You treat him like family and would do anything for him, she stated it calmly. You might care for him, but you do not love him, at least not yet. Ling Kan pushed up her glasses, loving every second. She was watching Than Inga closely. She hit her right where it hurts, a thought she probably never even considered. Than Inga's expression turned ice cold. So what? Than Yi gets all worked up. Look, if you actually care about Li Luo, you should be the one to call off this engagement yourself. She fires back with a smirk. Wow, nice plan. Then you can finally move in on him, right? Than Yi pouts, insisting this is the best move for Li Luo. Thoninga smirks and says, you might have a point. Hearing that, her face lights up. But then, Thoninga's voice drops. Not happening. I am never breaking this engagement. Dead serious, Thoninga tells her that their masters set this arrangement. No matter what happens, this engagement is carved in stone. Than Yi snaps. Senior Kwong, you are being so selfish. You are not even thinking about Li Luo. Her eyes bulge, face turning bright red. What if he falls for someone else later? Are you really going to let him suffer just for you? Than Na laughs. Wait, are you actually talking about yourself right now? Feeling that confident, are we? Than Yi blushes. Why not? Inga crosses her arms with a grin. Fine by me. The Luo Lam mansion is massive. Plenty of room for one more. Than Yi's face is beet red, totally stunned. Lin Kan stares from the side, screaming internally. Kwang Than Ya, have you actually lost your mind? Than Yi panics, stuttering out. Senior Kwang, what? What are you even saying right now? Than Ha stays chill. No need to spell it all out. If she actually had real game, I wouldn't sweat it. She looks totally lost. But yeah, I actually give a damn about it. Thanya is blushing hard, head spinning. She did not see Thanya dropping truth bombs like that. It totally wrecked my game plan. How am I supposed to bounce back from this? Than Ha just watches her stand there frozen. Lin Kan sighs, watching Than Yi bolt like a scared rabbit. She whispers a warning that maybe she went a little too savage this time. Than Unga stays quiet, gritting her teeth hard. Ling Kang shoots her a look and asks if she actually meant all that trash talk she just spewed at them. Thaninga just plays it cool and asks what he thinks. Ling Kang stares her down, saying he is not sure, but if she is serious, then he has got some thoughts. Than Inga snaps, yelling that Ha is totally toast. Ling Kan cuts in, noting that she is definitely not acting like a girl talking about her future husband right now. Honestly, she sounds more like a big sister picking out a wife for her little brother. Her feelings for Li Luo are just a total mess of complicated. Keep this up and you are going to regret it big time. Lin Kan pivots, asking if they are still grabbing food with Li Luo. Than Na just snaps the bridge railing. The handle is total junk now. She growls that lunch is off. Her face goes dark, muttering that if she sees him, his head is getting smashed like a rock. Back at the arena, Li Luo is leading two squads into the center. The two instructors are posted up on the sidelines, watching the drama unfold. Ding Yi looks at the field, asking instructor Hui Chuan how Li Luo's dual power training is going. Hui Chuan just stays cold, saying he has not nailed it yet. He turns to her, adding that if that is the case, nobody on her side can stop him. Hui Chuan watches Duodu on the field, deep in thought. Duodu is already at the first level of the resonance stage, while Li Luo is upper tier. Mu Lang is lagging behind. Honestly, Li Luo's team is looking like the underdog. Right then, Hui Chuan brags, saying he cannot wait to see if this new generation actually has any real teeth. Duodu tells Li Luo he better watch out for her sister. He fires back, telling her not to hit her then. She just shrugs, saying there is no room for mercy in a fight. Man makes a face at her sister. Then, the signal blasts through the arena. The match is officially on. People are analyzing the play. Li Luo is the heavy hitter, Xin Fu is playing the shadows, and Mon is hanging back for support and intel. Duodu grips her weapon, shouting to take Li Luo down first or they are done. She sees purple light and warns everyone to watch out for Mon's illusion tech. The purple light streaks across as three figures charge in. Duodu's eyes flare red. Suddenly, blue energy bolts come flying at her from a distance. Duodu screams that all three are fakes. She spins around and hurls her spear with everything she has got toward her 6 o'clock. Ngulang barely ducks as the spear whistles past his head. Li Luo grips his twin blades, thinking to himself that their cover is totally blown. Nu Lang is ticked, yelling at Li Luo for using him as bait. Three of them charge Li Luo at once. His eyes glow purple as he screams his technique. Li Luo triggers his move, and massive vines burst from the ground. Duodu stabs at them, shocked by the raw power. This is definitely not some basic move. She watches the vines lashing out and quickly jumps back to keep from getting snagged. Duodu cold calls her own move, shouting that you have to take out the boss to end the game. She charges straight for Li Luo, dripping in blue energy. She stops, and suddenly Xin Fu is right behind her. She spins to counter. Li Luo mutters that the sneak attack was a total bust. Even Xin Fu could not land it. He charges her, yelling that he wants to see just how tough a first-ranker really is. She just smirks, saying that is exactly what she wanted to hear. Both of them unleash everything, their energy whipping up like a storm. Swords and spears collide with a deafening metallic ring as their powers crash into each other. Duodu grins at Li Luo, telling him to quit while he is ahead because he cannot win. Li Luo grits his teeth, realizing she is way more savage than he thought. Li Luo locks in. Ku Luo escaped the last trap, and Nu Lang is just circling the arena like a weirdo. Something definitely feels off about this setup. He sees two more coming for him and realizes he does not have time to worry about what that idiot is doing right now. Duodu and Ku Luo are giving off some seriously bad vibes. They are charging in like knights on a mission, their momentum hitting an absolute peak. Li Luo spots a formation with a massive hole in it. He yells at Nu Lang and Xin Fu to get in there and shut them down now. Duodu yells back that it is too late for Nu Lang. She and Ko Luo both aim their weapons and pull the trigger on their big move. They have their spears locked on Li Luo. Xin Fu jumps in to block Ngulang, vowing not to let them win. Li Luo just stands his ground, totally chill. He shuts his eyes, feeling two surges of green energy inside him. In that moment, all his past training starts flashing through his head. Those two energies that instructor Hui Chuan forced down finally start to merge. Li Luo's eyes pop open and he blasts into the air, meeting them head-on. The dust settles and Li Luo skids back. Across from him, Duodu and Ko Luo are also reeling. Mon rushes over, asking if the captain is still okay. She gets to his side, looking worried. She tells him he is bleeding a lot and asks if he is actually going to be okay. He looks at his hands and starts laughing, whispering that he actually did it. Ku Luo stands up, staring at him and wondering if he really mastered that crazy power. She clutches her stomach and shakes her head, saying there is no way. It had to be a fluke. She turns to Ngulang, asking if he is still breathing. He is flat on his back, tongue out, gasping that he almost met his maker. Ku Luo looks at him confused, asking what is up with this guy. Duodu explains it is a secret move from instructor Denyi. It takes a ton of wind power and hurts. Only Ngulang was crazy enough to pick it. Li Luo watches him, thinking that if Ngulang wants to keep pace with natural geniuses like Duodu, this painful technique is his only shot. Ngulang might look like a total mess, but he has got heart. He reaches out, telling her to shut up and not tell Li Luo. He is not used to it. He boasts with total confidence, telling me I better watch his back next time. Ku Luo just crosses his arms, looking completely annoyed. Honestly, I have no clue what he's flexing for, especially considering what he's working with. Picking a gold emblem squad would have made life way easier on everyone. If you stay here, you're just gonna burn out, and honestly, we're getting tired of it too. Li Luo hears this and snaps, telling him he's crossing a line. But the guy just fires back cold. What did I say that was wrong? If he hadn't made a total fool of himself today, we would have definitely failed. Ku Luo pushes back calmly. Don't act like I'm being harsh just because he's your buddy. He's not even on your squad, so stop acting like you have to carry the weight of his pathetic performance. Li Luo frowns and shoots back, saying there's no reason to trash him just because of one bad day. Seriously, what happens if he actually ends up blowing past you in the future? Then he'd just be another hurdle to clear. He shuts his eyes and looks away, muttering that he doesn't see that ever happening. Basically, your hypothetical situation is a total waste of time. Lang tries to play peacemaker, admitting he really did drop the ball. A small smirk hits his face as he adds that his skills are barely cutting it on a purple emblem team. Lang grins and thumps his chest, saying he's got to make the most of this chance. He plans to stay right here, level up, and milk every single perk of being a purple student. Ku Luo is stunned. Li Luo just glances over, thinking to himself, yep, there's the shameless, overconfident guy I know and love. Then Dudu cuts in, totally losing her patience, and tells everyone to just shut their mouths. She looks at Nu Lang and gives him props. Sure, his power is a bit shaky right now, but nobody can deny he's been grinding hard lately. Whether he stays or goes is up to the instructors. So, let's stop with all this useless back and forth. All right? He looks weirdly happy getting chewed out by Dudu. Li Luo watches the whole thing and laughs to himself. Who knew a prick like Ngu Lang could be totally tamed by her? It's like a match made in hell. Outside the gym, Shichuan notes that it's basically a draw. Someone chuckles, saying Li Luo is actually pretty legit. Once he masters his hidden power, he's definitely going to crush it during the monthly exams. She adds that the other guy isn't half bad either, since they can actually pull off that 7-win technique. Suddenly, he shouts, "That's right." The mentor looks confused and asks what's up. Word is the dark cave opens next month, he says, and his face instantly turns stone-cold serious. The dark cave is opening way ahead of schedule this time. What does that even mean? Her voice drops as she explains that the dean's seal must have been shattered early. That is definitely not good news. Without even realizing it, Li Luo and the other freshmen have been at the academy for nearly a month. Now, the monthly ranking battles are finally closing in. These ranking matches are a huge deal at the academy. They're designed to push students to their limits through intense competition, and the point rewards for winning are massive. Everyone is sitting around grabbing some food when Li Luo spots Than Yi and calls her over. As soon as she walks up, her face turns bright red. He leans in and asks what's up, but she just stutters and tries to deny it. "Is that so?" he asks back. She just stays quiet, her face glowing like a ripe strawberry. Than Yi sits down, thinking about what Than Nga said. How could she say stuff like that? She's seriously losing it. Li Luo looks at her, worried, and asks if she's feeling sick. She sighs and says she's fine. Right then, Chukote walks over and asks if he still remembers that guy, Si Kong. He explains that the competition below the purple teams is absolutely brutal. Word on the street is the strongest gold squad actually managed to take down a purple team during the rankings. Chukote thinks about those guys and calls them the governor squad. He explains they got that name because all of their fathers are governors in various districts of the Great Xia. Li Luo asks if Si Kong is part of that group. Chukote's face goes dark as he nods. Yeah, and their captain used to be ranked 10th overall in terms of raw strength. He had a huge chance of making the purple squad but somehow missed the cut. The other two guys in that governor squad were also ranked in the top 20. He hears this and asks if they're actually planning to come after him. Chukote just nods his head and says, yeah, pretty much. Li Luo asks if they really think his team is such an easy target. Nu Lang snaps at him, telling him to watch it. Don't act like your power even compares to our captain. Chu Coat looks dead serious. They probably picked your team because of the history with Si Kong. Plus, they've teamed up with another top-tier gold squad to make it even harder. Li Luo listens as he continues. With those numbers, our little squad might not be able to handle the heat. But honestly, that's not even the main issue today. Li Luo looks shocked and asks, "There's more?" He knits his brows and explains that he's got a bit of a grudge with the squad that's currently backing up the governor team. So, we could secretly team up with another group to take them down. Li Luo laughs, totally on board with the idea. Sounds like a plan. I'm in. Chu Coat strokes his chin, looking pretty worried. There's still one major problem though. Even if we team up, we still can't beat a top-tier gold squad. Li Luo gets annoyed and asks why he even brought it up then. Chu Coat looks at him and asks if his group can send some backup our way. Li Luo starts doing the math. If we need help, we can only really count on Xin Fu. That means Man Man and I have to hold off the governor's squad ourselves for a bit. After a moment, he says, "Yeah, we can do that." Chu Coat gets all hyped up, saying he knew he could count on him. We even have a name for the plan already. Li Luo is curious, and the guy yells out, "Project Protect, Big Brother Li Luo." After they hammer out the final details of the plan, everyone splits up. Li Luo, Than Yi, and Engulong head out the door, all of them ready to call it a day. Li Luo stops and watches the crowd leave, but then he feels someone behind him. It's Si Kong. Shen Lang steps up with a smirk and says, "Hey there, Li Luo. Finally, we meet." Li Luo looks a bit confused and repeats the name, Shen Lang. The guy just grins and says it's an honor that someone like Li Luo even knows who he is. Li Luo just smirks back, saying ambition is good for a young guy. Shen Lang looks at him with total interest. "Well, thanks for the pep talk, Li Luo. We're gonna win this and drag you guys right off your pedestals." Li Luo just brushes past him and tells him to good luck. "Just try not to make a total fool of yourself when you fail, all right?" Si Kong stands there in silence, watching him walk away. Suddenly, his eyes flash with a sharp, creepy red light. Shen Long tells him to just let it go for now. He's not that useless loser anymore. The guy is a straight-up genius who even managed to take down Beihan recently. Still, messing with a genius like that sounds like a good time. Shen Lang leads the group into a private room where Xia Chao is waiting. She smiles and says, "You guys finally made it." Beihan is fuming. "Honestly, you guys shouldn't even bother with the rankings. If all goes well, we can just take Li Luo and his crew out ourselves." Shen Lang just laughed and fired back. "Look, you already screwed up once, right? So what is one more slip-up? Why act like it is a big deal?" His eyes burned with rage as he snarled, "Shen Lang, did you really think I would give a damn about your strongest Golden Emblem squad?" Hakyo just snapped his fan open and chimed in, "Easy there. Let us keep it cool. No need for all this drama." Shen Lang shrugged and added, "Look, if we take the job, we will give it our all. But I gotta know, is the payout actually real, or are you just blowing smoke? So, next year, will the Golden Instructors be picking students from the Purple Emblem class?" Hakyu snapped his fan shut, tapped his lips, and gave a wink. "Listen, do not ask that again. We are never admitting we even had this conversation. You feel me?" Shen Lang nodded fast. "Fine, I get it." Cut to Li Luo's dorm hallway. He stood there, hands on his hips, breaking it all down for the team. "So, that is the situation." Meng Meng bit her lip, sounding worried. "Captain, can just the two of us really hold them off? I mean, that governor's squad is seriously powerful stuff." She stayed cool and replied, "Don't worry, I will handle the prep." Then it hit her. "Oh right, Instructor Shi-chan said we need to pick a name for our little squad. TT's crew is already calling themselves the Wind Discipline Squad. Julu's group is the Green Hole Squad. And Heju? They are the Golden Gate Squad, basically sucking up to the Golden Instructors." Hearing that made Li Luo's face turn red. He thought, man, Julu has zero taste, and Heju's name is just way too tacky. He rubbed his chin with a smug grin and announced, "I already came up with the perfect name." Li Luo struck a pose and laughed. From now on, call us the Justice Squad. Xin Fu just stared in disbelief. Wow, that is incredibly corny. Li Luo shot him a look. Hey, anyone who hates the name clearly just isn't confident in their own looks. Meng Meng chimed in. I actually think it is pretty cool, Captain. Li Luo nodded. See? Meng Meng gets it. Then he told everyone to put their hands in for a cheer. Come on, let us celebrate. Xin Fu groaned. God, you are so childish. Li Luo gave a wicked grin. Hey Meng Meng, why don't you whip up 2 extra servings for Xin Fu tonight? Finally, the massive monthly ranking battle that every single student at the Astral Sage Academy was hyped for kicked off in total chaos. The whole showdown went down on the west side of the Astral Sage Academy. Thousands of freshmen were packed into different entrance zones, just waiting for the match to start. Every single squad captain was rocking a special badge right on their chest. If a captain loses their badge, the whole team is disqualified. Every badge is packed with academy points. Li Luo's eyes started glowing, and he actually began drooling when he heard the next rule. Any squad that takes down an opponent, you get to walk away with half of the loser's loot. We are talking massive points here. Meng Meng saw him and whispered, Captain, can you please stop staring at everyone while drooling like a hungry dog? It is really embarrassing. Suddenly, someone scoffed behind Li Luo. He spun around, looking totally confused. Wait, you're that stone guy who tried to mess with me during the exams, right? What was your name again? I totally forgot. Xia Hoa turned red with rage. You better remember my name. It is Xia Hoa. And just so you know, I am definitely going to be a purple emblem student one day. Everyone looked toward the front as a voice boomed out. Listen up, students. This ranking battle ends exactly at sunset. Until then, you are free to fight your hardest. As long as your badge isn't snatched away, the battle never stops. Show us what you have got. A voice barked out a reminder. Once the drum sounds, silver emblem squads head in first. Then, 10 minutes after that, the next wave starts. The golden squads moved out first. Then, after the purple teams followed, the only group left standing there was Li Luo's squad. The noisy crowd went totally silent as the tension in the air started to rise. The drum boomed. Li Luo was practically glowing with energy. Do you guys feel that? I am ready to take on the whole world. Who's first? Meng Meng cut him off. Captain, please, stop acting like you are in a movie. Without wasting another second, he gave the signal. Move out. The captain led his team to kick off the big slaughter. A group nearby watched them bolt and scoffed. Man, those guys sure can run fast. Suddenly, Li Luo stopped, looking totally confused. He jumped as Xia Hoa roared in absolute fury. Who are you calling a stone pea? Huh? Li Luo, I am definitely going to wreck you today. Xin Fu glanced at Li Luo and warned him, Captain, something is off. There are a lot of people hiding in these woods. Li Luo pointed at the guy. Stone pea, I didn't think someone who looks so decent would be such a snake. You're trying to act big? I totally underestimated you. Xia Hoa looked totally annoyed. Fine, since the ambush failed, we will just have to do this the hard way. Everyone, charge in and take them down. Suddenly, the whole area went dead silent. Xia Hoa gave a smug, self-satisfied grin. Instead of letting you purple emblem squads pick off the golden ones one by one, why not just team up from the start and take down the strongest threats first? And that means you guys. Meng Meng turned to him, sounding totally panicked. Captain, what are we going to do? Li Luo was already bolting away. He looked back and yelled, Run. What else do you think? Just like that, the 3 of them vanished. Xia Hoa's face went dark as he growled, What happened to all that famous purple emblem pride? Are you seriously just going to run? Li Luo looked back and mocked him. Pride? Who cares about that garbage? The crowd chasing them kept screaming, Don't let them get away. Catch them now. Li Luo looked back, sounding totally annoyed. This is getting ridiculous. You guys really aren't going to show a purple squad any respect, are you? Xin Fu spoke up. Hey Captain, didn't you say you were going to lead us on some big slaughter spree? Meng Meng quickly jumped in to defend him. You cannot blame the captain. There are way too many of them, and they probably have reinforcements nearby. Bolting is definitely the smartest move. Then she turned around with a smile and asked, I'm right, aren't I, Captain? Li Luo was actually impressed. Meng Meng, you're totally right. He kept sprinting ahead and added, as your captain, I have to focus on the big picture. Meng Meng immediately gushed, wow, our captain is so amazing. Captain is the best. Xin Fu asked skeptically, so are we just going to keep running like this forever? Li Luo gave a bright smile. Not exactly. Xin Fu, I need you to hide your presence. Use your speed to scout the terrain up ahead. If you find a thick forest or a stream, come back and let me know immediately. Xin Fu turned into a blue blur and replied, got it. Then he gave another order. Meng Meng, create an illusion of Xin Fu. Do not let them realize one of us is missing. Also, let us slow down a bit. We want them to think they are actually about to catch us. Meanwhile, the 5 purple emblem instructors were watching everything from outside the arena. Tao Sheng watched the screen and couldn't help but chuckle. That Li Luo guy, why does he always end up running away in every match? Another instructor chimed in softly, you cannot really blame him. Let us just say that kid has some real skills. He's definitely got a lot of hidden potential in him. She looked at Kim Tu, who had his eyes closed, and wondered if Jia Hoa was just putting on a show. Shi Chan thought to herself, Li Luo, you better step it up. I'm waiting to laugh at Kim Tu. If you end up ruining my fun, you'll regret it. On the other side, 10 Golden Emblem squads were hot on their heels. Finally, they saw Li Luo and his team disappear into a thick patch of woods. Someone asked, Jia Hoa, what is the plan? Jia Hoa immediately barked, do not you dare give up. If we let Li Luo's team get away now, we're probably the ones who will get wiped out. He raised a fist and started giving orders. Every golden squad, form up into groups. Keep enough distance to support each other. As soon as they try to make a move, we will close in and surround them completely. Over 10 golden emblem squads began to spread out, quickly closing the distance. They spotted a dark shadow up ahead and rushed toward it, thinking they found Li Luo. Jia Hoa yelled, attack now, and everyone fired their powers at once. Looking at the crater, he gasped, where are they? A noise came. Jia Hoa screamed, they are over there. As the purple mist faded, someone realized it was just an illusion. Jia Hoa cursed in frustration, damn it, they're just wearing us down. Under Li Luo's strategy, the Golden Emblem squad's formation was falling into total chaos. Jia Hoa shouts to his squad, it's chaos. Our ambush failed. Everyone fall back now. Meanwhile, deep in the mountains, Li Luo's trio gathers to plot their next move. Li Luo cracks his knuckles with a smirk. They've scattered. Finally, it's time for us to put on a show. 2 gold squads scramble to retreat. Their leader barks, move it. That Li Luo guy is everywhere with those illusions. Get out of these mountains before he hunts us down. Suddenly, the leader stops dead, spotting Li Luo's team. He groans, this guy is such a pain. We've run into his stupid clones 5 times already. His teammate nods. Yeah, he's making us look like idiots. The real Li Luo gets annoyed. Just walking past us like that? Talk about an insult. He tosses an elemental sphere onto the ground with a flick of his wrist. Li Luo summons vines to snare the group. Take them down. The students panic, realizing too late. Wait, what? These guys are the real deal. A wave of shadow energy sweeps through the gold students, knocking them flat. Man unleashes her power, throwing the survivors into total confusion. In under 2 minutes, it's over. 200 school points in the bag. Li Luo cheers. Congrats, you're out. Since you lost your gold badges, stay put. The leader snaps, Li Luo, you're freaking despicable. Li Luo fires back, despicable. You ignored me like I was a ghost. I'm the one offended here. The students start whining. You kept tricking us with those illusions. How were we supposed to know which one was actually you this time? Over the next 20 minutes, Li Luo's trio goes on a rampage. 9 gold squads are wiped out, securing 900 massive points. Elsewhere, Jia Hoa stands frozen, thinking hard. Li Luo's fighting back. He's way craftier than I thought. A few illusions and my whole formation crumbled. Xia Hoa turns and orders, "Forget it. Move out." As they rush to leave, Xia Hoa stops cold. A figure is waiting. Li Luo's eyes glow purple as he smiles. "Leaving so soon, Stonehead? You almost had me back there." Xia Hoa, fuming, yells, "Quit the nicknames. It's Xia Hoa, not Stonehead A. What do you want?" He scowls. "A loss is a loss. But don't think we're just handing our badges over to you." Li Luo laughs. "Take it easy. It's just a game." "Hey, Stonehead, want to stay in the competition?" He lowers his voice. "I'll let you go and even give you 2 gold badges. But you have to do me a favor. Deal or no deal?" Xia Hoa asks suspiciously, "What kind of favor?" "Can't say yet. But look, the worst that happens is you get disqualified anyway. Isn't staying in the game worth it?" Xia Hoa bargains. "How about 4 gold badges?" Li Luo raises his blade. "Stonehead, if your skull is harder than my steel, I'll give you 4. Deal?" Xia Hoa grumbles and leaves with 2. Li Luo checks the loot. 700 points each. Not a bad haul today. He remains humble. Man did the heavy lifting. Her illusions made this easy. Come on. The ranking battle just started. There's more food out there for us. Outside the arena, an official calls for the instructor. "What's the current point ranking?" The instructor replies calmly, "First place is Feng Qi's squad with 1,700 points. Second is Qing Yu. They have 1,600. Third is Jin Men at 1,500. Fourth is Li Luo with 1,480. Fifth is Elisa's team at 1,400. The official notes, the Feng Qi squad is fast. No wonder they're leading." Jin Xiao chimes in, "Don't sweat it. The big players are just warming up. The real show starts soon." The instructor adds, "I even put up 3,000 points from my own pocket for the top prize. I'm happy to invest a little to motivate these freshmen." She looks at him and asks, "What if Li Luo actually wins? Would you be happy then?" He replies, "Sure, why not?" His tone shifts. "I just doubt he can actually live up to the hype. We'll see." Back on the mountain, Li Luo looks at 3 tied-up students and grins. This is perfect. He clutches their badges. "I chased you guys for 10 minutes. You just ran away. No respect at all." The student cries, "We ran because you 3 are monsters." "Who'd stay?" Li Luo tells Man, "We've got 680. He starts doing the math. "We need thousands more for the big prizes. This is going to be tough." Suddenly, 3 figures approach. He mutters, "Wait, it's Team Yi Chu, Captain Elisa." Li Luo realizes, that's her team. Our first run-in with another purple badge squad. This is it. Both teams freeze. Li Luo breaks the ice. "Hey there, classmates. Small world, right?" He secretly signals his team. Elisa smiles back. "Didn't expect to see you here, Li Luo. Quite a coincidence. If I said we were just passing through, would you believe me?" Li Luo chuckles. "Got it. Let's split." "Best idea yet," Elisa says, relieved. She doesn't want a purple-level fight while gold squads are easy targets. They walk away as the sun sets. Elisa exhales. That was close. Too close for comfort. Her teammate asks, "How strong is he really?" Elisa smiles. "Trust me, you don't want to find out yet." Thu Din scanned the area and ignored those 2 yapping. Scoring points was way more important anyway. She stared straight ahead, thinking it was crazy how much the captain feared Li Luo's squad. Even if the timing was off, it definitely proved they were a force to be reckoned with. Memories flooded back. Who would have guessed that a kid from tiny Nanfang City could dominate at a place like Astral Sage College, where every student is a literal superstar? She glanced at Elisa, remembering when Qingyi said Li Luo could be the top freshman. Well, this ranking match was the ultimate test. After splitting from Elisa's group, Li Luo's trio had already managed to wipe out 2 gold squads and 3 silver ones. Li Luo froze and pointed at a mark on a tree. "Look," he shouted, "that is the signal we worked out with Zhao Kuo. Let's follow it." He pushed the pace through the thick forest. Another squad captain spoke up, asking Zhao Kuo if Li Luo's team was actually coming to help them or not. He asked if the whole friendship thing was just a big flex. A girl nearby chimed in, saying he was right and wondering where the hell they were. The captain snapped at Zhongfu's group, telling them to open their mouths and say something for once. He glanced over, wondering why Zhao Kuo was the leader since he seemed like the weakest link. Zhao Kuo just flashed a grin and told them to chill, saying the others were probably just running late. They will catch up once they spot the mark. Zhong Bin agreed, telling the captain to relax. But the captain just scowled, worrying about the governor squad stalking them right now. If we get spotted now, we are toast. There will be absolutely nowhere left to run. Li Luo finally showed up, complaining that a few squads slowed him down before he could take them out. He threw an arm around Zhao Kuo's shoulder. The captain realized their bond was legit. "Sorry, we are late," Li Luo called out. He grinned and waved. "Hey, brother Luo, you are right on time, actually. Everything is ready on our end." Li Luo got serious and asked for the sitrep. The captain explained that the governor and Heaven Sword squads teamed up an hour ago. In the governor squad, the 4 members of the Heaven Sword squad are all high level. Out of every gold squad here, these 2 are the best. You cannot underestimate their power. Li Luo frowned, muttering that these gold squads were way tougher than the last ones. Getting jumped by them would actually be a pretty big problem. The captain said they would handle the Heaven Sword squad but needed heavy backup from Li Luo. Zhao Kuo looked worried, realizing if Xin Fu helped them, Li Luo and Meng Meng would be stuck fighting the governor squad alone. Li Luo stayed calm and told him not to worry, saying he knew his limits. He stood up and shouted that everything was ready to go. A blue light began to glow around Li Luo as he quietly gave the order to move. Deep in the forest, Shen Lang was just chilling, eating an apple. Suddenly, a group walked up and told Shen Lang that break time was over. Shen Lang laughed, saying they made it sound like they were just slaughtering livestock. Lu Kuei snorted, mocking the idea of being scared. Others might fear a gold squad, but the Heaven Sword team definitely does not. He grinned and told him that was exactly what he wanted to hear. The 2 teams pushed forward in total silence for over 10 minutes. Shen Lang stopped cold, sensing something was off. He asked Lu Kuei if they were all right, but Lu Kuei just stood there in total silence. Shen Lang blasted them with energy, instantly shattering the illusions. He realized it was probably Meng Meng's power. They were trying to get the jump on him. Shen Lang yelled for Li Luo to show his face, saying a violet resonance student should not be hiding. Li Luo just smiled, calling it a pretty pathetic taunt. Looking down from a branch, he admitted the trick worked. Luca frowned, asking if they had already managed to split up the Heaven Sword squad. Shen Lang laughed, saying it took real skill to get this much attention. But right now, it is just you and Meng Meng, right? Since Xin Fu is off helping Zhao Kuo and his crew, Li Luo stayed quiet. Shen Lang smirked, asking if he was surprised that they knew the plan. Li Luo calmly asked if the whole alliance was just a setup. Shen Lang laughed, telling Li Luo his intuition was sharp. But then things got heavy. Li Luo looked thoughtful just as a massive explosion rocked the other side. Lights flashed as everyone attacked. Zhao Kuo looked back and shouted for the captain to stop holding back and just go all out with everything he had. The captain agreed, saying he would not hold anything back anymore. He immediately started gathering his energy and lunged straight toward Zhao Kuo with a massive, booming strike. Zhao Kuo watched the captain fall and screamed, asking him what the hell he thought he was doing. Lu Kuei laughed, calling them idiots for not realizing it was a trap. They quickly surrounded Xin Fu. Someone shouted that while he saved his friend, he was now wide open. He charged in laughing, saying being a violet resonance student did not matter if they just got swarmed. Xin Fu frowned, realizing they had been totally played. Shen Lang looked up at Li Luo, asking if he really thought just 2 of them could take down a full gold squad. Li Luo calmly admitted he had considered that. Shen Lang smirked and told him that since he respected him so much, he had 3 more gold squads waiting nearby in the forest. He fired off a signal flare that exploded in the sky. Shen Lang turned back and growled, asking Li Luo how he planned to escape this trap. Li Luo started thinking. 3 more gold squads was going to be a real headache. They leaked the info to Zhao Kuo just to lure them all in. Setting up that fake alliance was a nice touch. This whole layered trap was actually pretty impressive. His face went dark as he muttered that they really went all out for him. Shen Lang just laughed and said if they were going to take him down, they had to do it right. With 3 squads waiting, Shen Lang gave a smug grin. He told Li Luo that his first big loss at Astral Sage College was going to come from him. Xin Fu dodged the incoming attacks while his pursuers yelled that Violet Resonance students were totally overrated. Lu Kuei swung his blade with a growl, saying he was just like a monkey jumping around. Xin Fu looked back and scoffed at their pathetic taunts while the battle raged on all around them. Zhao Kuo scowled and raised his weapon, shouting that he would remember this betrayal. The captain grit his teeth, knowing it was way too late for regrets now. He barked the order, telling them to speed up the attack and finish them off. The gold squad instantly surged forward, triggering their power to shove all 4 of them back. Waves of raw energy slammed into the crowd. A massive blast rocked the area, leaving the squad leader stunned. He yelled out, "Who's there?" Chu Coat just stood there, scratching his cheek like he was bored. "Yo, you guys the ones looking for a fight?" he asked. Meanwhile, more people started swarming the forest. They bolted, whispering as they ran. Tham Lang signaled the squad to circle back and catch Li Luo. Everyone was hyped. "If we take down a purple squad, we're legends," they shouted. Suddenly, streaks of blue light ripped through the air. The crowd scrambled back to dodge. One guy panicked and screamed, "Who is that?" He glared at the figure above, shouting that they should stay out of it. Thon Yen stepped up, asking, "You guys here for Li Luo's team?" Silence was the only reply. Thon Yen just laughed. "Sorry, but we've got a job to do. Stalling you guys earns us some sweet points." He smirked and added, "Do me a favor and just stay put." Blasts erupted everywhere as voices warned them to back off. Tham Lang stood waiting, while Li Luo looked way too chill. Then it hit him. Something was wrong. His reinforcements were way past due. Li Luo smirked. "What's the matter? Realizing your backup isn't coming?" Tham Lang's eyes turned cold as he snapped, "Did you do this?" He gripped his sword and replied, "Look, I never underestimated you, but it seems like you definitely underestimated me." Li Luo glanced down. "Did you really think I was just a pretty face for you guys to be jealous of?" Tham Lang's jaw tightened in pure rage. He looked up, fuming. "I wasn't counting on them anyway. You seriously think just 2 of you can take down my entire squad?" Tham Lang exploded with golden light, shouting Li Luo's name. Bursts of energy surged toward him. "I'm definitely taking you down today," he roared. Li Luo didn't even flinch. The energy tore right through him, and his image faded away. Tham Lang hissed, "A hologram. Damn it." Tham Lang cursed and yelled to his team, "Stay together. Don't let him split us up." Suddenly, a blinding blue flash erupted. He shielded his eyes, trying to see. Suddenly, Li Luo appeared right in front of him, sword raised. Tham Lang swung his blade, screaming, "Die." But the moment he struck, the image vanished into thin air. He recoiled, teeth grinding. Another illusion? That blinding glare forced everyone to cover their eyes. The crowd was stunned. No way. How did Man's illusions get this powerful? Su Kong pointed toward a nearby surface. "Look, it's those water mirrors Li Luo set up." Su Kong squinted through the light and explained, "He's got those water mirrors hidden all over the place. They're projecting Man's illusions everywhere. The whole area is one big trap." He stared at the Li Luo figures, knowing the real one was hiding among them. The 3 of them unleashed everything, smashing every Li Luo they could see. But the illusions just kept popping back up. That's when they noticed the ground getting soaked and muddy. "Watch your step," Tham Lang shouted. He was sinking fast into the swampy mess. Su Kong struggled beside him, wondering, did Li Luo use water power on the soil? But how did he do it so fast? They were all sinking deep. Tham Lang yelled, "Everyone, get out of this zone right now." They glowed with energy and tried to fly out, but Li Luo just smiled. "Too late for that," he whispered. His power just kept expanding. Someone screamed in pain. Li Luo gripped his sword, ready to finish them off one by one. He smirked. Now, the real counterattack begins. Li Luo stayed totally composed. One guy he hit spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, a figure rushed him from behind. Li Luo instantly summoned a massive vine to block the attack. Then he whipped it forward, sending Su Kong flying backward through the air. Su Kong ground his teeth. I only lost by one arrow last time, but now he's totally crushing me. He saw Li Luo rushing in, aiming to take him out. He raised his spear, thinking, if I go down, Tham Lang's all alone. Then, he noticed butterflies fluttering right beside him. His eyes went wide. Butterflies? He saw Bai Man and froze. Li Luo's fist came flying in. Stop staring. She's my teammate. Your team just has a bunch of losers. He landed a massive punch that caused a shockwave. Li Luo stood there with his hands on his hips. Lost again, huh? Better luck next time, buddy. He stood there for a second, silent. Then Li Luo locked eyes with Tham Lang. Hey, Tham Lang. Looks like you're the last man standing. I heard you love outnumbering people, Li Luo teased. Tham Lang seethed. He couldn't believe his whole squad got wrecked in just 10 minutes. He ground his teeth and growled, Fine, Li Luo. I'll admit it, you're the real deal. Tham Lang stared him down and yelled, If you want me to respect you, then beat me one-on-one. Li Luo just laughed. Why should I care if you respect me or not? What, if you're impressed, do I get extra medals or something? He activated his gold power, glowing bright yellow as he roared. Li Luo hummed with blue light, muttering, Guess we're doing this the hard way. That gold power brought back some memories. Then, they both charged. Massive waves of energy collided, making everything around them explode as they traded blow after blow. Tham Lang cursed under his breath. Damn it, my power level is higher, but I'm not gaining any ground. He realized if this kept up, he'd be drained. It was time to go all in. Li Luo raised his blade, unleashing his double fish technique. A flash of golden light surged forward, slamming right into the blue energy he'd summoned. Tham Lang gritted his teeth. I can't even get through his water defense. He was already exhausted, and Li Luo was only using one element. Li Luo just laughed. Focusing on the wrong thing? Don't blame me for what happens next. He realized he was totally gassed. Forget this. I'm out of here. He needed to bail before things got even worse. Suddenly, blood sprayed across his face, and his grip on his sword failed. What? He gasped. His blade hit the ground as he let out a scream of pure agony. He let out a yell and started bolting. Damn it! Li Luo turned his head and smirked. Running away already? Tham Lang stared at the butterflies in confusion. What's with these? Suddenly, a cold blade was pressed against his throat. He froze. Man stood there with her sword leveled at him. He closed his eyes and sighed. Fine. You win. I give up. Shen Lang drops right there on the grass. Li Luo strolls over, smirking. Done already? Man, your stamina is seriously trash. He snaps back. You're the freak. Your power level is way lower, yet you're somehow hitting harder than me. Li Luo just shrugs. Obviously, I'm a dual soul beast. But honestly, head-on clashes with heavy hitters like Zhu, Lu, and those guys? That's gonna be a massive pain in the neck. My earth power is stuck at level 5. After this ranking match, I've got to grind it up to level 6. Li Luo looks at Shen Lang. You just waiting for that blade squad to show up? Shen Lang keeps his eyes shut and asks why he cares. Why not? Even if I'm disqualified, watching you struggle is enough to make my whole day a lot better. Suddenly, a group of guys rushes out from the back. Shen Lang shouts out some name. Li Luo just chuckles. So, you satisfied yet? Shen Lang sighs, head hanging low. Fine. You wrecked all my plans. Every single one. You win, Li Luo. I'm done. Someone else walks up to K. Yo, you guys finished cleaning up your side yet? He just nods. Yeah. The guy gasps. No way. You two actually wiped out their entire squad alone? That's insane. Li Luo grins. Looks like you guys finished too. He looks totally bummed. Sorry, man. My bad. I almost got you into a real mess back there. Li Luo just claps him on the shoulder. Bro, don't even sweat it. If it wasn't for you guys, I'd probably be the one getting played right now. He glances back and calls out, Yo, Stonehead, you back there? Jiahua steps out, looking cold. Drop the A, just Stonehead. Li Luo laughs. All right, Stonehead. Thanks. I was just being cautious. But you really saved the day. Jiahua points to the crowd behind him. Cut the chatter. Pay up. I promised every single squad here a gold ranking badge for their trouble. Li Luo's face turns into a mask. Seriously, Stonehead? I asked for help, but your prices are absolutely highway robbery. He looks annoyed. You're not gonna back out, right? Li Luo just groans and tosses the badges over. Here, take 'em and go. The crowd vanishes fast, but not before shouting, next time you got a sweet gig like this, hit us up. Jiahua sees Li Luo staring him down and panics. Is he gonna rob me back? He teleports instantly. All right, I'm out of here. Nothing else to see. Li Luo laughs. Thanks. Next time you need me, call. But just so you know, I'm charging a fee too. Jiahua keeps running. No thanks. Definitely not happening. Li Luo looks at the pile of badges from Shenlang's squad. He sighs, mumbling, unbelievable. I'm actually in the red on this deal. His friend chimes in. We got over 400 points. Want us to cover you a bit? Li Luo shuts his eyes and waves it off. Nah, you guys worked hard for those points. Shenlang chuckles. Looks like you spent more than you actually earned from us. Li Luo's face darkens. That's not how the math works, buddy. Dealing with you guys was just to make crushing the Vulture squad easier later. Once the Golden Gate team is out, I won't have to worry about points anymore. Shen Lang snaps back. We'll see who eats who. Li Luo turns to leave, tossing one last jab. Whatever, not like it matters to you. Your run ends right here. He yells back, why you little? Li Luo smirks. Trash taken out. He fixes his collar and grins. Time for the main course. The rankings are almost locked in. Suddenly, 5 massive purple light pillars blast into the sky. That purple beam belongs to Dudu's squad. The green one? That's the Golden Gate team. The golden one is Elisa's crew. That deep red light belongs to Julu's squad. And the blue pillar? That's Li Luo's Justice squad. Up on the mountain, a voice echoes with excitement. Phase 2 is finally starting. This is where things get real interesting. Tao Sheng watches the lights. Those 2 golden badge squads are practically on top of each other. Shi Swan explains, it's Ju, Lu, and Elisa's teams. Hearing this, someone sighs. Yikes. Looks like Elisa just ran into some serious bad luck. Tao Sheng shakes his head. You're being too modest. Ju Lu is basically a one-man army, while Elisa's trio is perfectly balanced. If they clash, it's anyone's game, honestly. The others are far, but the Justice and Golden Gate squads, they're destined to collide. Guaranteed. Kim Teo speaks up from the back. Hey, can I get a hit of that wine? Tao Sheng holds out the bottle. Here, knock yourself out. He takes it with a grin. Shi Swan laughs. With all this drama, how are we supposed to stop once things really heat up? Just then, the screen flashes. A line of text starts glowing bright. Tao Sheng laughs. Looks like the top spot in the Astral Academy belongs to Jiang Qing'e again. He beams with pride. I heard she's planning to challenge the 7-star titles this year. Kim Teo turns to walk away as voices fade behind him. If she actually pulls it off, she's gonna shatter every old record. She'd be the youngest 7-star lord ever. That 9th grade light soul of hers is no joke. Kim Teo's eyes flash a weird red as he looks down. Man, this wine doesn't even taste right to me anymore. He stares at the sky in silence, thinking, I just hope they can save this last bit of flavor over there. The sky above is perfectly clear. A pillar of light shoots up. 2 girls are debating their next move. We got 2 choices here. 1, we go hunt down that first leaf squad and end this. The other girl nods. Honestly, to play it safe, taking out those other gold squads is a solid move. Qingyi tilts her head. Captain, what do you think? Zhu Lu grits his teeth, looking dark. Hunting gold squads is boring. No thrill. Duan Yue looks confused, but we only need enough points to win. Zhu Lu is dead set. No, I can't let them go. They're basically asking for it. Qing Yi looks annoyed. When exactly did they challenge us, dude? Zhu Lu just doubles down on his logic. They're camping this close to me. That's a challenge. The vibe gets real awkward. Fine, whatever. The forest stretches out, lush and green. Wu Lang looks around, totally bored. Guess nobody is brave enough to mess with our squad. Man, this is getting way too quiet for me. He looks at Dudu. Captain? She just closes her eyes. 2-on-1? Where's the fun in that? Wu Lang groans. I'm just worried man might get hurt by those vultures. Dudu doesn't blink. If she actually gets hurt, I'll just wreck them later. Besides, I don't think Li Luo even wants us jumping into his business right now. He thinks to himself, if you left, he'd probably throw a massive party. But out loud, he asks, so what now? Surrounded by columns of glowing energy, her voice is totally flat. We just hunt down gold squads for points. You can channel your power into that beam to write messages in the sky. Why don't you give it a shot? Wu Lang looks nervous. You really want me to do it? Dudu is dead serious. Neither Cao Lac or I are any good at this stuff. Cao Lac just nods. Suddenly, the vibe gets dangerous and confident. Fine then. I guess I will just have to show you guys what I am really made of. Dudu watches the scene in shock. Man, I am actually starting to regret this now. Suddenly, a massive wave of light gets supercharged with an insane amount of raw power. The light beams for Li Luo and Hakyu's squads move fast. They finally clash, just like everyone expected. Both teams face off, golden pillars of light towering over them. Hakyu sneers. Not a bad view. Honestly, taking your first big L in a place like this might actually make you feel a little better. Li Luo does not flinch. Usually, when a villain starts talking like that, they end up failing hard. Hakyu gets even more annoyed. You really think you are the main character? Man chimed in innocently. Well, at least based on looks, our captain definitely fits the part. Hakyu rolls his eyes. Are you girls really this shallow? Who cares if a guy is handsome? Baek Yen is already charging up behind him. Cut the small talk. Let's go. Li Luo is stunned. Life pattern stage? Hakyu's mouth twists into a dangerous smirk. We have 2 life pattern specialists. You guys are just here to get wrecked. Standing before Li Luo are warriors radiating power. Here is a friendly tip, just hand over those medals now and save us all some time. He grits his teeth. Man, get back. She moves away as ordered. He starts calculating his chances. Wait, Tan Fu is only... Suddenly she screams. Captain, look out. Li Luo charges straight ahead, channeling his power. Let's do this. Hakyu just scoffs. Charging in like a hero? You clearly have no idea what you are up against. He gets hammered by a series of brutal attacks and sent flying. Dini watches closely. Li Luo is getting pushed into a corner right now. Hakyu and Baek Yen are relentless, giving him zero room to breathe. He tries to counter, but while he is struggling, Hakyu suddenly teleports right behind him. He turns his head just as a weapon swings toward him. Gotcha. But Tan Fu is already looming behind him, ready to unleash a massive counterattack. He spins around to block, ignoring the ongoing fight between Li Luo and Baek Yen. But then, Tan Fu just fades away like thin mist. Hakyu grits his teeth. Annoying. He scowls. This Tan Fu guy keeps messing with our flow. Still, he does not hesitate and jumps back into the fight against Li Luo with Baek Yen. Whatever. Latu watches the crazy battle unfold. Brimming with power, she lets out a small smirk. She leans down, slamming her hands onto the ground, making vines spread everywhere. The vines do not get far before hitting a barrier. She looks up, surprised. Man. She stays calm. Our captain is under enough pressure already. Do not make things harder for him. Surrounded by glowing butterflies and raw power, Latu mocks her. You really think you can stop me? You are not strong enough to take me on. Man replies softly, "That is fine. If you hit me, my sister will just pay you back later." "Let's see about that." Vines whip toward Man, but she vanishes into an afterimage before they connect. Latu grits her teeth. An illusion? Now she is trapped in a circle of glowing butterflies. Man's voice echoes softly. "I might not beat you, but keeping you busy is mission accomplished for me." Latu sneers. "Fine then. Let's see who lasts longer, you stalling me, or Li Luo trying to survive over there." Man is confident. The captain said his biggest strength is endurance. For some reason, Latu gets furious. That jerk Li Luo. Man is confused. While Li Luo activates his water mirror, Hack Q just scoffs and thrusts his weapon forward with massive force. Such a pathetic little trick. He slams down hard, shattering the ground. Li Luo barely dodges, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, I am barely hanging on. Thank God for my water and wood affinities." He imagines the three forces about to collide. "If I get injured now, everything is over. The healing will kick in fast." Hack Q is gloating, thinking Li Luo is finished. But Back Yen stays sharp. "Keep the pressure on." They both charge in to finish him off. Li Luo surrounds himself with two clashing powers. A storm of energy explodes, blasting the two attackers. Wood resonance thousand tree binding. Water resonance heavy water art. Back Yen watches closely. This is Li Luo's resonance fusion. Hack Q smirks. Not bad for a dual user. Their combined energy is massive, but did you really think we came unprepared? Resonance art poison clock storm. Resonance art leviathan chant. That terrifying power surges straight toward Li Luo. He frowns, surprised they can combine their arts like that. "Tan Fu, can you help me block some of this?" Tan Fu appears right in front of him. "I can only block this once, then I am done. Can you handle the rest alone?" Li Luo nods. Dark energy explodes. Shadow Tomb. The two massive forces collide. Poisonous gas starts spreading, slamming directly into the expanding dark shadows of the tomb. The sound of grinding energy echoes through the darkness. Hakyu releases even more power. Tanfu grits his teeth as the shadow cracks. Then, kaboom! The energy explodes, blowing everyone back. Tanfu slams hard onto the ground. Even with his face covered in cuts, he smiles expectantly. "All right, buddy. Showtime is all yours now." Smoke and explosions. The show starts now. As Li Luo and He Jiao's squads tear into each other in a massive brawl, shadows watch from the high walls. Right there in the jungle, a monitor floats in midair, streaming the whole beatdown to the watching crowds. Everyone is glued to the screen with total interest. These are the elite veterans from the 4-star hall, the real heavy hitters of the academy. They are all grins until the legendary Jiang Qingga shows up. One guy totally geeks out, "Jiang." It is Senior Jiang. She stops and listens as someone yells from behind her, "Senior Jiang." Luan Wu lets out a low whistle. Ending the ranking match this early is seriously impressive. The two women stand there, silhouettes glowing in the light of the massive monitor. Qingga stays humble, claiming it was just luck and they dodged the top-tier squads. Luan Wu narrows her eyes, totally reading the room. She realizes Qingga isn't even trying to hide it. She is 100% focused on how Li Luo is doing in his fight. Luan Wu's voice gets all teasing. "Looks like our resident star student has a major soft spot for Li Luo, doesn't she?" Qingga keeps her cool and just shrugs. "So what if I do?" Her friend switches gears, asking if she is hitting the 7-star pillar challenge this year. She just nods. "Yeah." Luan Wu's gaze turns sharp. This is a massive deal that could break every record in the book. But then again, Junior Hung definitely isn't picking me. Not her style anyway. She winks and I finally breathe a sigh of relief, but then Thanenga's look turns ice cold out of nowhere. The crowd is going wild. The Divine Lord is staring right at Thanga. Hold up, she is looking back. It is happening. He gives a tiny nod and a smirk. Like, what is up? Then the Divine Lord heads toward the light screen. Lonvu watches this and starts teasing. "Man, this prince of mine really is way too obsessed with Junior Kung." Thanenga's face is totally serious. A favor is one thing, but if it crosses the line, It is not happening. Lone Vu smirks and asks, "So, how do you think Li Luo's result is going to turn out?" He is already down a teammate, so things are looking pretty rough. But Thang'e is confident. She says not to sleep on Li Luo. As long as the fight is going, he can pull a miracle. Lone Vu is shocked. She actually sounds a little proud. Lone Vu looks up too. Li Luo is such a wild card, and she's curious to see what happens. She's waiting to see what kind of miracle he pulls off today. Lush green leaves everywhere. At the edge of the rocks, the dust still hasn't settled. Tanfu has zero energy left and just collapses face down on the ground. Hakyo starts talking trash. "Li Luo, your squad is short on people now. I want to see how you are going to flip the script this time." He smirks with total confidence. You know, pulling a win out of a disaster is what main characters do best. That just makes the guy laugh even harder. Still dreaming? This is the academy, not your family estate anymore. Man, get real. Li Luo just closes his eyes like he doesn't care. "Guess you don't believe me." Suddenly, his eyes snap open with a dangerous glow. "Then let's try the second protagonist rule, leveling up mid-fight." Spiritual energy starts swirling around Li Luo. He stands tall as aggressive water power wraps around him. Higher rank breakthrough. Hakyu just sneers. "You've got guts, but aren't you worried your own power is going to blow you up?" Li Luo just shrugs. "Well, I haven't exploded yet, have I?" Baekhyun snaps. "Stop wasting your breath on this guy. Let's finish this fast." He starts focusing his energy for the fight. His whole body starts glowing with a mix of blue and green lotus flames. It looks absolutely incredible. When their blades finally collide, a massive white light flashes and blinds everyone. Li Luo's sword has officially been upgraded to a whole new level. Li Luo is the one who carved out that sharp strike. Baekhyun and Hakyo are standing there with their jaws on the floor. That power level, it is way beyond rank 1. Baekhyun says it is dual energy, but he probably can't pull it off a second time. They don't have time to talk though, because Li Luo is already charging at them like a wild beast. Hakyu screams, "You seriously talk too much." They both shout, "Let's go." Energy flashes through the mountains. He's frustrated. How is he holding us both back? Dual power is so hard to control. There is no way he can do it a third time. Looks like he spoke way too soon. Hakyu yells, "Stop talking and just move. Fall back." Once he burns through this state, he will be completely defenseless. Baekhyun totally agrees. "Let's go." They both take off running like scared rabbits. They didn't get very far before they were forced to stop. A dark purple mist was completely surrounding them. Baekhyun panics. "Oh no, it is Tan Fu." The guy groans, "Captain, I am totally out of juice." Baekhyun looks around, realizes what is actually going on, and yells, "Dang it, it is Tan Fu again." Thorns come out of nowhere and move fast, wrapping right around his leg. Hakyu tells Baekhyun to stay calm, but then he's the one screaming in terror. It's the purple thorns. The thorns wrap tightly around Baekhyun, tossing him like a toy. Hakyu yells the order, "Fall back. Now." He turns around and sees nothing but deep purple. It takes a few seconds, but Hakyu realizes it's an illusion. Man is trying to trap them. Right then, someone else appears right behind him. Green light starts spreading everywhere. A massive tree grows right in front of them, and standing right in the middle is a very familiar face. Hakyu turns pale when he realizes something terrifying. He stares at the tree, and a scary thought enters his mind. This is a high-level wood technique turning trees into soldiers. How did it grow so fast? Hakyu wonders what he is planning. A bright light flashes from the center of the tree. He gasps, "Is this dual energy?" The leaves start falling and gathering in the middle. The light coming from the tree gets brighter and brighter by the second. Li Luo smiles as he grabs the arrow. He thinks to himself, "Okay, the dual energy is stable now, but the power is so intense that his bow can barely even handle the pressure. This gear definitely needs an upgrade." As Li Luo gets stronger, Hakyo and Baekhyun just stand there, paralyzed. He grits his teeth. "He's pushing us to the limit. We have no choice." Hakyu yells, "Use that trump card we prepared." If we don't use it now, we're done for. Latu frowns but agrees. Suddenly, a massive, old-school cannon appears right in front of them. Hakyu jumps on the cannon and starts pumping energy into it. Latu can't stand it and screams, "Stop, don't add any more. The cannon can't take much more of this." Hakyu is stubborn. "Just hold on a bit longer." Bakhin is also putting every ounce of his power into it. He slams all that massive energy into the cannon and yells, "Ultimate cannon, go." Li Luo's eyes light up with excitement. He calmly pulls back his bow and lets the arrow fly. It streaks across the sky and smashes right into the cannon blast from Bakhian's team. In a split second, Li Luo's arrow totally overpowers their attack and keeps flying straight. Latu is totally shocked. How is this even possible? Bakhian's jaw drops too. Was our combo really broken that easily? The arrow gains even more speed and slams into them, creating a massive explosion. All three of them are terrified but impressed. That dual energy power is just straight up cheating. The other team is still struggling in the dust, coughing their lungs out. Hakyu sees an opening and barks, "He's exhausted now. Let's get out of here while we still can." Li Luo just chuckles. "Yeah, Tanfu and I are spent. But did you forget? There are three of us on this team." As soon as he says it, a swarm of butterflies surrounds them. Man gives them a super sweet and innocent smile. "You guys should just hand over your badges right now. I would hate to get messy. If I accidentally poke you somewhere vital, it is going to be a really bad day for everyone involved." The guys are terrified and hand over their badges immediately. She smiles and quietly says, "Thanks." Now that the fight is over, the senior students watching are all completely stunned by what they just saw. The dual energy Li Luo showed off is honestly kind of terrifying. Lone Vu looks on with pure admiration. "Junior Kung, this miracle of yours is definitely something to write home about. I have seriously never seen dual power like that at such a low level." Thon Na just stays cool and gives her an easy answer. Li Luo has his parents' blood in him, and they were legends. How could he ever be just average? Lone Vu rubs her chin. "Wait, I thought he used water and wood energy?" Then she drops a major secret. Junior Hung should probably know this. The prince was born with a serious defect. It is a pretty big deal. We might need powers like water or wood to try and heal him. Thananga hears this and immediately gets suspicious. "Wait, do you want Li Luo to treat the prince?" Lone Vu pauses, then admits that even though it sounds totally wild, she is not about to give up. "We have to at least try." She gently pats her hand and reassures her that the king won't be upset regardless of the outcome. Lone Vu sighs, admitting she is just a desperate sister who has completely run out of options. Thanha is ready to help the princess, but then the highness cuts in. "We will definitely do our best, but do not get your hopes up. Li Luo is still just a general. After all." She thanks them both sincerely for even giving it a shot. The God King shouts excitedly, "Congrats, Kwang An." Lone Vu explains it simply. She is just asking Li Luo to check on the king for a bit. No big deal, just a little favor from the guy. The God King is stunned for a second. Then he nods, saying it is definitely worth a shot. He waves goodbye, mentioning the abyss opens soon. "If there is a chance, let's team up for some real action. Catch you later." Since it is getting late, Than and Ga promises to talk to Li Luo. If things look good, they will try it out in a bit. "See ya." Lone Vu says a quick goodbye. As she watches her leave, she worries. If that guy really takes her away, things are going to get messy. "Li Luo, you better hold on to your girl." As Li Luo's fight wraps up, the other battles across the field finally wind down too. The chains break and Thanyi smiles with confidence, claiming a solid victory over her rival, Thudin. Trapped in a block of ice, Thudin talks trash, saying she would win if it were nighttime. Than Ni acknowledges her strength but keeps her cool. Trucklock is a total beast, but Elisa and Theanjeep might just handle him if they work together. She looks ahead, wondering how he is actually doing over there. Trucklock storms out with intense energy, tossing the bag of badges over while wiping blood from his mouth. Standing deep in the forest, he lets out a massive, happy roar, shouting about how great that felt. Absolute total dominance for the win. Birds scatter from the trees in total fear. Meanwhile, on a different part of the battlefield, three people are moving fast using their internal power. Engu Lang is fuming, complaining about being outnumbered. The crowd behind him is hyped up, yelling to take him out. Dudu spots something ahead and reacts. She slams on the brakes as she hits a cliffside. There is absolutely no way out now. She groans in total despair. Cowlack suggests just handing him over since they won't actually kill him. Just a beatdown, right? Nu Lang is totally offended by that. You have zero heart. My pride is on the line, man. She snaps, telling them to shut up and push. He signals that the sun is finally setting. Everyone starts to relax as the tension fades away. The guys sigh in huge relief, but Du looks like she really regrets it. The match is over, so Engu Lang invites everyone to grab some drinks. He is all smiles, praising the students for their solid effort and skill. You guys are legit, keeping up with the top teams. You are going places for sure. My name is Cow Lock. The sun finally sets, and the first ranking match for the students is officially in the books. On a high platform, 5 instructors watch the massive forest below. They are catching every single epic battle and cool move on the field right now. Tu watches the field from afar, looking totally expressionless. Even his favorite wine has lost its flavor. Next to him, Hien stands there in complete silence. She gives her thanks. Han accepts the loss with a bit of regret. Meanwhile, Tao Than thinks Li Luo is actually pretty interesting since his dual soul power is so wild, unpredictable, and exciting to watch. Normally, those 3 guys would have won that, but that weird soldier move was a total curveball that nobody really expected to see. He praises the clever combo of water and wood powers, using one to fuel the other to grow that massive tree in an instant. Truly impressive. Li Luo is definitely top tier, but how does he stack up against Truck Lock? The boss just laughs, saying that kid is on another level. Most people can't handle his vibe in a fight. He points out the flaw. The arrow is good, but might not be enough to drop Trucklock. The guy has some serious limits that could hold him back. While the instructors are talking, Hien stands in front of all the students and formally announces that the first ranking match has officially come to an end. Regardless of the result, you all gave your best until the very end. Your effort is real and recognized. Everyone is smiling. The instructor forms a massive glowing light screen in the air, displaying the scores and rankings for every single one of the 100,000 different teams for everyone to see. Students are shocked as she announces the top 5 squads in the ranking for everyone to hear. 5th place is Kim Mon with 2,200 points. 4th is Fong Qi with 2,300. 3rd has 3,900. 2nd is Than Huyet with 5,200 points. And finally, in 1st place, the Qingye squad takes the win with 5,300 points. Big congrats. Man is hyped, screaming, "Long live the captain, best squad ever." Trucklock looks at the results and mutters that he really wants to fight Li Luo. He sounds almost obsessed. He quickly explains he just meant that the dual soul is special and he is itching for a real battle. Than Yi is annoyed, thinking about how to handle this dummy. I am already tired from dealing with that big duck. Trust me, I have plenty of ways to deal with that lost deer. Fireworks light up the sky. She warns him that she will post embarrassing pictures of him all over the academy. Man says it is totally beautiful. Now everyone in the academy knows their name. Li Luo, though, stays deep in his own thoughts, analyzing. He says it is just for show and does not actually matter. Tan Fu nods along. The captain is right. I hate the spotlight. But then Li Luo complains the fireworks are too small. I mean, they should be visible from the capital. Li Luo asks why he is staring like that. Tan Fu realizes he was wrong. The captain is actually just shallow. Right now, the 2-star academy side is blowing up with fireworks. It is obvious the Fire Fairy squad is officially the top-tier team for this year's competition. They are absolutely crushing it. On the 3-star academy side, there is zero doubt it is Qing's Black Swan squad taking the lead. Meanwhile, the 4-star veterans do not even need to participate in these student showdowns anymore. Finally, when the instructor pulls out a scroll, she announces the massive prizes. The results are in. This year's winning team gets a 12-section zither and a high-level energy guidance art worth 3,000 points. Li Luo's eyes lit up like stars when he saw the loot. His teammate just shook her head and whispered, "Hey, Captain, watch the drool. You are making a scene." Li Luo cleared his throat, trying to look serious again. As the instructor handed over the prize, she reminded them it was only a single energy guidance technique. Do not get too cocky. Only one person in your squad gets the technique, while the other two walk away with 3,000 points each. After hearing the deal, they bowed respectfully and replied, "Thank you for the guidance, ma'am." Li Luo grinned and started to give his thanks, but before he could finish, a heavy, threatening aura cut him off. He looked up, surprised, and realized someone was losing their cool. He is in a rush. Even though being a purple ribbon mentor gave Kim Tu plenty of reasons to hate on Li Luo, it also tied his hands. He could not just attack him. For now, all he could do was glare. Sensing the tension, Shi Chuan glanced over and shut it down. She warned him, "Instructor Kim Tu, you do not have the authority to silence a student." Li Luo just shrugged and said, "Actually, it is fine." Next, Li Luo looked like he had just struck gold. He was honestly beaming with pure, unadulterated joy as he spoke. "First, I have to thank Instructor Kim Tu for reaching into his own pockets to provide benefits for us new students. I want to be sincere." He turned to the crowd, shouting, "Everyone, please keep it coming. Do not stop, 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 do not stop." Then, he launched into a speech about Kim Tu's generosity. "I will never forget your kindness. I hope you keep it up. It is not even about how many points we get," he continued. "It is the meaning behind the gesture. In fact, I have already come up with a perfect name for this specific kind of motivation. We will call it the Kim Tu Plan." He shouted it with total hype. Then he added with a smirk, "I wonder, can our great instructor satisfy a small request from us poor, confused little students?" Kim Tu just stood there, grinding his teeth and swallowing his rage. After a long pause, he choked out, "That is an interesting suggestion, but it is a big move. Let me talk it over with the principal first." Before the guy could even walk away, Li Luo threw some shade with a mischievous grin. "Safe travels, instructor. I will be sure to check in regularly to see how your Kim Tu plan is moving." As night fully took over, the hype from the tournament faded out under the moonlight. It was the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the full moon was glowing bright. He looked up at the sky. He stared at the moon, lost in thought. Another Mid-Autumn Festival, a day when families are supposed to be together. Right then, a soft voice called out to him. "Li Luo," Chinga said quietly. Ching stepped closer, looking excited. "You guys just took first place, and it is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Should we not go out and celebrate a little?" Li Luo thought about it. "The festival, huh? You are right." He happily threw an arm around Shinfu and shouted, "Let us grab the others too. I will give them a chance to have dinner with the champions." But then, Li Luo's mind drifted toward his parents. He made a silent promise. "Mom, Dad, I swear I will reach the Duke stage soon. Then, I am coming to find you." In the dead of night, a building loomed through the fog, the Llewellyn House headquarters. A mysterious man stepped out of the shadows and slipped inside. When he saw the guards, he instantly triggered an invisibility spell. Standing right in his path was a guardian radiating a pitch-black energy. After that, he just walked right past him like it was absolutely nothing at all. He smirked to himself. Llewellyn House headquarters? What a joke. Meanwhile, Biu Biu had just finished making dinner and stepped out of the kitchen. He looked toward the door and let out a long, frustrated sigh. "Li Taishuan, Tan Tai Lan, you two jerks," Biu Biu grumbled to himself. He rubbed his shiny bald head, looking like a stressed-out single dad. "You really left me here all by myself just to play babysitter? Do you seriously think I am just a live-in nanny? Meeting you people was the worst luck of my life." A second later, Biu Biu froze. He could feel a sharp, deadly aura closing in. He reached for his sword, still complaining. "I have to babysit and guard the house? I am not a damn dog." He sighed again, clearly annoyed. Across from him, the assassin stepped into the light. The intruder suddenly stopped when he caught sight of the old man. A slow smile spread across his face. So, Llewellyn House really does have a hidden tiger tucked away in here after all. In the blink of an eye, Bew shifted into a full combat state. I already told you street trash to stay away, he barked. You guys have been snooping around here every mid-autumn for years. Don't you ever learn? He sneered, creeping around in the dark, just like a filthy rat. The assassin looked intrigued. You have been hiding in this house for years without ever showing your face, even when things got desperate. I have to know, why stay in the shadows for so long? Bew kept his cool. Llewellyn House is just a training ground for those two kids to sharpen their skills. Whether they succeed or fail does not make a bit of difference to me. Then Bew's tone turned serious. I want to know why you creeps keep staring at this place. The assassin just laughed. Don't play dumb. Who wouldn't want the secrets that your masters left behind? The assassin tried to tempt him with a honeyed smile. There is no future guarding this dump. Why not join us? Your potential would be limitless, way beyond anything you will find here. Bew did not miss a beat. Sure, I could join you. But first, you are going to tell me exactly which faction in the Great Xia you are working for. Let us see. The assassin ignored the question and pressed for the secrets. Bew's aura suddenly exploded. If that is it, then I have only one thing to say. You people are total scum. The killer prepared his strike. He summoned a dark purple energy and decided to end it. Let us see what you have got, he sneered, launching his attack. Let us see if the watchdog of Llewellyn House actually has bite. Bew focused his energy, looking genuinely confused. Then his expression hardened into a glare. Since when does a mere 4-star duke think they have the right to talk down to me? A strange chill washed over the killer as he gasped in shock. He stared into 3 terrifying eyes. Behind Bew stood the massive, spectral form of a demon. A crimson light pierced through him. Bew moved past him like a gust of wind, slicing through his very soul. The assassin stood frozen as his body began to split in 2. Man, he thought, that really hurts. Dizzy from the power, his body suddenly shattered into a million pieces. This is honestly so boring, the assassin muttered with his final breath. A monster like this, it is just not fair. Great Xia has not seen anyone this dangerous in 100 years. I cannot believe those two managed to recruit a beast like you to their side. As he faded into nothingness, his final thought was one of obsession. The more powerful you are, the more we want those secrets. Bew, you cannot protect it forever. Bew sighed. He gazed up at the moon and whispered to himself, the formation they left at Llewellyn House is useless. But with me here, no random thugs are getting past the front door. Not today. Bew had an idea. Maybe it is time I had a little chat with those 2 rascals. Back at Li Luo's dorm, Qingye and her friend were sitting face to face, quietly sipping on tea. Lin Kan is just vibing, snacking on melon while the drama unfolds. She is shocked to see Fan Yi show up. Did not think this little pest would crawl back after getting wrecked last time. Thought she would have run for the hills by now. Watching these 2 go at it is pure gold. Who knew the little pest actually had the guts to step up? Lin Kan cannot stop grinning like an idiot. This is way too much fun. Right then, Man shows up to pour some tea. She is all sweet, telling everyone to take a breather and grab a drink. The air is thick with tension, and Man is totally low-key freaking out. Something is definitely off. Suddenly, Li Luo walks down the stairs looking confused, asking why the whole squad decided to drop by at once. Seeing the 3 of them, Li Luo gets hyped. Having these VIPs show up really levels up the vibe in this tiny dorm of ours. After the big win, he keeps it humble, says it was not just him, and Man put in some serious work too. Meanwhile, Xin Fu is sulking behind the door like a kicked puppy, wondering if he is invisible to the world. He gives some hype, saying if he can just take down Chuklok, he will be the undisputed king of the freshmen for real. Li Luo starts overthinking everything. Beating the Crane group this time is going to be a total headache. Honestly, I am running on empty. If I face Chuklok, I am looking at a 30-70 split and I am the 30. Lin Kan jumps in to spill the tea, telling Li Luo to push hard because Thon Nga promised a major prize if he wins. Thon Nga just chucks a piece of melon at her, telling her to zip it. Thon Nhi drops a new plan. Since there is a short break after the finals, she wants Li Luo to head back to Great Xia City with her. Li Luo is down, but there is a catch. He has one more errand to run before heading back. He asks Thon Nhi if she can hang tight for a bit. Thon Nhi is super curious, so he explains the goal. It was not easy grinding for 5,000 points, so it is time to finally trade them for what he needs most. Cut to the item exchange shop. Inside, Li Luo slams down his mountain of points. "Give me one portion of Imperial Marrow," he says. People start whispering instantly. That is Li Luo, the top-ranked freshman from the one-star hall. No wonder he has 5,000 points. And is that Thang Anya next to him? Word is they are engaged, which is just insane. The shopkeeper pops the lid, revealing a jar full of Imperial Marrow. Li Luo's hands are practically shaking. He reaches out, thinking, man, this looks like plenty. Should be enough to get the job done. But the guy pulls the box back. What are you doing? Li Luo blinks. Is not the whole thing for me? The manager breaks it down. This stuff is priceless. Even if Li Luo sold his whole family estate, he still could not afford a full bottle of this liquid gold. He uses a tiny dropper to take a speck. He hands over a microscopic jar, making Li Luo's eyebrows practically fuse together. Getting just one single drop, Li Luo is floored. I busted my tail for 5,000 points, and I only get one tiny drop? Are you seriously scamming me right now? The manager just smirks and tells him to chill. Watch your tone, kid. Since this academy was built, nobody has ever been bold enough to rob anything from this place. Li Luo has no choice but to face the cold, hard facts. Fine, whatever. I guess that is it. He turns to leave, looking totally bummed out. Let us go, Thon Nga. But then, her voice rings out clear as day. I will take a portion too. Li Luo's face goes bright red. Thon Nga. Wait. He sheepishly explains that his points only covered one drop, so she does not need to rush her own points on his account. He says the marrow can wait, since they still have plenty of time. But Thon Nga just hands it over. This is for you. Use it. She gives him a long, knowing smile and waves his concerns off. She tells him straight up that she earns points way faster than he ever will, so there is no need to worry about her. Enough talking already. Stop being dramatic and let us move. While he stands there dazed, Lin Khan leans in to tease him. Touched, aren't you? Li Luo laughs and snaps back. If you are looking for a husband, you are looking in the wrong place. Lin Khan looks around nervously and starts rushing him. Hurry up. Let us get moving. Like, right now. Li Luo panics, asking if the crowd is going to lose it and jump him. Time to vanish. Outside the academy, a carriage is waiting. A figure stands there, ready to go. Tai Vi bows politely. Young lord, how did the freshman trials go? Li Luo strikes a cocky pose. I wanted to keep things low-key, but I could not help taking the top spot for my squad. She is hyped for him. Congrats, young lord. She wonders what is next on the agenda, but he is holding his aching back. Not so fast, he groans. I need some serious rest first. Tai Vi cannot help but roast him. You are young and supposed to be strong as a bull. I am not weak. He fires back, totally flustered. Sensing things are getting a bit weird, Thon Nga steps in to play peacemaker. Tai Vi, stop picking on him. Give the guy a break. Tai Vi gives a knowing look. Ah, is Thang Nga feeling protective? She looks at him and mentions that a girl was waiting for him, but the Golden Dragon guards already took her away. Li Luo does not hesitate. In that case, let us roll. As they pull away, a flashy carriage with a golden dragon crest rolls up behind them. A lady in a sharp red dress watches them leave, then turns to the girl behind her with a suspicious look. Hong Kei asks sharply, Thon Nhi, you do not actually have a thing for that Li Luo kid, do you? Thon Nhi blushes and tries to play it cool. Mom, what are you even saying? Li Luo and I are just friends. He helped me out back at Nanfang Academy, that is all. Hong Kei is not buying it. Look at the girls trailing that kid. He is clearly a player, and you would be better off staying far away from him. Don't say I did not warn you. She is a bit annoyed but snaps back. If that is how you see it, then does not that make me just another one of those pretty girls following him around? Thon Yi stands her ground. This has nothing to do with him. Everyone is just working for the House of Li, so of course they are going to be around him. It is totally normal. But Hong Kei just scoffs. Who even knows with that family? Tai Huiyan was nothing but trouble, and his son is definitely following in his footsteps. No good can come of it. Looking into her mom's ruby eyes, Fan Yi gets curious. Were not you actually into Tai Huiyan back in the day? Hong Kei just frowns. So what? Back then, every noble girl in the Great Xia was losing their mind over him. Thon Yi feels a bit bad. So everyone lost to Dai Lam in the end? Even someone as gorgeous as you failed to win him over? Mom? Hong Kei huffs and pinches her daughter's cheek. You think it is funny to tease your mother like this? Because it is not. She tries to save face, claiming she was only mildly interested in the man and has zero regrets. Plus, if she had met him earlier, Dai Lam would not have stood a chance. Thon Yi is surprised. Wait, then what was the deal with the headmaster at the Saint Sage Academy? Mom, I am pretty sure you already know that I am actually one of his students, right? Hong Kei snorts. Just some loser who was obsessed with me back then. He looks all generous on the outside, but he cannot handle the slightest bit of rejection. He is basically a giant toddler. Thon Yi just blinks. A toddler? Still, Hong Ken had to give props. The guy had some vision, recognizing Thon Yi's talent instantly. If not for that academy invite, she would be nowhere. Your 7th grade resonance wouldn't have cut it. But Hong Ken grinned, correcting the rank. Not just 7th grade, we haven't been cheap with your spirit water lately. My math says by your birthday in a few days, we can bump that ice resonance to 8th grade. Seeing her mom remember, she gasped, Wait, for real? Hong Kei nodded warmly, adding that it would serve as the ultimate birthday gift for her. Thon Yi beamed with joy. Yet, deep in her icy gaze, a flicker of regret remained. All her life, she had one burning question for Hong Kei: what happened to her father. She barely remembered him. He vanished years ago, leaving no trace. Hong Kei treated him like he was already dead, ignoring every question. Whenever she brought him up, her mother would explode in a rage. Eventually, Thon Wai had no choice but to bury those memories deep in her heart, never daring to speak his name again. A moment later, she whispered nervously, Mother, can I invite some classmates? Hong Kei frowned, guessing Li Luo was on that list. Thon Wai quickly defended her friend. Li Luo helped me so much. You can't just judge him because of his parents' past, right? With no other choice, Hong Kei sighed and agreed. The girl grinned from ear to ear. Thanks, Mom. Thinking back, she felt a bitter sting. That man broke my heart years ago now. Is my daughter really going to fall for his son too? This can't be happening. Inside the carriage, heading back to the capital, laughter filled the air. Li Luo sat with 3 stunning women, their beauty rivaling each other as they chatted away in high spirits. Suddenly, Kai Wei dropped a bombshell. Thanks to the secret resonance art Li Luo provided, the workshop's monthly income just hit 300,000 gold pieces. Thon Na gasped. That much? Li Luo just shrugged, acting cool, as he explained why the numbers were spiking like crazy. It was expected, but Kai Wei sighed heavily. Because Li Luo consumed so much spirit water, they actually ended up 20,000 in the hole. Ling Kan smirked, mocking him. So you're selling stuff for less than it costs to make? Great business move. You're in a deep hole, buddy. Li Luo went quiet. Kai Wei, I feel like you're targeting me today. Thong Ah stayed chill. Making money takes investment. Once he hits the Duke stage and becomes a powerhouse for our house, every penny spent will be worth it. Li Luo's eyes lit up. Hey, Kai Wei, there's still room to grow those profits, right? She paused for a long beat. Normally, yes, but don't forget one thing. She explained clearly, our headquarters isn't exactly in its prime anymore. Li Luo. Li Luo was livid. That traitorous snake, he didn't just walk out, he stole our best guards too. That is low. Kai Wei sighed, mentioning the hiring struggle. Thanaga was startled. Wait, someone's attacking us? Who? She spat out the name. Who else? It's the Dues Mansion. They worked hard to cripple us, and they aren't stopping now. They won't just watch us recover. They're dead set on sabotaging our recruitment to make sure we never get back to full strength. Seeing the tension rise, Li Luo's face darkened as he analyzed the situation. Kai Wei looked grim. Since you and Thon Nga joined the academy, every expert we talk to gets poached. Our rivals approach everyone we contact and offer them way better deals to stay away. She snapped. They're just using their deep pockets to crush our workshop into the ground. Thang Na thought it over calmly. Relax. We'll handle the recruitment slowly. Once the workshop stabilizes, we'll find our chance to push back. Suddenly, Kai Wei remembered. Wait, one more thing. She frowned. A bunch of people from our West Ridge branch are heading to the capital. My gut says they aren't coming here to help. Li Luo muttered. The West Ridge branch? She explained that and the second one is located deep in West Ridge. Thon Aja acted fast. Alert the hallmaster to shadow them. I want to know if Pei Hao is involved. My gut says he's using this as a cover to enter the city. Li Luo pressed her. Pei Hao is actually here? She nodded confidently. I have a feeling. Li Luo gritted his teeth. If he's in the city, can we just take him out? Thon Na thought for a second. Honestly, Pei Hao isn't the one I'm worried about. Li Luo hesitated, weighing the risks. That snake wouldn't dare betray us right after my parents vanished without some major backing. So, who's actually pulling the strings behind him? He listed the suspects. Was it the Dues Mansion? Or maybe the Extreme Flame House? Or someone else entirely? Li Luo sighed. Looks like this vacation was going to be anything but peaceful. Back at the manor, Uncle Bu was busy laying out a massive spread of delicious-looking food. Seeing him, he smiled warmly but with a hint of worry. Young master, you've got more spirit after a month, but that tonic is still mandatory. Drink it all down. Li Luo sat down with a grin. I actually missed this stuff, Uncle Bu. As they ate, he got curious. So, how much of that emperor flowing paste do we actually need for the medicine? Uncle Bu looked surprised. Wait, you actually managed to get your hands on some of that paste? Li Luo pulled out 2 small jars. Is this enough? The old man examined them, then looked up with a grim face. Kid, at this rate, you're going to need 20 more bottles. Li Luo froze, completely shocked. 20 more bottles? Are you kidding me? Thon Na had already suspected as much. She knew they were short, but not by that much. Li Luo gave a forced laugh, feeling annoyed. Uncle Bu, you're killing me here, he explained patiently. Young master, you lack the core foundation. Anyone else would be a lost cause. This secret art builds your inner potential, and it is rare in the whole kingdom. I have a way, but you will have to work hard. Li Luo went quiet, lost in thought. Refining a second resonance gave him insane power, but the risks were just as huge. If anyone finds out how hard it is for me to break through, I'm dead. Seeing the worry, Thoneng stepped in. Don't sweat it, Uncle Bu. The price is high, but we still have time. Li Luo is still a long way from reaching the general stage anyway. As long as we grind for points with everything we've got, we can do it. We'll make the trade in time. Li Luo looked at her, confused. But Thonenga, isn't this stuff super rare for you too? She didn't say a word, just smiled and nodded. Li Luo bit his lip. He had to hustle for points now. No way was his slow progress gonna hold back Ching Yi's training. Uncle Bu got real. Look, I know the pressure in this house is insane, but you guys aren't kids anymore. No pressure, no growth. Right? That is just how life works. They were both speechless. There was a look in his eyes, a hint, and it seemed like Ching Yi was finally picking up the signal. He kept going. I was gonna wait until you guys reached the Heaven Pillar stage to tell you this, but things are getting messy. The world is moving faster than I thought. So, you're hearing it now. Li Luo realized it. That's why Uncle Bu never leaves the house. Suddenly, Bu dropped a bomb. Last night, some mysterious big shot at Duke-level powerhouse sneaked right into our Llewellyn House headquarters. No way. Li Luo gasped. A duke? Qing Yi was just confused. Something that huge happened and I did not hear a thing? There were absolutely zero reports about an intruder. Bu just shrugged it off. It was just a clone. I chopped it. Li Luo hyped him up. I knew it. You are a total legend. Want my knees? Take them. I will give you anything. Bu just laughed. Legend? Please. I am just a broken old man who can't even step foot outside this front door. He started explaining. Truth is, for years now, some heavy hitters in the shadows have been obsessed with our Luolan house headquarters. They used to just watch, but last night, they actually broke in. Bu looked dead serious. Do you two know what they're hunting? The room went cold. Qing Yi and Li Luo just stared at each other. Li Luo finally asked, what are they after? Bu slammed the table. Information your parents left behind. Or more like, proof that your mom and dad are actually still breathing. Qing Yi jumped. What? Did they not go to the King Marquis battlefield? Why would anyone come here to check on them? Li Luo stood there, totally stunned by the news. Bu winked. That is the genius of those two. You really think your parents went in there without a backup plan? Outside, the moon was massive and glowing. Follow me, he ordered. In the back of the house, Bu stood at a wall with the kids behind him. He waved his hand, summoning a glowing magic circle. They both stared, totally blown away. It was a swirling black vortex, sparkling with what looked like a million tiny diamonds. The center was blinding. Bu reached in. The lock opens for my power, he smirked. But honestly, it is pretty simple. Either of your powers would work too. I just didn't tell you. Li Luo and Qing Yi nodded, then stepped together into that glowing, mysterious portal. As soon as they vanished, the gate snapped shut, leaving just a faint glow. Inside, it was a total storm of falling lights. Bu led the way out of the portal and down some massive floating stairs. Li Luo was shook. They were in a giant vault filled with soft blue light and magic text just drifting through the air everywhere. This underground palace was glowing with endless inscriptions. They were all lined up perfectly, forming some kind of ancient, mysterious power array. A massive formation covered the floor. Qing Yi tracked the runes to the center. Right there, on top of the dragon and phoenix carvings, two small flames were burning bright. Li Luo looked at them, feeling weird. I think I can feel a connection, like it is in my blood. Qing Yi looked worried. Uncle Bu, what is this? Bu closed his eyes. These two fires are the life sparks of your parents. That blue flame? It looks wild, but it represents your father's soul and strength. The orange flame is burning just as bright. Since they're both still flickering strong, it means they are still alive out there. The three of them stood on the array. Bu explained again. These sparks are the essence of your parents. Li Luo squeezed his fist and finally took a breath. Since the flames are still going strong, it proves they aren't in any real danger. Thank God, Qing Yi whispered. She smiled, looking relieved for the first time in ages. Seeing her finally relax made everyone else feel a whole lot better too. Li Luo asked, why didn't you tell us sooner? Bu's face went hard. Because there are people in Great Xia who care about their deaths more than you. That hit them hard. Bu turned to face the glowing space. You really think this place was built just to hold a couple of tiny little candles? Weird symbols kept drifting by, linking up in the air like some kind of cosmic chain. The runes got more complex. Qing Yi looked at Li Luo, but he was just staring ahead, breaking into a cold sweat. Bu's voice got real low. Over the years, those life fires have been under attack more than once. At one point, they almost flickered out. The King Marquis battlefield is basically the most dangerous place on the planet. Li Luo couldn't hide his fear. Hearing Bu talk about his parents like that was terrifying. Even the strongest fighters are just small fry there. Bu laughed. They only survived because of this palace. I have to admit, those two really knew how to play the game. More runes swirled around them, mixing with the floor array to create a blinding light. Bu continued, those dragon and phoenix pillars? That was all your parents doing. If they are in trouble, these pillars can literally beam power to them. It buys them time. Bu gave a little satisfied smirk. You have no idea how crazy this tech is. Even a king-level master would struggle to send power through. Li Luo grinned and gave a thumbs up, but Qingyi stayed serious. Her golden eyes were racing. So, those intruders who broke into the house, they wanted to get in here? They wanted to check the flames to see if they were dead. Bu nodded darkly. Worse, if they put those fires out, your parents would take a massive, soul-crushing hit. The battlefield is a nightmare under a blood-red sky. In a place that deadly, a sudden injury like that, it would probably be the end of the road for them. Then his vibe shifted. Bu smiled and gestured toward the massive, rotating array behind him. But hey, don't go losing sleep over it yet. This place has 2 layers. The other half is a whole different type of magic array that runs itself. Just relax. This massive array is blanketing the whole Luo land headquarters. Some random powerhouse tries to jump in? Forget it. Their power gets crushed instantly. She looks up, totally baffled, and asks why nobody ever told her this crazy shield even existed. The old man just gives a kind smile, eyes glowing like high beams. Then he drops a bomb. Do you kids even know where the juice for this shield comes from? Both of them just stare, speechless. He raises a finger to explain. This is the part that will blow your minds. It is not energy. It is. The whole mansion glows as he speaks. All of House Luolan. Their jaws hit the floor. House Luolan? Uncle Bu rubs his chin, thinking hard. To be exact, it comes from the house's status. Floating symbols surround them, while lights flash overhead. He stands tall, hands behind his back, laying out the whole high-stakes situation. Sounds like some magic nonsense, but the building is literally feeding off the very breath of you two. According to the old man, the house is split. One side is bright, soaking up the sun and power. Basically, the bigger the house gets, the stronger the shield becomes. That is what keeps this whole place safe from enemies. The other half is drowning in creepy purple shadows and monsters. If the house falls apart, the power drops, and this massive shield will turn into paper. We are talking a total disaster. He crosses his arms and gets real. The main goal here is making this shield stronger, and honestly, only you two can pull that off. They lock eyes. Li Luo mutters, "This is insane. But hey, we were already trying to fix this place and make it legendary, right?" He shuts his eyes, feeling a huge weight lift. Doing something for his parents feels a lot better than just sitting around waiting for news that never comes. His eyes snap open, full of fire. Right. Uncle can totally wreck any powerhouse that breaks in. So, you must be a Duke-level expert, right? If you showed your true power, all our problems would vanish. He just closes his eyes and says they are overestimating him. He plays it cool, but his face says it is complicated. A lot of old history is involved here. Just know I cannot set foot outside this headquarters. Period. Unless it is a total emergency, I am stuck. She stays quiet, while he realizes the truth. If Uncle could move, things would not be this sketchy. Li Luo gets aggressive. One more thing. That powerhouse from last night? Who was that guy? And were my parents set up in that life or death trap? The old man chuckles. As for that mystery fighter, I have no clue. It is way too easy for someone that strong to hide. No answers on the trap either. But one thing is for sure. There has been a mysterious shadow figure messing with House Luolan for a long time now. Like that betrayal 2 months ago. Someone was definitely pulling the strings. Blue light beams down on them. He is annoyed at the dead end. Li Luo frowns. She finally speaks up about the secret eating at her. Why would this mystery villain work so hard to break the life bond and keep my masters from coming home? He looks at them. It is time you knew. They are not from the Great Xia. They came from outside. They are both stunned. Outside the kingdom? He asks if it is another country. The old man just walks away, talking secrets. He touches the stone wall, and suddenly, his whole arm is covered in roaring flames. A bright flash lights up the room. A diamond-shaped magic stone appears, glowing with a cool but intense green mystical energy. He squints at it as the light hits his face. This is the core of the whole palace. Li Luo just watches his back. I think that Mystery Shadow is after them because of this very item. Countless greedy hands are reaching for this glowing stone. This is the legendary god essence material. Powerhouses would kill for this. It is the only way to reach that level. It is the secret of the Sun King. They are totally frozen. The secret of the Sun King? He starts panicking. My parents are from outside the kingdom and carrying a treasure like this? Their background is way more intense than I ever imagined. Absolute chaos. She realizes there is a catch. Why tell us this secret now? He admits she is sharp. The shield has been tampered with by that villain. Dark clouds swallow the moon outside. Only the old man's voice keeps echoing through the dark halls. Because the house is unstable, in 6 months, this shield hits its weakest point ever. Then they will just walk in and end it. He looks helpless. Honestly, if it gets to that point, I cannot protect us anymore. He begs them like a concerned elder. I need you two to stabilize this house or make it legendary in the next 6 months. It is our only hope. The two of them just stare at each other, totally stressed. She tries to calm him down. Do not worry, they will not move yet. They do not want other top powers noticing them. We will fix this. The magic stone glows behind her. He grins wide, feeling way better now the secret is out. He looks up at the old man. You really should have mentioned this sooner. He just laughs and teases him. What could you have actually done? He slumps down, totally embarrassed. Nothing. I could have done nothing. Stop staring at me like that, uncle. He gets serious again. Look, the house matters, but your lifespan is a huge problem. Both of them are completely shocked. What are you saying about his lifespan? He panics and begs him to shut up. She turns on him, furious. Li Luo, you better start talking right now. No lies. He finally spills the truth. Look, it is fine. I had to pay a price to fix my power. I only have 5 years left. She collapsed, like falling into a dark, endless hole. Her golden eyes, usually so bright, were cold and lifeless. 5 years. That was all the time she had left to live. He tried to calm her down. He swore he could fix this. He just had to hit the Duke stage within 5 years to get her lifespan back. It was just temporary. Her lips trembled. 5 years to become a Duke? She would be barely 20. No one in the Great Xia Kingdom had ever pulled off a stunt like that. It was unheard of. Li Luo scrambled to convince her. Look, I will find a way in 5 years, I promise. We had to fix that blank resonance thing. This was the only price we could pay. She did not say a word, just turned away cold as ice. Li Luo tried to play it off with a grin, but inside he was freaking out. She was ticked. Why did Biu Biu play him like this? Uncle Biu just scratched his head and gave a sheepish grin. Awkward. Outside, the moon finally peeked back out from behind those thick, dark clouds. They headed back through the dark hall. Biu Biu warned them again to keep this a secret. Now, how were they going to stabilize Luolan Hall and make it grow? That is for you two to figure out. He waved goodbye and dipped, leaving them with a cheerful good luck. Li Luo finally worked up the nerve to try and soothe her. Don't be mad. But she just blanked him and headed for the training room. Go, she barked. Li Luo was sweating bullets, but he did not have a choice. Fine, training room it is. She stood there in the shadows, gripping her sword. Her eyes were sharp enough to cut him into 100 pieces. Man, I am in for a serious beatdown, he thought. He picked up his blade, shaking like a leaf. He tried to act cool, but his knees were weak. If getting thrashed helped her blow off steam, he would take it. In a flash, she lunged, moving way too fast for him to track. He grit his teeth and stared, shocked by her speed. Forget it, he thought, closing his eyes. I will just take it. But the blow never came. Just a white blur and thousands of falling petals. She grit her teeth, stopping herself. He saw her just standing there, head bowed low. When he softly called her name, she looked up with eyes full of deep pain and worry. That look hit him hard. In the quiet room, surrounded by those petals, it was just the two of them. I am sorry I worried you, he managed to say. Her hair caught a slight breeze as the moonlight hit them. They were standing so close on the floor. Then, she reached out and gripped his arm tight. She closed her eyes and leaned her head against him. Don't worry, I got this, he whispered. Outside, Flowers were blooming, matching the promise he just made to her. This is my vow to you. Next morning, the sun was blasting through the house. Someone started banging on the door. Coming! Li Luo yelled. He pulled it open, and the bright light flooded the room. There she was, looking stunning in the morning light. She held up a box and smiled. Here is your spirit water. He just stared, totally mesmerized. His face turned bright red. Li Luo snatched the box, grinning ear to ear. Perfect timing. Thanks, Qing'e. She just smiled back at him, her eyes crinkling up. Don't thank me. Thank Kai Wei, she reminded him. She is the one who scrounged up the cash for this stuff. It was not easy. Man, Kai Wei probably did not want this budget life. Walking down the hall, she brought up the clock again. 4.5 years left. By the end of this year, you have got to hit the second level of the general stage. He started sweating. Second level? Right now, I am barely at the first stage of the seed rank. I have still got 5 more levels to grind through just to get there. Thinking about all those ranks made it feel like he was reaching for something miles away. As far as I know, he muttered. Most students are only at the second or third level by now. Trying to hit the general stage and push for the second change? It is a huge climb. This is going to be rough, he sighed. Back when I started at the academy, I was already at that level. By the second year, I hit the Earth General rank. We have to push because of your lifespan limit. She got serious, almost threatening him. If you cannot even make this first step, we are done for. There will not be a second chance. I will do whatever it takes to help you. He fidgeted, trying to laugh it off but clearly worried. You are spending all your points on me. How are you going to win that 7-star title at the end of the year? Don't worry about me. I have got a 9th grade light resonance, she said. But he was not having it. Even with that, you are not invincible. Those other 7-star contenders are no joke. You cannot just treat them like they are nothing. Look, I am seriously touched, but I have to say no to this. She frowned, clearly annoyed. Li Luo just gave her a confident look. It is just the general stage, right? I will hit it by the end of the year. Just watch. We have no time left. I am giving you until the end of the year, she ordered. Li Luo stammered, his mind racing. 2 months to hit level 4? If I want to survive the next 5 years, I guess I must. He looked down, feeling the weight of it. He knew she would not just stand by and watch his clock run out. They walked into a different room and headed toward the sofa. Kai Wei saw them and jumped straight into it. Miss, young master, we have got a situation at the Xi Yang Chamber headquarters. We need to go. She looked worried. The refiners at the branch are stirring up trouble, and Pei Hao is behind it. If we do not handle this right, we will never hire another decent refiner again. He started to panic. The Xi Yang Chamber is part of the family business. If their reputation takes a hit, it is going to mess up everything for Luo Lan Hall too. Li Luo looked at her and nodded. Let us move. No matter how bad it is, we have to face it. Outside, people were already starting to gossip and whisper to each other. They reached the headquarters, where a group of men in Xi Yang robes were waiting. A huge crowd had already gathered on the street to watch the drama. Deng Ping was screaming at them. You guys are the OGs of this place. How can you side with Pei Hao? Have you no shame even showing your faces around here anymore? The 2 guys, Tang and Xiao, flinched and looked at each other nervously. Then a voice cut through the air, stopping the argument cold. You have got it all wrong, Elder Deng Ping. An old man with white hair and a cane stepped forward. It was Pei Tianqi. They are just helping Pei Hao, he said. What is wrong with that? The elder snapped back. Tianqi, I thought the young master had you on house arrest. What are you doing out here? The old man just let out a cold, sharp laugh. I figured once I left, this place would fall into total chaos. Li Luo would beg for me. He flipped his attitude and laughed like it was nothing. Look, elder, I might be grounded, but I am not a prisoner. You really think I cannot even step out my door anymore? Tianji is just spouting trash to mess with everyone. Me? I am just standing up for this branch because they are getting shafted. Our young palace lord has the secret formula but won't share with the branches. Cold-blooded, right? Deng Ping is shaking with rage, veins popping out of his neck. His eyes are like daggers as he curses these backstabbing jerks. These ungrateful snakes sold out to pay how, yet they still show up here demanding the young lord's secret recipe. Deng Ping snaps at them, asking why they are making a scene out here instead of coming inside to talk business. Duong Van just stands there with a shameless grin, scratching his head. He says if the young lord just hands over that secret formula to the West Ridge branch, they will finally pack up and leave. The crowd keeps growing outside the Suncrest headquarters. Elder Deng Ping is so mad he is seeing stars. But since talking is getting them nowhere, he just ignores them. Both sides are stuck in a tense standoff now. Beishuan is chilling by the window, sipping wine and watching the chaos unfold. He is perched up in his tower, waiting to see how Li Luo and his crew are going to survive this mess. Hong Lian sits across from him, fixing her hair with a smirk. That kid Li Luo actually has some skills. I thought Han Ji was just trying to make Bei Xuan jealous. But word is, Li Luo dropped a new secret formula. Its purity is supposedly on the same level as a high-grade 7 potion. Hong Lian admits those high-grade secrets are rare finds, but she notes that the shop is low on masters. If they blow it, our house can step in and broadcast their family drama to the whole city. Her cold voice cuts through the air. Meanwhile, on the other side of the building, a fresh cup of hot tea is steaming. That guy with the dark, gloomy face drinking tea all by himself? That is Pei Hao. He looks down, stunned at how much Li Luo has changed in just months. Pei Hao is so livid his jaw is bulging. He growls Li Luo's name and crushes his teacup into tiny pieces. Pei Hao's face is pure darkness. He mutters that their showdown needs to happen soon. Over at the headquarters, the crowd suddenly turns around to see who is arriving on the scene. Li Luo hops out of the carriage with a grin, asking why it is so lively. Elder Deng Ping fills them in. Young Lord, Miss Jiang, this situation is a total mess to handle. Qingye hears him out and stays totally chill. She says Li Luo is the boss here, so she is staying out of it. Deng Ping, though, is looking pretty stressed. Young Lord, should we just delete the West Ridge branch from our books entirely? But then, Li Luo looks up and asks a question. You two are the branch presidents, Duong Van and Tu Fong, right? That catches them off guard. Before they can even blink, Li Luo tells them to just go ahead and state their demands. Tianji grinds his teeth. He can see those two are already being intimidated by Li Luo's heavy vibe. But he snaps back, asking why West Ridge is the only one without the formula. Is the young lord playing favorites? Deng Ping is livid. Tianji, you are banned. You have zero right to speak here. Tianji acts all innocent. Sure, I am banned. But those West Ridge folks were my colleagues. They are getting a raw deal, so of course I am going to speak up for them. With a sneaky look in his eyes, he continues, if the young lord thinks I have stepped out of line, then just kick me out. Li Luo thinks to himself, this guy really never stops trying to play the crowd. Tianji doubles down, demanding the young lord provide a monthly supply or just hand over the formula to West Ridge. Deng Ping loses it. Talk about greedy. Why don't you just go jump off a bridge? Kai Wei whispers to Qingye that this guy is just looking for trouble. Qingye stays cool. He is just trying to bait Li Luo into saying something toxic. That way, the masters will get all worked up and start a riot. She senses that Pei Hao is probably lurking nearby, watching everything. Qingye realizes his plan. He wants to see if this little stunt can stir up even more trouble for them. After dropping his demands, Tianji stares at Li Luo. But the kid doesn't flinch. Instead, he just stands there, looking like he is deep in thought. A moment later, Li Luo asks Duong Van and Tu Fong if they really want that secret formula. Duong Van nervously nods. Yes, young lord, that secret is a game changer for masters like us. Li Luo suddenly pivots. He mentions that the West Ridge branch hasn't sent a single dime back to headquarters in years. He starts dodging the question, claiming they send money every year, but who knows if it actually arrives. Li Luo doesn't press him. He just says he can give them the formula. But there is one catch. I am going to run a little test. You all have to refine the spirit liquids right here at headquarters. During the test, You can use the secret formula as much as you want. If you do a killer job this month, once the evaluation is over, I will hand the formula over to your branch. The crowd starts buzzing instantly. Duong Van bows to Li Luo, saying since the young lord is compromising, it would be totally wrong for them to say no. But over on the sidelines, Tianji is definitely not happy about this. Why is he backing down? Kai Wei wonders if the young lord has suddenly gone soft, but Qing just smirks. It is because his appetite for power is huge. Kai Wei asks if he is trying to swallow up these branch masters, but a lot of them are Pei Hao's spies. Qing laughs. Like we haven't dealt with Pei Hao's goons before? After Li Luo makes his move, those branch masters finally stand up and start heading inside the headquarters one by one. Li Luo watches them with a smirk, accepting their loyalty like a gift. Meanwhile, Bei Xuan is fuming. He can't believe Li Luo is bold enough to just snatch up the West Ridge masters. Hong Lian rests her chin on her hand. He is trying to absorb them into the main branch. You have to admit, the guy has massive ambition and some serious guts. She notes that this is just a family feud in the Luo Lan house. The bigger the mess they make, the better it is for our house. Pei Hao looks dark. He thinks that since Li Luo got his power back, he has become way too confident. His eyes flash with a sharp, dangerous light. Back when the parents were around, Li Luo had it all. He was born with a silver spoon, while Pei Hao was treated like a servant. Now, jealousy is burning him alive. But fame is fleeting. Nobody expected his parents to suddenly disappear onto that brutal battlefield. Li Luo wasn't born with ambition, but he is starting to win over people's hearts now. When she stepped up, her talent and charm made everyone jealous. Most importantly, she has that grade 9 light power. Qing stabilized the house quickly and became a wall he just couldn't climb. So, Pei Hao didn't see this coming. Ever since that old house meetup, things have gone from bad to worse. Li Luo actually fixed his blank state. The kid didn't just get a manifestation. He crushed the exams, got into the Astral Sage Academy, and revealed he has rare dual powers. That former trash young lord is suddenly glowing, making Pei Hao feel like a total clown. Pei Hao's face twisted with rage. Does everyone really think I do not have backup? As the fire flickered in the dark night, he stared at the pitch-black gate in front of him. A flicker of worry crossed Pei Hao's eyes, but he finally stepped inside. He pushed the door open and told the figure inside, "I am here." Pei Hao felt a bit on edge. The cloaked person asked, "So, was today's drama your little trick?" The mystery man continued, saying Li Luo is not the same kid anymore. Pei Hao kept acting tough, though. If he thinks he can save House Luo Lan, he's living in a fantasy world. He looked at the figure desperately. Your group is so powerful. If you guys actually stepped in, House Luo Lan would not have survived all these years. The mystery man just laughed. We have our own reasons for staying back. You just focus on weakening House Luo Lan by any means necessary. A dangerous glint hit his eyes. If you pull this off, I will give you everything you want. Pei Hao smirked back. Do not worry, sir. If I cannot have it, I will burn it all down. There is no way I am letting Li Luo enjoy any of it. The mystery man turned around. Why do you hate Li Luo so much? Li Taishuan and Tan Tai Lan treated you pretty well back in the day, did they not? Pei Hao stayed silent. The figure continued, you are just jealous of Li Luo. You crave the kind of affection he gets, the kind you will never have. Pei Hao looked disgusted. Why shouldn't I be jealous? He was born with everything, totally clueless about the real world. And he even has that engagement with Jiang Qing'e. The mystery man just kept smiling. Yeah, that would make anyone pretty jealous. The mystery man spread his arms and said something chilling. So, let us just destroy him. Meanwhile, in a massive, luxurious room somewhere else, people started shouting, you guys are Pei Hao's goons. How do you have the nerve to ask for our secret formula? Everyone else just nodded along in agreement. Li Luo jumped in to cool things down. Hey, do not exclude our colleagues from the Westridge branch. They helped build the Suncrest Forge. Tang Yun watched, thinking, wow, I never expected the young lord to be this incredibly open-minded. Li Luo kept talking. This month, the Suncrest headquarters is crushing it. Even though things were a mess before, I know our future is going to be even more powerful. Li Luo clenched his fist. My goal is to make Suncrest one of the top 10 spirit liquid shops in the Great Xia, and you all will become famous resonance masters too. Everyone started cheering. Long live the young lord. Long live Suncrest. Tang Yun thought, this really gives us something to aim for. But he was still worried. To Pei Hao, our West Ridge branch was just a cash cow with absolutely no real future ahead of it. Then, Xiao Feng suddenly asked, Young lord, we were wondering when we can finally start crafting the spirit liquid. Li Luo just smiled at him. No need to be so formal. Your benefits will be exactly the same as the headquarters staff. Elder Dengping will get everything sorted for you. Tang Yun still had one more question. About that assessment you mentioned earlier, young lord, how is that going to work? Kai Wei looked at Li Luo, feeling a bit nervous, and Tang Yun felt it too. Unlike those two, Li Luo was totally calm. The test is easy. For the next month, you can send any resonance master to challenge me. We will see who can craft the best third-grade spirit liquid. Li Luo pointed forward. In 3 attempts, if just one of you can beat me once, then you pass the assessment. Both Tang Yun and Xiao Feng were stunned. Wait, even the two of us can join in? Li Luo closed his eyes, face blank. Of course you can. They stayed quiet but swapped looks. Watching Li Luo's confident grin, they both wondered if the young lord was actually a total idiot. The testing phase was set to start in 2 days, happening every 3 days for a 9-day stretch. It lined up perfectly with his school break. That was the plan. Later, in the carriage, Kai Wei covered her mouth and giggled. I feel like those resonance masters were looking at the young lord, like he is some landlord's spoiled, idiot son. Li Luo didn't even argue. I mean, from the outside, this test really does look like I am just handing out free points. Qing'e asked him curiously about the third-grade liquid. Li Luo leaned back and said, I will be a third-grade master in a few days. Kai Wei gave him a thumbs up. Young lord, your acting skills are top tier. Only Qing'e stayed serious. Do not waste too much energy on refining techniques. When I started my training, I never let myself get distracted for even a second. Li Luo felt a bit helpless. Qing'e kept going, saying Pei Hao is both patient and poisonous. Her voice remained steady as she warned that the gift he sent to House Luolan is likely a trap. I am going to ramp up security at the Suncrest headquarters. But since Pei Hao is hiding in the shadows, we will just have to adapt as things happen. Suddenly, Qing remembered something. By the way, use the next few days to practice combining your dual manifestation powers for stronger healing effects. Li Luo was confused. Why do I need to learn that? Qing replied, remember the young emperor you met at the Golden Dragon Bank? He has an issue. Li Luo scratched his face. This is ridiculous. I am only at the resonance master stage. What could I even do? Qing'e smiled gently. She probably just wants to show us some goodwill. Thinking about the big power players, she added, even though most of the actual authority in the Great Xia Kingdom currently rests squarely in the hands of the Prince Regent. But the first princess still holds a lot of influence. Being on good terms with her would definitely be a win for us. The carriage rolled on as Li Luo agreed to practice his new skills. House Luo Lan really needs an ally like her right now. Qing'e thought about the inevitable power struggles if the princess tries to reclaim authority for the emperor. Before long, they were back home. As the 3 of them stepped down, an old man suddenly approached. Excuse me, are you young Lord Li Luo and Miss Jiang Qing'e? He handed Li Luo an invitation. 5 days from now is my Lady Qingyi's birthday. The president sent me to deliver this invite. We would be honored if you both could attend. Li Luo took the card. Qingyi's birthday? Sure, we will definitely be there. After the old man left, Qing'e looked suspicious. Why would President Hongji invite us? You probably have no idea, but back in the day, she and your mother were fierce, bitter, and very public rivals. Li Luo closed his eyes. I had no idea my dad was such a lady killer back then. Honestly, he kind of had it coming. Qing'e sighed. But for real, Hongji is a very formidable woman. Hearing that, Li Luo looked intrigued. Well then, I really want to find out for myself just how tough she is. Ching'e gave him a knowing smile. Oh, I think you will find out soon enough. Over the next 2 days, Li Luo worked hard in the lab. My hard work is paying off. My success rate for third-grade spirit liquid is climbing. Just one more breakthrough and I will be able to mass-produce third-grade spirit liquid. Then, I will finally be a legit third-grade resonance master. Suddenly, the door behind Li Luo swung open. He whipped around. There stood Jiang Qing'e, looking at him with her hands on her hips. He jumped back in fear. Wait, do not come any closer. An hour later, Li Luo walked out gasping for air. Man, she went way too hard today. Does beating me up like that actually help anything? Even with a busted face, Li Luo is still grinning. He says he can feel his durability leveling up, but he's got to master his water and wood healing skills fast. A guy this dedicated? You won't find another one like him anywhere. He is out here grinding while everyone else is sleeping. Back in his room, Li Luo spots a tiny, weak creature. He reaches out, channeling his energy to patch it up right then and there. In a flash, the little guy is jumping around like nothing happened. Li Luo realizes using this power for different injuries is actually pretty legit. Both his water and wood affinities have some serious healing potential. It is like having a built-in first aid kit. See, his water power has got a bit of light mixed in, and light is the gold standard for healing. Li Luo clenches his fist, feeling that glow within his resonance. But light is mostly just a backup. It is not quite as heavy-hitting as his main water element power. If he stacks all 3 healing buffs, he might survive anything. He remembers Ching-A's deadly strike. As long as it is not an instant kill, he is golden. Yeah, he definitely needs to look into this new ability. Day 3 at the refinement room. Qingyi asks with a smirk if he is ready for today's beatdown. He backs away, suspicious. Is she just using him as a punching bag because he hid his true lifespan? Qing-A just gives him that look. No way, I am totally just helping you level up your skills. Real combat makes your resonance power way more fluid. Looking at her, Li Luo realizes when you are that gorgeous, people will believe any lie you tell. He just sighs and gives in. Fine, let us do it. Li Luo looks her in the eye. No holding back today. He tells her to hit him with her secret techniques. He clasps his hands, and suddenly, blue and green energy starts swirling around him. The energy wraps around him. Qing'e is a bit shocked. Water and wood healing? But she does not hesitate. She charges straight at him. If that is what you want, then let us go. A massive wave of energy slams into him. Li Luo grinds his teeth, holding his ground even as the force shreds his clothes and cuts into his arms and shoulders. Even with the pain, he does not back down. He just grins. Yeah, this is working. He realizes his body is healing crazy fast in this state. If he ever gets into a real life or death scrap, this regeneration is going to give him a massive edge over anyone else. The power finally fades, leaving nothing but white smoke. Qing-A looks impressed. Not bad for a dual resonance water and wood user. Even at a basic level, that healing power can boost your physical recovery to an insane degree. Li Luo powers down, looking totally wrecked. He cannot keep that form for long yet. Qing-Yi tells him that true masters of water and wood can take this energy to the absolute limit. Their bodies basically become immortal at a certain point. Li Luo stays quiet, soaking in every word she says. He wonders why his healing feels so unique. Is it just the perks of having dual resonances working together? It is definitely because of that extra light element. It might be subtle, but it makes a huge difference. Finally, Qingyi calls it a day. So, how are those resonance masters from the branch office behaving lately? He tells her they seem focused on refining that new spirit liquid. No drama, no trouble, everything has been weirdly quiet. Qing-Yi frowns. This silence is suspicious. She would rather they just make a move already. Before leaving, she reminds him to head to the headquarters for his first big assessment. Li Luo has been prepping for these 3 tests for a long time. This is his big shot to win over those branch office masters and get them on his side. A sneaky look crosses his face. Today's test needs to be perfect. Over at headquarters, the crowd is already buzzing with rumors. Some guy is bragging about getting to try a 7th grade secret refinement method. His buddy agrees, saying the experience was totally mind-blowing. It is like they have reached a whole new level of skill. Zifeng watches the excited crowd and whispers to Duongvan. These guys never had this much energy back at the branch office. He sounds a bit defeated. Honestly, if I could, I would want to stay in a place that actually feels this motivated. Zifeng sighs, reminding him they are already branded as Peihao's men. He is worried that even though the headquarters gave them secret methods, they are just waiting for them to mess up. Duongvan is torn. The young lord isn't an idiot. Peihao did not just send us here to be some kind of friendly housewarming gift. He sits down with Zifeng. Today is the first big test. I heard the young lord's first-grade spirit liquid hits a 64% purity level. That is probably with a secret method. Without it, he would likely only hit 61 or 62%. Duongvan looks stressed. The young lord said we could challenge him, but that feels like a trap. We would look like jerks. We are stuck in a tough spot. Zifeng adds that they cannot just play dead either. We have to maintain our stand. He thinks of Liaofu. His spirit liquid hits 60% purity. That should be a fair match against the young lord without making him look totally incompetent. We will save him some face, but we are still going to be the villains here. The headquarters staff is going to hate us even more. Duongvan sighs. The young lord really does act like a true leader, but why did he pretend to be a talentless loser for so long? If he had not, Luolan House would not be in this massive mess right now. Suddenly, everyone starts shouting that the young lord is here. Li Luo walks in with a smile, asking if everyone is being treated well. He looks at Duongvan and Zifeng. Let us get this first assessment started. I have already got all the top-tier materials ready for you. Duongvan forced a smile, saying they absolutely trust the young lord. Li Luo's eyes sharpen. All right then. Who are you guys sending up to the plate today? Duongvan points to Liaofu. He is a 3rd-tier master, and he will be going up against you. Dang Ping snaps, calling them shameless for pitting a 3rd-tier master against a 2nd-tier one. He is fuming. Why don't you two just step up yourselves instead of hiding? Li Luo just waves it off like it is no big deal. Take it easy, Elder Dang Ping. They are not breaking any rules. I did say anyone from their side could step up and challenge me. The crew is loving his vibe. The guy is like a saint. Li Luo cuts the chatter and gets straight to business. Let us do this. Here is the refinement station I have prepared. Everything is identical, but to keep it perfectly fair, we will draw straws for the spots. Master Liao, you go first. Duongvan draws and thanks him. Li Luo just smiles. People in the back are whispering, comparing Li Luo to the branch office guys. They are wondering why their own branch is always so dramatic. A loud signal echoes as the test finally begins. Li Luo watches him closely, that confident smile still plastered on his face. The gossipers in the back are at it again. Everyone is whispering that this Li Luo guy looks way too stressed for his level. Look at the young manor lord, though totally cool and collected. 10 minutes later, the crowd cheers. Nice work, old Lu. You really are as fast as they say. Li Luo reaches the final step just as the crowd starts sucking up to Lu Fu. Not bad at all, they say. Great job, Lu. Based on your previous records, that might be your best performance yet. They are practically throwing a parade for the guy. But Duong is still sweating, wondering if the young manor lord even used his primal secret techniques this time. Suddenly, Li Luo breaks the tension by shouting at the top of his lungs, "All right, I am finished over here too." Li Luo strolls over to Lu Fu to give him some props. Whoa, old Lu, you're fast. Guess that 8th grade talent is legit. He looks over the results and nods. Lu just bows his head and says, "Thank you, young manor lord." Then Li Luo suddenly waves his hand and says, "Look, we have got other stuff to do, so we are heading out. Let us just end the test right here." The crowd is totally baffled. Wait, young manor lord, the results aren't even out. Dangbin wonders if the guy just lost his nerve and decided to bail before he got embarrassed. Everyone is just standing around confused since the boss left. So, what is the plan? Duong nervously asks Dangbin to evaluate the young manor lord's work. Dang Bin just turns around with a look that could kill. Dang Bin glares at them both. He is dying to see the young manor lord fall flat on his face. Duong and Tufong are just praying for a miracle. What did we even do? We are innocent bystanders. Dang Bin finally looks at what Li Luo produced. Duong thinks to himself that the result must be total garbage. Otherwise, the young manor lord would not have run off like that. There is no way he would just dip out immediately after finishing. Dang Bin stares at the blue liquid and his jaw hits the floor. 68%? He rubs his eyes to make sure he is not dreaming. A first-grade spirit liquid with 68% purity? Honestly, I have never seen anything like it before. Dang Bin points at Duong, making him jump. What? Are you going to hit me? I already checked it twice. Duong walks up to check for himself. Even if it is bad, they aren't playing games anymore. They have been respectful. Suddenly, he lets out a scream that makes everyone jump. What is the big deal? Just tell us. Someone yells. Fine. I will check it myself. The whole group steps up to look. One by one, they realize it. 68%. It hits them all at once. Li Luo left early because he did not want to see them cry after getting destroyed. Is our young manor lord really this terrifyingly good at alchemy? Someone asks Li Luo, Hey, boss, you did not even stick around for the results. You looked cool walking away, but weren't you worried you might have messed up and looked like a loser? He just smiles. If Duong or Tu Fong were competing, maybe I would have checked. But against a third-grade guy, Lin Kan chuckles, finally getting it. I see. You are just letting your skills do all the talking. Li Luo continues, I am just showing off what I can do and the future potential of our branch. I bet those masters are starting to feel a little bit shaky after seeing that. Thaninga sits beside him and laughs. You really put in the work today. Li Luo sighs. I had to. The Dutrack manor is breathing down our necks. This was the only way to recruit people fast. Once we win over these masters, we can finally take the fight to those Dutrack jerks. Li Luo's eyes turn sharp. And honestly, I do not think Bui Hao is going to just sit back and let this happen. Thang Nga changes the subject. By the way, tomorrow is Thang Yi's birthday bash. Rumor has it every young elite is invited, and there is going to be a huge prize. Li Luo's ears perk up. A prize? Thang Nga explains that the Kim Long Bank has this legendary training secret realm called the Kim Long Dao Truong. It is its own little world, totally mystical and powerful. It is reserved for the big shots at the bank or their kids to train in. The big prize tomorrow is a secret key to unlock that place. Li Luo's eyes go wide. The local branch is already huge. I cannot even imagine how massive the main headquarters must be. Thang Nga crosses her arms. Hong Kei is using this birthday to give out a few keys for the master rank level. I am pretty sure she is just trying to scout out a partner for her daughter. Li Luo grumbles about the partner thing, but Thang Nga cuts him off. I really need you to grab one of those keys. Spending a month in that realm would be a total game changer for you. Li Luo sighs. Getting one sounds great, but I doubt it will be that easy. Why don't you just talk to Thang Yi directly? You know she would be happy to help us out. Li Luo breaks a sweat. Are you trying to get me killed? Thang Nga reminds him that Hong Kei is the one calling the shots, so talking to the daughter won't help, since she invited all those young high rollers anyway, but now he just has to play along. Yeah, I will show them what I have got. Someone nearby cheers. That is the spirit, young manor lord. Meanwhile, Bui Hao is acting all polite, asking Old Bang to grab a drink. No thanks, the manager replies. Listen, Li Luo is using this to win over Duong's people. We really need to keep a close eye on what he is up to. The old man stands up. Look, those people aren't exactly loyal to you yet. If Li Luo keeps chipping away at them like this, you might lose them. Bui Hao just stays calm and says, I know. He pours a drink. No rush. Let Li Luo enjoy his little moment for now. Fast forward to the next afternoon, and the guard shouts, the young manor lord has arrived. Everyone starts whispering about Than and Nga. They are all thinking, man, I want to kill that loser standing next to her. But Li Luo is actually turning heads too. Wow, he is actually really hot. That woman next to him is such an eyesore. He looks at her and says, yeah, way more people want me dead right now. Thon and Ga does not blink. Just focus on the mission. Li Luo nods. Got it. Hong Kei gestures inside. Please, come in. Thon Yi adds in a soft voice, thanks for coming. Then she looks toward the entrance and lets out a little gasp of surprise. Li Luo walks in and calls out, hey, Than Yi. She practically vibrates with excitement. Li Luo, you actually made it. Than Nya steps up to the mother and daughter. We are here from the Lac Lam Manor to celebrate. She glares at him. Hong Kei studies his face and thinks, God, he looks just like that jerk of a father of his. Her eyes fill with resentment before she lets out a cold huff. Then she puts on a fake smile. It must have been a long trip. Please, come inside. Thon Yi can't wait. I will show you guys around. She yells happily. Hong Kei's face darkens. Stop right there, she snaps. You are the star today and we still have guests coming. It is incredibly rude for you to just leave like that. She looks back at her mom and mumbles, but it is not like I am doing anything useful here anyway. Li Luo immediately heads inside. It is fine. Just stay here and greet your guests. We will catch up with you later. Okay? Thon Ni calls out, Li Luo. Hong Kei clears her throat loudly, and Thon Ni just lets out a frustrated little groan. Mom, stop staring at me. Hong Kei just stays calm. Look, more important guests are here. Inside the hall, Thaninga whispers to Li Luo, well, what do you think? She is definitely intense, Li Luo replies. A Duke rank powerhouse backed by the Kim Long Bank? That is a lot of weight to throw around. He glances at her. Honestly, even the eldest princess would have to show her some respect. But man, I really feel like she has got a major problem with me. She is totally cold. Thaninga laughed and said, well, with a face that looks so much like your master's, who could blame them? In this whole empire, if anyone could actually make Hong Shi lose her cool, it would probably only be those two. Li Luo shut his eyes and cut her off. Fine, but I definitely need to be way more handsome. Thaninga thought back to what Thon Yi said. She seems different lately. Her ice cultivation just hit rank 8. Li Luo jumped and yelled, rank 8 already? That is the first time I have ever seen that. That is totally insane. She cut him off. It is not weird with Hong Kei around. That level 7 water won't help. Li Luo just stared and muttered, man, they are so freaking rich. Suddenly, a voice from behind asked, I have seen you two before. What are you guys talking about? Luan Wu stood right behind Li Luo. Thaninga turned and bowed, saying, greetings, princess. Luan Wu smiled and asked, hello there, Kung. Li Luo, I assume you already know what is going on? Li Luo figured she meant treating the little emperor. He immediately replied, I will give it my all, but please, princess, do not get your hopes up too high. Luan Wu looked heartbroken and said, I have grown used to this over the years. You do not need to worry. He frowned and thought, she is probably only asking me to treat the kid to get closer to Thanga. Still, I should stay on guard. Suddenly, a loud voice startled them. Your house is falling apart, yet you still have the nerve to show up at a party? Hong Lian and Bak Hian walked in from outside, letting out a cold, sharp snort. Than and Ga sighed, which made Hong Lian snap. She sneered, I cannot believe you actually showed up here after I totally crushed you in the ranking matches. You really have some nerve. Hong Lian roared. What did you just say? Luan Wu stepped in. Hong Lian, do not make a scene and let people laugh at it. She was so mad she could have spit blood, cursing that woman. But she had to respect the princess. Hong Lin and Bak Hian turned to leave, saying, you are right, we are going. Luan Wu watched them go and said, they have been crushed by you for years. They definitely have a grudge. Thaninga shrugged. They are just losers talking big. Next time I see them, I will hit them even harder. Luan Wu turned to Li Luo and teased, plenty of talented young guys showed up today for that golden dragon secret. Li Luo, aren't you trying? He laughed and said, I will give it a shot and see if I am lucky. Suddenly, Li Luo looked over and gasped. He stared in shock, thinking, how did that guy get invited? Oh, Wait, he is a general in the Great Xia court. Of course, he would be on the guest list. He scanned the room and saw several familiar faces. Then, Li Luo looked over and realized, hey, that is the same beast from when I was with Thaninga. He looked at two people and thought, the guy next to him helped with the beast in Thien Thuk. His name was Mac Lang, right? Then Quan walked over with his crew and smiled. Oh, so the two of you made it after all. It looks like you and Luan Wu are becoming best friends lately. Luan Wu laughed and told him not to be jealous of our friendship. Then Quan hesitated and said, things are moving at the palace today. Did you really bring the king out here? She just smiled and said, you sure hear things fast. He closed his eyes, acting all worried. For something this important, even if you wanted Li Luo to try, you should have at least brought him to the palace first. But since you are already here, there is no use talking about it. Just be careful next time. The king's safety is the most important thing we have. Then Quan turned to Li Luo and said, we are counting on you for the king's sake. No pressure, just give it your best shot. Then he turned and walked away, saying goodbye. Thanga watched him and said, that guy is a real legend. The court really does produce some heroes. I am impressed. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. The president has arrived. Li Luo asked, who is that lion-looking guy? She said, that is Than Hoa, the leader of the fire palace. He looked at Truk Huyen and whispered, with that hair, he must be. She said, that is Truk Huyen. He is the son of Than Hoa. Li Luo thought, so that is the fire squad captain? Hong Shi told the crowd, please, everyone, enjoy the party. Than Hoa immediately tried to test the waters. Madam President, what do you think of my boy? I think he and Than Yi would make a great couple. She turned to him and politely declined, saying Truk Huyen definitely has talent, but we should not meddle in their lives. If they actually like each other later, we can help them out then. They clinked glasses, and Hong Shi said, for this golden dragon secret, I just want to pick the best people to go with Than Yi. Than Hoa replied, don't worry, I told my boy to give it everything he has. Everyone rushed over. Happy birthday, Than Yi. She stayed calm and simply said, thank you. Than Yi scanned the room. She saw Li Luo and Than Ya chatting and laughing, then whispered his name. She stood there, watching them quietly. Hong Ki watched them and thought, forget our history, I will never accept that brat Li Luo because of that marriage contract. But since Than Yi is in her rebellious phase, I have to be careful. Her eyes turned sharp as she thought, I already talked to his elders about what Than Hoa said. Once she spends time with these talented guys, she will forget all about Li Luo. Hong Ki was certain, no matter how gifted a rank 1 kid is, it won't last. Ha Kyo raised a glass. Happy birthday, Than Yi. Hope you are not still mad about before. Than Yi raised her glass, smiled, and took a sip. Then she waved goodbye, saying, excuse me, I need to go say hello to the other guests now. Ha Kyo watched her walk away and said, she is probably going to find Li Luo again. They were always super close back at the academy. Nen Chu snorted, looking annoyed. Please, Than Yi and that guy are just regular friends. He continued, maybe, but Than Yi used to buy that Li Luo guy breakfast all the time. Hearing that made Nen Chu feel like his head would explode. Truk Huyen raised his glass and added, Than Yi used to live in Thien Thuk. People there have a pretty narrow view of the world. Now that she is in the big city and seeing more, her old way of thinking is definitely going to change. He said confidently, if I can grab that dragon secret and go with her. Nen Chu frowned. This guy is a real threat. If he gets close to her, my chances drop to 0. He grumbled, I cannot believe the president is using the dragon secret just for show. It is ruining everything for guys like me who actually have status. Than Yi walked up to the 3 of them and said, greetings, Princess and Kung. Luan Wu immediately smiled. Happy birthday, Than Yi. She smiled back and said, I invited the others, but they all declined. He got it. Told her places like this aren't exactly their vibe, but it's not like they're totally against it either. Than Yi was totally stunned when he offered to set the whole thing up again after the break. Face turning bright red, She just muttered, "Let's just worry about that when it happens." Thon Yi asked if he was actually into that golden dragon secret thing. He just laughed. Honestly, is there anyone at the general stage who wouldn't be obsessed with getting their hands on that? She let out a long sigh. She'd planned to just grab a secret scroll from her mom for Li Luo, but mom decided to make it the big birthday event instead. Thon Yi gave him a little pep talk, telling him to go for it. Luan Wu watched them joking around together and couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. This Li Luo kid is nothing like his old man. How the heck does he manage to pull all these high society girls from across the Great Xia Kingdom? Suddenly, a voice boomed over the speakers, welcoming the host to the stage. Spotlight on. Hongxi stepped up, thanking all the VIPs for taking time out of their busy schedules for her daughter. I know we've got a lot of talented young stars in the house today, so I'm putting up some golden dragon keys. She held them up for everyone to see. Anyone who meets the general stage requirements can take a shot. Li Luo stared, thinking, so that's the legendary golden dragon secret? Man, that's the real deal. It's just the outer layer of the training grounds, but even the Marquis level heavy hitters are looking hungry for it. Thaninga watched, trying to wrap her head around it. How massive is the Golden Dragon Association if their headquarters can forge a sacred training ground like this? Even the princess seems a bit intimidated by their influence. But hey, a powerhouse like her doesn't need any pity or empty words of encouragement right now. Thaninga glanced over at Li Luo, asking if the competition felt like too much. He just let out a frustrated sigh. This whole thing is rigged. Those third-tier guys like Zhu Xuan could probably snap me in half. She shook her head, thinking the winner wouldn't be decided by a straight-up brawl. Luan Wu grabbed a drink and chimed in. True that. This is a birthday party. After all, throwing hands would be trashy, so they'll probably keep it classy. Hong Shi shouted to the crowd, announcing that this competition wouldn't involve weapons. It's a different kind of test. And remember, entering the Golden Dragon grounds isn't a walk in the park. You're gonna face Gale Force winds made of pure energy. Even though the keys give you a bit of a shield, those storms are still a massive threat to your life. So here is how you win. If you want that prize, you just have to step into that specific zone right over there. Whoever manages to outlast the windstorm I'm about to unleash takes the prize. Li Luo realized having a solid team wouldn't be a problem here. A magic circle flared to life as Hong Shi told everyone to step up. He grinned. I see what's happening. I might not stand a chance in a fair fight, but if it's a contest of who can take the most punishment, I've spent all week getting beat up, so I'm basically a pro at taking hits now. Thaninga just told me not to bother thanking her. He was fuming. This girl spent days using him as a target and now she wants a thank you? Unbelievable. As they stepped into the circle, Than Yi pumped her fist and cheered for him. Hong Shi sighed, actually feeling a bit worried for the guy. Typical son of Li Taihun. There is no way I'm letting this brat charm his way into Than Yi's heart. As they stood inside the circle, Li Luo gave Chu Lu a sharp nudge with his elbow to get his attention. You really showed up for a party like this? You after the prize too? Chu Lu looked miserable. No way, man. My dad forced me. Said if I didn't come, he'd drag me to a brothel instead. Li Luo was horrified. That is cold-blooded. He's basically cornering the poor guy. Are you even sure that man is actually your father? Up on the stage, Hong Shi shouted for everyone to get ready. She held up a small jar and announced the start. With a quick flick, she unsealed the power. Streaks of blue light shot out instantly. Zhu Xuan stood his ground, looking totally stressed. Everyone started gossiping about the intense fire energy radiating off of him. Check out Zhu Xuan. That firepower is the real deal. Nearby, another guy started glowing blue, while Ning Zhao flared up with yellow energy to block the incoming gale. Zhu Xuan glanced back, his brow furrowing as the wind picked up. This energy storm is different. It is slicing right through our protective armor, like it's not even there. Li Luo gritted his teeth. This wind is insane. Even with the host holding back the power, it's still tearing through everything. If it can punch through our shields this easily, just how deadly is this storm actually? And this is only the beginning. The wind hammered the group, but Zhu Xuan didn't budge. Look at Zhu Xuan. He's a beast. Someone leaned over to the father, showering him with compliments about his talented son. He beamed with pride. Of course he is. Behind them, Beishuan was swearing his head off, yelling at people to stop drifting out of the boundary. He caught sight of Li Luo and did a double take. Spitting out some blood, he gave a nasty smirk. Looks like you're going to be the first one kicked out, Li Luo. Li Luo snapped back, glaring at him. Please, look at yourself. You look like hot garbage. Li Luo turned his attention to the guy glowing with a deep orange aura. That dude hasn't taken a single step back since the storm started. He's relying entirely on the raw physical power of his metal demon tiger soul. That's the only reason he's still standing. Outside the ring, Thanaga watched intently. Luan Wu looked worried, pointing out that Li Luo's power level is way lower than the others. He's at a massive disadvantage here. Thanaga wasn't convinced, saying it's too early to call it. Luan Wu smiled, wondering if he had a secret weapon up his sleeve. Nearby, Than Yi whispered his name. She clenched her fists. If I can't secure a golden dragon key here, I'll just have to figure out a way to snatch one from somebody else later. She held her head, thinking hard. Okay, think. Which one of these high-ranking daughters is going to be the easiest one to play? The crowd started buzzing, saying Li Luo was finished. Someone else praised Zhu Xuan's stability, and his father just bragged that his son wouldn't dare move. Li Luo gritted his teeth. He'd reached his limit. It was now or never. Suddenly, a bright blue light flared around him as he activated his secret technique. The energy swirled around his chest before he slammed his foot down. With a massive burst of speed, he lunged forward. Zhu Xuan gasped. Li Luo? How is this possible? The audience was speechless. Even with his dual-power combat style, there was no way he should be able to move against a windstorm that powerful. It made zero sense. Li Luo stands there looking dead serious as that crimson glow radiates from him. Honestly, this guy just keeps on finding new ways to shock everyone watching. He smirks to himself, dying for a real chance to throw down with him. Li Luo grits his teeth and yells, "Hang in there, Tan." Hong Shi holds the bottle, thinking the golden dragon snack really comes down to this next round. Suddenly, an even nastier gust of wind slams into the group. The crowd outside starts losing it, shouting that the final, most brutal blast is coming to decide who stays and who goes. Everyone looks over at Zhu Xuan, noting that Zhu Hang and Mi Chu Ding are still holding the lead. They glance at the second row, full of fighters from other schools who are surprisingly tough. The crowd gets loud, noticing Wang and Du are both about to get knocked out, which makes sense to everyone watching given how brutal this gets. But then, the crowd shifts their gaze to Li Luo and Zhu Lu. These two guys are clearly the underdogs here. How in the world did they reach the third row? This school is just overflowing with elite students. Hong Shi looks on, convinced that the kid is finally hitting his limit. Li Luo, your stubborn streak ends right here and now. Then, an even more powerful gale rips through. People behind the formation gasp as they see the young master actually stumbling back. Do not sleep on the president's wind power. Inside, people are getting tossed around like rags, gritting their teeth just to stay upright. Beixian gets launched backward, cursing under his breath as he goes down. Li Luo and Zhu Lu are glowing, holding their ground. Zhu Lu's eyes go wide as he lets out a primal roar of energy. Li Luo looks over, worried that the kid is purely running on raw instinct now. He plants his feet hard, trying to stay anchored. Li Luo stands perfectly still, thinking to himself that things are looking bad under this kind of pressure. The drain on his physical energy is getting insane. Li Luo calculates his odds, realizing that at this rate, there is no way he can hold out until this storm finally passes. Another massive blast hits, and Beixian screams as he loses his footing. He gets sent flying through the air, cursing, until a hand suddenly reaches out to catch him. He turns to Hong Lian and yells, "How is Li Luo still standing in this crazy wind?" It makes zero sense. She just cuts him off coldly and tells him to look closer. Hong Lian points out that his wounds are healing almost instantly. Just as she thought, he's using the combined healing power of his water and wood resonances. That dual power gives him a massive recovery boost. She looks at Li Luo and explains that his insane healing rate is exactly why he is outlasting everyone else on the field. Bei Shan's eyes light up with a wicked little smirk. Only 4 people are left in the circle now. Everyone watches Zhu Hang and me, who still have plenty of energy left. Mi frowns as the noise builds, feeling like he can still hold his ground despite the damage. They look at Zhu Lu's intense face and figure he is fine, even if he looks terrifying. The crowd looks in and thinks those 3 are solid, but that other guy is a total wild card. They watch Li Luo while Qinger calls out in worry, and even Qinganga looks stressed. Hong Shi clutches her bottle, genuinely shocked that this kid has managed to survive this long. He really did catch me off guard, but this is where it ends. Those inside the circle know that his water and wood resonances are definitely boosting his stamina and recovery. Still, he is only a first-stage resonance master. I bet he lasts 30 breaths at most. After 30 breaths, he is going to get blown straight out of the ring. Hong Shi's face goes dark. Nearby, Li Luo grits his teeth while his legs shake uncontrollably. He thinks to himself that he is finally hitting his absolute limit. Surprisingly, he feels incredibly calm as the moment approaches. Li Luo senses the energy swirling inside him and tells himself it is time. The breakthrough he has been suppressing for days is finally here. He stares at those 2 energy sources and screams for them to let loose. Suddenly, a massive wave of power starts radiating from his body. A brilliant blue light flashes, making Hong Shi gasp. Lan Wu stares intently at Li Luo while the rest of the crowd starts whispering in shock at what they are seeing. Hong Shi stares at him and shouts, "He actually broke through to the 2nd stage of the Resonance Master rank under all that wind pressure." Qingga just watches and smiles. The wind hits the remaining people in the circle. Bei Shen curses, complaining that he is pulling the same stunt again, but Hong Lian quickly shuts him down and disagrees. This is different. Last time was a fluke, but this feels like he planned it all along. She notes that his breakthrough was way too smooth, meaning he already felt it coming but chose to hold it back until now.